Chapter 1 Rebirth. The radiant sunlight of late spring streamed through the window, prompting Wen Yiyi to squint her eyes. Her long, ink-black hair lay scattered upon the soft pillow of brocade satin. Taking a deep breath, she marveled at the unexpected beauty of the day, even as she faced her demise. Dark crimson blood trickled down her snow-white chin, and an indescribable agony surged within her. Yet at that moment, Wen Yiyi seemed to forget her suffering, staring blankly at the falling pear blossoms outside the window. Born on the 4th day of the 4th month, Wen Yiyi was the 4th daughter of the Duke of Southern Town. Her father held the title of Duke, and her mother was Princess Chongping. The Empress Dowager had bestowed upon her the name Miode, while her childhood name was Yiyi. Even in the opulent and bustling capital, she was a figure of resplendence, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Today, coincidentally, was the 1st day of the 4th month, a day when someone had promised her a grand gift to witness the most magnificent fireworks in the capital on her birthday. When Yiyi slowly closed her eyes, regrettably knowing that she would never see them again. Fourth miss. Fourth miss? Jean Kuei gently dabbed Wen Yiyi's forehead with a damp cloth. It's getting late, you ought to awaken. When Yiyi furrowed her brow, her eyelashes fluttering a few times before she gradually opened her eyes. Before her was a woman with rosy cheeks, of medium stature, dressed in a fuchsia garment, her long hair shining with oil, smiling as she looked at her. Miska has arrived. Won't you go and see her? When Yiyi paused in surprise. Jean Kuei? She recalled her first year of marriage when Jean Kuei, unable to tolerate the concubine Chu Ryuan's bullying, sought to avenge her, only to be executed by the crown prince in the courtyard. When Yiyi had intervened and received a slap from the crown prince that left her right ear deafened. Seeing Jean Kuei again made her feel as though she were dreaming. Jean Kuei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she smiled and said, "Last time, Miss Ko mentioned she would make you a new pair of shoes. I wonder if she has finished them this time." Still in a daze, when Yiyi instinctively replied, "She has a hard time, as it is you shouldn't trouble her with such tasks." Jean Kuei laughed as she fed Wen Yiyi a mouthful of rose-flavored mouthwash. "How could we refuse? If we did, Miss Ko would be uneasy." Supported by her maid, Wen Yiyi rose from the bed and sat at the dressing table. The copper mirror reflected her youthful visage, delicate as a peach blossom kissed by spring rain, quivering with an unspoken fragrance. When Yiyi reached out, her snow-white fingertips gently brushing against her reflection in the copper mirror. Her pupils dilated, appearing somewhat vacant. "What year is it?" "It's the 17th year of Yongtai." Jean Kuei chuckled softly. "Miss, have you just woken up and are still dazed? How could you forget this?" As her words fell, Jean Kuei noticed a new line of tears on Wen Yiyi's cheek. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Fourth miss." Wen Yiyi gently wiped her face with her finger. "I'm fine." Heavenly mercy, she had inexplicably returned to 7 years ago. Jean Kuei pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you still troubled by your marriage?" Wen Yiyi remained silent, slowly toying with a pearl flower from her jewelry box. As Jean gently combed Wen Yiyi's long hair, she remarked, "I have heard that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has repeatedly expressed his affection for you before the Empress Dowager, desiring to take you as his Crown Princess. Although His Highness has a concubine, it is not uncommon for a prince destined for the throne to have one before marrying his legitimate wife. You see, apart from this concubine, he has no other women, which reflects a degree of integrity." Wen Yiyi remained silent, slightly lost in thought as she contemplated the myriad events of the past year. Jean Kuei continued, "Moreover, I have also heard that the Crown Prince's concubine is rather advanced in age, being 7 years his senior and 10 years older than you. Coming from a background of palace maids, she is pragmatic and knows her place. As she ages and loses her beauty, she will pose no threat to you." The word struck Wen Yiyi as somewhat sardonic, for she once harbored similar thoughts. The esteemed Liu He, Crown Prince, had but a single concubine, a stark contrast to other princes and lords with their multiple wives and concubines, presenting a refreshing anomaly. However, upon entering the Crown Prince's residence, she learned of the deep and passionate love between Liu He and his concubine, Chu Ryuan. Liu He, devoted to Chu Ryuan, refrained from pursuing other women, their bond transcending the ordinary. Wen Yiyi found herself an unwitting obstacle in their romantic tale, a malicious antagonist thwarting their idyllic love. Liu He yearned to elevate Chu Ryuan to the status of a legitimate wife. Yet, due to her humble origins and the fact that she was several years his elder, neither the emperor nor the empress dowager would consent. With the emperor's numerous offspring, Liu He's position as crown prince was precarious to secure the support of the officials, and the emperor, Liu He, was compelled to marry a woman of noble lineage. Wen Yiyi, with her illustrious family background and the empress dowager's favor, was undoubtedly the prime choice. However, on the very night of their wedding, before consummation, Liu He sought out his concubine, rendering Wen Yiyi a subject of ridicule among the servants of the crown prince's household. The matter of their unconsummated marriage was not to be disclosed to outsiders. Subsequently, as Chu Ryuan bore 2 sons, Liu He endeavored to tarnish Wen Yiyi's reputation, claiming her inability to bear children while asserting that only Chu Ryuan could provide the emperor with heirs. From that moment forth, Wen Yiyi could no longer hold her head high within the royal family. Recalling the humiliation she endured in her previous life, Wen Yiyi's nails dug into her palm. Though she bore no ill will towards Liu He and Chu Ryuan's mutual affection, she resented being ensnared in their entanglement, serving as a stepping stone for their ascent, only to be cast aside as an impediment once their desires were fulfilled. Fourth miss? Jinki's voice broke through Wen Yiyi's reverie. Finally, Wen Yiyi responded, I am ready. Today, both Miss Qiao and Miss Ku are here. They are with the old lady. Shall we go and pay our respects? Wen Yiyi nodded lightly. She recalled that her marriage was to be determined partly by the palace and partly by the matriarch of the Wen family. This time, Wen Yiyi was determined not to plunge into the perilous depths of the crown prince's domain. This moment, the crown prince should have conveyed his intentions to the empress dowager. Should she delay her refusal, it would likely become a fait accompli, entangling her once more in the crown prince's estate from which escape would be elusive. The sooner she clarified her stance to the matriarch, the better. After rising from beside the dressing table, Jing Kuei assisted Wen Yiyi in donning a gown of delicate goose yellow. As she fastened the belt around Wen Shizuo's waist, Jing Kuei measured it with her hand. Such a slender and delicate waist, barely fitting within a single grasp, evoked a sense of softness and lightness, even through the fabric. Last time, the Empress Dowager remarked that our 4th miss is a rare beauty in the capital. Jing Kuei mused, I wonder who her future suitor will be. Truly fortunate to wed such a lovely maiden. Chapter 2 Rebirth. 2 young girls parted the door curtains, with Jing Kuei trailing behind Wen Yiyi as they stepped outside, along the pathway adorned with pavilions and towers. The duo made their way towards the Mingxiang courtyard, where the venerable matriarch Wen resided. Before they reached their destination, Wen Yiyi noticed a young girl clad in a rosy-hued dress, with a dark blue bundle slung over her shoulder, standing beneath a tree. Jing Kuei rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, Miss, is that not Miss Ku? Wen Yiyi approached, confirming it was indeed Sun Yin Ku from the Su family. Wen Yiyi's aunt had married into the Su estate, giving birth to a daughter named Yin Qiao. Sun Yin Ku, however, was born to the Su family's second master and his concubine, and thus bore no blood relation to the Wen family. In terms of kinship, it was Sun Yin Qiao who was Wen Yiyi's legitimate cousin. Having lost her parents at a young age, Sun Yin Ku's inheritance had passed to Sun Yin Qiao's family, leaving her to rely on her uncle and aunt, constantly mindful of their opinions as well as those of her cousin. Upon seeing Wen Yiyi, Sun Yin Ku managed a faint smile, addressing her as 4th sister. Wen Yiyi, towering over Sun Yin Ku, could not help but ruffle the hair of the little girl, who resembled a small turnip. What brings you here alone? She inquired. Sun Yin Ku gazed down at her toes, responding, It feels stifling inside. I wanted to play here by myself. At just 12 years of age. Sun Yin Ku remained a child in Wen Yiyi's eyes. Wen Yiyi recalled that before her own marriage, Sun Yin Ku had implored her to allow her to serve as a companion maid, wishing to follow her. At the time, Wen Yiyi dismissed it as childish sentiment, thinking Sun Yin Ku was reluctant to see her wed. Furthermore, despite being born of a concubine, Sun Yin Ku was still a young lady of the Su family, not suited to be a maid of honor. Thus, Wen Yiyi had declined her request. Every year on her birthday thereafter, she received a pair of embroidered shoes from Sun Yin Ku. However, in the 4th year, she was met with the tragic news of Sun Yin Ku's demise by suicide. Wen Yiyi took out 2 plum blossom cakes from her scented pouch, offering them to Sun Yin Ku. Ku, have something to eat while you wait for me. I shall return shortly. Sun Yin Ku obediently accepted the cakes, watching as Wen Yiyi entered the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, Wen Yiyi was greeted by the refreshing aroma of tea. She recognized it as the rare Zhulan tea exclusively supplied to the palace, of which the empress received only a few pounds each year. She wondered how the matriarch had acquired such delicacy. The elderly matriarch, with her head crowned in silver hair and a kind gaze, was smiling as she conversed with Su Nianqiao. "Child, do eat more. You are far too thin. Are your servants not taking good care of you?" She chided gently. Su Nianqiao playfully retorted, "Grandmother, in the capital, being slender is considered beautiful. If I eat too much, I shall not look presentable." "Nonsense," the matriarch replied. "A young lady should not be as thin as a stick. Excessive thinness brings misfortune." The matriarch's maid beckoned Wen Zizhao to take a seat. With a warm glance, the matriarch addressed her. "Zizhao, I haven't seen you and your mother for several days. How's your mother's health?" When Zizhao nodded, expressing gratitude, "Thank you for your concern, venerable matriarch. She is quite well." The matriarch instructed her maid to brew a cup of tea for Wen Zizhao. Upon receiving it, Wen Zizhao took a sip, finding it to be merely ordinary green tea. Lowering her gaze slightly, she began to comprehend why Su Nianqiao had been outside moments earlier. Madame Wen regards Su Nianqiao as her own flesh and blood, treating Su Nianqiao, her distant relative devoid of any blood ties, with the indifference one might show to a mere passerby. Within this familial bond, the affection between grandmother and granddaughter flourishes, rendering outsiders rather unwelcome. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Wen recounted her recent visit to the palace, where she accompanied the Empress Dowager in a game of chess. The Empress Dowager mentioned that the Crown Prince is currently inclined to take a wife and requested Madame Wen to assist in selecting a suitable young lady. "Zizi, you have already reached the age of maturity, and yet you remain unbetrothed. What are your thoughts on the Crown Prince?" Presently, among the royal princes, aside from those yet to come of age, only the eldest prince and the Crown Prince remain unmarried. The eldest prince, a valiant warrior, has publicly declared his disinterest in marriage, fearing the possibility of leaving a widow should he fall in battle. Moreover, as his mother hails from a foreign lineage, his chances of ascending to the throne appear slim, thus delaying his matrimonial prospects. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, holds a prestigious position, and over the years, countless young women have aspired to become his wife, only to be rebuffed on multiple occasions. Recently, the Emperor has expressed discontent regarding this matter, prompting the Crown Prince to convey his desire for a spouse before the Empress Dowager. Although Madame Wen harbors a particular fondness for her granddaughter Su Nianqiao, she must prioritize the affairs of the Wen family. An alliance with the Crown Prince represents a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Should the Crown Prince ascend to the throne, his consort would naturally become the Empress, thereby elevating the Wen family to the status of imperial relatives. Wen Zizai's elder sister is the Princess of Chongping, sharing both parents with Wen Zizai, and has been married for 8 years. Her second and third sisters, born of concubines, are also wed. Only Wen Zizai remains a legitimate daughter of the Wen family. Despite Madame Wen's greater affection for Su Nianqiao, she feels compelled to consult Wen Zizai regarding her thoughts, especially considering the reputation of the Marquis of Jinan. Su Nianqiao has harbored feelings for the Crown Prince for quite some time, and her unexpected visit to the Wen residence was prompted by this very matter. She had just been subtly pressing Madame Wen to broach the subject, but it was only upon Wen Zizai's arrival that the topic was finally raised. Su Nianqiao frowned slightly, casting a resentful glance at Wen Zizai. With a gentle smile, Wen Zizai replied, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is indeed a commendable individual." In her past life, Wen Zizai had uttered these very words, allowing Madame Wen to take the lead, resulting in a smooth engagement between them. In this second chance, before her grandmother, Wen Zizai could not speak ill of the Crown Prince. While praising him, she recalled his countless cold gazes, the memory of kneeling for an hour in the biting winter snow as punishment, and his disdainful remark about how fortunate it would be if she were the daughter of a marquis instead of a butcher. Taking a sip of tea, Wen Zizai added, "However, as the Crown Prince, he is destined to inherit the throne, and as his rightful wife, I must conduct myself with utmost propriety, leaving no room for error. I fear, given my limited intellect, that I might inadvertently bring misfortune to my family." Madame Wen's expression fell. "As a legitimate daughter of the Wen family, Zizai, do you not possess any ambition?" Wen Zizai resolutely shook her head. Su Nianqiao's eyes brightened instantly. She gently tugged at Madame Wen's arm, saying, "Grandmother, since fourth sister is unwilling, please do not press her. I believe it would be far better for fourth sister to marry an ordinary man." Wen Zizai cast a fleeting glance at Su Nianqiao. In her previous life, Su Nianqiao, upon witnessing Wen Zizai wed the Crown Prince, was incensed and entered the palace, ultimately becoming the Emperor's consort. She endeavored to surpass Wen Zizai at every turn, striving to elevate her status even when her rank fell short. After ascending to the rank of concubine, Su Nianqiu did not hesitate to impede Wen Ziseo's path, mocking her as a hen incapable of laying eggs after giving birth to a royal son. With a hint of amusement, Wen Ziseo regarded Su Nianqiu and inquired, "Sister Qiao, are you fond of the crown prince?" However, she was well aware that within the crown prince's residence, there existed a favored concubine, who was said to be cherished by him. Su Nianqiu merely curled her lip in disdain. She understood that Wen Ziseo lacked the courage to marry above her station and had no desire to see herself wed to someone of loftier rank. As for the favored concubine, a mere elderly woman, what was there to fear? Chapter 3. The Marriage in the Presence of the Venerable Lady Wen. Su Nianqiu naturally refrained from expressing her innermost thoughts. "Mother-in-law," she remarked, "you see, fourth sister is right. There is still a concubine in the prince's residence. How could fourth sister possibly get along with her?" Lady Wen did not wish to delve further into the matter and instead suggested to Su Nianqiu, "Since you've come all this way, you should rest here for a few days. Stay with me tonight." Su Nianqiu nodded, smiling as she agreed. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Zizai interjected, "If that is the case, then Ka's sister should also stay, right? It may be better for her to reside with me, given that the servants here are quite stretched." Lady Wen, harboring a certain disfavor towards Su Nianqiu, felt pleased at Wen Zizai's words. Su Nianqiu pouted. "Let her stay in the servant quarters. She always does at my home." Before she could finish her sentence, Lady Wen pinched her to silence her, then turned to Wen Zizai, saying, "Very well, let the girl Ka stay with you." As Wen Zizai exited Lady Wen's quarters, she spotted Su Nianqiu still standing beneath a tree. "Ka's sister," she called, and upon hearing her name, Su Nianqiu hurried over, placing her hand on Su Nianqiu's shoulder. Wen Zizai said, "Come stay with me. Sister Qiao will be here tonight and won't be leaving, so you can share my room." Su Nianqiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Indeed." Following Wen Zizai back, the two settled down for a drink. Su Nianqiu unpacked her belongings. Wen Zizai was aware that life for Su Nianqiu at the Su household was far from easy. At such a tender age, she was burdened with numerous sewing tasks. Each time she visited, even if only to accompany Su Nianqiu for an afternoon, she would find time to tend to her needlework. Su Nianqiu produced a pair of exquisitely embroidered pink shoes. "Fourth sister, I made these for you. Try them on and see if they fit." Wen Zizai glanced at the shoes before accepting them to try. Su Nianqiu's embroidery surpassed that of some seamstresses with decades of experience. The orchids on the shoes appeared remarkably lifelike, fitting perfectly. Wen Zizai offered her praise. Su Nianqiu lowered her head and said, "Fourth sister, they say you are to be married and that once you wed, you will not return to the Wen family. May I become your maid and leave with you?" A pang of sorrow gripped Wen Zizai's heart. She understood that Su Nianqiu's existence in the Su household was grim. Yet, Su Nianqiu belonged to the Su family, a young lady of noble birth. What would it mean for her to serve as a maid? The Su family, concerned with their reputation, would never consent. Despite the fact that Su Nianqiu's treatment in the Su residence was indeed less favorable than that of Wen Zizai's maids, who donned garments of satin, the fashionable fabric of the past 2 years, though Su Nianqiu had dressed brightly for her outing. It was evident that she wore outdated clothes discarded by Su Nianqiu years ago, and her accessories were merely of plain silver. Yet, recalling the embroidered shoes received each year on her birthday in a previous life and the news of Su Nianqiu's tragic demise, a profound ache settled deeper within Wen Zizai. How absurd. You are the esteemed daughter of the Su family. How could you possibly remain by my side as a maid? Wen Ziseo remarked. "I shall speak with my aunt and see if she is willing to allow you to accompany me." Su Nianqiu's eyes brightened with hope. "Really?" Wen Ziseo nodded affirmatively. At that moment, a tall, fair-skinned woman entered with a cheerful demeanor. "Fourth miss," she said with a smile. "The master has sent this box of pastries for you. He mentioned that the crown prince has returned victorious today and will be hosting a feast tonight. He was unable to deliver them personally." She then turned to Su Nianqiu. "Miss Ku has also arrived. I bring you greetings from our master." Wen Ziseo's expression remained indifferent. "The crown prince has returned?" The head maid from the master's quarters chuckled. "Indeed, he has achieved another victory. It is said he rode into the capital this morning with great splendor, and those who witnessed him remarked on his extraordinary handsomeness. Alas, we have been confined to the courtyard and cannot venture out to see for ourselves." Wen Ziseo suddenly recalled certain memories from the past. If there were any debts of gratitude she had yet to repay from her previous life upon entering the prince's residence, it was certain that the crown prince would be among them. However, Liu Xuan was a figure too intricate and perilous, both in lineage and temperament. Although Wen Ziseo wished to express her gratitude, she was uncertain how to proceed. She instructed Ji to reward the head maid with a handful of coins. After bathing and changing in the evening, Wen Ziseo sat at her vanity, combing her long hair. Sun Yinka rested in the adjoining room, observing Wen Ziseo's silhouette reflected on the screen. Curiously, she inquired, "Sister, why are you still awake?" Wen Ziseo was far from sleepy. The past and present felt as though they were merely a day apart, yet also as if ages had passed, reminiscing about the long, lonely nights of her previous life. Where the flickering lamp illuminated her solitude, she felt a shadow of sorrow as she recalled the friends who had perished one by one. Her gaze darkened and grew colder. "Do rest early," Wen Ziseo advised. "I shall sleep shortly." Sun Yinka, still a slender and youthful girl, had her hair tousled across the pillow. After yawning several times, she succumbed to slumber. Her birth mother was a concubine of the second master of the Su family, and she could only refer to her as aunt while addressing the second madam as mother. Since the tragic demise of the second master and madam during their return to the capital, the assets of the second household naturally reverted to the first. Most of the other concubines were sold off, but due to giving birth to Sun Yinka, Aunt Zhang was granted permission to return to her family. The Zhang family lived in poverty, but Aunt Zhang's exceptional embroidery skills allowed her to provide for herself, leading a relatively tranquil life. Last year, when Aunt Zhang fell ill and lacked the means for treatment, the Su family turned a blind eye. In desperation, Sun Yinka sought Wen Ziseo's assistance. Wen Ziseo generously provided funds for Aunt Zhang's medical care, ensuring her survival. Perhaps as a result of this, the young girl often sought the company of Wen Ziseo. A single flickering lamp swayed gently in the night breeze. Wen Ziseo leaned down to extinguish it, and the room was instantly enveloped in silence. "Grandmother, my fourth sister does not wish to marry the crown prince. I believe we should let this matter rest." Sun Yinxiao pouted as she playfully clung to the old matriarch's arm, seeking sympathy for her plight. Madam Wen gently nodded at Sun Yinxiao's furrowed brow. "If she were not endowed with such fortune, it would surely bestow itself upon you. Do not forget that her mother is still present. Were the daughter-in-law anyone else, Madam Wen would certainly take her time to assess the situation. Yet, the daughter-in-law, Princess Chomping, happens to be the niece of the current empress." Sun Yinxiu smiled sweetly at Madam Wen. "Very well, I shall heed your advice, dear mother-in-law." Madam Wen replied, "Chowr, you are indeed blessed. Her mother possesses a beguiling yet perilous beauty, and CC is even more akin to a harbinger of disaster, fated to a life of misfortune. Just wait. Even if this marriage does not come to fruition for you, a far better opportunity will arise." Sun Yinxiu shook her head. "I desire this one. I wish to marry the crown prince." Chapter 4. The marriage. The following day, Wen Zizai awoke only when the day had fully brightened. With sleepy eyes, she donned her embroidered shoes and poured herself a cup of tea. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Sun Yinka, who was seated by the window, engrossed in her needlework. With her hair cascading down and dressed in a peach-colored garment, she still bore the innocence of youth. Wen Zizai set down her teacup and thought it best to wander in the garden and play with Jin Kuei and the others. Sun Yinka put down her needle and nimbly jumped down, saying, "Fourth sister, allow me to do your hair." At that moment, Jiu entered with a basin of water, announcing, "Fourth miss, the princess has summoned you. I shall assist you in changing your attire." Wen Zizai nodded. "Very well, but there is no rush." It was evident that the events of the previous day had reached the ears of the Princess of Chomping, who had been most concerned about Wen Zizai's marriage prospects over the past 2 years. The crown prince was the object of desire for many noble young ladies in the capital, should Wen Zizai dismiss him with a few words. The Princess of Chomping would undoubtedly be furious. Wen Zizai maintained a good relationship with her sisters. The age gap with her eldest sister was significant, leading her to feel more respect and trepidation than familiarity. Although the second and third sisters were not born of the same mother, they were gentle and proper, showing great care for Wen Zizai. Before their marriages, Wen Zizai had never quarreled with them. The third sister had initially married a 6th-rank military officer, whom the princess had looked down upon. Little did she expect that this officer would achieve remarkable military feats and be awarded the title of General Zhaoyang. Meanwhile, Wen Zizai's eldest sister had married the legitimate son of the Duke of Changle, and now even the young lord of the Duke's residence was overshadowed by General Zhaoyang's accomplishments. The Princess of Chomping felt a loss of face and was determined to ensure that Wen Zizai married well, seeking to suppress her third sister. As Wen Zizai approached, the Princess of Chomping was busy grooming herself before a mirror. Even in her 50s, her beauty remained evident. She possessed a slender figure and fair complexion, with eyes as clear as autumn waters. Noticing Wen Zizai's slow entrance, the princess raised an eyebrow slightly. "The day before yesterday, Jin Kuei mentioned you were feeling a bit feverish. Are you feeling better now?" Wen Zizai nodded and settled beside her. Thank you for your concern, mother. I am quite well now. The princess of Chomping cast a reproachful glance at Wen Zizai. What did the old lady discuss with you yesterday? Wen Zizai accepted the tea offered by the maid. Taking a delicate sip, this is Julan tea, a rare delicacy. I have only ever had it with the Empress Dowager. Mother, how do you come by this tea? The emperor bestowed 2 canisters upon your father. He gave one to me and presented the other to the old lady, replied the princess. Only when you come to pay your respects do you receive such tea. Wen Zizai took another sip. The Empress Dowager was expected to pass away in the coming winter. After her death, her family would face suppression. In the past, the old lady had been amiable towards the Princess of Chomping, all out of respect for the Empress Dowager. With the Dowager's passing, the princess would have to navigate the old lady's schemes against her and contend with the new concubines brought into the household of the Marquis of Jingjiang. In the midst of this turmoil, the old lady had forced the wife of Wen Zizai's elder brother to her demise to ensure that girls from her family could marry into theirs. Faced with various calamities, Princess Chomping found herself overwhelmed and bedridden, her attention diverted from her 2 daughters. When Sisa savored the fragrant tea, her eyelashes gently falling, completely obscuring her gaze. Princess Chomping approached and gently nudged Wen Sisa's shoulder, inquiring, "What did the old lady say to you yesterday?" Aware that this matter could not be concealed from Princess Chomping, when Sisa recounted the conversation candidly, the old lady mentioned that the crown prince was inclined to take a consort and asked for my opinion on him. In her youth, the emperor had shown a vague interest in Princess Chomping, prompting the Empress Dowager to inquire about her desires. Regrettably, Princess Chomping had no wish to enter the palace, feeling that the emperor was entangled with multiple consorts, and thus she married the heir of the Marquis of Jingjiang. For this reason, Princess Chomping seldom visited the palace to see the Empress Dowager. Even when she did, it was during the Dowager's solitary excursions to the summer residence. Princess Chomping's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What was your response? When Sisa replied, I naturally declined. The crown prince has a favored concubine, and their affection is profound. If I were to marry into that household, would I not be subjected to their disdain? As soon as the words left her lips, Princess Chomping released Wen Sisa's shoulder with a heavy sigh, exclaiming, You refused? When Sisa nodded, Princess Chomping's expression darkened. Sisa, have you lost your senses? Which man today does not have multiple wives? Even your father has taken 3 concubines, let alone the crown prince. When Sisa understood that no matter how furious Princess Chomping became, she would not resort to punishing her, she lifted her teacup and took another sip. Princess Chomping continued. That concubine is 7 years older than the crown prince. Why should you be concerned about her? When the crown prince ascends the throne, you will be the empress, facing a multitude of beauties. Do you wish to be an ordinary noble lady, or do you aspire to be empress? When Sisa spoke softly, Mother, the concubine is indeed 7 years senior to the crown prince, and she is the only one by his side. Her influence should not be underestimated. There may be many secrets within the crown prince's residence that we are unaware of. I only desire a tranquil life, free from excessive troubles. Princess Chomping, frustrated, replied. He is the crown prince, after all. When Sisa sighed and gently tugged at Princess Chomping's garment, Mother, Princess Chomping shrugged her off. When Sisa persisted, pulling at her sleeve, Mother, Princess Chomping's face darkened. If you are unwilling, can the family force you into a bridal sedan? Sisa, you must realize that this is the closest you will ever come to power and wealth in your lifetime. When Sisa quietly affirmed, I have already made my decision. She felt no affection for the crown prince and had no desire to marry him only to seek revenge afterward. In her past life, when Sisa had been utterly repulsed by the crown prince, even in revenge, she wished to remain detached, keeping her distance. Princess Chomping nodded. You may return for now. Later, I will discuss this with the old lady. Suddenly, when Sisa remembered something, Mother, may I speak with the old lady about this matter? Princess Chomping asked. What do you propose? When Sisa replied, I have my own methods. This way, when you refuse, the old lady won't utter anything unpleasant. The Princess of Chomping felt a slight headache and gestured to Wen Zizai with her palm facing outward, indicating her to leave. Very well, you may go now. Originally intending to return, Wen Zizai reconsidered, as this place was in close proximity to her elder brother's residence, and she thought it would be convenient to pay him a visit. In her past life, before her untimely demise, she had heard that her elder brother had gone to battle, with his fate uncertain. At that time, the entire Wen family was engulfed in a somber atmosphere. Just as she was about to proceed, the head maid from her brother's quarters intercepted her. Fourth Miss, the crown prince has come to visit your elder brother. They must be engaged in important discussions, and it would not be appropriate to intrude at this moment. Suddenly, when Zaseo recalled that in her previous life, the crown prince had never taken a wife. Chapter 5. The marriage regarding the esteemed Prince Liu Xuan, when Zhao Zhao harbored a mix of gratitude and trepidation. A warrior forged in the crucible of battle, he was undoubtedly unlike the ordinary, effete men. The notion of offering herself in gratitude was one she dared not entertain. When Zhao Zhao had two elder brothers, her eldest brother, Wen Yiyi, was born of the princess of Chongping, while her second brother, Wen Xiangming, was the son of a concubine. She enjoyed a closer relationship with her eldest brother. Cui Lu, the chief maidservant in the mansion, was known for her intelligence and quick wit. After listening to her, when Zhao Zhao pondered it would be prudent to visit again when time permits. Just as she departed, Cui Lu conversed with several young maidservants in the courtyard. One remarked, "The fourth miss seldom comes this way, and each time she does, she appears transformed. She has blossomed into a beautiful young lady, truly captivating." Another chimed in, "Indeed, our princess was a rare beauty in her youth, and it is said that the fourth miss surpasses her in radiance. With the position of the crown princess currently vacant, it is surely destined for our fourth Mississippi." Cui Lu quickly interjected, "Let us not speak of our mistress in such a manner. If someone overhears, we shall face the consequences." On her way home, when Zhao Zhao began to comprehend certain matters that had eluded her in her previous life. In that life, Liu He and Chu Ruyuan had repeatedly conspired against her, intent on humiliating her publicly to undermine her worthiness of the title of crown princess. Prince Liu Xuan had intervened on her behalf several times. Until now, she had believed Liu Xuan to be a man of honor, unable to bear witness to the suffering of a mere woman. Upon reflection, she considered the years Liu Xuan had spent in the palace. He must have seen all manner of darkness. His mother was not of the Qi state. Given this alone, he must have faced countless adversities, his heart hardened beyond measure. It was said that when Yiyi had served as a companion to the princes in his youth, being of a similar age to Liu Xuan, thus they likely had interacted. The fact that Liu Xuan had visited the Wen residence upon his return to the capital suggested a degree of camaraderie between them. Perhaps Liu Xuan's assistance in her past life was merely a consequence of her being Wen Yiyi's sister. Later, when Zhao Zhao returned, she found only Wen Yiyi in the study. He was tall and graceful, with a refined demeanor and eloquent speech. He smiled at Wen Zhao Zhao, saying, "Cui Lu mentioned your visit, but I was occupied with the esteemed prince and unable to see you. Zhao Zhao, what brings you here?" Wen Zhao Zhao smiled faintly. "I have no particular matters to discuss. Yesterday, elder brother had some pastry sent over, and I came to express my gratitude." "How is it that the prince is acquainted with you? What brings him here?" "Matters of the court are not for you to inquire about, little one," Wen Yiyi replied. "What else do you desire? I can bring you something the next time I go out." Wen Zhao Zhao shook her head. She had no particular desires. After her marriage in her previous life, she had nearly severed ties with her family. She merely wished to visit her brother. Seeing her silence, Wen Yiyi assumed that she felt displeased by his association with the prince. After all, the family was well aware of the likelihood of her marrying the crown prince. The eldest prince is indeed a significant figure. Had his mother hailed from a more esteemed lineage, there would be no prince in the court capable of overshadowing him. When Yiyi remarked that the crown prince is also commendable, "I encountered him yesterday. Would you care to know of his recent affairs?" When Cece shook her head, expressing disinterest in the crown prince's matters, Wen Yiyi, suppressing a chuckle, inquired if she truly did not wish to know. Cece retorted that her connection to the crown prince was tenuous at best, thus rendering any inquiry unnecessary. "The position of crown princess undoubtedly belongs to you. Does that not matter?" Wen Yiyi continued, assuring her that in the presence of his elder brother, there was no need for her to feel shy. He would assist her in finding out whatever she desired. The three daughters of the Wen family had all been wed to noble families in the court, with the exception of her. Wen Yiyi understood the aspirations of Princess Chongping. Currently, the only eligible princes of suitable age were the eldest prince and the crown prince. The eldest prince lacked the support of a powerful maternal family to aid him in his claim, and his mixed heritage posed a significant obstacle. Thus, the crown prince appeared to be the most suitable match. Cece remarked that she had heard the crown prince had a concubine named Chu. Yet she was uncertain of her family background and their profession. When Yiyi shook his head, explaining that the Chu family had originally been palace maids in the laundry department, and somehow one was assigned to serve the young crown prince. Clearly, their status was not commendable. "Cece, why do you concern yourself with this?" he asked. With her chin resting on her hand, Cece mused that although their status was humble before, it might be different now. "Brother, could you help me investigate?" she requested. When Guang Yuan nodded in agreement, Cece was well aware that the crown prince harbored deep affection for Chu Ruyuan. Indeed, the Chu family had not enjoyed a prosperous status. But ever since she became the crown prince's concubine, her entire family had been positioned into official roles. Currently, the Chu family lacked the resources to ascend the social ladder. They remained inconspicuous, merely grasping at small opportunities while exerting influence over common folk. Princess Chomping professed she would not pressure Wen Yiyi into marrying the crown prince, yet, if such an opportunity arose, it would be difficult for her to relinquish the allure of wealth and status. Cece needed to convey to her that Chu Ruyuan was no insignificant figure in the crown prince's eyes. Should Chu Ruyuan and Liu He emerge as the protagonists of a romantic tale, indifferent to societal norms and distinctions, Cece would certainly not wish to become an obstacle in their path. Instead, she envisioned herself as a cold dagger, intent on inflicting wounds upon those who owed her, reclaiming everything that was rightfully hers. Days later, when Guang Yuan visited the residence of Princess Chomping, where he meticulously relayed the information he had gathered, Chu Ruyuan's father had once been an illiterate villager, yet 2 years prior, he unexpectedly attained an official position, becoming a county magistrate. Her 3 brothers had served as inspectors on the borders and returned to the capital this year, with the youngest brother marrying the daughter of a superior. The Chu family had established over 10 businesses in the capital, all intricately linked to the crown prince. Princess Chomping furrowed her brow, acknowledging that the Chu family should not be underestimated. If the crown prince were to bestow riches upon them, the extent of his efforts to pave the way for the Chu family would undeniably reveal his genuine affection for Chu Ruyuan. The cunning and astuteness of the Chu family raised concerns about the implications should they marry their daughter into the prince's residence. However, the Princess of Chomping harbors no fear towards her, should Wen Yiyi truly desire to wed the crown prince. The Wen family could devise a means to eliminate the Chu family's influence. At present, Wen Yiyi lacks such ambition, and the Princess of Chomping is reluctant to wade into the murky waters of this affair. Over the years, the old matriarch of the Wen family has favored her granddaughter Sun Yanxiao, showing little affection for her own granddaughter Wen Yiyi, a fact that has not escaped the notice of the Princess of Chomping. The unwanted marriage that Wen Yiyi seeks to avoid is bound to fall upon Sun Yanxiao. Chapter 6. Marriage. Princess Chomping has always despised being overshadowed by others. The fact that Sun Yanxiao married the crown prince while her own daughter could only wed an ordinary man was indeed a tremendous blow to her. Upon hearing that the internal affairs of the crown prince's residence were not as serene as she had imagined, Princess Chomping felt a slight sense of relief. If her sister harbored affections for the crown prince and eliminated the Chu family, she would find stability within the palace. Princess Chomping sighed, lamenting, "What a pity." When Guang Yuan responded earnestly, "Mother, we mustn't take such risks. If the crown prince were to discover it, calamity would surely befall our family once he ascends the throne." With a faint smile, Princess Chomping replied, "Forget it, I was merely speaking. Are there any suitable young talents in the capital? Your sister has already reached maturity, it is time to consider this matter." When Guang Yuan hesitated before suggesting, "I believe the crown prince is a fitting candidate." "The crown prince?" Princess Chomping scoffed. "He is fated to be distanced from the throne, having foreign blood coursing through his veins. Among all the princes, he is the least favored by the emperor. How could Zizi possibly be with him?" When Guang Yuan insisted, "Though the crown prince's mother is of foreign descent, he is still the emperor's son and thus a legitimate prince of Qi. Moreover, he remains unmarried and is not captivated by beauty. In terms of character, achievements, and abilities, he surpasses the other princes." Princess Chomping shook her head. "He frequently goes to war. Should anything happen on the battlefield, would your sister not be left a widow?" When Guang Yuan was rendered speechless, Princess Chomping continued, "Let us postpone this discussion. Zizi can afford to wait a couple more years before marrying, having lived nearly 50 years and experienced countless trials." Princess Chomping had encountered all the current princes and princesses. After meeting the younger generation on a few occasions, she had a fair understanding of their characters. Among them, Crown Prince Liu He stood out, though he occasionally revealed moments of immaturity. In contrast, only the first Prince Liu Xuan exuded an aloof demeanor, remaining impervious to external influences, leaving others guessing his true thoughts. Such a man, with a profound mind and disinterest in seductive charms, presented no apparent vulnerabilities. Entrusting her daughter to such a perilous figure left Princess Chomping feeling somewhat uneasy. Wen Yiyi was lost in thought as she combed her long hair before the mirror. Sun Yanke bounded in, stretching her arms and legs, previously unaware of Sun Yanke's agility. Wen Zizai noted her petite frame belied a surprising level of skill, the source of which remained a mystery. After Su Nianxiao returned to the Su family, it was expected that Su Nianka would follow suit. However, Wen Zizai chose to keep her. Initially reluctant, Su Nianxiao was swiftly subdued by Wen Zizai's mention of the crown prince's impending marriage, implying that if she did not comply, she would inform their grandmother of her affection for the crown prince. Faced with this situation, Su Nianxiao quickly capitulated. At present, no one desired to marry the crown prince more than Su Nianxiao. She wished fervently for Wen Zizai to vanish, leaving no competition for the position of crown princess. In the eyes of the Su family, Su Nianka is merely a burden, regarded as little more than a girl and a concubine's daughter, thus attracting little attention from outsiders. Su Nianxiao often treats her like a maid, summoning her at will. For Su Nianxiao, keeping her near Wen Zizai is of no consequence. Nianka cautiously leaned closer and inquired, "Fourth sister, why do you seem so lost in thought lately? Are you feeling unwell? You seem entirely different from the last time I saw you." Wen Zizai averted her gaze. Indeed, she was vastly changed. She had faced death once, knelt on shattered ice, ingested poison, and been slapped in public. Humiliations that would be insufferable for any lady of refinement. She had endured them all. Compared to the experiences of the past few years, everything now felt like a fleeting dream. Wen Zizai shook her head, responding, "It's nothing. I must visit the Empress Dowager shortly to pay my respects and choose an appropriate piece of jewelry." The Empress Dowager, being elderly, detests young girls dressed plainly and prefers the vibrant appearance of youth. She adorned herself in a brightly colored gown, donning the bracelet gifted to her by the Empress Dowager, and, accompanied by her maid, ventured into the palace. The Dowager Empress is the greatest ally of Princess Chongping and has shown Wen Zizai considerable kindness over the years. Wen Zizai recalled that before the Dowager Empress's passing, Liu He merely refrained from visiting her courtyard, yet remained courteous upon encountering her. Since the Dowager Empress's demise, Wen Zizai's support within the palace had vanished, revealing the true nature of Liu He and Chu Riyuan. As Wen Zizai entered the palace gates and descended from her sedan chair, she still had a distance to traverse. Supporting herself on her maid's arm, she proceeded forward when two familiar figures emerged from the moon gate. The leading man was tall and graceful, with refined features, his hair elegantly styled with a jade pin. Clad in a subtly elegant blue robe, and cinched at the waist with a delicate jade belt that shimmered like water, accentuating his gentlemanly demeanor. Wen Zizai squinted slightly, her hand resting on her maid's growing colder. It was Crown Prince Liu He. In her past life, she had been captivated by his genteel appearance, mistaking him for a paragon of virtue. Accompanying Liu He was a woman of modest attire, adorned merely with silver hairpins and beads. Exuding the charm of a mature woman, Crown Prince's consort, Chu Riyuan. Liu He had, of course, encountered Wen Zizai at palace banquets before. He smiled and said, "Miss Wen, have you come to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager?" Wen Zizai performed a courteous bow, replying, "This humble daughter pays her respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Liu He, ever considerate, stepped forward to assist her, saying, "There is no need for excessive formality. There are no outsiders present." Before their engagement, Liu He was gentle and charming, his face adorned with a warm smile, which starkly contrasted with his noble status. Many young women, unacquainted with men from the outside world, were easily deceived by such a spring-like demeanor. Wen Zizai recalled that she, too, had been similarly misled in her previous life, feeling shy and insecure while believing him to be an amiable man. Presently, she discreetly stepped back, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager is waiting for me. I must take my leave." After Wen Zizai departed, a look of astonishment appeared on the Crown Prince's face. Chu Riyuan gazed at Wen Zizai's retreating figure and remarked, "Your Highness, the fourth miss of the Wen family does not seem as gentle and easily manageable as the rumors suggest. Is it truly wise to take her as your bride?" Liu He furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Her lineage is exceptional, and she has won the favor of the Empress Dowager. She is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. A young maiden who is yet to be betrothed and is spoiled by her family. What cunning could she possibly possess? A few flattering words should suffice to win her over." Chu Riyuan shot him a glance and teased, "Could it be that Miss Wen's beauty has bewitched you?" Chapter 7. Marriage. Liu He discerned that Chu Riyuan was feeling jealous. It was precisely this jealousy that made him aware of her affection for him. To be candid, Liu He did not find Wen Yiyi, the young lady in question, particularly captivating, though she possessed an ethereal beauty akin to fragile porcelain. She seemed more like an exquisite ornament than a woman of substance. In Liu He's eyes, she lacked the allure of some of his father's concubines. The bond he shared with Liu Xuan, forged over many years, was impervious to the intrusions of outsiders. He reassured her, "Rest assured. She is but a pawn in my eyes. Our enduring relationship cannot be so easily compromised." Liu Yuan remained somewhat reluctant. Yet, she understood her humble origins and the fact that she was several years older than Liu Hua. The emperor would never permit her to ascend to the position of crown princess. Wen Yiyi's noble lineage, coupled with her sheltered upbringing, rendered her a formidable opponent. But even her cunning could not rival the experience gained from years spent navigating the treacherous waters of the palace. Only by using the other as a stepping stone could she hope to attain her desires. Jin Kuei and Zhu Yu were still immersed in the events of earlier. Jin Kuei expressed her surprise. "Miss, it appears that His Highness the Crown Prince is quite refined. The maid by his side seems gentle and accommodating." Zhu Yu nodded in agreement. "I had thought that a favored concubine like Chu would possess a more domineering disposition." Wen Yiyi, however, remained somewhat aloof. One may know a person's visage but never their heart. The two women had concealed their true natures so skillfully that those outside would find it difficult to fathom their realities. Observing Wen Yiyi's indifference, Jin Kuei and Zhu Yu fell silent, hesitant to voice any further thoughts. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jin Kuei sensed a change in their mistress over the past few days, though it was still the same individual. The previous Navi and bright-eyed young lady had transformed into someone more composed and reserved, exuding a chillier demeanor. Upon arriving at Shokan Palace, the maid Sun Mama led Wen Yiyi inside. "These past few days, the Empress Dowager has been afflicted with headaches and cannot engage in lengthy conversations with you," she informed. Wen Yiyi nodded slightly. "I shall not intrude for too long, given the Empress Dowager's discomfort." Sun Mama smiled. "It has been a while since we last met, and you seem to have grown taller, looking more like a young lady." The Empress Dowager, aged and frail, appeared unsteady, her silver hair framing her delicate features. Wen Yiyi had often accompanied the Empress Dowager in her youth, growing under her watchful eye. This fondness had led the Empress Dowager to regard Wen Yiyi as a beloved granddaughter, showering her with affection. After performing her greetings, the Empress Dowager extended her hand. "Yiyi, come closer so I can see you clearly." With her advancing years, her once clear vision had dulled, and she struggled to discern the world around her. A wave of sadness washed over Wen Yiyi as she recalled the deep affection the Empress Dowager had always shown her. Yet, in her previous life, during the Empress Dowager's final days, she had sent countless messages to the Crown Prince's residence, expressing her desire for Wen Yiyi's company. Every time Liu Hua and Liu Yuan covertly intercepted the news, on one hand informing the palace that Wen Yiyi was unwell and unable to visit, while on the other hand obstructing Wen Yiyi from going anywhere. As a result, Wen Yiyi never had the chance to see Empress Dowager Dong one last time before her passing. Consequently, after the Empress Dowager's death, many whispered behind her back, slandering Wen Yiyi for her apparent lack of filial piety, claiming that despite the Empress Dowager's great affection for her, she had a heart of stone. Failing to even pay a visit, Wen Yiyi approached. "Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager, with her wrinkled hand, caressed Wen Yiyi's cheek. "Yiyi, you've grown into a young lady. It is time for you to marry. What do you think of your prince brother?" Wen Yiyi clutched her garment tightly. In her previous life, she had acquiesced to marrying the prince. Now, faced with the same scenario, she resolved not to repeat her past mistakes. Wen Yiyi replied, "When I just arrived, I saw His Highness the Prince with concubine Chu. I feel that their bond is exceptionally strong, and no outsider could possibly intrude." The Empress Dowager inquired, "Concubine Chu? The one who hails from a maidservant background?" Wen Yiyi nodded. The current emperor, Qi Yuandi, had two empresses. The first was the late Empress Zhang, who bore the Prince Liu Hua. Empress Zhang was sensitive and narrow-minded, perpetually frail, and passed away young, maintaining a mediocre relationship with the Empress Dowager during her lifetime. The Empress Dowager treated the current princes equally, showing no particular favoritism. Even after the early demise of the prince, the Empress Dowager did not exhibit excessive sympathy. Furrowing her brow, the Empress Dowager reflected on the recent time when the prince had subtly hinted at his desire to marry. Today, however, he appeared warmly accompanied by a concubine. And if the concubine were of noble birth, it would be acceptable, but given her questionable background, it certainly unsettled the Empress Dowager. She asked, "What did the two of them say?" The prince's brother mentioned he would soon bring concubine Chu's father back to the capital, and even after marrying the princess, he would not neglect concubine Chu. This statement from Wen Yiyi was indeed truthful, for not long after, The prince would find ways to summon concubine Chu's father to serve in the capital. Having watched Wen Yiyi grow up, the Empress Dowager sincerely wished for the devoted girl to not suffer any indignities. Wen Yiyi had never spoken falsehoods to her. Thus the Empress Dowager held no doubts regarding her words. Liu Hao exhibited two contrasting attitudes. On one hand, he proclaimed that if he married a woman from the Wen family, he would cherish her dearly, while on the other, he made arrangements for a concubine. This left the Empress Dowager feeling somewhat troubled. The Empress Dowager remarked, "It seems that Yiyi no longer desires to be an empress." When Yiyi moved closer to the Empress Dowager and began to massage her shoulders, "Your Majesty, when you were an empress, the late emperor favored you greatly. Who wouldn't wish to enter the palace if they could enjoy such fortune like yours?" The Empress Dowager shared a deep bond with the late Emperor Ruidi and, upon hearing Wen Yiyi's words, smiled. "You, my dear girl, have such a sweet tongue." Wen Yiyi's delicate hands were exceptionally soothing, far more so than those of the maidservants around the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes in comfort. "Yiyi, why don't you stay in the palace for a few days?" Wen Ziseo nodded. At that moment, Granny's son approached and said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has sent some treasures for you." Empress Dowager Dong had always held a favorable impression of the Crown Prince. This time, Liu Xuan, leading his troops, had successfully subdued the D tribe, which had been a nuisance at the borders for years, and he still thought of this elderly woman who had long ceased to involve herself in affairs. Empress Dowager Dong instructed for the items to be delivered. Liu Xuan truly demonstrated his thoughtfulness. The Empress Dowager remarked, "He has indeed rendered remarkable service. The emperor ought to bestow upon him a title of nobility." Chapter 8. The marriage in the annals of the Qi dynasty. Liu Xuan stands as the first prince to achieve such remarkable feats at such a tender age. Regrettably, the current emperor harbors an excessive wariness, nurturing suspicion towards each of his sons, including the crown prince. Liu Xuan bears the blood of foreign ancestry, and while the emperor recognizes his utility, he simultaneously fears ulterior motives. After heeding the words of Empress Dowager Dong, Wen Ziseo found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. In her previous life, Liu Xuan was indeed conferred the title of King of Jingjiang at this juncture, receiving both noble rank and territory. However, Wen Ziseo once believed that the emperor had experienced a sudden awakening of conscience, realizing the necessity of bestowing royal honors upon this son. Upon reflection, it seems likely that Empress Dowager Dong played a pivotal role in this affair. The current emperor, dutiful and respectful, never contradicts her commands. Even when he disapproves of certain relatives of the Empress Dowager, he refrains from taking action while she is alive, only to suppress them after her passing. Given the advanced age of Empress Dowager Dong, she has long ceased to involve herself in the affairs of the harem and does not permit the consorts to pay their respects, let alone preemptively intervene in political matters. Consequently, many believe that seeking favor with her is of little consequence. Most princes only pay homage to their own mothers, seldom visiting the Empress Dowager. Wen Ziseo is aware of the formidable forces backing Liu Xuan, yet she had not anticipated the depth of his cunning and his connections with the Empress Dowager. She pondered the possibility of marrying Liu Xuan. Indeed, in her previous life, Liu Xuan had no legitimate consort. However, given his status, the emperor and empress must have attempted to place individuals within his courtyard, a proposition he could scarcely decline. For the past 2 years, Liu Xuan has kept a low profile, leading many to believe his chances of ascending to the throne are virtually non-existent. Yet, in a few years' time, he is destined to shine resplendently. Moreover, while Liu Xuan is relentless towards his adversaries, he would never stoop to the depths of manipulating women for personal gain. Unlike Liu Hua, as Wen Ziseo contemplated these matters, a eunuch from Liu Xuan arrived, presenting an array of precious treasures and articulating expressions of filial piety on his behalf. Empress Dowager Dong rarely displayed a smile, yet she praised Liu Xuan's devotion and instructed Granny's son to personally escort the eunuch out. Having reached such a distinguished position, Empress Dowager Dong had encountered countless rare treasures. Her perceptiveness is far from superficial. What brings her comfort is the heartfelt intentions of the younger generation. Wen Ziseo accompanied the Empress Dowager in examining the items Liu Xuan had sent. Among them were a millennium-old ginseng, deer antler, and reishi mushrooms, all nourishing tonics befitting her advanced age. Even within the palace, the quality of these herbs was exceptional. With a smile, Wen Ziseo remarked, "His Highness, the Crown Prince, truly demonstrates filial piety. He is engaged in battle, yet still thinks of you." The Empress Dowager replied, "It is rare for you, little girl, to extol someone." Ziseo spoke from the heart, affirming, "His Highness, the Crown Prince, indeed deserves praise." Liu Xuan is commendable. The Empress Dowager sighed, lamenting, alas. His mother's background weighs heavily upon him. In addition to the medicinal herbs, there were also some jewels. And the Empress Dowager's gaze was immediately drawn to a golden-laid jeweled squirrel hairpin nestled within the jewelry box. The hairpin is indeed exquisite. However, it is regrettable that I, being of advanced age, am no longer suited for such delicate adornments. Wen Yiyi gazed intently at the pin, and it truly was a marvel. Both ends were adorned with lustrous pigeon bloodstones, while the thicker section was intricately carved into the form of a squirrel perched on a branch. Its endearing demeanor vividly captured. Surrounding it were pearls, tourmalines, and other gemstones. Empress Dowager Dong delicately inserted the hairpin into Wen Yiyi's hair, remarking that it would be more fitting for young maidens in their teens to wear. Ren Ruo departed from the Empress Dowager's side and returned to the Grand Prince's residence to report. In the Qi dynasty, princes generally left the palace to establish their own households around the ages of 14 or 15. Ren Ruo had served by Grand Prince Liu Xuan's side for many years, enjoying a favored position among the eunuchs. Although Liu Xuan had yet to take a formal consort as a member of the royal family and the current emperor's son, it was impossible for him to have a household devoid of women. The emperor had bestowed upon Liu Xuan a concubine, whose surname was Tao. She was charming and alluring, exuding a certain vivacity. The empress also granted him a concubine, surnamed Qin, who appeared fresh and lovely. However, only Ren Ruo and a few trusted confidants knew that Liu Xuan had never laid a hand on either of these women. The Grand Prince was not particularly enamored by female beauty, and regardless of how stunning a woman might be, he would not gaze at her incessantly like an ordinary man. Furthermore, these women were not intended as companions for him. They were clearly intended as spies within his household. The emperor, in good health, had watched his numerous sons grow up quietly. He harbored considerable wariness towards these princes, having granted women to most of the adult princes. Should any matters arise within the Grand Prince's residence, these women would undoubtedly relay the information to him. As for the empress, she too had sons, and her motivations in sending Liu Xuan companions could hardly be benevolent. The concubines Tao and Qin typically remained in their own quarters, seldom venturing out. When they did cross paths, they would often engage in petty squabbles, with Tao usually gaining the upper hand. After all, she was a gift from the emperor, who held precedence over the empress. With the Grand Prince's return to the capital, concubine Tao began to grow restless. Although she feared the Grand Prince and dared not approach him directly, upon seeing Ren Ruo, she slinked over, hoping to glean some information about him. Ren Ruo felt a headache coming on and quickly took a side route to the Grand Prince's residence. At that moment, Liu Xuan was dressed in a simple black outfit, practicing calligraphy at his desk. He possessed broad shoulders and a slim waist, his stature particularly upright. His handsome face bore an innate coldness, with narrow phoenix eyes and a high nose bridge, a testament to his mixed heritage, rendering his features more strikingly defined than most. I have already met with the Empress Dowager. She was in good spirits today, accompanied by the fourth Miss One, and accepted your gift, praising your filial piety. Ren Ruo reported cautiously. On my way, I encountered the Crown Prince as he exited the palace, but he did not see me. I surmised he was either paying respects to the Empress or visiting the Empress Dowager, as I have heard he wishes to marry the fourth Miss One. Liu Xuan had heard of the fourth Miss One but had never met her. The union between the Wen family and the Crown Prince was anticipated by him. Ren Ruo remarked that the fourth young lady of the Wen family, whose beauty eclipses even the famed legends, was indeed more exquisite than rumored, and her status was fitting. Perhaps His Highness should consider competing for her affection. Liu Xuan felt a twinge of indifference. He had no intention of marrying. Regardless of how remarkable the Wen family's fourth young lady might be, she was merely a woman. The presence of too many women in the inner chambers would only lead to chaos. There is no need for that. Liu Xuan replied nonchalantly, "You may leave now." Chapter 9. The marriage. Wen Yiyi always felt a sense of ease whenever she visited the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager cherished tranquility, and there were no unruly concubines to disrupt her with their greetings. The palace maids and eunuchs were generally of advanced age, moving with a certain steadiness that instilled comfort in their actions and speech. Later, the emperor arrived to converse with the Empress Dowager. Yuan Di appeared vigorous and commanding. Despite a few strands of silver in his hair and beard, his presence was formidable, exuding an air of authority that compelled submission. In both the inner and outer palace, none dared to defy Yuan Di, including Wen Yiyi. Moreover, Wen Yiyi perceived that among all the princes, only the eldest prince, Liu Xuan, bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Di, embodying the essence of a true dragon among men. As the emperor engaged the Empress Dowager in conversation, Wen Yiyi, understanding the situation, gracefully excused herself. Yuan Di, with a smile, remarked, "It is no inconvenience. Your presence is welcomed. Yiyi has blossomed into a young lady. Has your family arranged a marriage for you?" When Yiyi replied softly, "In response to your majesty, I remain unbetrothed." Before Yuan Di could speak, Empress Dowager Dong interjected. "The crown prince is currently unmarried. I initially thought Yiyi to be a suitable match, but upon further reflection, the position of crown princess is better suited for a bold and composed young woman. Yiyi's temperament is too gentle. I fear she may not command the necessary presence." Yuan Di had indeed been contemplating a match for the crown prince. With the Empress Dowager's words, he followed suit. "Mother, your insight is exceptional. You are correct." Empress Dowager Dong continued, "At present, the crown prince's chamber is occupied solely by the Chu concubine. I perceive that the Chu concubine is not to be underestimated. It is time to expedite the crown prince's marriage." Though Yuan Di had little interaction with the Chu concubine, he held a favorable impression of her. Although she was a few years older than the crown prince, her demeanor was always respectful, clad in simple attire that radiated modesty. Nevertheless, considering the Empress Dowager's advanced age, Yuan Di was cautious not to contradict her, pondering that perhaps the Chu concubine's humble origins might displease the dowager. Yuan Di stated, "I will carefully consider the crown prince's marriage and select a fitting crown princess for him." After sharing these thoughts, Yuan Di inquired about the Empress Dowager's health. "Mother, how have you been lately? What did the physician say during your examination?" The Empress Dowager signaled to Granny Sun, who responded, "The dowager has been in good health. The physician merely advised her to take leisurely walks and to avoid cold foods." Upon the eldest prince's return, he presented the dowager with nourishing medicines to bolster her health. Yuan Di's expression softened considerably. "The eldest is a thoughtful child." "Thoughtful indeed. He is truly filial," Empress Dowager Dong remarked. "With such accomplishments, mere silk and estates as rewards are insufficient, and the ministers may speculate privately." Yuan Di responded, "The eldest has accomplished much over the years. He is deserving of the title of duke." In her previous life, when Yiyi had not entered the palace at this time and was unaware of the conversation between Yuan Di and Empress Dowager Dong, observing how a few words from the dowager prompted Yuan Di to reward the eldest prince, when Yiyi secretly admired him. Now, several princes had reached adulthood. Even with the crown prince's position occupied, these mature princes were still restless with ambition. They mostly consolidated their connections with their maternal relatives and courted the ministers within the court. Little did they anticipate that the crown prince would manage to sway Empress Dowager Dong, a figure known for her detachment from political affairs. The following morning, when Ziseo accompanied the Empress Dowager for a stroll in the garden, where they fortuitously encountered concubine Zhu and the third prince, with the Empress Dowager as their backing, the Dong family held a relatively stable position in court. It was expected that a daughter of the Dong family would be arranged to marry the crown prince. However, the Dong family was characterized by a preponderance of males and a dearth of females, with only one remarkable legitimate daughter who had wed the third prince as his primary consort. In the palace, a web of intrigue ensued, with most participants possessing some familial ties. After conversing briefly with the Empress Dowager, concubine Zhu and the third prince appeared somewhat displeased. When Ziseo contemplated that the imperial edict should have reached the crown prince by now, and with the announcement of his title, the other princes would undoubtedly be displeased. Both the third prince and concubine Zhu harbored ambitions, yet the third prince, while adept in rhetoric before the emperor, demonstrated limited capability in practical matters. After spending 2 days in the Empress Dowager's residence, when Ziseo was pondering how to find an excuse to return home when, one afternoon, she unexpectedly encountered Crown Prince Liu Xuan, clad in a resplendent, deep purple robe adorned with intricate python patterns. The garment's cuffs and collar were embroidered with elaborate designs in golden thread, shimmering like stars in the night sky. When Ziseo's gaze subtly shifted, his attire resembled that of a flamboyant peacock, clearly suggesting ulterior motives. Truth be told, Liu Xuan was indeed handsome. Although he did not possess the ethereal beauty of Liu Xuan, he was renowned as one of the most attractive men in the capital. Standing there in his princely robe only served to amplify the allure of his noble status. Had she not experienced the tumult of her past life, one might be led to perceive him as a refined gentleman, graceful and composed. "Ziseo, it has been a long time. Are you faring well in the Empress Dowager's palace?" With Liu Xuan's warm, spring-like smile, when Ziseo felt a wave of nausea, she slowly took a step back, replying, "This humble servant greets the crown prince." "There is no need for such formalities in my presence," Liu Xuan gently remarked. I recently visited the Empress Dowager to pay my respects, and she mentioned several candidates for the position of crown princess, yet your name was not among them. Zaseo, are you aware of this? When Zaseo thought to herself, how could she not know of something she had orchestrated herself? Nevertheless, outwardly, she could not afford to confront Liu He directly. Any future attempts at retribution must be subtle. In the capital, there are countless beauties. It is only natural that I am not among them, she replied. Taking a few steps closer, Liu He's tone softened. Indeed, the capital is home to many beautiful women. Yet the one who captivates my thoughts is but a single individual. Zaseo, do you know who it is? When Zaseo felt a cold amusement within. Such frivolous tactics might disturb the minds of other young maidens who had not yet stepped beyond the confines of their chambers. Having seen through Liu He's true nature in her past life, she responded coolly, Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. For one of your standing to utter such trivial remarks is most discomforting. Liu He struggled to maintain his composure, his expression faltering. A subtle sense of defeat arose within her. Just then, when Zaseo added fuel to the fire, only those close to me may call me by my childhood name. Your Highness may simply refer to me by my formal name. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in Liu He's eyes, but it quickly vanished. He soon broke into a smile. When Miode, you must eventually marry. Among the numerous young men in the capital, very few are worthy of the Wen family lineage. You are a clever child. Do ponder this carefully. With that, Liu He departed from the scene. Chapter 10. Marriage observing Liu He's retreating figure. When Zaseo furrowed her brow, she could discern the underlying thread in Liu He's words. For Liu He, the Wen family was undoubtedly the most suitable match. On one hand, with the support of Wen Zaseo's elder brother and father, Liu He's position as crown prince would be further solidified. On the other hand, a young lady of Wen Zaseo's refined upbringing was the ideal candidate to be thoroughly consumed by ambition. In her previous life, the substantial dowry she had brought was gradually schemed away by Liu He and Chu Ruyuan. Had it been another family's daughter, such a lavish dowry would have been improbable. Now, Liu He subtly conveyed his intentions to Empress Dowager Dong, who would then seek the Wen family's opinion. Should the Wen family refuse, given Liu He's temperament, he would likely not relent and might boldly propose in person. Although this could potentially offend the Empress Dowager, he would still achieve his aims. A chill enveloped Wen Zaseo's heart. She needed to secure her own marriage before Liu He made his next move. But to whom should she be betrothed? Wen Zaseo pondered the eligible young gentlemen of reputable families who remained unengaged. She had never met them, only hearing of their commendable traits through others. In her previous life, these gentlemen had been betrothed to daughters from other families. Following the original course of events, those young ladies would have found themselves in advantageous unions. If she were to intervene, what would happen to the originally fortunate lady who would then marry a villain? Would she not be unjustly usurping the fate of an innocent? When Zaseo could not bring herself to disrupt the rightful destinies of others, having lost her life due to a disastrous marriage in her past, which also led to the suffering of those around her, she could not afford to tarnish the fates of others in this second chance bestowed upon her by fate. The only eligible gentleman who remained unmarried and possessed commendable qualities was the newly titled Prince Jingjiang, the eldest prince. Not far away, Ren Ruo, following Liu Xuan, stood in shock. How could the crown prince stoop so low as to tease a young lady? Miss Wen displayed remarkable composure, maintaining her dignity in the face of such an encounter without provoking the crown princess' ire. Liu Xuan's elongated eyes swept over Wen Zaseo. He believed he had encountered her years prior. With her close ties to the Empress Dowager and her attendance at court banquets, she was somewhat familiar. However, the memories eluded him, yet he felt inexplicably drawn to her presence, a subtle ache stirring in his heart as if igniting echoes of the past. The young lady wore a gown of pure white, draped with a layer of crimson gauze, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. Her exquisite profile radiated beauty, and as the spring breeze caressed her attire, she appeared fragile, as if she might vanish into the air at any moment. Observing his lord's gaze fixed upon Wen Zaseo, Ren Ruo chuckled. Your Highness, does the fourth miss not possess a beauty that could topple nations? I have witnessed countless beauties within and beyond the palace, yet none compare to her. Liu Xuan's tone was indifferent as he turned away, unremarkable. On his way back, Liu Xuan encountered the third prince, Liu Lin. Their relationship had always been rather ordinary, as they had been rivals for years. Nevertheless, Liu Lin had never been able to surpass Liu Xuan in either martial prowess or literary talent. Now that Liu Xuan had been conferred the title of a prince before him, Liu Lin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. With a forced smile, Liu Lin greeted him as elder brother, to which Liu Xuan responded with a casual nod, as was his custom. Liu Lin remarked, elder brother. Our father has conferred upon you the title of a county prince. All of us brothers are quite delighted. I had initially planned to host a banquet in your honor. But the imperial consort, Lady Dong, was discovered to be with child yesterday, and I must return to accompany her. I shall celebrate with you another day. Liu Xuan instructed Ren Ruo to prepare a congratulatory gift to be delivered to the third prince's residence on a later occasion, to which Ren Ruo promptly acquiesced. Though Lu Lin lacked in many areas compared to Liu Xuan, he was fortunate to have a commendable mother and a fine imperial consort. Lady Dong hailed from the distinguished Dong family and had only been married for half a year before announcing her pregnancy, marking her as a fruitful bearer. In contrast, despite Liu Xuan's exceptional abilities, his mother, the late consort Li, had passed away. She was a princess from the kingdom of Qinghe, possessing traces of foreign lineage. Liu Xuan had spent many years on military campaigns and had yet to take an imperial consort. In terms of maternal lineage, Liu Xuan fell short. With a smile, Lu Lin expressed, "Thank you for the congratulatory gift, elder brother. I shall graciously accept it. However, you ought to consider marrying a princess and establishing a household soon. Look, even the crown prince is preparing for marriage. Otherwise, you shall remain quite solitary. No matter how fine a concubine may be, she cannot compare to a legitimate wife of noble descent." Liu Xuan retorted with a smirk. "I see now why you have made no progress during your time in the capital, third brother. It seems you were preoccupied with domestic matters." As they exited the palace gates, Liu Xuan deftly mounted his horse and departed with his attendants. Lu Lin, infuriated, turned pale, his chest heaving with suppressed words. Liu Xuan attended to state affairs until late into the night. After a refreshing wash, he prepared to retire. Ren Ruo quietly entered. "Your Highness, concubine Tao has prepared some soup. Would you like her to come in?" "Send her away," Liu Xuan instructed. "Understood." Outside, concubine Tao, adorned in a delicate, sheer gown, exuded a heavy fragrance and awaited eagerly. Ren Ruo declined her, saying His Highness has already retired. Concubine Tao's expression faltered. She was a gift from the emperor to the first prince, yet he hadn't even acknowledged her. Now that the first prince had been granted the title of Prince of Jingjiang, he had yet to take a rightful consort. Concubine Tao, who had not even secured the position of a secondary consort, could only hope fervently for her own elevation. As darkness enveloped the room, Liu Xuan soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, an ethereal figure appeared, a woman clad in white, walking gracefully beneath the pear blossoms. Petals fell like soft rain upon her shoulders and hair, and Liu Xuan could only glimpse her silhouette, unable to discern her face. After a while, a melancholic voice pierced the silence. "Yesterday was my birthday. I spent the entire day kneeling in the temple, yet I cannot fathom how I arrived at this juncture. Your Highness, please take care of your health during this campaign." Liu Xuan could hear his own voice echoing in response. "Awaiting your birthday next year, I shall present you with a sumptuous gift," Liu Xuan declared. "The skies above the capital shall be adorned with the fireworks you cherish most." An inexplicable fragment of dialogue surfaced within his dreams. Upon awakening, Liu Xuan still felt a lingering ache in his heart. He could not fathom why he had dreamed of Wen Yiyi the previous night. Could it be that Wen Yiyi, a fox spirit, was capable of sending dreams? Liu Xuan found himself at a loss. However, today he was required to attend court. The eunuchs in his residence, noticing he had awakened, hastily brought forth garments to assist him in dressing. Chapter 11. Marriage. When Cece returned to the residence of Empress Dowager Dong, just in time to see Granny Sun emerging from within. Granny Sun bowed to Wen Cece and inquired, "Miss, what troubles you? You seem rather discontented. Was it a palace servant who failed to attend to you properly?" Wen Cece, aware of Granny Sun's extensive network of informants within the palace, feared that news of her recent encounter with the crown prince would inevitably reach her ears. Thus, she chose not to conceal the truth. "It's nothing serious. I merely ran into His Highness the crown prince, who appeared to be in a rather foul mood." Granny Sun, discerning the implications from Wen Cece's expression, surmised the situation. The crown prince was typically genteel and composed, maintaining his poise in front of others and seldom losing his grace. However, his desire for a union with the Wen family was evident, and today, with the Empress Dowager presenting alternative candidates, it was only natural for him to feel displeased. Yet, it was rather excessive for him to take out his frustrations on a young lady from the Wen family. Wen Cece spoke in a roundabout manner, fully aware that Granny Sun would relay this information to the Empress Dowager. The princes often underestimated the Empress Dowager, but should their impression of her deteriorate, it could adversely affect their standing in the emperor's eyes. Granny Sun offered consolation. "Do not be disheartened, Mississippi, rather than disturb the Empress Dowager. When Cece retreated to her temporary quarters in the side hall. The Empress Dowager indeed cherished tranquility, and over the years, only when Cece had been allowed to reside there for an extended period. Previously, a consort had attempted to curry favor with the Empress Dowager by sending her own daughter to stay by the Empress Dowager's side. Unfortunately, that princess proved to be a source of trouble, while she presented herself as dutiful and demure before the Empress Dowager. She took advantage of her attention to manipulate those within the palace, whose sagacity was well known. After a mere 2 to 3 months, she was sent back. When Cece, on the other hand, had never engaged in such schemes. She provided the Empress Dowager with entertainment and never uttered any inappropriate remarks, endearing herself to the elder woman. For this reason, the emperor had shown considerable leniency towards the Wen family in the imperial court. Later, Granny Sun recounted the happenings within the palace to the Empress Dowager for her amusement. Although the Empress Dowager had not managed palace affairs for many years, it did not imply her ignorance. She was well aware of the dynamics in the inner palace, with the exception of certain matters concerning the princes who had left the palace. As Granny Sun massaged the Empress Dowager's legs, she mentioned, "Today, the Crown Prince left your presence and encountered Miss Wen. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with the candidates you presented, for he did not show her any kindness." The Empress Dowager, her eyes closed, replied, "Marriage is not something that he can dictate according to his whims. He has an unreliable concubine by his side. Should Cece marry into that household, she would undoubtedly face countless grievances." Granny Sun smiled and remarked, "Miss Wen has grown under your watchful eye. She is as dear to you as a granddaughter. Thus it is only fitting that you select a suitable match for her." The Empress Dowager countered, "You are mistaken. Even a biological granddaughter would not be as cherished." The Princess of Chongping was the Empress Dowager's own brother's daughter. Her enduring favor with the late emperor was due in part to her alignment with his wishes and also because General Dong, in his youth, had quelled numerous threats for the late emperor. Regrettably, fate has dealt a cruel hand. General Dong's wound worsened, leading to his untimely demise, leaving behind a young daughter. The Dong family's fortunes fell into the hands of his cousin, Empress Dowager Dong, in her affection for her late brother's daughter, bestowed upon her the title of Princess of Chongping, raising her as her own. The Princess of Chongping grew up alongside the emperor, enjoying a more illustrious life than many other princesses. When Cece, being the daughter of the Princess of Chongping, bore a resemblance to her father, which perhaps explains why Empress Dowager Dong held a particular fondness for the child. As for the Dong family's direct descendants, despite their blood ties to the Empress Dowager, they lacked the intimacy shared with the lineage of the Princess of Chongping. Madame Sun remarked, "You are well aware of the nature of these children in the palace. The Crown Prince, while cultured and refined, possesses a decisive and formidable side. One might fear that if his wishes are thwarted here, he could act in unexpected ways." Empress Dowager Dong chuckled coldly. "The Wen family is of noble lineage. Could he, like a rogue, abduct someone for the Crown Prince's residence?" Madame Sun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is true." Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Empress Dowager Dong's heart. That night, she summoned Wen Cece to her chambers to sleep beside her. After bathing, they lay together on the bed, fully clothed. Empress Dowager Dong reminisced about how, just 2 years prior, when Cece was still a mere child, with small hands and feet, her stature barely noticeable. In a short span, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her form now defined, her features more delicate. With her wrinkled hand, she caressed Wen Cece's cheek, asking, "Cece, do you wish to avoid marrying the Crown Prince because you have someone special in your heart?" When Cece's eyelashes fluttered, casting shadows over her eyes, she understood that this moment was inevitable, and the timing of the Empress Dowager's inquiry felt fortuitous. Indeed, there was someone, but Empress Dowager Dong smiled. "But what?" "Speak, and I shall advocate on your behalf." When Cece felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she replied softly, "I merely worry that neither my family nor you would consent." Empress Dowager Dong pondered for a moment. "Is the person you admire of a lesser family background compared to the Wen family?" "That matters little. As long as he is talented and capable, I can persuade the emperor to elevate him." When Cece remained silent, Empress Dowager Dong's heart sank slightly. Could it be that he hails from a humble background? If he is of lowly origin, your mother would undoubtedly object. When Cece shook her head, "That is not the case." Empress Dowager Dong, observing the rosy hue of Wen Cece's cheeks, could not help but chuckle. "Then what is it? Has Cece grown up and now keeps secrets from me?" When Cece bit her lip, after a moment, she whispered, "The other day, His Highness the Crown Prince visited the Wen family to see my elder brother, and I must say, he is quite the distinguished gentleman." Upon uttering this, When Cici's cheeks flushed crimson, Empress Dowager Dong laughed. So it is he. Yet, he is known for his steely resolve, while the world may be unaware. I know well that many have sought to marry him over the years, and he has turned them all away. When Cici's eyes widened in surprise, others wished to marry him? Why was I not informed? You remain oblivious to many things, Empress Dowager Dong replied. The Empress Dowager found the situation increasingly amusing. She mused that your mother would likely disapprove, and she intended to discuss this matter with her thoroughly. Upon casting a glance at Liu Xuan, Wen Yiyi felt an immediate inclination to marry him, which the Empress Dowager deemed unremarkable. Liu Xuan possessed a majestic bearing and an appearance that indeed distinguished him among the young noblemen. It was entirely natural for a young woman to be captivated at first sight. However, Yiyi, you must contemplate this carefully. Liu Xuan lacks the Emperor's favor, and the path ahead will be fraught with challenges. When Yiyi nodded in understanding, she was acutely aware that no matter how arduous the journey, it could not compare to the difficulties she faced in her previous life. Given the dismal conclusion of her former existence, she had no desire to repeat that fate. Chapter 12. The marriage. Early the next morning, when Cici returned to the Wen residence, she had just settled down with a cup of tea when Zhu Wei approached her, saying, "Miss, the old lady has heard of your return and wishes to see you." When Cici nodded in acknowledgement, each time she returned from the palace, it was often the old lady who expressed the warmest concern. The old lady delighted in inquiring about her experiences at court and what gifts the Empress had bestowed upon her. This time, however, when Cici was not in a hurry, "Is it just the old lady?" she asked. Nian Ku replied, "Your cousin is also in the residence." When Cici nodded slightly, "Very well, I understand." Su Nianqiao, in a state of agitation akin to a restless ant on a hot pan, circled around the old lady. "I believe she is not truly averse to marrying the crown prince. What woman wouldn't want to marry him?" Su Nianqiao pouted. "She presents one facade while concealing another. She claims to be disinterested in the crown prince, yet before the empress, she might express an entirely different sentiment." The old lady sighed. "Chower, when faced with challenges, one must remain composed. The position of crown princess is not as simple as you imagine. If you react so impulsively to minor setbacks, how will you fare once you are in the crown prince's residence?" Upon hearing this, Su Nianqiao quickly fell silent, lowering her gaze to her shoes. Before long, when Cici entered from outside, Su Nianqiao immediately noticed the exquisite squirrel-shaped gold hairpin adorning Wen Cici's head. A piece of craftsmanship so fine that it was rare even within the palace. Though she kept her envy concealed, it simmered beneath the surface. When Cici performed a respectful bow to the old lady, who nodded in return, "Cici, please take a seat. Accompanying the empress in the palace is a delicate matter. Has the empress mentioned anything regarding your marriage?" Savoring the fragrant aroma of the pearl orchid tea, when Cici took a sip of the somewhat bland tea and smiled. "Whatever arrangements the empress has in mind, I am yet unaware and would not dare to speculate." The old lady understood her reluctance to share and, without pressing further, offered a few words of advice regarding her health before allowing her to leave. Once when Cici departed, Su Nianqiao, in a fit of impatience, muttered, "She must have deceived the empress into promising her the crown prince's hand." The old lady shot her a glance, prompting her to obediently silence herself. Later that day, a decree suddenly arrived from the palace, extolling Wen Cici's virtues and announcing her betrothal to the Prince of Jingjiang. Upon receiving the decree, Princess Chongping was left utterly stunned. When Guang Yuan looked at his innocent younger sister, then considered Liu Xian's typically cold and ruthless demeanor, feeling equally bewildered, in his eyes, the two were an inconceivable match. The only one truly elated was Su Nianqiao, who was nearly bouncing with joy. "Really? Are you serious? The emperor has decreed that Wen Cici is to marry the Prince of Jingjiang, not the crown prince." The maid over there confirmed repeatedly. "Indeed, it is true. The imperial edict states it clearly." Princess Chongping was somewhat incredulous, having read it numerous times. Su Nianqiao was overwhelmed with excitement. In the capital, there are only a few eligible young women of marriageable age, and among them, only Wen Yiyi surpasses Su Nianqiao in both lineage and beauty. Now that Wen Yiyi has been promised to the crown prince, Su Nianqiao believes the position of crown princess is rightfully hers. Although the crown prince has been bestowed the title of king of Jingjiang, the gap between a prince and the crown prince is as vast as the heavens. Su Nianqiao took a deep breath. "I shall go to Wen Yiyi to personally congratulate her." However, the matriarch of the Wen family stopped her. "Chower, you cannot go." The matriarch saw through it all. Su Nianqiao's visit, ostensibly to convey congratulations, would undoubtedly turn into a scathing critique of Wen Yiyi from head to toe. Sun Yanqiu hesitated. Grandmother. The matriarch replied, stay here obediently, you must not go anywhere. Reluctant, Sun Yanqiu was somewhat unwilling. The matriarch's calm voice pierced through. She has received a marriage decree. What about your own? At this, Sun Yanqiu was momentarily stunned. Although she felt the position of crown princess was already a certainty without Wen Yiyi, uncertainties could arise at any moment. Biting her lip in frustration, she returned to her quarters. Meanwhile, when Guang Yuan was still comforting Princess Chongping, Mother, the king of Jingjiang is of noble lineage. Our family is merely reaching for something beyond our grasp. Please do not be too upset, as anger can harm your health. Princess Chongping protested indignantly. His mother, Consort Li, is of foreign descent. The emperor holds him in little esteem. If your sister marries him, will she too be relegated to obscurity? No, I must confront the empress dowager. When Guang Yuan signaled to Wen Yiyi to hurry back to her room, he continued to soothe Princess Chongping. Mother, now is not the time to stir trouble. The edict has already been issued. If you publicly express your dissatisfaction and word reaches the king of Jingjiang, how will Yiyi conduct herself after her marriage? Princess Chongping, having spent too long in the inner quarters, lacked a clear understanding of the matters at hand. When Guang Yuan, however, perceived the situation acutely, he knew the family's honor was intricately tied to the empress dowager. The emperor, out of respect for her, has shown leniency towards the Wen family. Yet, with the empress dowager's advanced age, one can never tell when she may pass. It is fortunate that Wen Yiyi has secured a match with the king of Jingjiang. Even more so, given his capabilities and the territories he now possesses, it is a more stable position than marrying the crown prince. However, Princess Chongping, with her delicate sensibilities, could not readily accept such a response. She would have to slowly come to terms with this reality. When Yiyi also returned to her quarters, where Jinqi and Zhu Wei were similarly troubled expressions, Jinqi quietly remarked, how could the emperor issue such an edict? I thought the young lady was destined to marry the crown prince. With the edict now in her possession, Wen Yiyi felt a weight lifted from her heart. The empress dowager's actions exceeded Wen Yiyi's expectations in their swiftness. It is feared that the empress dowager is well aware that the crown prince is not an easy individual to deal with, having his pride wounded. He will undoubtedly seek to restore it by any means necessary. Thus, one must act swiftly ahead of him. Although Jin Kuei and Ji were filled with bewilderment, they observed that Wen Yiyi exhibited no signs of disappointment and in fact appeared rather cheerful, prompting them to refrain from further comments. When Yiyi rested her chin on her palm by the window, her thoughts consumed not by other matters, but rather by the anticipated reaction of Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan had long since reached the age of maturity, being approximately 7 or 8 years her senior. The last time they had met was several years ago, when Wen Yiyi was merely a young girl and likely left no significant impression on him. Given Liu Xuan's temperament, he would probably be quite averse to being compelled to marry an unfamiliar woman. Should marriage ensue, one must prepare for the likelihood of being neglected. Chapter 13. The marriage. At this juncture, when Shi Zhao had not yet wed, yet she was already mentally prepared to dwell in solitude. She harbored no grand expectations. By not nurturing excessive hopes, she would avoid profound disappointments. Unlike in her past life, when she entered the prince's residence with a heart full of dreams, believing the prince to be as gentle as she had often perceived, she learned that the greater the hope, the more painful the disillusionment. This time, when Shi Zhao merely wished to live well, to safeguard her own wealth and status, and to ensure the well-being of her mother and elder brother, everything she cherished must not be disrupted by those whom she despised. As she pondered these matters, Jin Kuei returned from relaying a message from the young maid and approached Wen Zhao, saying, Miss, the old matriarch has sent over 2 bolts of satin to congratulate you on your engagement to Prince Jingjiang. When Zhao nodded slightly, bring them over for me to see. The maid sent by the old matriarch hurriedly presented the items, having been refined by her time in front of Empress Dowager Dong. When Zhao had cultivated a discerning eye for quality, the old matriarch, though outwardly generous, was often quite frugal, hoarding even the smallest bits of tea. The 2 bolts of satin she sent were vibrant yet dignified, adorned with intricate patterns that were complex yet harmonious. The fabric felt exquisitely smooth to the touch, as soft as clouds. Despite its gossamer-like lightness, it possessed a substantial quality, suitable for crafting winter garments. When Zhao smiled gently, the old matriarch has gone to great lengths. Please express my gratitude to her. The maid, articulate and cheerful, replied with a smile, such bright colors will suit the 4th Miss splendidly. The old matriarch selected them especially for you. When Zhao instructed you to reward the maid with some coins before sending her away. Nearby, Nian Ke remarked, 4th sister, You should begin preparing your wedding gown. Since I am here, I can assist you with the stitching. Typically, daughters from ordinary families prepared their wedding attire years in advance. While in prestigious families like the Wen clan, they invited skilled embroiderers to create the garments. When Zhao recalled the scene from her previous life, where her wedding gown alone had consumed the labor of countless embroiderers, costing Princess Jingjiang nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Yet, on that very night, the prince had not come to her, but rather turned his attentions to his concubine, Chu. Jingkuei laughed. Miss Nian, you may not know, but the gown worn by fourth miss at her wedding will certainly be crafted by professional embroiderers. Nian Ko, having spent an indeterminate time at the Su residence, had taken to eagerly volunteering for various tasks during her time with Wen Zhao. She even competed for chores like sweeping and watering plants, fearful that any misstep might result in Wen Zhao sending her back to the Su family. Wen Zhao replied, since I have some idle time, I shall sew the wedding gown myself, and you may assist me. Jingkuei chuckled. Miss, you intend to stitch your own wedding gown? I recall that your needlework is not particularly exceptional, while you may manage to craft a pair of shoes or a garment. Such an important task as sewing a wedding gown may be beyond your abilities. In her youth, Empress Dowager Dong was a paragon of beauty and intellect, nurturing her daughter's education. When Zisai spent a considerable amount of time by the Empress Dowager's side, engrossed in her studies, which left her little time for needlework. With a gentle smile, when Zisai remarked, how can one know without trying? In her previous life, her residence in the Crown Prince's palace felt akin to a cold palace, with companions succumbing one after another. When Zisai would vigilantly await the sunset, her days filled solely with needlework. At this juncture, the matriarch of the Wen family presented her with some items, and when Zisai discerned her intentions, the matriarch wished for Su Nianxiao to ascend to the position of crown princess. As the higher authorities had yet to convey their directives, the matriarch, feeling unsettled, rushed to obstruct Su Nianxiao's path, seeking to reassure Wen Zisai. In truth, Wen Zisai had no time to interfere with Su Nianxiao. Their discord was not a recent development. They had been rivals since childhood, with Su Nianxiao always striving to overshadow her. Should Wen Zisai attempt to thwart her, Su Nianxiao would misinterpret it as an act of malice. Wen Zisai considered herself no villain, yet having lived a full life, she was not inclined to extend undue kindness to her adversary. At this moment, within the Crown Prince's palace, Crown Prince Liu He wore a twisted expression. How could this ungrateful woman even consider marrying Liu Xuan? Chu Riyuan found herself in a similarly precarious situation. She had long set her sights on Wen Zisai, well aware of the affection Princess Jingjiang lavished upon her daughter. Should Wen Zisai marry, she would undoubtedly bring a substantial dowry. If Wen Zisai were to perish within the Crown Prince's residence, leaving no heirs, would not that dowry eventually revert to her? Coming from humble beginnings, Chu Riyuan, despite her father and brothers being appointed to official positions by the Crown Prince, could not measure up to the wealth of those esteemed noble families. The Crown Prince's brothers were no trifling adversaries. Even if the Crown Prince sought to accept the bribes offered by lower officials, he would not dare to act excessively, lest any brother expose him, thus jeopardizing his standing. Presently, both the Crown Prince and Chu Rian yearned for a wealthy Crown Princess to enter the palace. They were unaware that countless women coveted the position of Crown Princess, while Wen Zisai remained utterly unmoved, turning instead to secure her engagement with the first prince, Liu Xuan. Liu He furrowed his brow in concern. What could be done? Chu Riyuan's eyes darted around. Your Highness, do not be hasty. There are other young ladies in the capital. Though their families may not rival Wen Zisai's, they can still offer you support. Liu He suddenly recalled Su Nianxiao. Her father held the esteemed position of Minister of Revenue, a second-rank official, and had familial ties with the Wen family. Moreover, Su Nianxiao had persistently flirted with him, eager to marry him, making her a seemingly manageable option. Among the young women the Empress Dowager had mentioned to him recently was indeed Su Nianxiao. Liu He's gaze darkened. If my mother were still alive, there would be no need for that vile old hag, Empress Dowager Dong. Liu He's countenance darkened as they looked upon me, devoid of a mother, each one eager to take advantage. Chu Riyuan hastily consoled Liu He. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. Given time, once you ascend to the throne, no one shall dare to bully you again. Liu He scoffed coldly. Chapter 14. Matrimony within the esteemed residence of the King of Jingjiang. Ren Ruo exhibited a countenance filled with joy. Your Highness, this is indeed a fortuitous event for you. There are 5 princes who have reached maturity and entered into marriage. Only the Crown Prince Liu He and the first Prince Liu Xuan remain unwed. The most illustrious families of the Qi dynasty have predominantly married their carefully nurtured daughters to princes who are contenders for the throne, such as the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th princes. Even those young princes who are still in their formative years, yet possess potential, are favored by these families. Liu Xuan, due to his mother's humble origins, is seldom regarded as a viable candidate for the throne. The emperor harbors considerable apprehension towards him and has no intention of forging alliances through marriage with noble families. At present, the emperor, in deference to Dowager Empress Dong, has arranged a match, which Ren Ruo perceives as remarkably fitting. Liu Xuan, however, displayed a demeanor of indifference, not exhibiting the same impatience as Ren Ruo. Ordinarily, one would expect the Dowager Empress to marry Wen Shirzhao to the crown prince. The sudden change in her decision suggests two possibilities. Either the crown prince has displeased the Dowager Empress, leading her to refrain from marrying her cherished younger relative to him, or Wen Shirzhao has fallen out of favor with the Dowager Empress, who deems her unworthy of the title of crown princess. The repercussions of these scenarios are vastly different. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xuan summoned a shadow guard to discreetly investigate the matter. Within half a day, the guard returned with some intelligence. A rift had developed between the crown prince and the Dowager Empress, while the relationship between the Wen family and the Dowager Empress remained unchanged. The following day, the Dowager Empress sent a decree summoning Liu Xuan to the palace. It is uncommon for the Dowager Empress, who prefers the tranquility of the inner palace, to summon anyone, making this request quite extraordinary. After donning appropriate attire, Liu Xuan rode to the palace. The Dowager Empress, her hair silver and pristine, sat regally at the head of the room, with Granny's son attending to her shoulders. Prior to Liu Xuan's inquiry, the Dowager Empress had already dispatched her own emissaries to gather information about Liu Xuan's household. As Wen Shirzhao is a treasure in the Dowager Empress's heart, she naturally sought to understand the man to whom she would be betrothed. The two concubines in Liu Xuan's household were known to the Dowager Empress. One was a gift from the emperor, and the other from the empress. Thus they could not easily be dismissed. It is not unusual for royal princes to have attendants before their marriages, a fact the Dowager Empress considered quite normal. However, what she could not abide was the elevation of a favored concubine above the rightful wife, allowing the latter to be subjugated. Although she still appeared robust, the Dowager Empress was aware of her waning strength, and those around her sensed her gradual decline. Even if she wished to protect Wen Shirzhao, such protection would not endure for long. The Dowager Empress learned that Liu Xuan exhibited considerable indifference towards his two concubines. Having refrained from summoning them for his bedchamber upon his return, unlike the crown prince, who was nearly perpetually in the company of his favored concubine, this situation pleased the Dowager Empress immensely. Her intention in summoning Liu Xuan was to impart a few words of wisdom, urging him to treat his future princess with the utmost care. Liu Xuan possessed an innate air of aloofness, perhaps a consequence of his prolonged military service. His stature was notably tall and imposing, exuding a chilling presence. Yet, his handsome visage was more perfect than any sculpture, making him a rare beauty in the capital. Empress Dowager Dong squinted her murky eyes, scrutinizing Liu Xuan before allowing him to take a seat. Liu Xuan's voice was low and magnetic. "How has your majesty been lately? Your grandson has long wished to pay his respects, but knowing your preference for tranquility, I feared I might intrude." The Empress Dowager smiled. "All is well. You may come whenever you wish. After Cici marries you, bring her along." "Yes," the Empress Dowager continued. "Cici has been raised under my watchful eye. This child is gentle in nature, so you must not bully her." Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan comprehended the Empress Dowager's concern. She feared that when Cici might suffer indignities after her marriage, hence her cautioning him. Liu Xuan held no particular fondness for Wen Cici, and these words further diminished his impression of her. Although he had not interacted with her directly, he could surmise, given the upbringing by the Wen family and the Empress Dowager, how affected her demeanor would be. With the imperial decree already issued, the marriage was irrevocable. He had no choice but to accept it, even if begrudgingly. Liu Xuan replied coolly, "Miss Wen is a lady of a noble family. I presume she is gentle and courteous. I shall not disappoint her." After conversing for a quarter of an hour, Liu Xuan noticed the Empress Dowager growing drowsy. Her eyes barely open. Sensing her health was not robust, he found an excuse to leave Shokong Palace. Upon exiting the palace, Liu Xuan encountered the third prince, Liu Lin. Liu Lin had come with Empress Dong to pay respects to Consort Zhu and was now preparing to leave the palace. Recently, Liu Lin had ridiculed Liu Xuan's mother, claiming she was inadequate, and despite Liu Xuan being bestowed the title of Duke of Jingjiang, he could not secure a marriage with the most distinguished ladies. Now, with the emperor's decree marrying Liu Xuan to a daughter of the Wen family, Liu Lin's pride had taken a significant blow. and he was understandably incensed. As the elder brother, now also bestowed with the princess, Lu Lin was compelled to extend a greeting. Liu Xuan remained as aloof as ever, merely nodding before passing by. Concubine Tao and concubine Shen had already heard the news of Liu Xuan's impending marriage. Upon entering the residence, Liu Xuan noticed concubine Tao approaching him. To speak frankly, concubine Tao was a beauty, well-proportioned in both features and figure. However, for reasons unknown, Liu Xuan felt a sense of aversion whenever he beheld her heavily made-up visage and the overpowering scent of cosmetics that enveloped her. Concubine Tao gazed at Liu Xuan with a shy expression. He was strikingly handsome, and even though she had never been summoned to his chamber, she felt a sense of satisfaction. "I have prepared a feast for your highness today," she said. "Your highness, depart," he coldly interrupted, the two words leaving her momentarily stunned. Reluctantly, she retreated. Nearby, Ren Ruo, holding the reins of the horse, felt a sense of foreboding about the future. Their lord was known for his cold demeanor, having never expressed any affection toward the concubines and maids in the household. If the fourth miss of the Wen family were to enter, how would she endure such treatment in a similar situation? Furthermore, what if their lord had no interest in consummating the marriage, leaving the princess unable to bear an heir? Wouldn't the Duke of Jingjiang's lineage face extinction? The more Ren Ruo pondered, the more anxious he became, leading the horse to the stable and tossing down some hay. Liu Xuan awoke once more in the depths of night. The scenes from his dreams inexplicably stirred a sense of agitation within him. Each time, he beheld the figure of another, solitary and forlorn, retreating before him, never once glancing back. A vague ache lingered in his heart. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to recall, the visage of Wen Shirzhao eluded him. This woman, yet to be wed to him, had already unsettled his spirit, and he could only imagine the turmoil should she actually become his bride. Liu Xuan had never favored the interference of others in his marital affairs, and the recurring dreams had only deepened his disdain for Wen Shirzhao. Chapter 15. The marriage. When Cece had been enjoying a life of luxury in the residence, indulging in feasting and merriment, Princess Chomping observed her daughter's carefree demeanor with a sense of frustration, though she outwardly refrained from expressing her discontent. It was not until the outcome of the crown prince's marriage was revealed, with Sun Yinshu being betrothed to him as his primary consort, that Princess Chomping's grievances began to surface. When Cece was well aware of her mother's thoughts, yet who could predict the future, to avoid incurring her mother's ire? When Cece chose to keep her distance from Princess Chomping, following the imperial decree, Sun Yinshu and her mother reveled in their joy. Though Su's mother had never wielded authority before Princess Chomping due to the protection of Empress Dowager Dong. For years, dissatisfaction had festered within Su's mother. Now, with Princess Chomping's daughter wed to the least likely heir to the throne, while her own daughter was promised to the crown prince, Su's mother felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Mother, I shall visit the Wen residence to share this splendid news with grandmother," Sun Yinshu announced. Su's mother understood her daughter's intentions and nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. You are now the prospective crown princess, elevated above Princess Chomping. In time, you will be a mother to the nation. Do not be as timid as before." With a heart brimming with joy, Sun Yinshu replied, "I understand. By the way, should we retrieve Sun Yinka from Wen Cece?" The thought of her younger sister, Sun Yinka, filled Su's mother with irritation. The Su family's main branch had claimed all the inheritance from the second branch, and when Sun Yinka came of age to marry, the family would need to provide a dowry, lest they become the subject of gossip. Each time she saw Sun Yinka's timid demeanor, Su's mother felt a pang of discontent. If that ungrateful child preferred to remain in the Wen residence, then let her. Su's mother scoffed, feeling that such a person was better left at home where she could cause less trouble. Sun Yinshu adorned herself elegantly and set off for the Wen residence, brimming with delight. Upon seeing her daughter's radiant countenance, old Madame Wen's expression grew serious. "Once you enter the crown prince's palace, you must maintain your composure and not bring shame to our family." With a smile, Sun Yinshu assured her, "Of course. I will serve His Highness diligently once we are wed. Beware of the other consorts in the crown princess palace. Do not underestimate them," old Madame Wen cautioned. Sun Yinshu dismissed the thought of any concubine. "Chu? She is aged and faded. Once I enter, it will be her task to curry favor with me. Whether I choose to deal with her will depend on my mood." Imagining the day she would sit beside the crown prince at palace banquets, while when Cece would be relegated to mingling with the other princes and princesses, Sun Yinshu could hardly contain her eagerness to wed. With the imperial decree already issued, the marriage seemed almost certain. Observing Sun Yinshu's buoyant spirit, old Madame Wen made no attempt to restrain her. After years of being overshadowed by Empress Dowager Dong, This was a moment of vindication for her, and her heart swelled with happiness. At that moment, when Cece was still engaged in stitching her wedding gown. At first, Jean Kue harbored concerns regarding Wen Yiyi's embroidery skills, yet as she beheld Wen Yiyi skillfully bringing the phoenix to life with her needlework, she found herself compelled to concede defeat. Nian Ke and Jiyu assisted nearby, and within just a few days, a finished product emerged. When the selection of the crown princess was announced, Jean Kue sighed, lamenting that this joyous occasion indeed fell to Miss Su. Nian Ke, meticulously trimming the thread ends with scissors, who usually spoke little, now expressed her worries that Wen Yiyi might be bullied. Sister C, once she becomes the crown princess, will she bully you? Wen Yiyi lowered her gaze slightly, intently observing a recently embroidered motif. She is at the prince's residence, while I am at the king of Jingjiang's manor. As long as everything remains peaceful, how could she possibly bully me? Following the conduct of Chu and Lu Ha, Su Nianqiao's marriage would primarily involve eliminating her allies, systematically removing her trusted maids to leave her isolated and vulnerable within the household. However, discussing such matters now would likely find no one believing it. At this moment, Wen Yiyi's focus was not on the crown prince, but rather on the first prince. In her previous life, the one who had aided Wen Yiyi the most was undoubtedly the first prince. She had often pondered why he consistently extended his support to her, despite her isolation and the decline of the Wen family, which rendered her unable to reciprocate. She once jestingly asked if he had any romantic feelings for her. Liu Xuan fell into a prolonged silence before clarifying that he regarded Wen Yiyi as a sister and could harbor no other sentiments. As time passed and Wen Yiyi had nearly forgotten this exchange, she unexpectedly received a letter from Liu Xuan. In it, he reiterated that he held no ulterior motives towards her, and the chasm between them was insurmountable, urging her not to worry. After 2 earnest reassurances, Wen Yiyi understood Liu Xuan's serious and solemn nature, recognizing that such matters were not to be trifled with. Henceforth, she harbored no inappropriate thoughts and remained fully aware that Liu Xuan bore her no other feelings, merely a sense of compassion for a solitary and vulnerable woman. Reflecting on this, Wen Yiyi glanced out at a flowering tree. It was the height of early spring, with sunlight shimmering and petals cascading gently to the ground. She pondered whether her decision to marry Liu Xuan in this lifetime was a blessing or a curse. As she contemplated, a young maid entered, announcing, "Fourth Miss Qiao has arrived." Wen Yiyi smiled. "Let her come in." Upon hearing that Su Nianqiao was coming, Nian Ke silently withdrew. Su Nianqiao strode in with an air of arrogance, and upon spotting Wen Yiyi, she could not resist exclaiming, "Yiyi, are you making a wedding gown? Such a laborious task. Why not let the embroiderers handle it?" Wen Yiyi replied in a calm tone, "I happen to be free at the moment." Su Nianqiao's eyes darted around. "My mother said that since I am marrying the crown prince, nothing must be overlooked. We must hire the finest embroiderers in the dynasty to create my wedding gown." Wen Yiyi merely smiled, saying nothing in response. Su Nianqiao was taken aback that Wen Yiyi could still smile at such a moment. Moreover, the other party showed not the slightest envy towards her. Su Nianqiao felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. "Once we become sisters-in-law, I will take good care of you," Su Nianqiao said with a smile. Wen Zizai did not forget how, in a previous life, after Su Nianqiu became the emperor's consort, she had treated her with disdain and humiliation. Wen Zizai chuckled. "I fear that when the time comes, my sister might be like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect herself." Chapter 16. The Marriage. After an extensive exchange of words, when Wen Zizai finally uttered a mocking remark, Su Nianqiao's spirits unexpectedly soared. The jibe about a clay bodhisattva crossing a river and the notion of being unable to protect oneself were merely manifestations of Wen Zizai's envy towards her. If Wen Zizai had merely congratulated her, it would have truly distressed Su Nianqiao. With a smile, she replied, "Is that so? The crown prince's residence harbors but one concubine, an elderly woman of humble origins. In contrast, the 2 concubines of King Jingjiang were bestowed by the emperor and the empress, thus holding far greater status. They cannot be scolded or struck. I dare say it will be you who finds yourself in a precarious position." Jean Kue could hardly endure the disparagement. "Miss Qiao, how can you speak of Our Lady in such a manner? Were it not for her gracious relinquishment of this union." But before she could finish, Wen Zizai shot her a glance, signaling her to cease. Su Nianqiu scoffed. "If she relinquished it, would it simply fall to me? Countless eyes covet this match. My mother has poured an immeasurable sum of silver into the palace to speak my praises before the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Wen Zizai, do not inflate your own worth." With that, Su Nianqiao turned and departed. Jean Kuei's face flushed with indignation. How can Miss Qiao be so? Yet when Zisai appeared unfazed, allowing Su Nianxiu her moment of triumph, curious to see how long it would last. As Su Nianxiu exited, she encountered Princess Chomping, who was holding the tiny hand of a 3-year-old child while making her way to Wen Zisai's residence. In the past, encountering Princess Chongping would have filled Su Nianxiu with trepidation, akin to a mouse facing a cat. This was not due to any dreadfulness in the princess's demeanor. She appeared as delicate as a willow, possessing a gentle countenance. The fear stemmed from the knowledge that the Empress Dowager held a deep fondness for Princess Chongping. Offending her was tantamount to offending the Empress Dowager herself. However, now that Su Nianxiu perceived herself as the future crown princess, destined to assume the role of empress, she forgot all previous decorum and approached the princess with a smile, offering a respectful bow. Princess Chongping, feeling discomfort, replied coldly, "It is a rarity for Miss Qiao to visit. I had presumed you would be occupied with your engagement at home." With a smile, Su Nianxiu responded, "Such joyous news must surely be conveyed to my grandmother. Once Zisai and I are wed, we shall become sisters-in-law, as she may not frequently return home. I shall look after her." Princess Chomping's smile was insincere. "Is that so? Even before your marriage, Miss Qiao is already dreaming of post-marital affairs." Her words left Su Nianxiu blushing furiously. Princess Chomping scrutinized her further. "As the crown princess, your foremost duty is to embody grace and propriety. I suggest your mother engage a nurse from the palace to instruct you in proper etiquette." Su Nianxiu was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Princess Chomping, hand in hand with her grandson, proceeded to Wen Zisai's abode. Wen Zisai's elder brother, Wen Guangyuan, had long since married, taking a daughter from the Dong family as his wife. The Dong family had blessed him with a son and a daughter. The daughter remained in infancy, while the son, affectionately named Yiyi, was already 3 years old, yet still without a formal name. Yiyi's greatest affection lies with Wen Zisai. As he entered the courtyard, he swiftly broke free from Princess Chongping's grasp, exclaiming "Dudu," and promptly darted into Wen Zisai's embrace. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted little cherub, Wen Zisai's heart brimmed with fondness as she gently pinched his small face. "What would you like to eat, Yiyi? Your aunt will fetch it for you." Yiyi wrapped his arms around Wen Zisai's neck, protesting, "I don't want Dudu to marry." Princess Chomping, her expression darkened, yanked the little one away from Wen Zisai. Wen Zisai offered Yiyi a piece of cake, encouraging him to enjoy it nearby. Princess Chomping, brimming with grievances, remarked, "Did that crafty girl come to see you earlier? Look at her smug expression, her tail practically reaching the heavens." Wen Zisai replied, "Let her revel in her own delights. It has nothing to do with us." Princess Chomping glared at her, asserting, "If you desire, the position of crown princess could be yours. I doubt that Chu Shizi poses any threat. The ladies in the palace say she is obedient and easy to deal with. Moreover, she is aging, and with the crown prince's favor over the past 2 years, who can say he will still cherish her in the years to come?" Wen Zisai shook her head. "Mother, you do not comprehend. The bond between Chu Ruyuan and Liu He is not something an ordinary person could fathom. When Empress Zhang passed away, Liu He was merely 8 years old, inundated with external rumors. Overnight, his world crumbled, consumed by the fear that the emperor would appoint a new empress, thus rendering him obsolete as the crown prince. Chu Ruyuan, a maidservant tasked with menial labor in Empress Zhang's courtyard, seized the opportunity to draw near to the crown prince, showering him with tender affections and various comforts. And together they weathered many storms over the years. Eventually, when the crown prince became cognizant of worldly affairs, it was Chu Ruyuan who attended to him, thereby rightfully becoming his concubine. Princess Chomping scoffed, "Indeed, I know nothing, while you, dear girl, seem to possess all the news. You disdain the crown prince for having a concubine, yet does Prince Jingjiang not have one? The Jingjiang manor boasts two." Wen Zisai fell silent, fully aware that she could not counter Princess Chomping's remarks. Nearby, Yiyi's face was smeared with cake crumbs, and as Wen Zisai beheld his innocent visage, a haunting memory surfaced of a time in her past life when this child perished from consuming poisonous fruits. Upon the death of Dowager Empress Dong, the matriarch of the Wen family coerced Wen Guangyuan to divorce Dong and marry a young girl from her own family, branding him unfilial when he refused. Wen Zisai turned to the wet nurse who had accompanied them, stating, "Yiyi is still quite young. Please keep a vigilant watch over him and ensure he refrains from consuming anything from outside." Logically, a tiger does not consume its cubs, as when Leo Furin's great-grandson. Even if she wished to support her own family, she should not harm a child. The wet nurse chuckled, "The young master has a sweet tooth. He devours whatever is offered to him." Recently, when the elder took him to the farm, he saw sheep for the first time. Someone tricked him into believing that sheep droppings were edible, and he nearly stuffed one into his mouth, but fortunately, we intervened. Wen Ziseo's expression turned icy from now on. You must report daily on what the young master consumes. If he falls ill from anything unsanitary, you shall not remain in the manor. For the first time, the wet nurse recognized the seriousness in her young lady's demeanor, feeling a twinge of fear as she hurriedly agreed. Princess Chomping remarked, Yiyi is just a little boy. Raising him too delicately may not be beneficial. Wen Ziseo shook her head and said, Mother, the provisions in our courtyard are naturally safe to consume. It is the offerings from outsiders that cause concern regarding their cleanliness. Princess Chomping's expression grew somewhat frosty as she seemed to recall something. The old matriarch wishes for your elder brother to take a concubine. Specifically a daughter from the Qian family. Although the Qian family is not of noble lineage, it is rather perplexing for a legitimate daughter to be offered as a concubine to your brother. One cannot discern their true intentions, and I have firmly declined. Chapter 17. The marriage the Jin Nan Marquisate currently flourishes, while the Qian family, the maternal clan of the venerable Lady Wen, has long since fallen into decline. Whether Lady Wen harbors any lingering thoughts of the Qian family, or desires to extend a hand of assistance, remains a mystery to all. In her previous life, when Sasa was trapped within the confines of the Crown Prince's residence, with scant knowledge of the outside world, what she did understand was that after the demise of Empress Dowager Dong, Lady Wen held absolute sway within the Jin Nan Marquisate, skillfully maneuvering both Princess Chongping and Wen Guangyuan. A single misstep could lead to Lady Wen bestowing upon them the label of unfilial. During that time, Lady Wen must have offered considerable support to the Qian family. Otherwise, she would not have driven Wen Guangyuan's wife, Lady Dong, to the brink, coercing him into marrying a girl from the Qian clan. As for her current sister-in-law, Wen Sasa naturally holds her in high regard. Lady Dong is gracious and magnanimous, treating Wen Sasa as if she were her own sister, never once having a quarrel with her. Furthermore, Wen Sasa genuinely cherishes Lady Dong's son and daughter. Little Yiyi, now merely 3 years old, dons a hat that gives him a comical appearance. Upon hearing that Wen Sasa is to be wed, he clings to her garments, imploring her not to leave. Wen Sasa playfully pinches the little fellow's nose, teasing, if Auntie doesn't marry, will you care for her for a lifetime? The child solemnly nods, then presents his small purse, filled with the gold coins he received during the New Year festivities, a hefty handful he eagerly offers to Wen Sasa. She chuckles. Auntie does not require this. Why not gift your little horse to me instead? Yiyi bites his lip, insisting, if Auntie doesn't marry, the little horse is yours to ride. With a smile, Wen Sasa tousles his hair and encourages him to play elsewhere. Shortly thereafter, Wen Sasa dismisses several maidservants and turns to Princess Chongping, stating, as long as the Empress Dowager still lives, the old lady will remain somewhat courteous towards you. However, the Empress Dowager is advanced in years. One cannot predict when she may pass. At that point, not only might the old lady compel my elder brother to take a Qian woman as a concubine, but she may even dismiss my sister-in-law, insisting that my brother divorce her to marry someone from the Qian family, leaving you utterly powerless. Princess Chomping, having received Wen Sasa's warning, grows increasingly anxious. Previously, she believed that Yiyi, as the legitimate grandson of the Jin Nan Marquis, was beyond harm. Who would dare threaten him? Reflecting now, she realizes that since Wen Guangyuan married a woman from the Dong family, Lady Wen has not bestowed him with much favor. Rumor has it that Lady Wen has even expressed her grievances, lamenting that the entire Marquisate is under the control of the Dong family, suggesting they ought to change their surname to Dong. Should Empress Dowager Dong pass away, and the Dong family truly decline, Lady Wen might resort to unscrupulous actions in her quest to regain control over the Marquisate. As Princess Chongping contemplates these possibilities, her unease deepens. She cannot help but sigh. Sasa, if only the man you wed were the crown prince. With such a powerful ally, our family could enjoy decades more of grandeur and prosperity. When Sasa shakes her head, choosing not to elaborate further, the future is uncertain, and she knows that speaking of it would likely be met with disbelief. Princess Chomping might even think her mad. The Princess of Chomping observed the wedding gown being crafted by Wen Zisua, and with each glance, her admiration deepened. Zisua, when did your skills become so remarkable? Truly, they surpass those of many seamstresses in the capital. However, she cautioned, do take care of your health. The dowry will be generously prepared by the family, ensuring your wedding is a splendid affair. In the Qi dynasty, it was customary for brides, especially those from noble families, to receive opulent dowries. The more substantial the dowry, the less likely the husband's family would dare to oppress her. Although Wen Yiyi was to marry into royalty, the principle remained unchanged. The princess had already resolved that even if King Jingjiang did not cherish her with such a bountiful dowry, she would be self-sufficient and not reliant on others. Wen Yiyi nodded in agreement. The princess continued, "Regardless, your dowry must certainly exceed that of Qiao. I refuse to allow my daughter to be at a disadvantage." Though her words were often sharp, her affection for her daughter was genuine. Later, her sister-in-law, Madame Dong, arrived, cradling a child. As the wife of the heir, Madame Dong was not required to tend to the child daily, as the nursemaid often took care of the baby. Yet, Madame Dong contemplated that once Wen Yiyi married, her visits would become infrequent, and she would not know when she could next see her niece. Being both her sister-in-law and cousin, Madame Dong had watched Wen Yiyi grow up. When Wen Yiyi and Yu were younger, Madame Dong would often play with them. As the saying goes, an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Madame Dong truly regarded Wen Yiyi as a daughter. Upon hearing the news of Wen Yiyi's impending marriage, she felt a pang of sorrow. Madame Dong was delicate and introspective, typically reserved in her speech, while others perceived her thoughts to be heavy. Wen Yiyi understood that the sister-in-law genuinely cared for her, often more so than her older brother. Upon seeing Madame Dong approach, Wen Yiyi quickly invited her to sit, taking the opportunity to hold the baby girl in her arms. Now 9 months old, the little one possessed eyes resembling plump grapes, rarely cried, and smiled at everyone. Madame Dong advised, "The royal household differs from ours. Mistakes at home go unpunished, but in the palace, everything is distinct. Do not let your temper flare." In her previous life, Wen Yiyi had found such admonishments tiresome and regarded them as mere platitudes. However, in this moment, those familiar words resonated differently within her. Wen Yiyi nodded, "Sister-in-law, I understand." Madame Dong sighed, "Yiyi, please do not find me bothersome. Allow me to speak sincerely. Being a maiden and a wife is entirely different. You must exercise caution in your conduct after marriage, as one must be wary of the palace's residents. I am aware of the generous dowry being prepared for you. Here are 300 taels of gold, taken from my own dowry. Accept it without hesitation." This time, Wen Yiyi did not refuse. However, after Madame Dong departed, Wen Yiyi reflected on the implications of her words. With the Princess of Jingjiang and Madame Dong both having familial ties, the latter would naturally ensure that her niece was treated with respect. Wen Yuan was a man of integrity, who held his wife in high esteem and would not allow her to suffer any indignities. The young sister-in-law, Wen Yiyi, was utterly at a loss. Why then? Was the Dong family so beset with anxiety of late? Could it be that the venerable Lady Wen was exerting pressure on Princess Jingjiang and in turn, discreetly influencing the Dong family? Matters that had never crossed her mind in her previous life now lingered in Wen Yiyi's thoughts. As she pondered, she recalled the intricate web of relationships within the palace, the concubines of the Jingjiang Wangfu, and the unresolved grievances from her former existence. In that moment, she found herself unable to sleep, plagued by an insatiable restlessness. Chapter 18. Marriage in the blink of an eye. The day of Wen Shasha's marriage arrived. A date she had chosen to precede Su Nianxia's wedding to the crown prince by a month. The striking similarities and stark differences between her past and present stirred emotions within Wen Shasha. On this momentous day, the residence of the Duke of Southern Town was adorned with festive colors, radiating joy and vibrant shades of red. While the dawn still lingered in darkness, her maidservants roused her from slumber to prepare for the occasion. Wen Shasha, enveloped in drowsiness, struggled to keep her eyes open as Jean Kuei styled her hair, commenting on how astonishing it was that the fourth miss was entirely unperturbed, while the maidservants were fraught with anxiety. As Wen Shasha prepared to embark on this new chapter of her life, her loyal attendants, Zhu Yu and Jean Kuei, would accompany her to the royal residence. Although Nianke's past reputation was questionable, the Duke of Jingjiang would not be diminished by the addition of one more table setting. After more than a decade, the prospect of a new environment filled Jean Kuei and Ji with trepidation. They feared their future master might be difficult to please. Princess Jingjiang had spent the entire night awake, meticulously inspecting the garments and jewelry that Wen Shasha would wear, ever vigilant against the possibility of errors made by the servants. Observing Wen Shasha's sleepy demeanor, Princess Jingjiang shook her head, remarking that a bride should either weep with a veiled face or smile broadly. Yet their daughter seemed solely intent on returning to her bed for a few more moments of rest. "Shasha, are you not at all concerned about how your future husband will treat you, or what your life will be like?" she inquired. Wen Shasha, having already experienced marriage once, was well aware of the ceremonial proceedings and felt no need for anxiety. Moreover, as long as Liu Xuan treated her better than the crown prince had, that would suffice. She harbored no greed for exclusive favor, desiring merely a life more comfortable than her previous one, filled with prosperity and family, which would bring her contentment. Once her hair was styled and her inner garments changed, Princess Chomping dismissed the maidservants and began to impart important matters to Wen Shasha. Noticing her mother's serious expression, Wen Shasha anticipated the nature of the conversation. As a sheltered young lady, she lacked a comprehensive understanding of the wedding night. It was essential for her family to prepare her mentally before the ceremony. In her previous life, Princess Chomping had provided thorough explanations. And though Wen Shasha had felt a pang of anxiety in preparation on the wedding night, the crown prince had not even attended. Having missed that significant moment, she had yet to experience it firsthand. Princess Chomping, maintaining her serious demeanor, elaborated on the details. After concluding her discourse, she added, "The Duke of Jingjiang is not merely a delicate scholar. The first experience may be challenging, but with patience, it shall pass." Wen Shasha had never contemplated such a scenario until Princess Chomping's words jolted her into vivid awareness. Indeed, she would be expected to consummate her marriage with Liu Xuan that very night. The mere thought of it flushed her ears with a sudden warmth. In her past life, she regarded Liu Xuan more as an elder brother. In private, she would address him as Your Highness, while in the presence of the crown prince, she would refer to him as Brother Wang or Elder Brother. The sudden shift in their relationship to its current state is indeed somewhat delicate. Princess Chomping noticed that Wen Zisha had been lost in thought for a while, and at this moment, her cheeks finally flushed. With a playful poke to Wen Zisha's forehead, she reassured her, "Worry not. The men are certainly aware of their boundaries. You may be naive, but he has 2 concubines, and he is undoubtedly cognizant of this fact." Wen Zisha sat down, offering a faint defense. "Mother, I am not concerned about that." Princess Chomping chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. After completing her grooming, a joyous veil was placed upon Wen Zisha's head. The Duke of Zhennan's residence was ablaze with lights throughout the night, and so was the Wang family of Jingjiang. In recent days, the Wang household had been bustling with preparations. Ren Ruo had been attending to Liu Xuan's attire since dawn. Liu Xuan, accustomed to rising before daybreak to practice martial arts, considered this morning an early start. Ren Ruo, a trusted eunuch who had served him for many years, was now cheerfully dressing Liu Xuan in wedding garments, aware that a new master would soon grace the residence. Outside, the commotion grew louder, prompting Ren Ruo to send a young eunuch to investigate. It turned out that the various princes had already arrived. Liu Xuan's relationships with these brothers had not been particularly amicable during their childhood, filled with conflicts and the indiscretion of youth. They often aired grievances learned from palace servants or their mothers, regardless of appropriateness, during quarrels. Now, having matured, they concealed their thoughts and maintained a facade of cordiality. Regardless of past grievances, the position of crown prince had been secured for Liu He, yet many harbored discontent regarding this arrangement. Liu He's biological mother had passed away early, and the princes born thereafter were equally envious of this title. If the sons of the subsequent consort felt envy, it was inevitable that the other favored or unfavored consorts would also harbor ambitions. After all, they were all sons of the emperor. Why should one be favored over another? Liu Xuan's chances of ascension appeared minimal, as he was the only one who had not exhibited any ambition. Others believed Liu Xuan had no aspirations for the throne. Yet his exceptional personal abilities distinguished him among his brothers. This led many other princes to desire his alliance. With Liu Xuan's capability in leading troops and his lineage not aligning with the expectations of the court officials, their odds would surely improve against the crown prince. Regrettably, Liu Xuan had no inclination for factionalism and had not openly allied himself with powerful officials or royal relatives. On this day of his grand wedding, his adult brothers presented him with lavish gifts. No matter the value, it was assuredly more generous than what they would later offer to the crown prince. Gifts to the crown prince, regardless of the amount, would still render them rivals. Those expressing intentions to draw Liu Xuan into their fold might soon find themselves in the same camp. Liu Xuan, remaining an observer in this intricate web, was acutely aware of everyone's intentions. A hint of chill lingered in his gaze as he casually instructed Ren Ruo on various matters. Today was a day of great joy, and regardless of his feelings towards the fourth miss of the Wen family, their union must proceed without the slightest error. Ren Ruo hastily responded, assuring, "I shall keep a vigilant watch over the individuals in your household. It is imperative that they do not err. You are senior to the crown prince, and your nuptials precede his. We must ensure that no discrepancies arise that could invite comparison. The 2 concubines must remain confined. They must not be allowed to make an appearance. Ren Ruo understood that Liu Xuan referred to two maids and promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Although Liu Xuan held no affection for Wen Yiyi, she remained his legitimate wife, and on their wedding day, it was essential that the two concubines did not cause any disturbances, particularly given that one of them was the concubine sent by the empress. Despite her silence, one could never predict what chaos might ensue. Liu Xuan and Wen Yiyi had yet to meet. While feelings of fondness or favoritism might be absent, he would ensure that she received the dignity and status befitting a proper wife. Chapter 19. The wedding. The auspicious hour had arrived, and the officiants awaited the presence of His Highness, who was to proceed to the residence of the Duke of Southern Town to personally welcome the bride. Renruodo announced that the sedan chair and horses were prepared. Upon reaching the Duke's estate, throngs of curious onlookers lined the streets, eager to witness the spectacle of the Duke's daughter's wedding. Wen Yiyi, being the legitimate daughter and favored by the Empress Dowager, commanded a grander display than her two elder sisters, her dowry alone astonishingly lavish. Inside her chamber, Wen Yiyi had completed her adornment, while Princess Chongping and Madame Dong had reddened eyes, reluctant to see her depart. The other concubines of the Duke of Southern Town stood obediently by, exchanging words with Wen Yiyi. Outside, a servant announced that the wedding procession had arrived, with King Jingjiang and the officiants waiting for the bride to emerge. Wiping her tear-streaked eyes, Princess Chongping instructed her maids to escort Wen Yiyi out, with a red veil shrouding her. Wen Yiyi could only perceive the world in front of her. The sounds of drums and gongs reverberated, hinting at the multitude gathered to celebrate. She entered the sedan chair, and after a considerable journey, it finally came to a halt, leading her into the ceremonial hall alongside Liu Xuan. Once in the bridal chamber, Wen Yiyi sat demurely on the bed, as Liu Xuan had to attend to the guests and could not linger with her. Several brothers approached to offer their congratulations. The third prince, Liu Lin, felt a pang of jealousy, lamenting that his elder brother had married later than they, yet had secured such a fine princess, with a dowry that filled several carts. Liu Xuan, however, was indifferent to Wen Yiyi's dowry. As a man, he could hardly covet a woman's possessions, which were gifts from her family. Regardless of their abundance or arrangement, they were beyond his concern. The other princes, however, were different. Who among them did not weigh the merits of a bride's lineage before marriage? While Liu Xuan reveled in his joyous occasion, Crown Prince Liu He felt an unsettling discomfort. To him, Wen Yiyi represented a coveted prize, one he had not anticipated would slip away to Liu Xuan. Comparing Su Nianxiao to Wen Yiyi revealed a significant disparity. Wen Yiyi, not only a duke's daughter but also having spent considerable time alongside the Dowager Empress, was undoubtedly one of the most esteemed young ladies in the capital. Liu Xuan's mother had passed away during his childhood, and the emperor had not entrusted him to any consort for nurturing, instead allowing palace eunuchs and maidservants to raise him. Consequently, no consorts attended the wedding, nor did the emperor himself, sending only eunuchs with gifts. Nobles and officials who had dealings with Liu Xuan came forth to celebrate. Perceiving that Liu Xuan harbored no ambitions for the throne, and even if he did, his chances were slim. Nevertheless, Liu Xuan was a prince, the emperor's own son, wielding some real power, which made his non-competitive stance appear more prudent. These individuals, of course, were unwilling to miss such a splendid opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Yet, it was primarily the princes who surrounded Liu Xuan, with Crown Prince Liu He and Third Prince Liu Lin both feeling discontent, relentlessly urging Liu Xuan to drink. Liu Lin, while persuading others to drink, remarked, "Today is a joyful occasion for our elder brother. Let us indulge in our cups." The fourth brother, unable to contain himself, chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law is as beautiful as a celestial being. What will happen if you intoxicate elder brother? How will the bridal chamber be managed?" When discussing the beauty of various imperial consorts, Wen Shirzhao undoubtedly stood out among them. If she claimed to be second in the capital, none would dare assert themselves as first. Initially, the most stunning was the consort Ding, the wife of the fifth prince. Liu Yi, the fifth prince, was born to the current empress who, and many noble women aspired to marry him, just as they did to wed the crown prince. The emperor favored Liu Yi as well, choosing the remarkably beautiful Ding as his consort. While Ding was indeed a captivating beauty in the crowd, she could not compare to Wen Shirzhao, who was universally acknowledged as a rare gem. The fifth prince, Liu Yi, felt equally troubled. He had previously thought Liu Xuan would never take a wife, as Liu Xuan had long been absent from the capital and the emperor showed him little concern. Unlike the attention lavished on the crown prince, who seemed to be above all others, Liu Yi laughed, speaking of which, "The last time I saw sister-in-law was 3 years ago. At that time, She was serving before the Empress Dowager and appeared to be still blossoming. Many have claimed that sister-in-law is a stunning beauty. Brother, let us allow the rest of us to witness her grace. Upon hearing Liu Yi's words, the others clamored to create a ruckus in the bridal chamber. Naturally, Liu Xuan would not permit such a thing. Among this group of older gentlemen, all of whom were older than Wen Yiyi, the newlywed lady, being so young and delicate, would surely find it difficult to withstand their antics. Liu Xuan had not yet laid eyes on Wen Yiyi, and thus could not profess any deep affection. However, as her husband, he could not bear to see his wife embarrassed. Liu Xuan made excuses to deflect the situation and shared a few more drinks with his brothers. As dusk quickly descended, the guests began to take their leave, and the lively atmosphere of the Wang residence gradually faded. The scene remained chaotic, with the estate's steward and others busily instructing the servants to clean up the banquet and tally the gifts, while also presenting a list for Liu Xuan's review. Liu Xuan did not examine it, and sent it to the study instead. At that moment, Ren Ruo suggested, "Your Highness, it is time to proceed to the bridal chamber. Do not keep the bride waiting." Liu Xuan pushed open the door, entering a room where the maids stood silently, heads bowed, neatly arranged on either side. The two headmaids, Jin Kuei and Zhu Yu, flanked Wen Yiyi, experiencing their first encounter with Liu Xuan. Though they had heard tales of the handsome king of Jingjiang, seeing him in person left them astonished. Liu Xuan instructed everyone in the room to exit. Jin Kuei and Zhu Yu exchanged glances at Wen Yiyi, who sat on the edge of the bed, their concern evident, yet they dared not disobey the prince's command and followed the other maids out. This evening, the sky was splendid. Since the engagement to the wedding, much time had passed. It had once been spring, but now autumn was in full bloom. The night sky was a deep cerulean, illuminated by a bright moon casting silvery light upon the ground. Wen Yiyi, sensing the approach of footsteps, tightened her grip, her fingers clutching the scarlet wedding gown. In the next moment, the surroundings brightened as the veil covering her head was lifted by the man, revealing a familiar yet icy voice. "I have heard that the princess is the cherished jewel of the Empress Dowager. Is it true that this marriage was sought by you from her?" Wen Yiyi slightly raised her gaze, meeting the man's elongated and profound phoenix eyes. She averted her eyes and softly replied, "In matters of marriage, how could I, a mere concubine, presume to act on my own? It is the Empress Dowager who believes that His Highness is worthy of lifelong commitment. Hence, I have been promised to you." As her words fell, her chin was gently grasped by the man. The delicate structure of Wen Yiyi's face contrasted starkly with the man's large hand. Chapter 20. Marriage. Liu Xuan had already appraised her thoroughly. To speak candidly, even though his gaze was discerning, he could not deny that Wen Yiyi was indeed a beauty, and a remarkably pleasing one at that. Yet, there lingered an ephemeral sense of fragility about her, akin to a handful of quicksand, elusive and intangible, leaving one with a feeling of insubstantiality. "What is your name?" Wen Yiyi frequently roamed the palace, and her nickname was well known among the palace attendants. Her formal name, however, was known only to the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the crown prince. The princes and palace maids were entirely unaware of it. "Miaoda," Wen Yiyi replied, "bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager." Liu Xuan gently caressed her delicate chin with his fingertip, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unreality began to unfurl within him. This sentiment reminded him of the scenes he had often dreamt about in recent days. Wen Yiyi, oblivious to his thoughts, felt a twinge of unease under his scrutinizing gaze, which bore no trace of desire, yet felt both evaluative and probing. In a past life, Liu Xuan had made her a promise, yet she had never envisioned that they would become husband and wife in this lifetime. "Your Highness," Wen Yiyi ventured cautiously, "would you care to partake in the wedding wine?" Liu Xuan released her chin. He was aware that Wen Yiyi was fabricating a narrative. This woman did not harbor affection for the crown prince and perhaps bore some conflict with him. However, the crown prince was resolute in his pursuit of her, leaving her with no recourse but to accept the Empress Dowager's arrangement, thereby evading the crown prince's advances. Now that matters had reached this juncture, discussing the origins of their predicament was utterly meaningless. Wen Yiyi was adorned in a resplendent bridal attire, her wedding gown exquisitely crafted, with golden and silver threads intricately embroidered to depict the phoenix, exuding a vibrant and opulent allure as she moved. After partaking in the wedding wine, the next step would be consummation. Wen Yiyi was not entirely prepared for this, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. As she poured the wine, it spilled over the cup and cascaded onto the table. When she realized what had happened, Liu Xuan cast a glance at her, took the cup from her trembling hands, and drank the wine. Hesitantly, Wen Yiyi approached him to assist with his garments. She was well aware of how to don and doff her own attire. Yet she had never attended to another, and her nervousness left her at a loss for what to do after removing Liu Xuan's outer robe. Liu Xuan, tall and strikingly handsome, was a general accustomed to the battlefield. Standing beside Wen Yiyi, the disparity in their stature was particularly pronounced. He towered over her, capable of lifting her effortlessly with a single hand. Wen Yiyi recalled the words of Princess Changping, who had advised her that during the bridal chamber, the man would surely take the initiative, urging her to be brave and not to weep. Yet Liu Xuan exhibited no inclination to act, leaving Wen Yiyi uncertain about how to proceed. Having been excessively indulged in wine by his brothers, Liu Xuan displayed no visible signs of intoxication, appearing unaffected despite his inebriation. He had never engaged with women and was not drawn to feminine charms. Observing Wen Yiyi's palpable anxiety and confusion, he gently lifted her and laid her upon the bed, subsequently settling himself on the outer side. Wen Yiyi lay on the soft bedding, dazed and bewildered for quite some time. When she finally regained her senses, she discovered that Liu Xuan beside her had already succumbed to slumber. The scent of alcohol clung heavily to him, suggesting that he had indulged quite liberally while entertaining guests. As she gazed at the crimson drapery, Wen Yiyi hesitated for a moment before gingerly descending from the bed. With delicate hands, she removed the cumbersome adornments from her head, meticulously counting and placing them into her jewelry box. The exquisite set she wore on her wedding day was of immense value, with the crown alone adorned with thousands of pearls. In her previous life, all of Wen Yiyi's precious jewels had been pilfered by the crown prince and Chu Ruyuan after the demise of her trusted maidservant. After cleansing her face, she shed her heavy garments and quietly returned to bed, lying beside Liu Xuan. Although they had not consummated their marriage, it was undeniable that Liu Xuan had spent the night in her chamber. As long as she remained silent about the details, no one else would be privy to the truth. In her past life, after the banquet concluded, the crown prince had not visited Wen Yiyi's quarters, but had gone directly to Chu Ruyuan's, leading the entire estate to be aware that he had spent his wedding night with a concubine. Both Chu Ruyuan and the crown prince were adept at controlling the flow of information within the residence, ensuring that no one dared to speak of it. The palace remained completely oblivious to the situation. Within the household, everyone knew that Wen Yiyi was not favored, although she held the title of the crown prince's legitimate wife. The events of their wedding night led all the servants to secretly mock her, rendering her incapable of managing affairs within the estate. They listened solely to Chu Ruyuan, disregarding her entirely. Contemplating the past and glancing at Liu Xuan, who lay beside her, Wen Yiyi felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, regardless of the circumstances. As long as Liu Xuan did not humiliate her publicly, her role in the Wang Fu would be considerably more manageable. Unlike the oppressive disregard she had endured in the crown prince's residence, turning onto her side, she scrutinized Liu Xuan with newfound seriousness. This was her first opportunity to examine him closely. Previously, Liu Xuan had been merely her elder brother-in-law, the crown prince's royal sibling, and despite his numerous acts of assistance, propriety had restrained her from gazing at him directly. With a high nose and thin lips, he possessed a naturally aloof and cold demeanor, likely a result of his mixed heritage, which lent his features a striking depth. Wen Yiyi recognized his handsomeness, yet she was unprepared for how captivating he appeared upon closer inspection. Curiously, she reached out to gently trace the bridge of his nose before closing her eyes to sleep. Just as she began to drift into slumber, Liu Xuan opened his eyes. He too raised his hand to where Wen Yiyi had touched, feeling an inexplicable sense of peculiarity within him. The following morning, as the sun ascended, the newlyweds' chamber remained closed, and no summons for the servants had been issued. Jing Kue and Zhu Yu, anxious and restless, awaited outside, concerned for their mistress's well-being after the previous night. The older matron was unfazed. It was commonplace for newlyweds to linger in bed, with the late Empress Dowager of Jingjiang long past, and no court duties to attend. It was entirely normal for them to rise later. Wen Yiyi's inability to awaken was simply a consequence of the exhausting wedding festivities and her deep slumber that night. Accustomed to sleeping alone, she was startled when her fingers brushed against the solid, broad expanse of a man's chest. Wen Yiyi, momentarily taken aback, opened her eyes wide in confusion. As her gaze met Liu Xuan's cold, elongated eyes, understanding dawned upon her, and she gradually exhaled in relief. In a soft murmur, she inquired, "Your Highness, did you sleep well last night?" Liu Xuan's eyes flicked to her hand, bearing a hint of warning. It was only then that Wen Yiyi realized her hand lingered on Liu Xuan's heart. During the night, both had fallen into a deep slumber, and somehow, the distance between them had diminished. She hastily withdrew her hand, Chapter 21. Marriage. Liu Xuan descended from the bed, followed closely by Wen Yiyi. The disparity between pre-marriage and post-marriage was immense, as was the difference between marrying into royalty and into an ordinary family. Naturally, Wen Yiyi had to learn to attend to her husband's needs. Liu Xuan cast his gaze downwards and saw Wen Yiyi's delicate, fair hands reaching out to adjust his attire. Her slender wrists were adorned with a pair of fine, unembellished gold bangles, clasping a vibrant red coral bead between them, which only served to accentuate her ethereal beauty. When Yiyi had not yet properly dressed herself, her thick, long hair cascaded like satin over her shoulders, and she wore a thin, bright red inner garment, the neckline slightly open, revealing her fair, delicate collarbone. Liu Xuan typically did not allow maidservants to attend to him, partly due to his disdain for their tedious ways and partly because he was wary of those with ulterior motives. Over time, the company around him had mostly comprised eunuchs. When Yiyi's hands appeared soft and gentle, their delicate appearance left one to wonder about their actual touch, which seemed almost boneless. Liu Xuan had initially thought that Wen Yiyi had been spoiled by the Wen family and Empress Dowager Dong, attributing to her a somewhat pampered disposition. However, he was taken aback to discover that her voice was not only tender but also measured, and her actions were meticulous and gentle. Which garment would your highness like to change into? Liu Xuan glanced at her and replied, that dark-colored robe. When Yiyi retrieved it and awkwardly helped him change. In truth, she had never considered herself short. Among the noble ladies, she stood tall and elegant. Yet, standing beside Liu Xuan, whose stature was notably tall, the contrast in height became strikingly evident. He perhaps recognized her lack of experience in serving others. As he took the belt from her hands and donned the clothing himself, have your maidservants come in to fetch water for washing. When Yiyi turned towards the screen and signaled for the maidservants to enter, Liu Xuan lifted the bedding, drew a dagger, and made a shallow cut in his palm, blood quickly seeping into the pristine bedding. The Princess of Jingjiang momentarily forgot to inform Wen Yiyi about the bloodstain. As a mother, she knew her daughter's virtue well and did not deem the matter overly significant. Wen Yiyi, lacking experience, had not anticipated such a scenario. She merely assumed that since they had shared a bed the previous night, outsiders would certainly presume they had consummated their union. Liu Xuan sheathed the dagger and casually tore a piece of cloth to staunch the bleeding. Jin Kuei and Zhu Yu entered behind the matron, and soon the room was bustling with activity. Some attended to washing while others organized the bedding within. After his cleansing, Liu Xuan did not linger and departed promptly. The matrons entered to tidy the bed. The bedding was not excessively disheveled, suggesting that perhaps the prince had indulged a bit too much in drink the night before and had not caused much turmoil for the princess. Had he truly intended to mistreat her, both would surely still be confined to the bed. The bloodstain on the bedding was stark, marring a small area, yet the matrons, maintaining a keen awareness, dared not utter a word, swiftly and efficiently cleaning up the bed. After the room was tidied, Wen Shirzao instructed her servants to leave, retaining only her personal maid to style her hair. As Jin Kuei gently combed Wen Shirzao's locks, she softly inquired, "Miss, are you still feeling unwell?" Wen Shirzao replied with a vague acknowledgement. How could she articulate her feelings? She was unsure how to feign a suitable demeanor and could only respond ambiguously. It was evident to Wen Shirzao that Liu Xuan harbored no fondness for her. In matters of affection, Liu Xuan was not one to indulge. Otherwise, he would not have remained without a consort in his previous life. His disinterest in her was further underscored by his abstaining from intimacy during the previous night's drunken stupor. Given the current circumstances, it seemed she would have to endure a prolonged period of solitude. Wen Shirzao was not particularly anxious about this. Emotions could be nurtured gradually. As long as she did not reveal any weaknesses in public, it would suffice. Zhu Wei remarked, "You must change how you address her in the future. You can no longer call her miss but must refer to her as princess in public." This was, of course, understood. Jin Kuei added, "It may take some time to adjust." Before her marriage, when Shirzao wore her hair loose, after marriage, her hairstyle was entirely transformed. Jin Kuei, skilled in her craft, fashioned a high chignon for Wen Shirzao. With her long neck and hair elegantly swept up, her slender profile exuded grace and poise. After partaking in breakfast, the two concubines were to come and pay their respects. Jin Kuei mentioned, "I have heard that concubine Tao was a gift from the emperor, and concubine Qin was bestowed by the empress. I wonder what they are like." To be candid, Wen Shirzao had little recollection of these two concubines in Liu Xuan's household. She had previously only known of someone residing in Liu Xuan's estate. Being a prince without a primary consort was already a rarity, had there been no women at all. Outsiders would surely speculate. Yet, Wen Shirzao remained oblivious to the dynamics within Liu Xuan's household. In formal gatherings, it was typically the primary consort who attended, leaving no opportunity for concubines to make an appearance. While she had encountered several royal consorts, her knowledge of their secondary wives and concubines was largely anecdotal. The origins of Liu Xuan's two concubines were rather unremarkable, hailing from common official families. They entered the palace as maids and were fortunate enough to capture the emperor and empress's attention, ultimately being granted to the prince's concubines. Crucially, the individuals who conferred these gifts represented considerable influence. To slight them would be to show disrespect to their benefactors. However, as the primary consort, it was imperative for Wen Shirzao to establish some boundaries. If she did not, what if those two concubines began to perceive her as an easy target? Lost in her thoughts, Wen Shirzao momentarily failed to hear her maid's words. Miss? Jin Kuei called out. Wen Shirzao snapped back to reality. What is it? Jin Kuei continued. What attire and jewelry would you like to wear today? Wen Shirzao typically preferred not to adorn herself in overly extravagant attire, reserving such display for her visits to the palace to cater to the Empress Dowager's tastes. She selected several floral hairpins and adorned her hairstyle with vividly crafted peony blossoms. Then she pointed to a flowing garment adorned with gold threads and wide sleeves, complemented by an underlayer of intricately patterned fine silk and a pleated satin skirt. At her waist, she wore a golden jade belt featuring a swan motif, symbolizing elegance. Upon their first meeting, it was essential for Wen Yiyi, the rightful consort, to embody the dignity befitting her status. Should those two maidservants fail to recognize their place and present themselves in an ostentatious manner during their initial greeting? How could Wen Yiyi establish her authority? To exert control over others, one must master every detail, leaving no room for error that might invite ridicule. Observing the elegantly attired women of the capital, Wen Yiyi delicately enhanced her long brows with a dark pencil. It was only through the experience of loss that she truly comprehended the difficulty of her current position. No matter the circumstances, she could not afford to repeat the fate of her previous life. Chapter 22. Marriage. The news of the prince spending the night in the princess's chamber on their wedding night spread like wildfire throughout the Jingjiang Wangfu. This was to be expected. On the night of their nuptials, what groom would not share a bed with his bride? However, the two concubines in separate courtyards felt an undeniable pang of discontent. Concubine Tao had initially thought of herself as a gift from the emperor, believing that if the prince never took a consort, her position as princess would perhaps remain secure. Little did she know that a formidable rival, Wen Yiyi, had unexpectedly entered the fray. With her noble lineage, Wen Yiyi was more than qualified to become the crown princess, leaving no chance for the princess position to fall to her. Witnessing the princess position slip away, concubine Tao harbored ill feelings for half a year, wishing nothing more than for Wen Yiyi to meet an untimely demise, thus leaving the position vacant for her. Yesterday, the wedding ceremony was held, and soon after, the edict of house arrest was issued. While the prince and princess celebrated their union in the front courtyard, concubines Tao and Shen found themselves confined, unable to step foot outside. During their confinement, concubine Tao fervently hoped that the prince would not choose to spend the night with Wen Yiyi. After all this time, the prince had not even cast a glance their way, so perhaps he would not engage with Wen Yiyi either. But her hopes were dashed when a maidservant brought the news that the prince had indeed stayed with the princess. Feeling a knot of discomfort in her heart, concubine Tao rose early, spending nearly an hour adorning herself, eager to pay her respects to the princess and behold the famed fourth Miss Wen, who was said to possess unparalleled beauty. Unbeknownst to concubine Tao, she was unaware of the happenings on concubine Shen's side. Generally, concubine Tao held herself in higher regard due to her status as a gift from the emperor, often looking down upon concubine Shen. Their interactions typically consisted of veiled jabs at one another. Now that a female master had emerged in the Wangfu, concubine Tao contemplated uniting with concubine Shen for mutual support. As the two schemed to visit Wen Yiyi, they made their way to her residence, Xian Garden, which was centrally located and closest to Liu Xuan's quarters. Concubine Tao had long coveted this area, hoping to find an excuse to move there, but Liu Xuan had paid her no heed, leaving her without an opportunity to broach the subject. Today, she donned a delicate water-red dress, accentuating her alluring beauty, making concubine Shen appear rather dull in comparison. It was her striking appearance that had caught the emperor's eye, leading to her being bestowed upon Liu Xuan. Concubine Tao was convinced that in a contest of beauty, she would not be outshone. Upon arriving at Xian Garden, a seemingly amiable maidservant approached with a smile, informing them, "Today, the prince rose late, and the princess is still at breakfast. Please wait a moment before paying your respects." The previous day had been bright and sunny, yet today was overcast. with dark clouds looming and an autumn chill that sent shivers through one's bones. In her quest to overshadow the princess, concubine Tao had chosen a particularly sheer and flowing fabric, with her neckline exposing a considerable portion of her neck. As the cold wind blew, she felt her complexion pale. Jin Kuei exchanged a few words with them before returning to serve Wen Yiyi, who was indeed quite hungry. Yesterday, she scarcely consumed any food throughout the day, and only after meeting Liu Xuan in the evening did she take a mere sip of the ceremonial wine. This morning, upon catching the fragrant aroma of the meal, she suddenly realized her hunger had rendered her completely powerless. Presently, she is savoring the sweet, delicate yam and glutinous rice porridge, while Jin Kuei beside her remarks, "I have followed your instructions, and the two concubines are waiting outside. Given the cold weather today, do you wish for them to come in?" Wen Yiyi leisurely scoops another spoonful of porridge, gently blowing on it before bringing it to her lips. During her time at the Zhen Nanhou residence, even with the sordidness of Su Nianqiu and the old matriarch, much was mitigated by Princess Chomping. Wen Yiyi, with limited experiences, and her maidservants, all possessing inherently kind natures, have thus led Jin Kuei to fall early into Chu Ruyuan's trap, leading to her demise. Wen Yiyi replied, "Would they not wear thicker garments when venturing out?" Jin Kuei, "These matters are not for you to worry about. Fret less in the future." Jin Kuei recalled the attire of concubine Tao, which left much of her bosom exposed. To appear before the rightful consort dressed in such a manner, even if she felt cold, it would be justly deserved. Wen Yiyi, unhurried, finished her breakfast, rinsed her mouth with the tea offered by a servant, and then took Jin Kuei's hand to rise and head out, stating, "Let them all come in." Outside, concubine Chen fared well, clad in a cloak that shielded her from the chill, feeling no discomfort. In contrast, concubine Tao shivered, her skin prickling with goosebumps. Her meticulously applied makeup now dull under a fine layer of powder. The room was indeed warm, and upon entering, they beheld a magnificently dressed woman adorned in splendid embroidery seated at the head. Wen Yiyi, being 5 or 6 years younger than both, irked concubine Tao, who resented having to show deference to someone younger. How could she willingly bow to a girl younger than herself? Due to the distance, Wen Yiyi held a cup of tea that obscured the lower half of her face, and with concubine Tao too timid to stare openly, her true appearance remained elusive. Nevertheless, Wen Yiyi's demeanor spoke volumes of her elegance and poise, unmistakably embodying a dignified young lady not to be underestimated. Both concubine Tao and concubine Chen bent their bodies in reverence, uttering, "This humble servant, Tao, pays her respects to the princess. This humble servant, Chen, pays her respects to the princess." Wen Yiyi did not prompt them to rise immediately, taking this opportunity to observe them. She was unsure of the depth of Liu Xuan's affections for these two. The initial intimidation was unlikely to be excessive. As long as they behaved themselves and treated Wen Yiyi with the respect due to their mistress, she had no intention of targeting them. With a gentle smile, Wen Yiyi stated, "Since we are all within the royal residence, we shall consider ourselves sisters henceforth. There is no need for such formalities. Please, rise." Concubine Tao was the first to stand, saying, "I am a few years older than the princess. If the princess does not mind, you may call me sister. When the emperor bestowed me upon the prince, it was with the intention that I would assist in managing his affairs. Should the princess have any uncertainties in the future, I am at your service." Wen Yiyi's smile faded in an instant as she spoke slowly. "In my youth, I often accompanied the empress to the emperor's side. Yet I have never encountered you before, Tao. You were not the emperor's personal maid in the past, were you?" The Tao concubine replied with a hint of shyness in her voice, "I used to serve him tea, but I seldom attended to him directly." Wen Yiyi nodded, "Please, both of you, take a seat. Tao, after years of shouldering the burdens for the prince, it is time for you to embrace a more tranquil life." The Tao concubine, at a loss for words, could only respond with a simple affirmation. Chapter 23. Please be at ease after the departure of the two individuals. Jin Kuei approached Wen Yiyi and began to knead her shoulders. "That Tao lady is quite presumptuous. You merely stated that everyone is to be regarded as sisters, and she immediately assumes the role of an elder sister. Your own sisters are all dignified and virtuous ladies from esteemed families. What does she amount to?" Wen Yiyi closed her eyes in contemplation, choosing not to respond at that moment. She was acutely aware that she was new to this environment. While the two concubines had been in the household for a considerable time, it would be unreasonable to expect them to feel comfortable with her sudden dominance over them. The number of people in the Jingjiang Duke's residence was not excessive. Liu Xuan was not one to flaunt his status and typically required minimal attendance. However, it was certainly not insignificant, given the stature of a royal residence. With so many individuals, each possessing their own opinions, managing them effectively was no simple task. Furthermore, after spending some time in the household, Wen Yiyi was still unaware of who among them might be the eyes and ears of the two concubines. In the face of her new responsibilities, Wen Yiyi knew that establishing authority was paramount. However, she also discerned that she should not ignite this authority too hastily. It would be prudent to observe for a while. In her previous life, when she married, she had only brought along her most trusted maidservants, with her only elder companion being her nurse. The people in her courtyard had enjoyed favorable conditions in the Wen residence, having faced little hardship or humiliation, and thus lacked the guile often found in courtly intrigues. Wen Yiyi recognized that internal strife within the household was inevitable. Therefore, prior to her marriage, she had sought out a formidable nanny from Empress Dowager Dong. Nanny Pan had served the Empress Dowager in her youth and was well regarded for her diligence and loyalty. After marrying and losing her husband years later, she found herself unwilling to live with her daughter and son-in-law, prompting the Empress Dowager, who had a fondness for the past and a distaste for newly arrived maidens, to reinstate Nanny Pan in her service. The Empress Dowager had thus permitted Nanny Pan to accompany Wen Yiyi into her new life, providing her a measure of support. Having frequently encountered Nanny Pan in the past 2 years, Wen Yiyi had developed a considerable trust in her. She could not help but inquire, "Nanny, what do you think would be the best way for me to win the hearts of those beneath me now that I have just arrived in the residence?" Nanny Pan replied, "Becoming the mistress of a household is no trivial matter. Your concerns are entirely justified, Mississippi. However, I believe the most crucial task is not to manage those below you, but rather to secure the favor of the prince himself." Wen Yiyi was taken aback. "You jest. How could I possibly sway Liu Xuan? Merely avoiding his manipulation would be a victory in itself." In truth, her feelings towards Liu Xuan were complex, leaving her unable to untangle her emotions. She felt guilt, gratitude, and even a hint of fear. Though she could discern the desires of many, Liu Xuan's thoughts remained an enigma to her. With his high status and deep cunning, Wen Yiyi, having had limited dealings with men in her past life, found herself at a loss regarding how to navigate this intricate relationship. Nanny Pan dismissed the servants from the Jingjiang Duke's residence and spoke to Wen Yiyi privately. "How did you serve the prince last night, miss? Was he satisfied with your attentions?" Wen Yiyi averted her gaze, choosing silence in response. Madame Pan approached Wen Yiyi, gently kneading her shoulders, her tone soft and measured. "It is quite normal for a young lady to be unaware of how to serve a man, especially since you have only just begun to understand the ways of the world. However, if you wish to win the favor of the prince and secure your place in his heart, the foremost task is to ensure that he spends every night by your side." Wen Yiyi knew better than to speak of the previous night's unconsummated encounter. Such matters were too embarrassing to voice. She merely replied, "The prince does not seem the type to indulge in worldly pleasures. Perhaps this is a conversation for another day." Wen Yiyi believed that cultivating a relationship with Liu Xuan involved more than mere romantic pursuits. She was uncertain of Liu Xuan's ambitions regarding the highest position, but typically, any royal bloodline with a hint of ambition harbored thoughts of ascending to the throne. Regardless, Wen Yiyi resolved that she must never allow the crown prince to ascend smoothly to the throne. Collaborating with Liu Xuan could potentially pave a path to a prosperous future. Meanwhile, after the two concubines, Tao and Qin, departed from Wen Yiyi's residence, Tao was filled with a sour disposition, akin to having consumed a bottle of vinegar. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Sister Qin, it seems our days of comfort are drawing to a close. The princess does not appear to be an easy person to deal with. With the Empress Dowager backing her, we, mere palace maids with no power or influence, stand little chance." Qin, typically not one for idle chatter, remained silent, only responding with half-hearted affirmations. Tao continued, "Did you get a good look at our new princess? I didn't pay much attention, but then again, how could we, as mere servants, dare to scrutinize our mistress openly?" They had stolen only fleeting glances. It was clear that Wen Yiyi was a beauty, but what left the deepest impression was her extraordinary demeanor, which rendered them both somewhat insignificant. Tao, consumed with envy, lamented the years she had spent envying the favored concubine of the crown prince, Chu. Though of similar origins, Chu enjoyed a life of dignity and affection in the prince's court, her family basking in the benefits of her status. In contrast, Tao had never received even a hint of the prince's favor. "If we continue like this, where will we find our place in the future?" Tao lamented. "How shameful it is to let a mere girl ride over us." After listening to Tao's grievances, Qin finally spoke. "Though Chu enjoys favor in the prince's court, the prince is still to wed a legitimate wife next month. Given our background, being a concubine to the prince is already a significant achievement. and the monthly stipend helps support our families. Should we marry into an ordinary family, even as the primary wife, would we have such fine garments or ample food? Once we enter their household, we become bound to them for life. Tao scoffed at this. Am I to be compared with ordinary palace maids? I am a gift from the emperor to the prince. The emperor himself praised my beauty. Qin, I am aware of your duplicity. Do not feign otherwise. We are all cut from the same cloth. Who can deceive whom? There are no barriers here, nor ears beyond these walls. Fear not the revelation of your true self to others. With that, Tao departed, swaying her form as she led her maid away. Qin, having endured her scathing rebuke, exhibited no signs of distress. Like a resilient ball of cotton, she remained unyielding and returned to her quarters with her entourage. Chapter 24. A visit that evening. Liu Xuan refrained from visiting Wen Yiyi's residence. After returning to the capital, he had assumed his duties, and indeed, numerous state affairs demanded his attention. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Liu Xuan set down his brush. Ren Ruo, perceiving that his highness was fatigued and in need of rest, approached and inquired, Your Highness, do you intend to visit the princess tonight? Liu Xuan's voice was cool. It is quite late. She is likely retired early. There is no need to disturb her. Ren Ruo felt a twinge of helplessness. They were already married. What could possibly warrant disturbance? However, he understood that his highness had always been indifferent when it came to matters of the heart. In truth, Emperor Qi Yuan, the current sovereign, had once harbored feelings for Liu Xuan's mother, Consort Li. Otherwise, Liu Xuan would not be the emperor's firstborn. Consort Li was originally a princess of the small western nation of Qinghe, which, unable to withstand the might of Qi, offered her in a bid for peace. Perhaps enchanted by the foreign beauty, Qi Yuan, during his time as crown prince, lavished affection upon the Li family. However, upon ascending the throne, Qi Yuan, determined to achieve great deeds, annihilated the Qinghe clan when they disturbed the borders. With the destruction of her homeland and family, Consort Li succumbed to despair, leaving behind only Liu Xuan, her sole son. From Liu Xuan's childhood, Qi Yuan subjected him to considerable scrutiny. He was the least favored among the emperor's sons. Despite his noble lineage, Liu Xuan found life more arduous than that of common gentry, while other princes benefited from their mother's gentle influence. Skillfully vying for power and favor before the emperor and ministers, Liu Xuan had carved out his current status through his own efforts. Having entered the military at the tender age of 13 or 14, in the army, devoid of women, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of female companionship. The two women bestowed upon him by the emperor and empress held no allure in his eyes. He often returned home unwilling to even glance their way. With audacity, Ren Ruo ventured, regardless of how late you arrive, the princess should not mind. Your Highness, with your capabilities and ambitions, laboring over state affairs at such an hour must surely evoke her concern for your well-being. Concern for him? For reasons unknown, a peculiar feeling stirred within Liu Xuan. He did not believe that Wen Yiyi would feel any sympathy for him, given their utter lack of familiarity. Such a delicate and esteemed lady of noble birth would likely be more concerned with her own comfort. Yet, inexplicably, an image flashed through Liu Xuan's mind. Wen Yiyi's slender, snow-white wrist and her graceful, fair neck from earlier that morning when she had assisted him with his attire. In that moment, he found himself restless and agitated. What hour was it? The first watch of the night. Indeed, it was quite late. Ren Ruo deemed it reasonable for the princess to have retired at this hour. Liu Xuan strode outside, to the Xian garden. At this hour, Wen Yiyi had indeed fallen asleep. During the autumn and winter months, she retired early, often finishing her evening routine well before the hour of the pick. In the days prior to her marriage, she would occasionally stay up late to engage in needlework, stitching her wedding garments. Now married, she found herself at a loss regarding her responsibilities. And with an audience with the Empress and the Dowager Empress scheduled for the following day, she had gone to bed early. Tonight, the maid on night watch is Zhu Yu. Upon sensing the slightest disturbance in the wind, she hurriedly approaches to awaken Wen Yiyi. Miss, the prince is coming. Wen Yiyi, deeply immersed in slumber, is abruptly stirred awake and rubs her eyes. Liu Xuan is arriving at such a late hour? She had anticipated Liu Xuan's arrival since dusk, reflecting on their recent nuptials. If he were to spend the night away from her, there would undoubtedly be whispers circulating outside. Yet, as she prepared for bed, Liu Xuan had not appeared. Understanding his aloof nature, she felt a pang of disappointment but was not surprised. Whether they shared the bed or she slept alone, sleep was still sleep. Having endured far more awkward situations in her past life, her current circumstances seemed drastically improved. As she groggily sat up, she pondered, is there still time for me to prepare? There is no time. A deep and icy voice resonated in her ears. Zhu turned around, startled to find King Jingjiang already entering. Frightened, she quickly bowed her head and stepped aside, when Cici gestured for her to leave, and Zhu secured the door tightly before departing. The room fell into silence, and for some unknown reason, Liu Xuan found amusement in Wen Yici's earlier words. It was evening, a time for rest, and there was no need for elaborate grooming. "The hour is late. You should return to bed," he stated. When Cici, aware of her sister-in-law and mother's customs, recalled how the household maids had often recounted these practices. If the husband entered the wife's chamber, her sister-in-law and mother would remain awake until he had retired for the night. Only after ensuring his slumber would they cleanse their faces and rise early the next day to adorn themselves, avoiding any disheveled appearance before him. Approaching Liu Xuan, she declared, "I shall assist your highness with your attire." At that moment, her face bore no makeup, still flushed from sleep, and her silky hair cascaded gracefully over her delicate shoulders, enhancing her innocent demeanor. Liu Xuan suddenly remembered that although Cici was now a wife, she was still a few years younger than him, and her temperament was perhaps not fully matured. For a young lady of her standing, she was doing exceptionally well. He grasped her wrist gently, lowering her hand with care. Her wrist was indeed slender and soft, radiating warmth that was more comforting than the finest silk. "There is no need. I shall manage myself," he replied. When Cici, eager to display her virtue before Liu Xuan, was determined not to miss this opportunity. "As your wife, it is my duty to serve you." In the midst of her words, she had already begun to remove Liu Xuan's outer robe. Then, her attention was drawn to the wound on his hand. While organizing his manuscripts at night, he had removed the bandage that wrapped around his hand. Liu Xuan, accustomed to injuries from battles and somewhat indifferent to pain, had forgotten to reapply the bandage after tending to it. Holding his hand with both of hers, she inquired, "Your Highness, how did you injure your hand?" Liu Xuan dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, stating it was merely a minor injury and not worth the fuss. "You should rest in bed," he advised. However, when Zhao Zhao gazed upon the jagged gash and thought to herself, "Is this truly just a minor injury?" she retrieved the medicine box, expressing her concern. "I worry that your Highness may be unable to sleep due to the pain tonight. After much contemplation, I believe it is best to tend to the wound. Your Highness, please take a seat." Noticing Liu Xuan's indifferent demeanor and his reluctance to comply, when Zhao Zhao gently grasped his arm, guiding him to sit beside her, she then procured a jar of ointment from the box, saying, "The application may cause some discomfort, Your Highness, but please bear with it for the moment." Chapter 25. Please rest. The medicine chest was prepared in advance by Wen Yiyi. In her previous life, she often accompanied the crown prince to the palace, and on occasions when he returned in a foul mood, a careless remark from her could provoke him to kick her, causing her pain for weeks. Thus, she took to preparing a medicine chest in her room to tend to her own injuries and those of the people around her. This habit gradually became ingrained, and when the time came to prepare her dowry, she brought along a medicine chest as well. Inside were various ointments and powders, primarily rare treasures from the Duke of Jinnan's estate, unobtainable in the marketplace. Some of the healing medicines were remarkably effective. The ointment in Wen Yiyi's hand was called Jade Skin Regeneration Ointment. It could rapidly heal wounds that would otherwise leave scars, preventing any marks from forming in the future. However, during application, the ointment might irritate the wound, causing pain. She gently said, "If it becomes too painful, Your Highness may inform me, and I shall apply it more delicately." Her delicate hands, as soft as if they were made of nothing, applied the ointment to the wound, and Liu Xuan felt no pain at all. Yet, for the first time, someone was genuinely concerned about whether he was in discomfort, even for such a trivial injury. Liu Xuan's elongated phoenix eyes regarded Wen Yiyi, the depths of his dark gaze inscrutable, leaving her unaware of his thoughts. She focused on his wound, attentively wrapping it with clean gauze after applying the medicine, and finally tied a gentle knot. "Your Highness must remember, the wound should not come into contact with water," Wen Yiyi instructed. "I shall apply the medicine once more tomorrow." After completing these tasks, Wen Yiyi felt an overwhelming fatigue and could not suppress a yawn, her eyes glistening with moisture. Liu Xuan urged her to rest on the bed. The bed was spacious enough for two, and she instinctively lay down on the inner side. Moments later, the man situated himself beside her. The candles flickered, casting a warm glow throughout the room. For reasons unknown, Wen Yiyi found herself unable to fall asleep despite her earlier drowsiness. She softly inquired, "Your Highness? What is it?" Wen Yiyi continued, "Could you extinguish the candle?" She thought perhaps the room was too bright, hindering her ability to sleep. Liu Xuan raised his hand to flick the candle flame, and it was instantly snuffed out, plunging the room into darkness. This time, Wen Yiyi closed her eyes, and sleep began to envelop her gradually. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan felt a sense of restlessness. After all, he was a normal man, with no issues regarding his physical desires. No matter how ascetic a man may be, unless physically incapacitated, it is impossible to be devoid of certain impulses. When Ziseo carried a faint fragrance about her, Liu Xuan had always detested the heavy scent of cosmetics. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the aroma emanating from her did not repulse him. Instead, he found it rather pleasant. Logically, Wen Ziseo was his legitimate wife, and any intimate encounter between them at night would be entirely reasonable. However, Liu Xuan perceived that he and Wen Ziseo were still unfamiliar with one another. And should anything transpire, their relationship would irrevocably cross a threshold. Wen Ziseo, of course, was oblivious to Liu Xuan's thoughts. She simply believed that he had no such desires. Thus, sharing a bed beneath the covers felt quite agreeable to her. At the very least, she preserved both her dignity and reputation. As the prince had spent 2 consecutive nights with her, surely preventing any gossip from circulating in the manner regarding her supposed lack of favor. Since childhood, Wen Ziseo had been particularly concerned about her reputation, a common trait among women of her esteemed family. Even when faced with adversity, she would conceal her wounds rather than expose them for all to see. That night, Wen Ziseo slept soundly. For reasons unknown, she dreamt of the moment she first encountered Liu Xuan in her previous life. This so-called first meeting was not the naive encounter from her youth, where she failed to remember even a face, but rather the meeting after she had already become a wife. At that time, when Ziseo entered the palace alongside the crown prince to pay respects to Dowager Empress Dong, the crown prince departed early due to pressing matters, and the Dowager Empress's health was already declining. With the crown prince's position secured, the Dowager Empress could not intervene. When Ziseo, who was accustomed to delivering only good news, wished to shield her from further worry regarding her own plight in the prince's residence. Since the crown prince had merely neglected her without causing harm, she refrained from mentioning her experiences in the prince's manor. While the Dowager Empress rested in the afternoon, when Ziseo found herself sitting beneath the shade of a secluded tree within the palace, reluctant to return to the prince's residence and disinclined to venture elsewhere, she sought a tranquil spot to linger for a while. It was then that she heard the sound of a zither. She was unaware of who played it, but the melody was profoundly melancholic, drawing her in without her realizing it. Soon, she beheld Liu Xuan clad in a dark robe. Later, she would learn that day marked the memorial of Liu Xuan's mother, and the place she had wandered to was the palace garden where concubine Li had once lived. Strangely, many images from that day had faded from her memory, yet she vividly recalled the moment Liu Xuan lifted his gaze to meet hers. From that point onward, the path ahead seemed endless, as entering the prince's residence felt like losing all prospects for the future. The zither's melody resonated with her current state of mind, prompting her to inquire Liu Xuan about the name of the piece. Upon awakening, her face bore the traces of tears. Even she could not comprehend why she had wept so profusely in her dream. The dawn had already broken, and the entire night had elapsed. As she wiped her eyes, she suddenly noticed that Liu Xuan had awakened and was gazing at her. Embarrassed, Wen Ziseo hastily wiped her face and offered an excuse. "I miss home a bit." Unsurprisingly, Liu Xuan harbored no doubts about this excuse. In his eyes, Wen Ziseo was the cherished jewel of the Jinnan Marquisate, indulged by her family since childhood. It was entirely natural for her, having just married and left her home, to feel homesick to the point of tears. Liu Xuan responded, "If you wish to return to the Jinnan Marquisate, you may do so freely after resolving matters at the prince's residence." Wen Ziseo had already dried her cheeks. "Thank you, Your Highness." He had stepped out of bed, and Wen Ziseo promptly followed suit, retrieving a set of garments for Liu Xuan to change into. Liu Xuan was somewhat unaccustomed to having a woman assist him with his changing attire. However, noticing the faint blush at the corners of Wen Ziseo's eyes, he refrained from declining her help. Once his outer garments were donned, Wen Ziseo remarked, "Today, we must visit the palace to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. There are many individuals we must engage with today, which I consider rather significant." "I shall accompany you into the palace," he replied. A sudden smile graced Wen Ziseo's face. "Very well, let us go together." Although he had little to discuss with the Empress, it was prudent for them to present a united front, especially since they had recently wed. While he was not intimately acquainted with Wen Ziseo, she was undeniably his legitimate wife, and Liu Xuan was determined to fulfill his duties as a husband in the necessary matters. Chapter 26. Please be at ease. As Liu Xuan gazed upon Wen Ziseo's gentle and enchanting smile, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his attention shifted away. With a beaming countenance, Wen Ziseo approached him to adjust his collar, remarking, "Marrying His Highness, I feel I have truly found the right partner." Even though Liu Xuan might wish to resist such sentiments, he could not deny the sudden warmth blooming in his heart. Maintaining a stoic expression, he inquired, "Does the Empress Dowager favor you merely for your sweet words?" Wen Ziseo was taken aback. How could she possibly secure a place of esteem before the Empress Dowager solely based on her lineage and family background? Her elder sister and brother, both born of the Princess of Chongping, had not enjoyed the same privileges in the presence of the Empress Dowager as Wen Ziseo did. To speak candidly, her charm was innate, an effortless quality that endeared those around her. She fastened a belt for Liu Xuan. With each encounter, she grew more adept. During their previous clothing change, her movements had been somewhat clumsy, but today, she was noticeably more confident. She instructed Liu Xuan to extend his arms and gently leaned forward to attach a fragrant pouch adorned with jade at his waist. Such tasks could easily be delegated to the maids, yet Wen Ziseo would not forego the opportunity to bridge the gap between them. She sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Liu Xuan, to inspire greater trust in him, and would employ every means to draw nearer. "Am I sweet-tongued?" she mused with a slight smile. "I believe that everything I say is rooted in truth." Liu Xuan, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, exuded an undeniable presence in any attire. Perhaps it was true that love rendered one blind. Wen Ziseo found him to possess a more regal demeanor than Liu Ha. After changing, Liu Xuan departed without partaking in breakfast with Wen Ziseo. Seated before the dressing mirror, Wen Ziseo adorned herself while the maid, Jin Kuei, styled her hair and remarked, "Our lord is rather indifferent, not even staying to share a meal with you." However, Wen Ziseo was unconcerned with such trivial matters. The absence of a shared meal was inconsequential. What mattered was her impending visit to the palace. Currently, Empress Hu held the position of the reigning empress, with 5 princes under her care. It had been less than a year since Empress Zhang's passing when the Hu family was elevated to that esteemed title, a testament to her significance in the emperor's heart. Over the years, despite the influx of new consorts vying for favor, Empress Hu continued to bask in the emperor's affection, especially considering that her 5th son, Liu Yi, was cherished by the emperor. Wen Ziseo recalled that by the spring of the following year, the emperor would bestow the title of prince upon Liu Yi. Liu Xuan, through his gallant deeds on behalf of the state of Qi, earned his princely title, while Liu Yi would merely need to compose a few essays and fulfill departmental duties to receive equivalent honors. Such disparities were truly vexing. In her past life, the relationship between the crown prince and empress Hu had been fraught with tension. How could the crown prince harbor affection for the woman who usurped his mother's position? The crown prince's disdain for Empress Hu was reciprocated. Had it not been for the crown prince, perhaps her son, Liu Yi, could have been named heir. Each side, harboring their own ambitions, engaged in a subtle battle of wits. Alas, poor Wen Ziseo found herself amid the crown prince's and the 5th prince's struggle for power. Whenever the royal ladies congregated, Empress Hu would invariably target Wen Sisi. Chu Riyuan further fueled the rumors in front of Empress Hu, suggesting that the crown prince held great affection for Wen Sisi. Yet, Empress Hu was not merely an empress, she was also an elder, and as the crown prince's consort, Wen Sisi found herself at her mercy. Even now, were she to relive the past, despite the events yet to unfold, Wen Sisi harbored no fondness for Empress Hu. However, given the latter's formidable influence and her status as an elder, Wen Sisi had no choice but to endure her disdain. The memory of her previous life, where she paid her respects to Empress Hu and was made to perform a kneeling ceremony for half an hour, left her feeling unsettled. When Sisi donned a more dignified gown, her dark hair loosely gathered and adorned with pearls on either side. This attire was neither overly ostentatious nor lacking in the grace befitting a princess. After partaking in breakfast, a eunuch from Liu Xuan's side summoned her, stating that the prince was ready to enter the palace and requested her to join him in the carriage. When Sisi adjusted her shawl and proceeded with Mama Pan and Jin Kuei. Unlike when Sisi, Liu Xuan chose to ride a magnificent steed. His stature further accentuated atop the tall horse. As when Sisi entered the carriage, they soon arrived at the palace gates. Just as she lifted the curtain to descend, she noticed Liu Xuan standing before her, extending a hand. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated, pondering whether he intended to assist her in disembarking. Before she could decide, Liu Xuan grasped her wrist, helping her down. Their bodies inevitably brushed against one another during the descent, and with the weather having cleared, the morning sun beat down rather fiercely, although her gown was modestly layered from neck to chest. The unintentional contact with his chest made Liu Xuan acutely aware of her soft form, prompting him to quickly release his grip. When Sisi softly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness." At that moment, a voice from behind interjected, "Oh, The elder brother and sister-in-law truly share a deep affection. Turning around, Wen Yiyi beheld the third prince Liu Lin and his consort, Lady Dong. Lady Dong, the third prince's wife, was a cousin to Wen Yiyi's sister-in-law, with Wen Yiyi maintaining a closer relationship with her sister-in-law. In her past life, their interactions were minimal, and they rarely crossed paths at significant events. Given that they were family and had no direct conflicts of interest, Wen Yiyi bore no animosity towards her. Liu Lin had a somewhat acerbic temperament, and since Liu Xuan was bestowed the title of prince, jealousy had begun to fester within him, further aggravated by Liu Xuan's marriage to Wen Yiyi. Liu Xuan chose to disregard Liu Lin's remarks, prompting Wen Yiyi to merely nod and continue forward with Liu Xuan. Liu Lin maintained a close relationship with his mother, Consort Zhu, frequently visiting the palace, a matter that no longer surprised the palace staff. Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan proceeded to the Shokan Palace of the Empress Dowager. Upon their arrival, a palace maid entered to announce their presence, and shortly thereafter, Mama's son approached to invite Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan inside. Granny's son remarked, "The weather has been quite erratic lately. Yesterday, a cold wind blew in, accompanied by a light drizzle, which has caused Her Majesty the Empress Dowager to experience some discomfort in her head. She remains in bed at present." Wen Yiyi, filled with concern, replied, "Granny's son, shall we go in to see Her Majesty? Did the imperial physician visit yesterday? Has she taken her medicine?" "Yes, she has taken her medicine. But please do not linger too long, for it is vital not to disturb Her Majesty's rest," Granny's son responded, unwavering in her loyalty and deep concern for the Empress Dowager's health. Wen Yiyi nodded in agreement. Not only was Granny's son anxious, but Wen Yiyi also felt a weight of worry. In her previous life, before the Empress Dowager's passing, Wen Yiyi had been kept in the dark by the crown prince and was unable to fulfill her filial duties, a regret that haunted her until her last breath. Chapter 27. A visit. Upon entering, Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan were greeted by a faint scent of medicine wafting through the palace chambers. Her brow furrowed. Wen Yiyi followed Granny's son deeper inside. Empress Dowager Dong sat upon the bed, her head of white hair neatly arranged, adorned in a garment embellished with auspicious patterns, lacking the usual array of jewelry, presenting herself as a kindly old woman. Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan offered their respects. The Empress Dowager smiled and gestured for Wen Yiyi to approach, saying, "Come here. Now that you and Liu Xuan are wed, you shall soon address me as Grandmother Empress." However, Wen Yiyi could not muster a smile. She grasped the Empress Dowager's frail hand and inquired, "It has been a while since I last saw you. Why do you appear so frail?" "Ah, one grows old," the Empress Dowager sighed. "Even I must succumb to the passage of time." Observing Wen Yiyi's sorrowful expression, she gently caressed her hair, saying, "Good child, do not be disheartened. I shall recover soon." After the imperial physician's visit last night, many had come to see the Empress Dowager. At her advanced age, she could discern who was genuinely concerned and who merely feigned interest. While numerous princes and princesses remained within the palace, few, like Wen Yiyi, sincerely worried for her well-being. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze from Wen Yiyi to Liu Xuan, saying, "Yiyi, now that you and the Prince of Jingjiang are united, you must foster a harmonious relationship and be a virtuous support to him. Xuaner, you too must treat your princess well and refrain from frivolous entanglements." Liu Xuan simply nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Yiyi could see that the Empress Dowager was fatigued and in need of rest, so she did not linger long, soon departing the Shokan Palace with Liu Xuan. Once outside, Wen Yiyi remarked, "The Empress Dowager is of advanced age, and even a minor ailment can greatly weaken her. The palace physicians, it is not that they lack skill, as only the most exceptional doctors can enter the Imperial Medical Institute. Yet, considering the Empress Dowager's age and declining health is a widely acknowledged truth, even her sudden passing would not be unexpected." The emperor held a deep filial piety, and the physicians, fearing any misstep, dared not administer potent remedies, opting instead for cautious treatments. Moreover, the doctors of the Imperial Medical Institute likely maintained intricate connections with the various palaces. It was certain that some would not wish for the Empress Dowager to remain in good health. Wen Yiyi naturally desired for the Empress Dowager to enjoy longevity. But such matters were of great significance, and she was uncertain how to proceed. After a moment of hesitation, she discreetly distanced those nearby and turned to Liu Xuan, saying, "Your Highness, your merits in the previous court are well known to all with discerning eyes. However, with the early demise of Consort Li, there is no one in the harem to speak favorably of you to the emperor, which is indeed regrettable." Liu Xuan's expression remained unchanged. And when Zisa could not ascertain whether he had absorbed her words, tentatively, she continued, "Why not take the Empress Dowager as your ally within the palace?" Liu Xuan cast a glance her way. He had his own strategies regarding future endeavors, and when Zisa's presence introduced an element of unpredictability, what thoughts lingered in Wen Zisa's mind remained a mystery to Liu Xuan. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that if Wen Yiyi truly harbors feelings for him and is willing to collaborate on significant matters without becoming a hindrance, she could indeed play a pivotal role. Liu Xuan remarked, "I am aware of your filial piety towards the Empress Dowager. Given her health issues, I shall find a way to seek medical assistance." When Yiyi sighed in relief, Liu Xuan was a cautious man of profound intellect, and he would not divulge unaccomplished matters to others. He did not provide a clear response to her earlier probing. However, his willingness to assist the Empress Dowager was sufficient for Wen Yiyi. As Wen Yiyi prepared to pay her respects to Empress Hu, Liu Xuan had matters to attend to with the emperor, leading to their temporary separation. Empress Hu resided in Fuyang Palace, which was indeed a considerable distance from the Empress Dowager's quarters. When Yiyi made her way there, with Jin Kuei trailing behind her, expressing uncertainty about the presence of others in the Empress's palace, speculating that other consorts might come to pay their respects. Other consorts were manageable, but the one person Wen Yiyi wished to avoid was the fifth prince's consort, Ding. In her previous life, Ding had frequently mocked Wen Yiyi, intentionally setting traps for her. The reason was rather simple. Before Wen Yiyi's arrival, Ding had always been the most prominent among the consorts of various princes. With a mother who was the empress and a father who was the minister of justice, combined with her striking beauty. Consequently, Wen Yiyi's emergence relegated her to the second position among sisters-in-law, which was understandably infuriating. Even though Wen Yiyi wished to avoid encounters, her past adversaries were unavoidable. Before long, she arrived at Fuyang Palace, where the empress resided. In her previous life, during her first visit to pay respects, she had been left waiting outside for nearly half an hour, her legs numb from standing. Upon entering, although Empress Hu appeared to wear a pleasant smile, she had actually inflicted many subtle jabs. This time, however, upon her arrival, a young palace maid from Empress Hu's quarters quickly conveyed the message, and within moments, Wen Yiyi was warmly invited inside. Once inside, she beheld a woman adorned in a deep purple palace gown embellished with intricate floral patterns. Seated at the head of the room, the woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing fair skin and an oval face, with naturally alluring peach blossom eyes and an air of nobility. In the past, Wen Yiyi had never received a kind expression from Empress Hu, but this time, after performing her respectful greeting, Empress Hu beamed, saying, "Yiyi, I have not seen you in the past 2 years, and you have grown into a young lady ready for marriage. I still remember how endearing you were as a child. Come, sit beside me, so I may observe the changes in you." When Yiyi thought of the long moments in her previous life, when Empress Hu had forced her to kneel in greeting, and now, seeing the latter's smiling face, it felt rather absurd. Yet, what had she not encountered? Offering a polite thank you, when Yiyi took her seat, Empress Hu took her hand warmly, exclaiming, "You are so radiant. No wonder the Empress Dowager favors you. I feel a pang of sympathy just looking at you. Do come often to visit me." When Yiyi lowered her eyelashes, having grasped the underlying implications. In her previous life, the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince were adversaries, and Empress Hu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Crown Prince and his primary consort, believing that she could garner significant support for the Crown Prince through the Wen family. Having married the Crown Prince, Empress Hu perceived that he harbored no ambition for the throne. Even if he did, he lacked the support of the court and the emperor. Conversely, the Crown Prince was notably capable, which led her to contemplate drawing him into the Fifth Prince's faction, hoping he would lend his strength to her son. As Liu Xuan's legitimate wife, Wen Yiyi recognized that Empress Hu was paving the way for her son, seeking to foster a closer bond between the two sides. This thought only deepened Wen Yiyi's disdain for the Crown Prince. Had it not been for him in her previous life, she would have undoubtedly endured far fewer unjust grievances. Chapter 28. Please be assured, had it not been for Wen Yiyi's previous life experiences witnessing the cold and callous nature of Empress Hu, she might have perceived the current circumstances as evidence of the Empress's generosity and magnanimity. The chief palace maid, Wen Yiyi, who often regarded Wen Yiyi with disdain in her past life, now approached her with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Dear princess, see how fond our empress is of you. It is as if you were old friends at first sight. Even the Fifth Prince's consort has not received such warmth from her." Empress Hu gently patted Wen Yiyi's hand, inquiring, "Is the king of Jingjiang treating you well? Are you accustomed to life in the palace?" The exchange was laced with insincerity. a facade of warmth that Wen Ziseo was equally adept at maintaining. After all, who among them was not capable of such pretense? With a smile, Wen Ziseo replied, "The prince may appear cold, but his heart is warm, which is indeed commendable." The empress chuckled. "The king of Jingjiang has never taken a legitimate wife. I worry that he lacks proper company. In previous years, I bestowed some of my maidens upon him as concubines. If Qin, the concubine, causes you any discomfort, do not hesitate to discipline her. Do not spare her out of consideration for me." When Ziseo understood the hidden implications behind the empress's words, one must always regard the master when punishing a dog. Should she take action against those whom the empress had favored, it would undoubtedly be akin to striking the empress herself. Nevertheless, when Ziseo chose to withhold the courtesy, when the opportunity arose to feign ignorance, she seized it. With wide eyes and an expression of delight, she exclaimed, "Really? Your Majesty, you are truly kind to me. I was previously concerned that since Chun was a gift from you, I could not punish her even if she erred. Your words bring me great relief." The empress momentarily faltered before quickly recovering, chuckling. If there is wrongdoing, punishment is indeed warranted. After enjoying 2 cups of fine tea and savoring 2 pieces of cake at the empress's behest, Wen Ziseo took her leave, feeling thoroughly satisfied. However, as soon as she departed, the smile faded from the empress's face. Yen He remarked, "The princess does not seem to possess much depth." With a cold scoff, the empress retorted, "Her mother is a vixen. What good could she possibly be? Spoiled by the empress dowager and her mother. Her mind is as empty as her heart is unguarded." Understanding the empress's disdain for Princess Chomping, Yen He fell silent. The empress continued, "That foolish Chen Shui, after being by Liu Xuan's side for so long, has yet to receive a single knight as companionship. Have her keep a close watch on Wen Ziseo. I am eager to see whether she is genuinely foolish or merely pretending." Having just handed a metaphorical knife to Wen Ziseo, the empress felt an unsettling discomfort. Nonetheless, it was imperative to maintain a favorable relationship. Wen Ziseo's beauty was indeed captivating. Even women could not help but steal glances at her. The empress was skeptical that a man like Liu Xuan could resist such allure. Renowned for his cold demeanor and hard heart, Liu Xuan not only refrained from close associations with officials, but also maintained a lukewarm rapport with his brothers, appearing devoid of ambition. It was precisely for this reason that the emperor felt secure in granting him a portion of military power. Upon his return, Liu Xuan exhibited no longing for the power he had been entrusted with, returning everything to the emperor exactly as it had been given. Such individuals, if they were to join the faction of the 5th prince, would undoubtedly become his indispensable right and left hands, aiding him in his quest for the throne. Emerging from the empress's presence, Wen Ziseo noticed that the day was still young, and thus took a leisurely stroll through the garden, finding a stone to sit upon and bask in the sunlight. In stark contrast to her previous life, fraught with turmoil, her current existence could indeed be described as delightful. Jing Kai remarked, "Tomorrow marks the day of your return to the family home. I wonder if the prince will accompany you back to the marquise." Wen Ziseo was uncertain, however. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that Liu Xuan would extend her this courtesy, despite his lack of overt affection and absence of sweet nothings exchanged in private. Liu Xuan was a man of reliability, fulfilling his responsibilities dutifully. As they leaned against the artificial hill, voices from the other side reached them, a rare occurrence indeed. An old clam bearing a pearl. The implication was that the concubine Zhu was pregnant. Wen Ziseo calculated in her mind. Concubine Zhu was indeed of an age where such news was expected. In her past life, Wen Ziseo had only ventured into the palace once a month, leaving her unaware of the intimate details concerning the palace's inhabitants. Overwhelmed with her own matters, she had little time to inquire into the affairs of others, especially concerning concubine Zhu and the 3rd prince, who was rumored to harbor ambitions for the throne. Yet, she later learned that the 3rd prince had developed a fondness for drink, and no matter how much his consort Dong attempted to dissuade him, her efforts were in vain. As the group continued their conversation and departed from behind the hill, Jing Kai expressed her envy. The concubine Zhu is indeed with child. Granny Pan turned her gaze to Wen Ziseo's abdomen, saying, "May you soon bear the prince's child, bringing forth a son, which would surely solidify your standing within the princess residence." Wen Ziseo was well aware of this sentiment. However, the prospect of motherhood was not something one could simply will into existence. Her relationship with Liu Xuan was still in its infancy. It would be unthinkable for her to initiate an invitation for him to share her bed. Having been raised as a refined young lady for so many years, such behavior was beyond her. Moreover, she was unsure of Liu Xuan's thoughts on the matter. She suspected that he held a rather unfavorable impression of her. Unlike the typical libertine scions of the capital, most noblemen, despite having their beloved women, would not shy away from consorting with concubines or paramours. Liu Xuan, however, was meticulously prudent in both public and private affairs. When Ziseo slightly furrowed her brow, the matter of consummation best approached gradually, as mutual willingness was paramount. Having grown weary of her time in the palace, she contemplated waiting by the carriage for Liu Xuan's return. Upon her arrival, she was surprised to find Liu Xuan already waiting. Approaching him, she inquired, "Your Highness, how long have you been waiting?" "For about a quarter of an hour," he replied. When Ziseo had assumed that Liu Xuan would be occupied with affairs before the emperor for a considerable time, so she was taken aback by his early emergence. The fact that he remained there, waiting for her, struck her as quite remarkable. She had expected him to leave promptly on horseback, considering that there were grooms and carriages still present. When Ziseo observed that the moment was opportune and hesitated briefly before inquiring, "Tomorrow marks the day I return to my family, Your Highness. Will you accompany me?" Liu Xuan, having waited for her for quite some time, felt a twinge of impatience. Upon hearing her words, he furrowed his brow and replied, "What do you expect? After our wedding, do you intend to return to your family alone?" When Ziseo remained silent, recalling that in her previous life, she indeed returned alone, as the crown prince had excused himself due to pressing matters. Noticing her silence, Liu Xuan assumed his tone had been overly harsh and might have frightened her, given her timid demeanor. He extended his hand to assist her, saying, "Get on the carriage." Chapter 29. Please rest. Had she not endured those trials in her previous life, after marrying Liu Xuan, when Shizhao might have perceived him as cold as ice. However, after experiencing various hardships in her past existence, she increasingly found him admirable. She supported Liu Xuan's hand as she ascended the carriage. Only after ensuring her entry did Liu Xuan mount his steed. Renruo rode closely behind Liu Xuan, observing his sullen expression, and ventured forward, "Your Highness, your demeanor towards the princess was rather frosty. Having just wed, are you not concerned about frightening her away? She is a lady of noble birth, unaccustomed to such reprimands." It was also due to Liu Xuan spending the past 2 nights with Wen Yiyi that Renruo felt inclined to comment on Liu Xuan's somewhat unique attitude towards her. Noticing Liu Xuan's silence, Renruo, being an adept flatterer of his master, tentatively suggested, "Shall I speak a few kind words to the princess on your behalf?" Liu Xuan acquiesced. Renruo slowed his pace, casually approaching Wen Yiyi's carriage, and lifted a corner of the small curtain. "Princess, princess." When Shizhao raised her gaze, "Master Ren?" Renruo replied, "His Highness did not intend to reprimand you. Having spent much time in the military, his temperament may appear rather cold. Please do not feel aggrieved." When Shizhao smiled gently, "I am well aware of His Highness's virtues. It was indeed my tardiness and my foolish words that caused any misunderstanding. Why should I feel wronged? Were she in his position, waiting for someone for such a lengthy period, she too would have felt a tinge of impatience." Furthermore, Renruo's words held truth. Liu Xuan, accustomed to commanding numerous soldiers, could hardly be considered a gentle soul, while Crown Prince Liu He could feign a tender demeanor. Liu Xuan was not one to disguise himself in such a manner to deceive or manipulate women. Renruo regarded Wen Shizhao's understanding nature and her positive remarks about Liu Xuan, which fostered a deeper respect for her in his heart. Among the other imperial consorts he had encountered, Renruo felt his master was fortunate, although he married later in life. His chosen princess possessed both character and beauty that surpassed the others. Upon returning to the residence, although Wen Shizhao did not overly adorn herself for her visit to the palace, as a princess, the jewelry upon her head was substantial in weight. Once she arrived at Xi'an courtyard, she instructed her attendants to prepare warm water for her bath and change of attire, intending to dine only after refreshing herself. Unlike the previous days when Jin Kuei and Zhu Yu attended her, today it was surprisingly Granny Pan who assisted her. As Granny Pan had recently joined, Wen Shizhao felt a touch of shyness. As she immersed herself in the water, various dried flower petals floated upon the surface. After a long day of walking in the palace, the warm water relieved her sore legs and feet. Granny Pan, standing behind Wen Shizhao, gently massaged her long hair. Accidentally lifting a portion of Wen Shizhao's thick locks, she noticed the smooth, unblemished skin from the nape of her neck down her back, untouched by any marks. "His Highness must be quite tender towards you, Miss," Granny Pan casually remarked, careful not to inflict any harm upon her. Wen Shizhao did not fully grasp Granny Pan's meaning and merely nodded. Granny Pan continued, though your current position is secure, you must still invest effort to retain His Highness's affection. The young lady's exquisite beauty is worthy of cherishing. She must be well cared for in the future. When Zisua blinked, her eyes glistening with moisture, bestowing upon her countenance an air of innocence, Granny Pan, while tenderly massaging her hair, recounted tales of the palace. Are you aware of the Princess Shunhui, born to our esteemed emperor's sister, the late Princess Zheng? When Zisua had not heard of her and shook her head, it is quite understandable that you have not, as the princess passed away before your birth. Granny Pan gently explained. Before her marriage, she was truly a beauty, not inferior to you in the slightest. Regrettably, Princess Zheng was not favored, and consequently, neither was her daughter by the late emperor. She was married off to the son of a mere official whose family was beset with troubles. Within 3 years, such a delicate beauty as Princess Shunhui became utterly haggard. When Zisua's brow furrowed slightly, Granny Pan's somewhat calloused hand caressed the top of Wen Zisua's head. You must take care of yourself. Your health and beauty are of utmost importance. Otherwise, when newcomers arrive at the manor and capture the Lord's attention, it will surely weigh upon your heart. Wen Zisua softly acknowledged with a hum. After a refreshing bath and changing her attire, dinner was prepared. The evening meal was light and delectable, although Wen Zisua was not particularly hungry. She nibbled on some porridge before preparing to rest. She reflected on how Liu Xuan had visited her unbidden several times in recent days. Yet she had yet to reciprocate by visiting his residence. According to the layout of the royal residence, her quarters were not far from Liu Xuan's, making it quite convenient for visits. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Zisua took it upon herself to concoct a bowl of sweet and delightful white fungus and lotus seed soup. She had indeed learned culinary skills while serving beside Empress Dowager Dong, who often remarked that the late emperor had thoroughly enjoyed her dishes. When Zisua had endeavored to master the recipes that pleased the elderly lady, in her past life, she had once sent Liu Xuan homemade mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. But that was the extent of her culinary offerings. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Liu Xuan remained absorbed in his affairs. Ren Ruo, feeling a twinge of concern for his master, sighed. While other princes indulged each evening in the tender embrace of their concubines or reveled in lavish feasts, Liu Xuan tirelessly toiled over state matters, embodying the essence of a true crown prince. Liu Xian's gaze turned icy. Such words should not be uttered lightly in the future. Ren Ruo, startled, quickly regained his composure. He had assumed that within the palace, casual remarks were harmless. However, Liu Xian's vigilance surpassed that of anyone else. At that moment, a servant entered to announce that concubine Tao, feeling that the Lord had worked hard, had specially prepared chicken soup to nourish him. Now that night had fallen, Liu Xuan had no desire for greasy chicken soup, nor did he wish to see any concubine. Send her away, he commanded. After another quarter of an hour, the servant hesitated before returning with another message. Ren Ruo presumed that concubine Tao was being persistent, only to hear the servant report, the princess has arrived, stating that she has brewed some soup and wishes to see the Lord. Ren Ruo stealthily cast a glance towards her master. Liu Xian's deep and chiseled profile remained as unyielding as ever, exuding an aura of icy detachment that rendered his thoughts inscrutable. Just as Ren Ruo was convinced that her master would surely send the princess back, she heard the familiar command, let her in. Liu Xian's study, where he typically conducted his affairs, was not a place where concubines were permitted. Even eunuchs and maidservants who had not served him long enough were not granted entry. As Ren Ruo pondered in astonishment at that moment, Wen Ziseo had already made her entrance from outside. Chapter 30. Please be at ease. In contrast to the splendid attire of the past few days, Wen Ziseo now donned an exceptionally simple ensemble. She wore an elegant moon-white long gown, crafted from a lightweight and breathable fabric, with a wide hem that swept the ground, akin to mist swirling or water flowing gently. Each step blooming like a lotus, exuding an ethereal and serene aura. The gown was adorned with ink-washed plum blossoms, their shadows delicately askew, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Her dark hair fell loosely behind her, secured only by a simply carved hairpin, devoid of any other adornments. Accustomed to the opulent and grand appearance of the princess, Ren Ruo was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her unadorned yet exquisite presence. However, her master appeared unfazed. Ren Ruo found herself somewhat admiring the prince. With such a beautiful princess by his side, he seemed entirely unaffected. Were it any other prince, he would likely have rushed to bed early for weeks on end. Feeling somewhat intrusive, Ren Ruo contemplated slipping away quietly. when she heard the prince's voice. "What brings you here?" Ren Ruo. Though Ren Ruo was a eunuch, resigned to a life devoid of certain aspirations. In his youth, he had shared tender feelings with palace maids and understood the nuances of such encounters. The princess had come bearing soup, evidently aiming to curry favor. Yet his master responded with an icy inquiry, resembling a moving iceberg. The only solace for Ren Ruo was that the princess did not seem disheartened by the prince's frosty demeanor. Instead, she stepped forward with a gentle smile. "This evening, I have personally prepared a bowl of silver fungus and lotus seed soup, thinking of your highness's arduous political duties, and brought it to you. What is a delicate flower that soothes the heart?" Ren Ruo mused quietly. "This is it." Indeed. It was apparent that the prince's attitude towards the princess was not as brusque as it was towards his concubines. Had this bowl of soup been delivered by a concubine, the prince would likely have waved his hand impatiently, dismissing her and reprimanding her for her meddling. Currently, Liu Xuan nodded, set it aside. Seeing that Liu Xuan had no intention of sending the princess away, Ren Ruo discreetly exited. Wen Yiyi, noticing his lack of interest in tasting the soup, could not help but inquire, "Does your highness not wish to try it?" Liu Xuan, in truth, held no particular fondness for sweet dishes. The fondness for sweetness typically flourishes in childhood. Yet in his youth, Liu Xuan lacked maternal protection or indulgent elders, finding himself alone in the ever-changing depths of the palace, where eunuchs and maids curtailed his provisions, depriving him of sweet treats. Later, when he had everything, he discovered that his taste for sweetness had long since faded. The soup prepared by Wen Yiyi was mildly sweet, the silver fungus and lotus seeds inherently bland, with a touch of juju blossom honey added for balance, rendering it refreshingly smooth. For some inexplicable reason, it surprisingly appealed to Liu Xuan's palate. After finishing the bowl of soup, Liu Xuan remarked, "It tastes quite good." Meanwhile, the concubine Tao, having met with disappointment today, returned in a foul mood, smashing a few items in her frustration. However, Liu Xuan's treatment of her was not a singular occurrence. For the past 2 years, Tao Shiji had exhausted every means at her disposal. Yet she could scarcely elicit even a glance from him. Were she merely fulfilling the emperor's command to serve Liu Xuan, it would be one thing. After all, being a concubine still afforded her a modicum of status, providing a more comfortable existence than her prior days as a palace maid. Yet, she had developed genuine feelings for Liu Xuan, yearning to build a life together. Sitting on the bed in a fit of silent indignation, her close maid soon brought forth some news. The princess had just visited the prince's quarters, bringing him a sweet soup made of silver fungus and lotus seeds, and the prince had chosen to retain her company. Upon hearing this, Tao Shiji was consumed by rage. For 2 consecutive days, Liu Xuan had been visiting Wen Yiyi, and today, it seemed he would not be making that trip. Instead, Wen Yiyi had come to him. Despite her numerous attempts to win Liu Xuan's affection, he had never once reciprocated. Yet, with Wen Yiyi's arrival, he granted her every indulgence. In stark contrast, Tao Shiji felt her dignity trampled beneath the weight of humiliation. "What an audacious Wen Yiyi!" she exclaimed, slamming her palm onto the table. "She has only been here a few days and already monopolizes the prince?" The thought of spending the night in Liu Xuan's quarters was something Tao Shiji had never dared to imagine. Liu Xuan's bedroom adjoined a study, which inevitably housed important correspondence. Aside from a select few trusted eunuchs, no one was permitted to enter Liu Xuan's study at will. Now, however, Wen Yiyi had become an exception. Wen Yiyi, of course, remained oblivious to the storm of emotions her actions had stirred within Tao Shiji. Even if she were aware, she would find it perplexing. Truth be told, Wen Yiyi was the true mistress of the royal residence, having been married to Liu Xuan in a grand ceremony. In such a vast estate, how could a mere concubine dare to disrupt the order? Were Tao Shiji's grievances to reach Wen Yiyi's ears, she would certainly ensure that the latter understood her place, regardless of the emperor's or the empress dowager's favor. Presently, as she observed Liu Xuan finishing the sweet soup, she contemplated her departure. Liu Xuan suddenly remarked, "I still have matters to attend to, please wait here." Wen Yiyi's intention to take her leave was abruptly halted, and she quietly settled herself beside him. Typically, she retired much earlier than Liu Xuan, and now she found herself at the hour she would usually be asleep. Growing bored in her waiting, she inevitably began to doze off. Liu Xuan, while dipping his brush into ink, cast a casual glance in her direction. Although Wen Yiyi looked lovely in her simple attire, Liu Xuan preferred her in more vibrant garments. Perhaps it was her innate beauty that rendered any color flattering. Or perhaps she was meant to embody the vivacity of youth, full of life and exuberance. At that moment, With her eyes gently closed and her chin resting on her hand, her head bobbing in and out of slumber like a drowsy little white fox, she appeared quite endearing. He chose not to disturb her, continuing with his tasks. A quarter of an hour later, Liu Xuan returned to find Wen Ziseo resting her arms on the table as a makeshift pillow, deeply ensconced in slumber. He rose and gently lifted her into his embrace. The girl's form was supple and fragrant, possessing little weight, making her feel almost ethereal in his arms. To carry her back to Xian Garden would be too ostentatious. So Liu Xuan placed Wen Ziseo upon his own bed. Once she was nestled in the softness of the mattress, she seemed to forget her surroundings entirely, instinctively leaning towards the inner side of the bed. The comfort of lying here far surpassed that of resting on the table, and she soon succumbed to a profound sleep. Chapter 31. Please be safe. The following day, Wen Ziseo awoke naturally, without the need for an alarm. Without even opening her eyes, she softly called out, "Jingkai." Under normal circumstances, at this hour, Jingkai would have approached her with a cup of tea, yet today, there was an unusual silence. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Wen Ziseo slowly opened her eyes. What greeted her was a strikingly handsome face, Liu Xuan's features remarkably defined and exquisite. The impact of such a close view was particularly intense. Her heart skipped a beat as she suddenly recalled her visit to Liu Xuan's residence the previous night, and then, inexplicably, she had fallen asleep, only to awaken here. Liu Xuan's narrow, phoenix-like eyes gradually opened. "Awake?" he inquired. Wen Ziseo responded with a slight hum, momentarily at a loss for words. It was rather absurd that she had come specifically to leave a good impression on Liu Xuan, only to end up dozing off. She sighed inwardly, utterly astonished by the turn of events. Noticing the daylight outside, she realized it was quite late. As Liu Xuan rose from the bed, she followed suit. Liu Xuan preferred simplicity. The bedroom was sparsely adorned, furnished solely with a few pieces of rosewood furniture and plain vases, with attendants primarily being eunuchs from the palace. Wen Ziseo's maid, having noted her absence the night before and knowing she had stayed at Liu Xuan's, arrived early to bring her clothing and jewelry for the day. Granny Pan, aware that Wen Ziseo would be returning home today, wished for her to dress more formally for the occasion, and thus had Jingkai fetch an elaborate brocade gown, personally assisting Wen Ziseo in changing. Wen Ziseo appreciated Granny Pan's care. Despite her advanced age, she had once served the Empress Dowager and was meticulous in her duties, ensuring everything was done with utmost comfort. After dressing and grooming, Wen Ziseo adjusted the squirrel-shaped gemstone hairpin in her hair, suddenly remembering that it originally belonged to Liu Xuan's household, and by some twist of fate, it had returned to her possession. As she adjusted the pin, she cast a playful glance at Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan was notably wary of others' gazes. Upon slightly turning his head, he caught sight of Wen Ziseo smiling at him. Clad in luxurious attire, the girl appeared somewhat youthful, yet her hair was styled like that of a woman, her brows and eyes exquisitely crafted. When she smiled at him, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Liu Xuan felt his heart flutter unexpectedly. He quickly regained his composure and, maintaining a stoic expression, asked, "Miaode, what are you smiling about?" When Ziseo's fingers lingered on the hairpin, Liu Xuan did not recall it. His understanding of women's accessories was limited, and he had simply selected a few items for the Empress Dowager's palace, thus he could not remember what exactly was included. Seeing his lack of recognition, she replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I just think His Highness is handsome, and as His Highness's princess, Ziseo feels delighted." Liu Xuan's expression remained cold and rigid, yet the tips of his ears flushed slightly. He said nothing and exited the room. Nearby, Ren Ruo, who had just assisted Liu Xuan in dressing, stood in stunned silence. Although Ren Ruo had encountered sweet-tongued individuals before, she had never met anyone as audaciously charming as Wen Ziseo, who dared to flirt with their prince. As for the compliments regarding the prince's appearance, there was no doubt that Liu Xuan was remarkably handsome, the most distinguished among all the princes. However, one might wonder if the princess consort ever gazed into a mirror to appreciate her own reflection. Wen Ziseo's visage was truly a breathtaking beauty. Ren Ruo couldn't help but marvel. This princess consort was indeed extraordinary. After the morning meal, the group prepared to return to the residence of the Southern Marquis. Liu Xuan had instructed Ren Ruo to arrange a selection of gifts for their visit. In comparison to the other princes who had received assignments, the Jingjiang royal manor was undoubtedly affluent. Although Liu Xuan had not allied himself with the officials of wealthy regions, nor did he possess powerful maternal relatives, he had led troops to vanquish neighboring small states and eliminate rebellious bandits over the years. Each victorious campaign yielded countless spoils, which could not all be surrendered to the national treasury. The bond between the emperor and Liu Xuan was such that, without significant mutual benefit, few would willingly engage in such perilous endeavors. Other princes understood the allure of military power. Yet the martial spirit that once characterized the early days of the Qi dynasty had long since dissipated over its 200-year history. From the reign of the founding emperor through to the current sovereign, the royal offspring had grown accustomed to the comforts of opulence for far too long, and the prospect of enduring hardship in the barracks for 2 years was something they would decidedly shy away from. Prior to her marriage, Renruo had meticulously planned everything and had drafted a formal list of gifts. Observing her master's attitude towards the princess consort, it was evident that the previous list would likely be rendered obsolete. She promptly composed a new list and presented it to Liu Xuan for his review. Liu Xuan glanced over the list, which included a pair of cicadeer, a pair of muntjac, 10 pheasants, 10 bamboo chickens, 10 baskets of pomegranates, 10 jars of fragrant liquor, 10 bolts of silk, 10 pairs of bear paws, and 10 ginseng roots, alongside an assortment of tea, sugar, gold, silver, and pastries. Given that the Marquis of Southern was a prestigious family, it would be rather stingy to present only these items for the princess consort's first return home. Now that Wen Yiyi was his woman, Liu Xuan was keen to ensure she did not lose face in public. It is already quite a generous offering. Adding more might provoke criticism from outsiders, Renruo remarked. A few months ago, the 7th prince's consort returned home with gifts that hardly amounted to half of this, with only the 5th prince's offerings being comparable. The 5th prince, born of Empress Hu, not only has powerful maternal connections, but also maintains ambiguous relationships with certain officials, making his household quite affluent. Liu Xuan nodded slightly and chose not to elaborate further. When Wen Yiyi eventually saw the list of gifts, she was taken aback by the sheer volume. It was not that she underestimated the occasion. Rather, she had thought that for her first visit to her family, it wouldn't necessitate such an extravagant display. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Xuan's wealth was considerable, though some aspects were entangled with political affairs, making it inappropriate for her to inquire further. Nevertheless, she recognized that Liu Xuan had endured hardships over the years, far more than his royal siblings, who had the advantage of support, while he was entirely alone. After contemplating for a moment, she addressed Renruo, "Is this the gift list you have drafted? Or has it been prepared by His Highness?" "It is my humble composition for your perusal," he replied. When Yiyi lightly traced her fingers over certain items, "His Highness has only recently been bestowed the title of prince. It would be unseemly to be overly ostentatious, as it would not reflect well if outsiders were to become aware. We should omit items such as bear paws, ginseng, and brocade. Should the prince require funds for significant matters in the future, these would prove most convenient for exchange." Renruo had not anticipated that Wen Yiyi, having just married into the royal family, would so thoughtfully consider the needs of her husband. Under normal circumstances, the more gifts the groom brought during a visit to his wife's family, the more esteemed the matriarch would feel. Who wouldn't desire to return to their family with an abundance of offerings? Chapter 32. A courteous visit. As Renruo pondered this, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Returning with an abundance of items, the princess appears quite splendid. Wen Yiyi smiled faintly, responding, "Is my dignity truly reliant on such possessions? Even if I were to bring these back to the residence, they would first be scrutinized by the matriarch, for she has an exceptional talent for accumulating wealth, and anything of value would likely end up in her possession." Renruo continued, "This list has just been presented to His Highness, who finds it insufficient and desires to add more. I have come to inquire your thoughts, Your Highness. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Wen Yiyi ceased her objections. Since Liu Xuan was willing to provide, there was no reason for her to decline, lest it reflect poorly on him. Moreover, bringing back additional items would indeed serve to placate both the matriarch and Su Nianqiao. In her previous life, when Wen Yiyi married the crown prince, she returned home alone, and the crown prince only offered her meager provisions of wine and tea, the sort easily found in any marketplace. The matriarch's scornful remarks implied that Wen Yiyi, as the crown princess, was exceedingly frugal, adept at conserving the prince's expenses. After returning to Wen Yiyi, Renruo then went back to Liu Xuan. Running between the two had caused him to break a sweat. As he wiped his brow, he mused, this couple, now married, shared a bed and appeared to have a harmonious relationship. Why did they not discuss matters directly, instead of sending him back and forth like a messenger? Renruo conveyed Wen Yiyi's words to Liu Xuan. "The princess is quite considerate of you," he remarked. "To speak candidly, Your Highness, you have truly married a commendable princess. Not all princes are fortunate enough to find a beloved spouse." Among your brothers, though they are of noble birth, not all can secure a woman of their liking. Some are nothing short of calamities, disrupting the household and failing to maintain good relations with the palace consorts, thereby causing their princes to suffer before the emperor. To have such a reasonable and understanding wife as your own is, in Ren Ruo's eyes, a tremendous blessing. Liu Xuan did not elaborate further. As they journeyed to the Duke of Jinnan's residence, Liu Xuan rode ahead, while Wen Zixia sat comfortably in the carriage. Mama Pan, pleased to see Wen Zixia returning home, inquired, "My lady, you must feel quite joyous about this visit? The princess and the matriarch are undoubtedly eager to see you and share cherished memories." Jin Kuei added, "Indeed, the princess cares for our young lady, but the matriarch, seeing her married off, may well be overjoyed." Mama Pan was somewhat taken aback. Having not been present at the Duke's residence previously, she was unaware of the internal dynamics. She had always believed the matriarch held a special fondness for Wen Zixia. After all, the matriarch frequently expressed her affection for the chomping princess in front of Empress Dowager Dong, emphasizing how much she cherished Wen Zixia. Although the chomping princess had mentioned the matriarch's shortcomings, those were mere trifles. Every daughter-in-law endures some grievances, and the Empress Dowager simply viewed her niece as overly delicate. Wen Zixia only spoke cheerful words to amuse the elderly lady and rarely brought up the matriarch. Upon entering the residence, Wen Zixia first proceeded to pay her respects to the matriarch. Liu Xuan was summoned to the residence of the Duke of Jinan. Early this morning, Sun Yinxiao eagerly arrived at the Wen residence. Today marked the day of Wen Zizai's return after marriage, and Sun Yinxiao was keen to learn how she fared in the Wang mansion. Old lady Wen sipped her tea alongside her. "You ought not to have come. You are to be married next month. It would be wiser to remain home and behave yourself." "I simply cannot stay put," Sun Yinxiao retorted playfully, feigning innocence. "It has been quite some time since I last saw Zizai, and I am curious about her well-being post-marriage." Old lady Wen scoffed. "Are you not secretly hoping she struggles?" Sun Yinxiao stuck out her tongue in response. Old lady Wen, feeling rather melancholic of late, chose not to elaborate. Sun Yinxiao stepped closer to massage her shoulders. "But do you not harbor disdain for her and her mother? Look, with your aunt present, you scarcely have a voice in this household. You wish to take a concubine for your elder cousin, yet they oppose it. Who else as matriarch holds such a lowly status as yours? Your aunt, relying on the Empress Dowager, acts with utter impunity." Upon hearing these words, old lady Wen's spirits sank further. The Qian family, her maternal clan, had deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years, with descendants proving utterly inept. Not one man had achieved any scholarly distinction, and they lived off their past glories. However, the Qian family did possess a commendable maid, gentle in demeanor and compliant in nature. The legitimate grandson had married a daughter of the Dong family, causing old lady Wen a prolonged sense of discontent. She could envision the entire Wen residence being dominated by the Dong surname, leaving her with no standing. Princess Chomping, possessing both noble title and the affection of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, was beyond her influence. Previously, old lady Wen had endeavored to elevate the Duke of Jinan by introducing several concubines, yet each feared Princess Chomping and dared not contest her, willingly allowing their offspring to acknowledge her as their mother. Old lady Wen sought to pave a final avenue for her family, hoping the Qian clan could find a promising future under the auspices of the Duke of Jinan, focusing her efforts on her legitimate grandson, Wen Guangyuan. Sun Yinxiao cheerfully remarked, "Surely, the financial standing of the king of Jingjiang is not substantial. His mother is of foreign descent, devoid of any maternal relatives, suffering in the military, and the emperor holds no affection for him. I wonder what meager gifts he will bring when accompanying Zizai to visit." Old lady Wen nodded in agreement. He is certainly no match for the crown prince. Though the crown prince lacks a mother, he possesses a formidable maternal clan. The Zhang family is his maternal uncle, providing him with unwavering support to ascend the throne. As Sun Yinxiao contemplated this, her anticipation to marry splendidly and become a crown princess intensified. Just then, a maid from the courtyard announced the arrival of the Princess of Jingjiang. Moments later, Wen Zizai entered. Sun Yinxiao observed Wen Zizai, elegantly attired and with her hair neatly styled, exuding an added grace. Unable to suppress a smirk, she began to envision herself as the crown princess, subsequently ascending to empress. And the scene of Wen Zizai kneeling to pay her respects. Now that Wen Zizai had become a princess, she was no longer required to bow to old lady Wen as she once did. Rather, it was old lady Wen who now had to rise to converse with her. "Zizai, you have finally returned." Lady Wen smiled gently, inquiring whether she had grown accustomed to life in the royal residence and how the prince treated her. Wen Sisi nodded. responding that all was well in the palace and that the prince was considerate and gentle towards her. As they exchanged pleasantries, Princess Chongping approached, accompanied by her daughter-in-law, Madame Dong, along with a throng of relatives, concubines, and children. The Wen family, being of considerable lineage, had a multitude of relatives, and on such an occasion, both familiar and unfamiliar faces had gathered. Lady Wen's Mingxiang courtyard was now bustling with activity. Chapter 33. The Return. Yiyi, the youngest, bundled up like a little dumpling in the cold, wobbled over and clung to Wen Shasha's leg, exclaiming, "Didu-didu." Dongsher chuckled as she pulled him away, saying, "Don't play around with your aunt." Wen Shasha affectionately ruffled the child's hair, reassuring him that all was well. Princess Chongping scrutinized her daughter from head to toe, feeling relieved to see Wen Shasha in good spirits. Other relatives who approached were mostly from the collateral branches of the Wen family. Although Wen Shasha was married to the favored crown prince, making her a princess, many were hesitant to offend her, as they seldom met her and sought to familiarize themselves. However, they were taken aback to find Su Nianqiao also present at the Wen household. Su Nianqiao, set to marry the crown prince and become the crown princess, held a status that surpassed Wen Shasha's. The object of flattery swiftly shifted to Su Nianqiao, with the realization of her presence sparking enthusiasm. Next month, Miss Qiao will enter the crown prince's residence as the crown princess, they remarked, clearly impressed by her willingness to visit, highlighting the bond of sisterhood with the princess. Su Nianqiao displayed a proud countenance, saying, "Of course, Shasha is my cousin. I worry that she might not fare well in the royal household, so I specifically came to check on her. Shasha, if you encounter any difficulties or face any bullying in the palace, do not hesitate to confide in me. I, as your sister, will stand up for you." When Shasha couldn't help but smile at this. Was Su Nianqiao truly so benevolent? In her past life, Su Nianqiao had entered the palace as one of the emperor's consorts, committing countless misdeeds. Nevertheless, it was better to harbor a glimmer of hope regarding her intentions. The more hope she held now, the greater the potential disappointment would be when the truth eventually surfaced. When Xiaoming's wife, Jin, usually at odds with Dongsher, gravitated more towards the elder Wen matriarch, while Dongsher favored Princess Chongping. Presently, Jin's obsequiousness towards Su Nianqiao was most apparent. How many young ladies in the capital possess such fortune like Miss Qiao? I dare say, our Miss Qiao is destined for a queen's fate. Shasha, if you ever face any troubles in the palace, make sure to tell Miss Qiao. You are not only cousins, but also sisters-in-law. Your bond is extraordinary. Princess Chongping cast a cold glance at Zhen upon hearing her words. Zhen, sensing the disapproving gaze of her mother-in-law, quickly fell silent. When Shasha refrained from defending herself, to speak of future events now would seem akin to cursing Su Nianqiao. She had no desire to play the villain, for this path was one Su Nianqiao had chosen for herself, without any coercion from others. Once you both enter the royal family, it is of utmost importance to bear offspring and propagate the royal lineage, the elder Wen matriarch stated. Shasha, you have always had a delicate constitution, so take care of yourself. When Shasha had been frail since childhood, often falling ill, Su Nianqiao, in stark contrast, appeared robust and energetic, bounding around without a care. Amidst the crowd, a young lady in a light blue dress smiled and remarked, Sister Qiao certainly looks like someone who will bear children easily. This girl, with her delicate oval face and large, expressive eyes, exuded an appealing charm. When Zaseo felt a sense of unfamiliarity upon seeing the young lady before her, who was dressed in the attire of a maiden, for a moment she found herself puzzled. This is Miss Qian, a relative from the old lady's side, explained a family member. Miss Qian is not only beautiful but also possesses the grace reminiscent of the old lady in her youth. When Zaseo understood then that this Miss Qian was the new bride that the old lady had in mind for her elder brother, the old lady held disdain for the offspring of the Dong family, derogatorily labeling them as little bastards, and sought to restore her own prestige through a girl from her own lineage. Yet, truth be told, in both appearance and demeanor, this Miss Qian fell far short of the Dong family. The Dong family, known for producing empresses and dowagers, possessed a heritage that was incomparable to ordinary families. Were it not for the audacious actions of the opposing party under the pretense of the empress's name, which had displeased the emperor, even after 100 years, they would not have faced decline. The Qian clan, while prominent compared to ordinary families, was merely a middle-tier family when juxtaposed with those connected to the royal lineage. Moreover, the Qian family had already seen better days, no longer qualifying even as a respectable middle-class family. The house of Zhennan, which was on a downward trajectory, had only risen due to the marriage of the Zhennan Marquis to the Princess Chongping, a daughter of the Dong family. Wen Ziseo felt a sense of contempt for the old lady's intentions. As she pondered how a lady of the esteemed Junnan Marquis lineage could be deemed unworthy compared to a family that had fallen into disrepair. With an amused yet enigmatic smile, Wen Ziseo regarded Miss Qian and remarked, "By your attire, it seems you are yet to be married, am I correct?" Miss Qian, named Qian Xuanfang, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I am not yet wed." Wen Ziseo chuckled lightly. How curious. A young lady yet to enter the marital realm possesses such keen insight regarding the fertility of others. Upon uttering this, Qian Xuanfang's cheeks flushed crimson. She cast her gaze downward, seething inwardly at Wen Ziseo. No wonder her grandaunt spoke ill of the Princess Chongping. If her daughter displayed such mercilessness, how virtuous could she be? Once she married Wen Guangyuan and assumed the role of the young mistress, she vowed to prevent such a sister-in-law from visiting. I often speak in front of the maids. And this child has evidently taken note, the old lady interjected. Xuanfang, this is your fourth sister, the Princess Jingjiang, the beloved fourth miss of the household. Raised under the princess's tutelage, and she is accustomed to speaking in this manner. Wen Ziseo, however, paid no heed to the old lady's veiled jibe. Instead, smilingly inquired of Qian Xuanfang, "May I ask how old you are this year? How long have you been in the Wen residence? I do not recall having seen you before. Have you been promised to anyone?" A matron by the old lady's side answered on Miss Qian's behalf. Miss Qian is 16 this year. She arrived at the residence last month and has been quite well behaved, as the princess is preparing for marriage. She has not yet made any special visits and is not promised to anyone. Wen Ziseo playfully responded, with a lady guest in the house. My elder brother and second brother can no longer be as carefree as before. Sister-in-law, you must keep a close watch on my elder brother. Qian Xuanfang found herself gritting her teeth at the audacity of this daughter-in-law who carried herself with such authority as if she were the head of the household. Meanwhile, the old lady felt a growing annoyance but could not openly display her displeasure. Wen Ziseo chuckled lightly, saying, "Let me share a jest. Miss Qian, a paragon of refinement, is hardly akin to the frivolous maidens depicted in those tales. However, for the sake of Miss Qian's reputation, elder brother and second brother must exercise caution, lest they become the subject of jest." Today, old Madam Wen intended to provoke Sun Nianxiao and vex Wen Ziseo, hoping to demonstrate that the man Wen Ziseo wed was inferior to the one Sun Nianxiao had chosen, thus allowing Wen Ziseo to return home with her pride humbled. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was she who ended up with her pride tarnished. Moreover, Wen Ziseo's words struck at the very core of old Madam Wen's most sensitive vulnerability. Chapter 34, The Return Visit. As the conversation unfolded, it was time for lunch. After the meal, when Shizhao took Yiyi to the garden to play, the little rascal, usually full of mischief, was surprisingly well behaved today. Clutching onto Wen Shizhao's garment and calling out, "Aunt, Aunt," his pronunciation had finally improved, no longer the childish babble it once was. "What is it?" Wen Shizhao gently pinched the bridge of his nose. "What do you need me for?" With a sorrowful expression, Yiyi replied, "Aunt, you must stay at home. Don't leave." Jingkue and Zhu Wei chuckled, teasing the little one. "But Aunt is getting married, and you cannot support her forever." "I will support Aunt forever," Yiyi declared. At that moment, when Shizhao noticed someone approaching, the figure was strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones and thin lips, adorned in a deep-hued python robe, unmistakably Liu Xuan, who had visited the residence of the Duke of Jinnan. Upon seeing Liu Xuan, when Shizhao inclined her head respectfully, "Your Highness," Liu Xuan replied. "There is no need for such formality outside the palace." When Shizhao smiled lightly, "One must not neglect propriety. What brings you here, Your Highness?" "I came out for some fresh air," Liu Xuan said, his gaze falling upon the chubby little boy on the ground. "This is my elder brother's son," when Shizhao explained. "At home, we affectionately call him Yiyi." The very name revealed how cherished he was within the family. Yiyi, nervously sucking on a finger, hid behind Wen Shizhao's legs and asked, "And who is he?" Jingkue stifled a laugh and said, "This is His Highness, the Prince of Jingjiang. He's your aunt's husband, and you should call him uncle." Yiyi was momentarily overwhelmed by this torrent of information. Jingkue continued, "He is the one who will take your aunt away." At this revelation, Yiyi's eyes widened in understanding. He glared at Liu Xuan and exclaimed, "You are not allowed to marry my aunt." Liu Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh?" Yiyi insisted. "Aunt belongs to our family." Liu Xuan responded calmly, "She is the princess of this kingdom." When Shizhao could only smile wryly at the situation, she understood that Liu Xuan was not vying for her affection against the child. It was simply his serious nature. However, if the teasing continued, the little fellow would surely burst into tears. When Zhao quickly called for Yu Yu's wet nurse to take the child away. "What did you discuss with my father today, Your Highness?" she inquired. "Nothing of consequence, merely some pleasantries," Liu Xuan replied. When Zhao's relationship with her father, the Duke of Jinnan, was rather ordinary. In his youth, the Duke had been a strikingly handsome man, surrounded by many admirers, and had several concubines. He had always been lenient with his children, particularly his daughters, which contributed to the distance between him and Wen Zhao. In her previous life, Wen Zhao had faced difficulties in the Crown Prince's residence, a fact the Duke was aware of yet chose to ignore, dismissing it with the notion that a married daughter is like spilled water, asserting that intervening would invite ridicule from outsiders. When Guang Yuan, deeply concerned for his sister, had been willing to risk his future to confront the formidable Crown Prince, only to be severely punished by the Duke, nearly losing his life in the process. Despite this, when Guang Yuan did not relent, he even sought to engage in battle to achieve merit, thus bolstering his confidence in supporting Wen Xia. Unfortunately, before any news of when Guang Yuan could reach her, Wen Xia passed away. Her affection for Yu Yu stemmed from the fact that her elder brother had never treated her poorly. At that moment, a woman's voice broke through. "So you are here, fourth sister, conversing with others. I have been searching for you for quite some time." Both Wen Xia and Liu Xuan turned to face Su Nianqiao. Liu Xuan, who seldom appeared in the capital, was one of the least visible royal princes. This was Su Nianqiao's first encounter with him. Upon recognizing Liu Xuan's strikingly handsome visage, Su Nianqiao's fingers instinctively clenched. The man before her possessed a remarkable presence, though he exuded an innate coldness. While the Crown Prince was gentle and warm, his demeanor and appearance were somewhat lacking in comparison. No wonder when Xia was resolute in marrying him, she was evidently captivated by his striking looks. Su Nianqiao, suppressing a hint of envy, reminded herself that a man's most significant asset remained his status. "Fourth sister," Su Nianqiu began, "Miss Qian is quite sorrowful at present, weeping alone, as pitiable as can be." When Xia responded, Su Nianqiu sighed. "To speak frankly, Miss Qian has long lost both her father and mother, rendering her an orphan. Even if you harbor no fondness for her, you should not tarnish her reputation in front of so many." As she spoke, Su Nianqiao glanced at Liu Xuan. "Your Highness, I am the daughter of the Su family, betrothed to the Crown Prince. In the future, we will be family. Please do not take offense at my words. Xia, despite her many virtues, possesses a flawed heart. You must counsel her against being cruel to the unfortunate." Liu Xuan had not anticipated that when Xia would display such grace before him while secretly bullying an orphan. Indeed, his initial suspicions were confirmed when Xia, spoiled by the Empress Dowager, embodied numerous faults. However, since when Xia was his wife, only he had the authority to criticize her. Outsiders had no right to disparage her. In public, Liu Xuan would not humiliate his legitimate consort. His tone remained indifferent. "Ah, so you are the prospective Crown Princess. However, my consort is the Crown Prince's elder sister-in-law. Even if the Crown Prince were here, he would have no grounds to admonish his elder sister-in-law." Su Nianqiao's face flushed crimson. Liu Xuan coldly interjected, "Miss Su, please feel free." Su Nianqiao assumed that Liu Xuan, having lost his mother, would abhor those who bullied orphans. Moreover, a noble consort mistreating an orphan would surely incite his ire towards his consort's lack of virtue. However, her words did not provoke Liu Xuan to rebuke Wen Xia. Instead, he had turned the conversation against her. Su Nianqiao, unable to contain her agitation, bit her lip and departed. After her exit, Wen Xia intended to clarify the earlier incident, yet Liu Xuan abruptly turned away. When Xia realized that Liu Xuan had been reluctant to marry her from the outset and harbored profound doubts regarding her character and conduct, she originally believed that through the passage of time and gradual interaction, Liu Xuan would come to understand that she was not as inadequate as he imagined. Little did she expect that Su Nianqiao, the troublemaker, would suddenly emerge, cunningly creating a rift and tarnishing her image in Liu Xuan's eyes. Fortunately, Liu Xuan was not one to humiliate women in front of others, nor would he easily compromise her dignity. Had the prince overheard any disparaging remarks about her, he would undoubtedly react impulsively, delivering a reprimand and confining her to reflect on her actions. As Wen Zizai watched Liu Xuan's retreating figure, her brow involuntarily furrowed. Chapter 35. Return visit. Liu Xuan's mood was far from pleasant. Initially, he had no intention of marrying a legitimate consort, even if he were to marry. His criteria for a consort would be a woman of gentle and virtuous disposition. On the surface, Wen Zizai had committed no apparent transgressions. Yet the true nature of her character remained a mystery to all. Ren Ruo, observing his master's discontent, ventured to speak. "Miss Su, the intended consort, does not appear to be of noble character. However, although the Su family lacks the prestige of the Wen family, the prince's marriage to her as his consort would still yield certain advantages. Liu Xuan's thoughts shifted back to state affairs. He harbored no desire to align himself with the crown prince. In terms of governance, Liu Xuan and the crown prince held divergent views. 3 years prior, coastal bandits had invaded, slaughtering the populace and leaving the southeastern coast in despair. The year before, a group of rebellious villagers had organized a formidable uprising, capturing over 10 towns. The crown prince believed that engaging in naval warfare would be overly complicated, suggesting instead that the common folk should relocate inland. In contrast, he wished to placate and reward the rebels. Liu Xuan, possessing a resolute demeanor, naturally sought to intimidate his adversaries and deliver a decisive blow. The Wen and Su families were related by marriage. Liu Xuan had wed a daughter of the Wen family, while the crown prince had taken a daughter of the Su family as his consort. To outsiders, it might seem that Liu Xuan was aligning himself with the crown prince through this union. However, given the strained relationship between Wen Zisai and Su Nianqiao, it was evident that they would have little interaction in the future. With the discord between the sisters-in-law, Liu Xuan's bond with the crown prince would undoubtedly remain tenuous. As Liu Xuan and Ren Ruo continued their walk, a girl clad in blue approached, her head bowed as she searched for something. Qian Xuanfang had just noticed Liu Xuan. She had heard tales of the crown prince's illustrious reputation but had never anticipated that he would possess such striking handsomeness. The Qian family had gradually fallen into decline over the years. Although Qian Xuanfang appeared to be a refined young lady, she had come to the town's South Marquette under the protection of the esteemed matriarch of the Wen family, only to realize that her daily comforts paled in comparison to those of the favored maidservants of the Princess of Chongping. The matriarch of the Wen family disdained both the Princess of Chongping and the Dong family, aiming to position Qian Xuanfang as a favored concubine of Wen Guangyuan to restrain the princess and the Dongs. She assured Qian Xuanfang that Dong Shizhen would surely pass away within 3 years, after which she would be elevated to the primary consort. Yet, given Qian Xuanfang's current circumstances and dowry, even with the matriarch's assistance, her prospects were limited to marrying a common official's legitimate son, with no hope of securing a noble heir from a prestigious family. Though the matriarch often proclaimed that Empress Dowager Dong's time was drawing to a close, and that once she passed, the Dong family's fortunes would wane, Qian Xuanfang was unwilling to lower herself to become her cousin's concubine. Upon seeing Liu Xuan, she found herself in a daze for quite some time. The town South Marquette was indeed illustrious, and the status of Wen Guangyuan, the marquis's heir, was noble, yet all of this paled in comparison to the radiance of Liu Xuan's royal lineage as the emperor's own son, which presented an even greater temptation for Qian Xuanfang. If she were to become a concubine, why not aspire to be a consort of a prince? Perhaps she might even attain the status of a secondary consort. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Qian Xuanfang feigned the loss of her handkerchief and deliberately approached Liu Xuan. She was aware of her own beauty, though it could not quite compare to the breathtaking allure of Wen Ziseo. Yet, when juxtaposed with the blossoms of apricot and the peony, she possessed a charm that was distinctly her own. Liu Xuan, already in a foul mood, coldly pushed her away with his sword as he watched the young lady from the Wen family, in her daze, stumble into him while searching for something. Qian Xuanfang staggered, nearly frozen in place. Regaining her balance with great effort, she apologized. "I seem to have lost my handkerchief." Ren Ruo scrutinized Qian Xuanfang, unable to discern whether she was a minor daughter of the Wen family or merely a favored maidservant. However, Ren Ruo had encountered countless women who employed such tactics to attract the attention of the affluent. With a forced smile that belied her true feelings, Ren Ruo remarked, "Miss, it is prudent to be cautious while searching for lost belongings, lest you inadvertently offend someone of higher status." Qian Xuanfang's face flushed crimson, nearly as if it would bleed. Realizing that the attention of Prince Jingjiang was entirely elsewhere, biting her lip, she turned and departed. Ren Ruo observed Qian Xuanfang's retreating figure, noting her clumsiness. A true daughter of the Wen family would not behave in such a manner. She likely belonged to the ranks of maidservants in the old lady's courtyard. Possessing a certain degree of beauty, Liu Xuan had scarcely regarded her appearance. He was indifferent to such matters. As Qian Xuanfang made her way back, Wen Ziseo also caught sight of her. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of her past life, she recognized that this young lady of the Qian family was inherently restless. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Yu and Shi Jia must be kept at a distance from Qian Xuanfang and the old lady of the Wen family. The timing of her return today was too conspicuous. Wen Ziseo considered the possibility of returning in the future. In her previous life, after marrying into the crown prince's residence, Liu Hao had forbidden her from visiting the Wen family freely, obstructing her interactions with the outside world. The crown prince's residence felt akin to a vast prison. Tightly controlled by the crown prince, once inside, she was subjected to the scrutiny of countless eyes, devoid of personal space. Unlike Liu Hao, Liu Xuan harbored fewer ulterior motives. As long as she expressed a desire to return and provided a suitable excuse, he would surely grant her permission. It was growing late. She should have returned sooner. When Ziseo was uncertain whether Liu Xuan had overheard Suanio's words earlier and planned to test the waters upon her return, distracted, she failed to notice her surroundings as she boarded the carriage, and her foot slipped unexpectedly, causing her to lurch sideways. Jing Kui gasped in alarm but was unable to catch her due to the awkward angle. When Ziseo felt herself lifted, her waist firmly held. She dared to raise her gaze, locking eyes with Liu Xuan's deep, elongated phoenix eyes. His tone remained frosty. Be careful while walking. With a noticeable height difference between them, she found herself wholly enveloped in his embrace. The cold aura emanating from him was palpable, yet his broad, solid chest offered a hint of warmth. When Ziseo softly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness." Having uttered her words, she awaited Liu Xuan to release her. However, for reasons unknown, he showed no inclination to let go. Nearby, Ren Ruan noticed the flush on the ears of her princess and quickly interjected, "Your Highness?" Liu Xian's gaze swept across Wen Shizeo's exquisite profile. Her waist was so slender that it could barely be grasped with a single hand, soft and delicate. Her body seemingly weightless. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, it stirred an inexplicable tingling sensation in his heart. Liu Xian's large hand gradually tightened its grip. And upon hearing Ren Rua's reminder, he slowly began to ease his hold. Observing this scene, Ren Rua felt an equal measure of astonishment. Earlier, when the young lady in blue had flung herself at him, the prince had shown no mercy in pushing her away. Yet now, when the princess nearly stumbled, not only did he take the initiative to support her, but he also made no move to release her from his embrace. Chapter 36, The Concubine at Night. Liu Xuan did not visit Wen Shishi's quarters. However, the household staff found nothing amiss. After all, their lord was known for his ascetic nature and had never summoned either of his two concubines. Spending 3 consecutive days with the princess had already been an unusual occurrence, so it was entirely understandable for him to wish for a day of respite. Liu Xuan was oblivious to the thoughts of the servants. His primary focus remained on matters of state, leaving no room for trivial musings. Wen Shisha, too, felt no sense of neglect. Compared to her previous days in the crown prince's residence, she perceived her current situation as one of favor, a privilege reserved for favored consorts. As evening fell, Jing Qiye busied herself with arranging Wen Shisha's hair, remarking, "Miss, although you have wed the lord as his principal wife, ostensibly overseeing all domestic affairs, you possess neither keys nor personnel and are entirely unaware of the estate's holdings. How can you manage it?" Wen Shisha gently shook her head. There is no rush. Rather than impatience, it was a lack of inclination that characterized her current mindset. This was the royal residence, and the man before her was unlike any ordinary man. She was unaware of the extent of Liu Xian's ambitions. She only understood that the wealth and power of the royal household were intricately linked, and it was preferable for the number of those in the know to remain limited. The Wen family's situation appeared outwardly splendid, yet it was fraught with awkwardness. Wen Shisha did not wish to foster any misconceptions in Liu Xian. As a newcomer, any rash attempt to seize control would only lead to his wariness. Today, the lord did not come to see you, Jing Qiye sighed. In these early days of marriage, how can he leave you alone? Wen Shisha smiled faintly. He, too, requires time to attend to his own affairs. Jing Qiye finished combing Wen Shisha's hair, setting aside the wide-toothed sandalwood comb, and took a fine-toothed comb dipped in rose oil to meticulously style her hair once more. Each day, Wen Shisha's long tresses were groomed in this manner, free from any split or broken strands. After becoming a wife, her hair cascaded beautifully, without the need for artificial adornments. Considering you had little prior acquaintance with the lord and suddenly wished to marry him, it has struck everyone as quite remarkable. If I may say, the crown prince's residence was far superior, with a noble status and promising future. In the room, they were alone. The other maids had departed. Jing Qiye and Wen Shisha, having grown up together, found it entirely natural to share intimate conversations. Wen Shisha would not divulge the details of her past life, knowing that such revelations would be deemed absurd and few would believe them. She softly declared, "In my eyes, our lord is 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than the crown prince." This sentiment was heartfelt. The crown prince's residence had been akin to an abyss of despair, while Liu Xuan was the sole ray of light piercing through that darkness. Their exchanges during grooming were meticulously recorded by the hidden guards and swiftly reported to Liu Xuan. The clandestine guards of the estate were originally tasked with keeping a watchful eye on concubine Tao and concubine Qin, both of whom were favored by the emperor and empress, occasionally relaying messages to the palace. After Liu Xuan wed Wen Yiyi, the guards naturally shifted their focus to the movements of the princess. There was no longer any need to surveil Xian Garden. Liu Xuan remarked that the princess's residence should not be subject to covert observation. The guard kneeling on the ground promptly acknowledged this. Liu Xuan nodded. "You may withdraw." Once the subordinates in the room exited, a profound silence returned. Liu Xuan had no pressing matters that evening. He perused a scroll, yet for reasons unknown, his thoughts wandered far from the text before him. As night deepened, Ren Ruo and other eunuchs attended to Liu Xuan's changing attire and preparations for sleep. The previous night, when Yiyi had lain upon this very bed, and even now, he could still detect her faint fragrance lingering in the air. Liu Xuan, already somewhat restless, found it increasingly difficult to sleep. And it was not until the second watch of the night that he finally managed to drift off. The dreams were far from tranquil, filled with vivid and enchanting scenes that felt almost tangible, ensnaring him within their grasp. As dawn broke, Liu Xuan opened his eyes, his expression notably frigid, with a flicker of ire visible within his phoenix-like gaze. Were it not for his skepticism regarding supernatural beliefs, he might have suspected that Wen Yiyi was a transformed fox. For what other reason would she invade his dreams so frequently? Moreover, last night, Liu Xuan pressed his thin lips together, refraining from summoning the eunuchs to assist him, opting instead to change his garments himself. On his return to the city that evening, Liu Xuan encountered the imperial master of the current dynasty, Li Fuyu, who enjoyed the emperor's utmost trust and maintained amicable relations with several of the grown princes. Li Fuyu was not aligned with any faction. He navigated the political landscape with remarkable finesse, ensuring he did not offend any of the princes. Furthermore, he was exceptionally discreet. No matter what others confided in him, he would never divulge it casually. Liu Xuan understood that Li Fuyu, unlike other practitioners of the mystical arts, possessed genuine abilities. Having accurately predicted a significant upheaval in a certain location months in advance, thus averting considerable losses. However, Liu Xuan had never sought to curry favor with him through the offering of gold or silver, and despite their limited interactions, Li Fuyu always greeted him warmly. This day being no exception. As he observed Liu Xuan returning from outside the city, Li Fuyu beamed with a smile, exchanging pleasantries and even dismounting to pay his respects. "There is no need for such formalities today," Liu Xuan interjected. "What brings the master here?" Li Fuyu casually replied. "I was feeling rather bored at home and decided to take a stroll. It seems you did not sleep well last night." Liu Xuan furrowed his brow. A troubling question had lingered in his mind for quite some time, and he felt that Li Fuyu could provide the counsel he sought. "I have recently been plagued by dreams of the same person," Liu Xuan confessed. "What could be the reason?" Li Fuyu responded, "Your Highness, it is likely that the pressures of the day are weighing heavily upon you. I have long suspected this. Your burdens are immense, and your thoughts dwell solely on matters of state rather than on women. This is not sustainable and could adversely affect your health, potentially leading to issues in that regard. One might as well venture to the northern apothecary to procure a couple of prescriptions, considering the esteem of this humble master. The apothecary would surely offer you a half-price discount." However, Liu Xuan's countenance darkened. It is well known throughout the capital that the northern apothecary is owned by a relative of Li Fuyu, with prices inflated 5 to 6 times compared to other establishments. In Liu Xuan's case, the cost was certainly not an issue. However, claiming he was unwell and in need of medication would undoubtedly pose a problem. Without uttering another word, Liu Xuan mounted his horse and departed. Li Fuyu murmured softly, "Even fortune-tellers require payment. You seek my counsel yet hesitate to cover the cost of a mere prescription? Do you expect this humble master to offer his services for free? Not even a future emperor would receive such treatment." Chapter 37. The concubine Wen Yiyi had initially thought that Liu Xuan would not visit her again this month. His disinterest in her was evident during his previous visits. He had refrained from consummating their union, rendering such encounters rather meaningless. Liu Xuan, being a man of ascetic inclinations, paid little heed to feminine allure. And Wen Yiyi had no intention of playing the role of a seductress akin to Daji. The two found it agreeable to focus solely on their futures. However, she was taken aback when, after she had bathed and changed into her evening attire, Jiu quietly approached to inform her that the prince had arrived. Wen Yiyi narrowed her eyes slightly, appearing as though she had not yet fully awakened. "Fetch the rouge and powder for my makeup," she commanded. Jiu gently replied, "Miss." Your natural beauty is already striking. At this late hour, it is quite unnecessary. Etiquette must not be neglected, Wen Yiyi retorted, stretching lazily as she sat up. As the princess, it was preferable to maintain a semblance of decorum. Noticing that her lips had lost some color, she applied a touch of rouge. Just as she was about to change her garments, Liu Xuan entered the room. Wen Yiyi gestured for everyone in the chamber to leave. Simultaneously, she descended from the bed and walked gracefully toward him. Your Highness, do you wish to rest? Liu Xuan's expression remained indifferent. Have someone prepare water for my bath. Wen Yiyi smiled gently. Very well. As she instructed the servants to prepare warm water, she stepped forward to assist Liu Xuan in changing his attire. Such trivial matters could be managed by the eunuchs, a sentiment Liu Xuan had reiterated numerous times. Yet, for reasons unknown, he did not mind her proximity as she stood beside him. While helping him remove his outer robe, Wen Yiyi inadvertently noticed a tear in his garment. He favored dark ropes, and today he wore black inside and out, making the tear nearly imperceptible. Lowering her gaze, she inquired, Your Highness, how did your clothing become torn? Perhaps I caught it on a branch while riding, Liu Xuan replied nonchalantly, dismissing the matter. Clothing was managed by the servants, and he paid little attention to such trivialities. If a garment was torn, it could easily be replaced with a new one. Wen Yiyi set his outer robe aside. I shall mend it for you shortly. Liu Xuan was somewhat surprised. He knew that most women possessed needlework skills. But it was unexpected that a delicate young lady like Wen Yiyi would also be adept at sewing. She touched the fabric of his clothing, noting its thickness. The days grow colder. Your Highness should consider acquiring some new garments. Liu Xuan, being a martial artist, was not particularly concerned about the chill. In his youth, he lacked maternal care. During the harsh winters, the palace servants often provided him with insufficient clothing, leaving him to endure the cold in thin attire. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to wearing light clothing as autumn transitioned into winter. The eunuchs who accompanied him these past 2 years were often inattentive to such matters. You are the princess. It is fitting for you to manage these affairs, Liu Xuan stated. Wen Yiyi nodded in agreement. As Liu Xuan stepped outside to bathe, she sat upon the couch, taking needle and thread to mend his clothing. The small tear was easily reparable, especially given the dark color of the fabric, which made the task all the more straightforward. Wen Yiyi, skilled in the art of embroidery, deftly stitched intricate patterns with silver thread that matched the fabric of her garments, achieving such precision that even upon close inspection, no trace of a flaw could be discerned. Upon Liu Xuan's emergence, he beheld his attire neatly folded to one side, while Wen Yiyi sat nearby, sipping tea. At that moment, she ought to have been resting. Her dark tresses cascaded freely over her shoulders, framing a visage of ethereal beauty that bore hints of drowsiness. Liu Xuan swallowed, contemplating. Tomorrow, this prince shall arrive earlier, for it is imperative that she does not awaken after falling asleep. Wen Yiyi, feeling somewhat languid, inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Your Highness is coming tomorrow? Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes. What is it? Do you disallow it? Wen Yiyi replied. Of course not. She possessed no authority to dictate Liu Xuan's affairs. Yet, to be candid, she found it perplexing to fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. His demeanor towards her was neither warm nor cold, oscillating between indifference and an inexplicable disdain. As the chill of the season enveloped them, Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan shared a single quilt, with a thin coverlet draped over them both. She remained nestled on the inner side, while Liu Xuan occupied the outer. Contrary to expectations, Liu Xuan experienced no peculiar dreams that night. The following morning, Wen Yiyi awoke to find her side of the bed empty. Jiyu attended to her, assisting her in dressing. The prince rose before dawn, around the 5th watch, stating he was to attend court and instructed us not to rouse you. Wen Yiyi, still ensconced in slumber during the 5th watch, would indeed have found it arduous to rise without being awakened. After partaking in breakfast, the steward of the princess' residence arrived with a sum of silver, indicating it was for the princess to procure new garments. Wen Yiyi glanced at the amount, 5,000 taels of silver. Surely, she and the prince would not require such an extravagant expenditure for mere clothing. The steward smiled and replied, It is the prince's directive. The princess may utilize it freely. This bounty was, of course, intended solely for Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan. As the two concubines received their monthly allowances, crafting their attire within their own quarters, Wen Yiyi dismissed the steward. Life within the prince's residence was indeed exceptional. Jin Kuei marveled, in our household, you, the matriarch, the county princess, and the young madam would scarcely require such a sum for an entire year's wardrobe. This season alone demands such an amount. In typical households within the capital, a mere 20 taels of silver sufficed for sustenance and clothing for a year. Wen Yiyi pondered. When the prince returns, I shall inquire with him. During her time at the crown prince's residence, her monthly allowance was a mere 50 taels, from which she had to cover all her needs, living quite frugally. Even Chu Ruyuan, favored by the crown prince, could not afford extravagant expenditures in the early days. Only when the crown prince fully assumed control of the Ministry of Revenue and secured his position would Chu Ruyuan be able to revel in opulence. Later, upon Liu Xian's return to the residence, Ren Ruo, having gleaned information from Wen Yiyi, hurriedly approached Liu Xian. The princess mentioned having several autumn garments made for you, which would require only 300 to 500 taels of silver, far from the thousands proposed. Having been away for an extended period, Liu Xian was well acquainted with market prices and understood that his clothing would not necessitate such lavish spending. The crux of the matter remained, however, Wen Yiyi. As a woman, it is only natural for her to dress elegantly. Now that a princess has been established, Liu Xian would undoubtedly ensure that she is afforded greater dignity than the other imperial consorts. The Jingjiang Wangfu may appear understated, yet, behind the scenes, it has been meticulously managed for many years. It is unlikely that one could find many estates in the capital wealthier than his. Ren Ruo pondered, should provisions also be made for the two concubines in their quarters? Liu Xian replied, did they not receive their monthly allowances? As concubines, they must adhere to their roles. The privileges reserved for the princess are not something they can dare to claim. Ren Ruo was momentarily taken aback and quickly returned to report to Wen Yiyi. Chapter 38. The concubine Wen Yiyi confirmed that this was Liu Xian's intention, which put her at ease, and she instructed someone to hastily prepare clothing. Most of her garments were crafted by those close to her, and the remaining silver was entirely her personal savings. When Yin came to reside with Wen Yiyi, she had felt quite uneasy at the Wen family home. But upon arriving here, she felt an immediate sense of comfort. The young girl regained some of her liveliness, chattering away as she clung to Wen Yiyi's side. Sister Chao's dowry consists of 106 sets, which is 60 sets less than fourth sister's. She spends her days sulking at home, demanding that the Su family relatives contribute more, which has earned her the disdain of everyone. Yet they do not dare to offend her, resulting in many useless additions. The Su family's wealth paled in comparison to that of the Wen family, nonetheless. Su Nianqu was even more concerned about appearances than Wen Yiyi. Most of Wen Yiyi's dowry was prepared by Princess Changping, with another portion provided by Empress Dowager Dong, all of which consisted of precious items. In her past life, Liu He and Chu Ruyuan, despicable and shameless, had set their sights on Wen Yiyi's dowry. Taking advantage of the Empress Dowager's passing and the gradual decline of the Wen family, causing the deaths of those around Chu Ruyuan and seizing much for themselves, Wen Yiyi found herself trapped within the vast confines of the crown prince's residence, utterly unable to seek assistance. Additionally, as the crown prince's power grew, she feared retribution against the waning Wen family, making her reluctant to act openly against him. Wen Yiyi lowered her head, deftly manipulating the needle and thread. In her previous life, the Wen family's continual decline was not without the Su family's opportunism. She was keen to observe how Su Nianqu would be drained by the crown prince. The garments were soon completed, and fortuitously, Wen Yiyi had no pressing matters that day, so she personally delivered them to Liu Xian. In her past life, Wen Yiyi often saw Liu Xian clad in dark-colored attire. This time, most of the garments were in hues he frequently wore, with only one piece in a pale moonwhite. It was not that Wen Yiyi had a particular fondness for moonwhite. Rather, she had chosen the fabric for its exquisite quality, knowing it would be incredibly comfortable to wear, thus she had a piece made. Liu Xian did not say much, accepting them and allowing Wen Yiyi to return. Ren Ruo, observing her master's expression, could not help but praise, Your Highness, our princess is virtuous and gracious. Since her arrival, she has caused no trouble, and there is nothing to criticize. These garments were meticulously crafted, rivaling those produced within the palace. Considering Liu Xian's fondness for equestrian pursuits, 2 of the outfits were designed for ease of movement. Liu Xian cast a glance at the moonwhite robe. Ren Ruo knew his master was not fond of light-colored clothing, especially shades bordering on white. He pondered, perhaps this color is favored by the princess. Moonwhite on a man accentuated an elegant and refined demeanor. Ren Ruo thought that perhaps the princess appreciated such aesthetics. However, the prince seldom wore such colors. It would be best to keep this garment stored away. The following day, during his change of attire, Liu Xian donned the moonwhite robe. His innate beauty was striking, and the well-fitting garments only enhanced his regal presence. Ren Ruo thought, could it be that the prince is heading to the princess? And saw Liu Xian stride confidently out. Ren Ruo hurried to follow him. As anticipated, Liu Xian made his way to the residence of Wen Yiyi, Shuren Garden. At this moment, two maidservants were paying their respects to Wen Yiyi. Hearing about the princess commissioning new garments, Tao, one of the maidservants, sought to curry favor, hoping to secure a share for herself. Qin, the other maidservant, remained silent and followed Tao without a word. Wen Yiyi, having awakened lazily, had no desire for conversation. As the two maidservants approached, she leisurely sipped her tea from her seat of authority. Tao's eyes darted around. It is said that the prince has allocated a considerable sum to the princess for the creation of new garments. I was pondering, given that I have little to wear this year, whether the princess might show some consideration for us. Beside her, Qin kept her head down, sipping her tea quietly. Wen Yiyi set her teacup down. Oh? Tao continued, the prince, being a man, is unaware of the household's affairs. Now that you are the matriarch, please do not neglect us. Wen Yiyi had previously perceived Tao as somewhat cunning, and upon hearing her words today, she thought to herself that her suspicions were confirmed. Your monthly allowance is 5 taels of silver, correct? Tao nodded. Wen Yiyi replied coolly, compared to other households, your allowance is already quite generous. You receive provisions for cosmetics and a fixed number of garments each year. The clothing for the prince is an additional matter. What business do you two servants have in this? At this, Qin kept her head lowered, while Tao's face turned crimson. Since leaving the palace and being granted to the eldest prince, no one had ever referred to her as a mere servant. Wen Yiyi's unceremonious words had struck at her most sensitive spot. Unable to contain herself, Tao retorted sarcastically, the princess carries herself with great pride. While I may be a servant, I once served by the emperor's side, and I am not one to be easily dismissed. Even the prince should show me some respect here. Wen Yiyi's expression grew colder. Tao continued, I had thought the princess, coming from a prominent family, would be generous in her dealings, yet she seems to quibble over a mere few garments, offering no rewards to those beneath her since our first meeting. Wen Yiyi contemplated her response, preparing to retaliate when a chilling male voice interrupted. You presume upon your standing as a gift from the emperor to audaciously confront the rightful consort of the household? Upon hearing Liu Xuan's voice, Tao's face drained of color. Wen Yiyi rose to greet Liu Xuan with a bow, then turned to Tao. Everything in this household is regulated. If I choose to reward you, I shall. If I choose not to, then so be it. If you harbor resentment over this, you ought to learn a lesson. Tao's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed pitifully at Liu Xuan. My lord. Liu Xuan did not even glance at her, but addressed Wen Yiyi. How do you wish to deal with her? Wen Yiyi deliberated. After all, she was a person favored by the emperor, and one must consider the consequences of severity. She finally decided, Tao has committed an offense against her superior and should be placed under house arrest for a month. Liu Xuan replied, let her be fined half a month's allowance, placed under house arrest for a month, and receive 20 lashes. Tao was left in stunned silence. A month or even half a year's confinement might be trivial matters, yet Liu Xuan surprisingly intended to punish her with 20 lashes. The servants in the manor, after undergoing corporal punishment, would feel an overwhelming sense of shame, often hiding away in embarrassment, let alone a mere concubine like her. If she were truly to be lashed, how could she ever face others again? The people in the manor would undoubtedly mock her mercilessly. The concubine Tao knelt on the ground, pleading fervently for mercy. But Liu Xuan showed her no leniency, swiftly instructing the servants to drag her away. Chapter 39. The concubine. After the concubine Tao was taken away, Wen Yiyi could not help but inquire, Your Highness, is such a punishment not excessively severe? After all, concubine Tao was bestowed upon you by the emperor. The current emperor, Qi Yuan, is a man marked by suspicion and a watchful nature. Had it not been so, he would not have placed such a concubine beside his own son. Liu Xuan. When Yiyi understood that the bond between Liu Xuan and the emperor was not particularly deep, in the emperor's presence, Liu Xuan's position was, in fact, quite precarious. She feared that concubine Tao would embellish the story and report back to the emperor, deliberately tarnishing Liu Xuan's reputation. Beside her, Renrua reassured. She has offended the mistress of the household. Today's punishment is already quite lenient for her. The emperor is not one to confuse right and wrong. How could he allow a concubine of humble origins to disrupt the order of the royal residence and brazenly provoke the princess? Hearing such a response from Liu Xuan's confidant, Wen Yiyi felt greatly relieved. She had never anticipated that in such a situation, Liu Xuan would stand up for her, aligning himself with her interests. Wen Yiyi had observed how Princess Chomping dealt with the household's minor concubines and knew well how to handle those who disregarded the rules. However, concubine Tao's connection with the emperor always instilled a sense of caution. Although concubine Qin had arrived alongside concubine Tao, she had remained silent throughout. The punishment had solely befallen concubine Tao, and she would return the same way she came. Alas, it was concubine Tao who bore the brunt of the consequences. The 20 strikes, delivered by the matron of the household, were merciless, landing firmly upon concubine Tao. Before the punishment concluded, blood had already soaked her lower back. Even if Wen Shisa had not confined her, she would have been bedridden for a month or two. Gritting her teeth in pain, her expression twisted in fury. She could hardly fathom that Liu Xuan truly dared to punish her, a concubine favored by the emperor. By the end of the 20 strikes, concubine Tao had lost consciousness. Her quarters were not particularly close to Wen Shisa's, so she dispatched a rough servant girl from the courtyard to carry concubine Tao back. Along the way, countless servants of the household discreetly witnessed the scene, each whispering about the day's events. How could a person bestowed by the emperor be beaten? She audaciously offended the princess. As a concubine, she is but a servant in a common household, yet she dared to demand favors from the mistress. Truly deserving of punishment. The princess is remarkably bold. I thought no one would dare touch what the emperor has granted. It was the prince who stood up for the princess. She values her reputation greatly. Regarding today's events, Wen Shisa could only express her satisfaction, a profound sense of fulfillment. In the past, during her time in the crown prince's residence, she could never have anticipated such treatment from a mistress. The crown prince not only failed to support her but would also twist the truth, denouncing her as a cruel woman who abused her power. After this incident, Wen Shisa's gaze towards Liu Xuan grew ever more fervent. Liu Xuan took a seat, and Wen Shisa proactively poured him a cup of tea, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for standing up for me. You are the princess. Henceforth, there is no need to regard these two individuals with any concern. If you wish to impose punishment, do so without hesitation," Liu Xuan declared. "Should the emperor and empress inquire, I shall personally elucidate the matter to them." How could he allow his esteemed wife, who was ceremoniously brought into the household, to be overshadowed by a mere concubine favored by the emperor and empress? The woman who represents his honor is the legitimate wife, not some inconsequential mistress. Although Liu Xuan may not harbor affection for Wen Zisha, he would never permit some trifling concubine to oppress her. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Wen Zisha felt a considerable sense of relief. Frankly, men of Liu Xuan's reliability are rare gems. In the capital, most nobility indulge in multiple wives and concubines. With numerous individuals gathered, conflicts often arise. Wen Zisha had witnessed many men favoring their enchanting concubines while treating their legitimate wives with disdain. Frequently, when the legitimate wife dealt with a misbehaving concubine, these men would unjustly blame their wives. Despite Liu Xuan's lack of affection for her, he granted her the respect she deserved. Compared to her previous life, Wen Zisha felt that this time, she truly had worth. Liu Xuan accepted the cup of tea offered by Wen Zisha and lowered his gaze to take a sip. For reasons unknown, he found this tea particularly delightful. "What kind of tea is this?" he inquired. Wen Zisha replied, "It is simply ordinary white tea, Your Highness. Do you find it to your liking?" Liu Xuan narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly. It was not that he particularly favored this tea. Rather, there was something extraordinary about whatever Wen Zisha presented to him. Contemplating this, Liu Xuan increasingly suspected that Wen Zisha might be a reincarnated fox spirit, deliberately undermining his composure. He had entirely forgotten his original purpose for visiting and drained the cup before departing. After Liu Xuan's exit, Nian Ke, bewildered, turned to Wen Zisha and said, "Fourth sister, why do I feel as if His Highness, the Prince of Jingjiang, has never truly regarded you?" Wen Zisha gently shook her head. "He married me due to the emperor and empress's decree. If he harbors no affection for me, how could he possibly wish to look upon me?" Fortunately, Wen Zisha had long ceased to pursue any ethereal notions of love. She sought only dignity and peace in this life. Wen Zisha had little inclination to dwell on such matters, for in the blink of an eye, the day of Su Nianxia's wedding to the crown prince had arrived. The crown princess marriage was a significant event, and early in the day, Liu Xuan prepared to visit the crown prince's residence. Before dawn, Liu Xuan had already changed attire. Outside, a palace attendant came to relay a message. "My lord, the third prince has arrived, wishing to accompany you to the crown prince's residence." Liu Xuan's relationship with his younger brother Liu Lin was not particularly harmonious. Liu Lin often expressed jealousy towards Liu Xuan, speaking with a sardonic tone. However, Liu Lin's relations with the other brothers were not particularly amiable either. His inability to articulate his thoughts exposed his ambitions too overtly, resulting in few admirers. His visit today was prompted by the fact that his royal consort, Lady Dong, was a cousin of Wen Zisha. With Lady Dong's current pregnancy and her generally strained relations with the other ladies, Liu Lin was concerned for her safety in the company of others. Throughout their journey, Liu Xuan and Liu Lin exchanged little conversation, each riding their own horse to the destination. Wen Yiyi and the esteemed Dong imperial consort had seldom interacted in the past. But now that an opportunity for engagement has arisen, she would not shy away from it. The third imperial consort of the Dong family possesses a dignified and graceful demeanor, embodying the essence of an accomplished lady. Her speech is gentle and soothing, reminiscent of Wen Yiyi's sister-in-law, also of the Dong lineage, revealing a familial resemblance in character. Wen Yiyi does not hold a particularly profound impression of the Dong consort. However, fostering a connection with another individual within the royal family can certainly yield no detriment. Reflecting on the news of the third prince's mother, consort Zhu, being with child, Wen Yiyi politely inquired about the matter. The Dong consort's smile bore a hint of bitterness as she confirmed, indeed, the consort was expecting, as the imperial physician had reported some time ago. Chapter 40. Concubine observing Dong's demeanor, Wen Yiyi felt a sudden stirring within her, recalling the whispers she had heard in the palace before. She furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that both Dong and the third prince were apprehensive about consort Zhu bearing another son? In Wen Yiyi's view, there was little cause for concern. Brothers born of the same mother would invariably share a closer bond than those of different mothers. Moreover, the third prince had already reached adulthood, and the child in consort Zhu's womb would be too young to contend for the throne upon birth. Just as she was about to reassure Dong to ease her worries, Dong offered a resigned smile. Mother is now of advanced age, and I'm afraid this pregnancy might take a toll on her health. The third master has the closest relationship with her, visiting the palace every few days, should anything happen. Wen Yiyi was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed forgotten that consort Zhu's age was not suitable for bearing children. In her previous life, her knowledge of the third prince's family was rather vague, primarily because they seldom made public appearances. Why, now with a favored consort and grand ambitions, did the third prince remain so elusive after being bestowed a title? It seemed unlikely that he would be content with a minor princely position. No. It was more probable that something had befallen consort Zhu. Otherwise, the likes of Su Nianqu would not have thrived within the palace. Wen Yiyi gently patted Dong's hand. Do not worry, consort Zhu has always been blessed. Only then did Dong manage a smile. To be candid, Dong was not the sort to be lively and talkative, maintaining minimal interactions with other concubines. However, as both her cousin and sister-in-law, Wen Yiyi's dual connection made Dong feel a sense of closeness with her. Today, they were bound to encounter other concubines, and Dong remarked that most were tolerable, save for the rather haughty one from the fifth master's household. Wen Yiyi chuckled. You mean Ding? In her previous life, Wen Yiyi had indeed had considerable strife with Ding. The moment she entered the royal family, Ding inexplicably set traps for her, seeking to humiliate her publicly. With a heart that repays kindness and seeks vengeance for grievances. Though her methods were gentle, Wen Yiyi was never ambiguous in her actions. She replied, I have heard of her. I shall remember everything you have told me. On this day of the crown prince's grand wedding, the front courtyard was bustling with men, and the emperor had come to the crown prince's residence, albeit briefly. In the inner quarters, there were the wives of princes, royal consorts, and several young princes and princesses. Although the current empress who harbored deep resentment towards the crown prince, she was compelled to maintain the faade of a virtuous empress and remained in attendance with the others. Upon seeing Wen Yiyi approach, the fourth prince's consort, Lady Liang, greeted her with a warm smile and a courteous bow, sister-in-law. In truth, Lady Liang was 4 or 5 years older than Wen Yiyi. Yet she readily addressed her as sister-in-law. Wen Yiyi returned the greeting and turned to Empress Hu. I was delayed on the way with the third sister-in-law due to some matters. Please do not hold it against us, Your Majesty. Empress Hu laughed gently. Silly child, how could I bear to blame you? Yiyi, come sit here beside me. Wen Yiyi approached without hesitation. Empress Hu was intent on cultivating a rapport with Liu Xuan. She had heard from the maidservant Chen that Liu Xuan was quite fond of Wen Yiyi, even going so far as to confront the emperor regarding maidservant Tao, who had been favored because of Wen Yiyi. Before such a multitude, she naturally had to treat Wen Yiyi with a measure of kindness, bestowing upon her the respect she deserved. Indeed, it was imperative for Wen Yiyi to acknowledge her exceptional treatment, thereby ensuring that upon her return, she would extol her virtues before Liu Xuan. If Wen Yiyi remained silent, the many observing eyes would inevitably disseminate the news. Look at how fortunate our esteemed leader is. After years of reluctance to marry a royal consort, he has chosen the most illustrious beauty in the entire capital. Empress Hu smiled with grace, stating Yiyi, this exquisite hairpin is a gift for you. Be sure to bear the prince in heir soon. As she spoke, Empress Hu removed a jeweled lotus hairpin from her hair and adorned Wen Yiyi's head with it. Unable to decline, Wen Ziseo shot a defiant glance at the fifth prince's consort. The fifth prince's consort, Ding, observed this exchange and felt a surge of indignation. It was clear that the fifth prince was the empress's own son, and she was his legitimate daughter-in-law. In this gathering of relatives, the empress openly expressed her fondness for Wen Ziseo, holding her hand without reservation. Though Ding had never met Wen Ziseo, her disdain for her was palpable. When Wen Ziseo married Liu Xuan, her dowry vastly eclipsed Ding's. Once the foremost, Ding was now relegated to a secondary position, fueling her animosity towards Wen Ziseo. Additionally, there was the undeniable beauty of Wen Ziseo. Her allure was no mere boast. She was truly striking, a rare gem of both appearance and figure. Once the most beautiful among the royal consorts, Ding now found herself overshadowed. Contemplating this, Ding could not refrain from remarking, "Truly, the beauty of the royal sister-in-law is well-deserved." It is no wonder the empress favors her. However, this hairpin is a precious tribute from the Atom Kingdom, granted solely to the empress by the emperor. How can a royal sister-in-law bear such a weighty gift? Wen Ziseo had no desire to accept such a lavish gift in front of so many witnesses. If the empress truly wished to bestow a gift, why had she not done so during their last private meeting? The sheer number of ladies present today meant every pair of eyes was scrutinizing every occurrence. The empress, aware that Wen Ziseo could not decline, understood that accepting the gift would inevitably lead to future interactions with Fuyang Palace. Such exchanges could lead others to perceive an undue closeness between the Duke of Jingjiang and the empress, despite the lack of any substantial ties to the fifth prince's faction. Seeing the fifth prince's consort fall into a trap, Wen Ziseo hastily removed the hairpin and returned it to the empress, stating, "It was originally a gift from my father to your majesty. Only you possess such a treasure in the harem. I cannot possibly accept such a grand award." Empress, who cast a sidelong glance at Ding, harboring some discontent. Ding, witnessing the hairpin return to the empress, felt a swell of triumph. If she could not have it, neither could Wen Ziseo. Just as she reveled in her self-satisfaction, Empress, who interjected, "Ding, today is the crown prince's wedding. Your attire of vibrant red adorned with jewels seems rather ostentatious. Has your family not taught you decorum?" Ding was momentarily taken aback. She typically enjoys dressing in flamboyant attire. And as the primary consort, it is only natural for her to adorn herself in vibrant hues of red and green. Today, as she anticipated a gathering with her sisters-in-law, she resolved to outshine them all, thus opting for an even more exaggerated ensemble than usual. The fifth prince, being the son of Empress Hu, holds a prestigious position among the princes, and surely no one would dare to speak against her. Little did she expect that Empress Hu would publicly reprimand her, rendering her utterly humiliated. The empress's final remark had deeply implicated the upbringing of the Ding family, being exceedingly stern. Upon realizing this, tears of grievance welled up in Ding's eyes, leaving her too disheartened to utter a single word in protest. Chapter 41. The Crown Prince's residence. On the day of the Crown Prince's grand wedding, the attire of the guest was meticulously chosen, striking a balance between modesty and extravagance. When she donned a dress adorned with the exquisite patterns of stolen blue lapis, while Dong's attire was a delicate peach pink. The fourth prince's consort wore a palace gown in a similar hue of red, yet it paled in comparison to the striking crimson gown of the fifth prince's consort. Her vibrant red dress was fit for a bride, complemented by an array of dazzling hairpins and ornaments. Usually, Empress Hu turned a blind eye, believing her son to be more distinguished than his brothers, and thought it acceptable for his wife to dress splendidly. However, today, Ding's public display of her grievances and her remarks towards Wen Yiyi displeased Empress Hu, who then decided to show her no mercy. Ding was utterly distressed, tears streaming down her face. This only served to further aggravate Empress Hu. In the past, Ding had caused quite a commotion in the fifth prince's residence. And although Empress Hu tolerated her due to her family background, today's sorrowful display was inappropriate given the joyous occasion of the crown prince's wedding. After exchanging a few words with her attendants, Empress Hu summoned Ding to leave. With the emperor having already departed, Empress Hu did not linger for long, finding an excuse to exit as her spirits were low. With no one of authority present, the highest-ranking individuals were the several royal consorts. The fourth prince's consort, beaming with a smile, approached Wen Yiyi and Dong. Previously, the fourth prince's consort had maintained a rather indifferent relationship with Dong. The third prince had a favored mother who not only disregarded the first prince but also showed little respect for the fourth prince. Liu Xuan, possessing a broad-minded nature, chose not to engage in conflict with the third prince, treating him and his ilk as inconsequential rivals, often silencing them in conversation yet harboring no resentment afterwards. On the surface, the fourth prince, Liu Yao, appeared cheerful, yet he was deeply sensitive to all spoken words. For this reason, the fourth prince's consort, Liang, held a disdainful view towards the third prince and Dong. Ambitious by nature, Liu sought to cultivate beneficial relationships, and Liang wished to assist him in this endeavor. The Duke of Jingjiang had no hopes of seizing the throne and lacked personal ambition, which Liang perceived as an opportunity for Empress Su to draw closer to Wen Yiyi in order to win over the Duke of Jingjiang. She, too, desired to foster ties for the fourth prince. With a smile, Liang remarked, before Ding wed, she was spoiled by her family. On such a joyous day for the crown prince, to shed tears and appear mournful, how scandalous it would be if this were to spread. Our sister-in-law, however, has always conducted herself with grace, never causing such a farce. When Shisa replied with a smile, taking a sip of tea, perhaps the fifth prince dotes on Ding excessively. Indulging her whims, Liang shook her head with a knowing smile and, casting a furtive glance around, lowered her voice. The fifth prince is vexed with her. Last month, she caused the demise of a favored concubine of his. At that time, he was furious, but the empress intervened to prevent him from acting rashly. Dong frowned. Is the fifth prince truly so enraged over a mere concubine? Yang responded, men, when enamored, can become quite irrational. Ding, bolstered by her connection to Duke Rue, has long been tyrannical in the fifth prince's residence. Ding's father, Duke Rue, held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice. Ding was the only legitimate daughter among 5 brothers, cherished by Duke Rue as if she were his very lifeblood. Initially, the crown prince had shown interest in the Ding family, but upon learning of Ding's character and virtues, he ultimately withdrew his pursuit. In the past, when Zisa had been the crown princess, and the other sisters-in-law regarded her with indifference, completely unwilling to confide in her. Today, having heard such intriguing tales, when Zisa found herself amused. Nonetheless, she did not lose sight of the matter at hand. When Zisa surveyed her surroundings, was it merely us here, with no one from the crown prince's residence? The crown prince had no secondary consorts. So who could possibly be present? The fourth prince's consort, Lady Liang, spoke with an inexplicable tone, mentioning a certain concubine whom she had seen the crown prince bring into the palace previously. When Zisa pondered, I would indeed like to see her. You see, my cousin, who has just entered the crown prince's household, might face difficulties from an unruly presence, when Zisa's reasoning was sound. Moreover, the individual from the crown prince's household was merely a concubine, of lowly maidservant origins. What could the esteemed master wish to conceal? Before long, Chu Shiwan was brought forth. Tall and well-proportioned, she wore a simple, muted green garment, her hair adorned with a jade hairpin, and her face devoid of makeup. She approached with a modest demeanor, in stark contrast to the vibrant and alluring concubines favored in other households. Lady Liang leaned closer to Wen Yiyi and remarked, she resembles the wet nurse from my household. Wen Yiyi remained impassive, her gaze meticulously assessing the newcomer. Chu Shiwan bowed respectfully. I am Chu, here to greet the Princess of Jingjiang. Wen Yiyi slowly stirred her tea, offering no command for her to rise. Chu Shiwan was perplexed by Wen Yiyi's demeanor. With no past grievances between them, was Wen Yiyi intent on complicating matters for her? Wen Yiyi understood well that, regardless of her own authority, it was not her place to reprimand anyone within the crown prince's residence. Furthermore, Chu Shiwan exhibited a demeanor of utmost compliance, leaving no room for criticism. Wen Yiyi smiled. Today is a joyous occasion for the crown prince. I wondered why no one from the crown prince's rear courtyard had appeared, although you are but a minor concubine. Serving solely the crown prince, surely you must find solitude tiresome, hence I called you forth. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiwan's expression stiffened, and she hurriedly replied, Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness. Among those present, Chu Shiwan was the only concubine. The other households had even refrained from sending forth their secondary consorts. The legitimate wives held a dismissive attitude towards concubines, privately mocking the crown prince's taste. Was there truly only this one? It was said that she was 7 or 8 years older than the crown prince, voluptuous and undeniably captivating. Such a woman could be by the crown prince's side. The miss from the Su family was indeed fortunate to wed him. As Chu Shiwan listened to the murmurs around her, she kept her head bowed, revealing little of her feelings, yet her fingernails dug deeply into her palm. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged anticipation that Wen Yiyi felt towards her desires, that Liang could not restrain herself from asking, Elder sister, what grievances do you harbor against the Chu family? Wen Yiyi responded with a faint smile. There is an inherent discomfort upon first glance. Perhaps they were foes in a past life. Liang, taking her words as jest, couldn't help but laugh in reply. As the banquet drew to a close and dusk settled, the guests began to take their leave. Given that it was the occasion of the crown prince's wedding, there was no raucous revelry to disturb the newlyweds. Dong sat beside Wen Yiyi for nearly the entire day, But ultimately, the third prince arrived to escort her away. Liang observed their departure with a hint of discontent, muttering, merely pregnant, with no visible signs yet, and uncertain whether it's a boy or a girl. Yet they are so impatient. Liang had given birth before and had 2 daughters, while this was Dong's first experience of pregnancy. Chapter 42. The prince's residence even when concealed. Wen Ziseo was well aware of the true nature of the Liang family. The Liang matriarch was notoriously envious, unable to tolerate anyone or anything that surpassed her in merit. In her previous life, Ding Shi would always contrive to undermine Wen Ziseo whenever they crossed paths, with Liang's instigation playing a significant role. Engaging with such individuals required caution. Wen Ziseo had no desire for deep entanglements. Furthermore, Liang's animosity stemmed from her connection to Liu Xuan, Wen Ziseo's protector. She was keen to avoid being drawn into the maelstrom too soon. As she boarded the carriage, she observed several princes preparing to mount their horses for departure. This afternoon, the princes had indulged in copious amounts of wine, and the eunuchs were assisting them onto their steeds. The evening breeze was rather chilly, and the combination of alcohol and wind could prove quite uncomfortable. The 5th prince, Liu Yiyi, had recently been encouraged by Empress Hu to cultivate a rapport with Liu Xuan. He approached, engaging Liu Xuan in conversation while mounting his horse. A flicker of concern crossed Wen Ziseo's mind as she lifted a corner of the curtain to observe them. Riding while inebriated posed a significant risk, despite the presence of attendants and eunuchs. Even at a leisurely pace, a careless fall could result in severe injury. With this thought, Wen Ziseo turned to her attendant, Jin Kue, and instructed, "Please summon the prince, and inform him that riding after drinking is inadvisable. Suggest that he join me in the carriage for our return." Jin Kue acknowledged her command and hurried off. Just as Liu Xuan was about to mount, he noticed a large maid approaching him, whom he vaguely remembered as Jin Kue. She performed a respectful bow and conveyed, "Your Highness, the princess has expressed concern about your safety after partaking in wine. With nightfall upon us, she requests that you accompany her in the carriage for your journey home." Ren Ruo chuckled, "The princess underestimates our prince. He has spent countless years living in the saddle, even after a few more cups of wine. He can still arrive home safely." Jin Kue appeared troubled, having been dispatched by Wen Ziseo to extend the invitation. She felt it would be difficult to report back without success. "Your Highness, the princess is genuinely concerned for your well-being. You should heed her request." Liu Xuan relinquished the reins, replying, "I shall join her now." The 5th prince watched this exchange with a sense of discomfort. When he married Ding Shi, Empress Hu had informed him of her somewhat spoiled nature, advising him that perfection was elusive among the unmarried ladies of the capital. She suggested that he should exercise patience, for the more gentle and virtuous women could be found among the daughters of prominent families. The 5th prince indeed desired a beautiful consort. After encountering Ding Shi, he was quite taken with her exquisite and radiant appearance and chose her without hesitation. However, after their union, Ding Shi's behavior became intolerable. She bullied the concubines and servants of the household, frivolously spending thousands of taels on garments and jewelry, and her lack of social awareness was profoundly exasperating. Duke Rue was perpetually concerned about his daughter's well-being, frequently sending her silver notes and admonishing the 5th prince to be more accommodating towards her. When Ziseo possessed a beauty that surpassed that of the Ding family, her lineage being as illustrious as that of the Duke of Rue. Yet, she exhibited such compassion towards her husband. Contemplating this, the 5th prince cast a glance of envy towards Liu Xuan. His elder brother had indeed married a remarkable princess. Concealing the darkness in his eyes, the 5th prince resolved to invite the princess to the royal residence for a visit. Not only to allow the Ding family to see that not everyone was as difficult as they were, but also to hope that if the Ding family could temper their disposition, it would be most beneficial. Liu Xuan nodded in agreement. The 5th prince lost interest in riding and, upon noticing the absence of his own princess's carriage, could not help but inquire of his attendant. When did the 5th princess depart? The attendant, lowering his head, replied softly. The Empress Dowager said the princess was dressed too flamboyantly today and reprimanded her, sending her back to the residence. The 5th prince's complexion shifted between shades of green and red. He was well aware of his mother's ways. The reprimand directed at the 5th princess was not merely about her attire, but rather a consequence of some inappropriate words or actions, of which the foolish girl remained blissfully unaware. Liu Xuan entered the carriage, where the growing chill of the season was countered by a warm atmosphere inside. A small tea table held a pot of tea and several exquisite snacks. The seat beside Wen Ziseo remained vacant, and despite his reluctance, Liu Xuan found himself obliged to sit beside her. Wen Ziseo poured a cup of tea and offered it to Liu Xuan, saying, "Your Highness, you must have had quite a bit to drink. Here, have some hot tea to sober up. The warmth of the carriage enveloped Liu Xuan, causing the effects of his intoxication to surge. As he accepted the tea from her hands, Wen Yiyi softly remarked, "Today, I had the pleasure of meeting the Empress Dowager, who treated me with great kindness and even publicly rewarded me. What do you think, Your Highness?" Though Liu Xuan had little interest in matters of the inner court, he immediately recognized the significance of her words and understood the intention behind her inquiry. Choosing to address the matter directly, he replied, "If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to conceal them. I shall assist you." Having pledged themselves in marriage, they were now husband and wife, although their feelings were not yet entwined as partners. Liu Xuan would not permit her to find herself in an embarrassing situation. When Yiyi noted his evident inebriation, despite his icy visage, a flush had crept to his ears and neck. "Your Highness, perhaps you should rest for a while," she suggested. "When we arrive at the royal residence, I shall awaken you." Liu Xuan narrowed his elongated, phoenix-like eyes, gazing at her for a moment before resting his head upon her shoulder and closing his eyes. When Yiyi was taken aback, she had expected him to lean against the pillow, but surprisingly, he had grown familiar in his drunkenness, treating her as a pillow instead. During the journey, Wen Yiyi remained still and silent. Soon, they arrived at the royal residence. After Liu Xuan stirred from his slumber, the effects of the alcohol had not entirely dissipated, leading him, almost instinctively, to accompany Wen Yiyi to her Xian garden. Following a bath and change of clothes, Liu Xuan first took to the bed to rest. After her own bath and change, Wen Yiyi sat before the dressing mirror, lost in thought as Jean Kuei styled her hair. "Miss, are you going to rest now?" she inquired. Wen Yiyi appeared somewhat distracted. She is currently devoid of any thoughts of slumber, her mind solely occupied with the events transpiring at the princess residence this evening. In her previous life, Wen Yiyi donned a wedding gown on this very night, seated by the bedside, waiting from dusk until dawn, yet the prince never made his appearance. This night marked the onset of her journey into matrimony, as well as her descent into the abyss. Wen Yiyi nodded slightly, indicating it was time to rest. Upon entering the inner chamber, she realized that Liu Xuan was already peacefully asleep. Moving quietly, she approached him, just as she climbed onto the bed. Intending to slip past Liu Xuan to the inner side, he suddenly opened his eyes and firmly pressed her down onto the pillow. Chapter 43. Newlyweds. When Cece's breath momentarily froze, rendering her speechless, her mind a blank canvas. She was acutely aware of this man's heightened vigilance. Yet she never anticipated it would be so formidable. All she desired was a simple night's rest, not to conspire against him. What advantage would there be in harming her own husband? Liu Xuan finally realized that the person bound by his suspicions was Wen Yiyi. In his inebriated state, his wariness was magnified. Having faced assassination attempts during his military service, he had developed a habit of suspicion. He instantly released his grip, exclaiming, "It's you." Wen Yiyi winced as he pressed down on her shoulder and wrist, tears streaming down her face. This pampered young lady, with skin as delicate as porcelain, bore the marks of his touch with the slightest contact. Although Liu Xuan's grip was not excessively forceful, it nonetheless left distinct imprints upon her. Seeing her tears fall, Liu Xuan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if her warm tears were droplets of anguish upon his very soul. Before he could comprehend his actions, his fingertips gently brushed her cheek, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Do not cry," he implored. When Cece, with her propensity for tears, found that the more others urged her to cease weeping, the more aggrieved she felt, and her sobs only intensified. No woman had ever cried so openly before Liu Xuan. Unsure of how to console her, having spent years in the military without even the lightest touch of a woman's hand, he remained oblivious to the sentiments that resided within a woman's heart. Yet, the sight of her pitiable state, her delicate frame trembling, her eyes glistening with tears, and her nose tinged with crimson, stirred a newfound tenderness within Liu Xuan. He reluctantly enveloped her in his embrace, softly patting her shoulder, murmuring, "It is my fault. I shall not treat you so harshly again." When Cece wept against his heart, her tears quickly soaking his chest, Liu Xuan, reflecting on her youth and the fact that she had never attended to a man before, felt a surge of compassion for her plight. She was bound to him in circumstances far from glamorous, her future shrouded in uncertainty. He waited patiently until she fell asleep before gently laying her beside him. Lifting her outer garment, he examined her shoulder, where the marks of his grip were alarming, even showing signs of abrasion. Her wrist appeared better, lacking any indication of fracture, though it bore traces of his touch. Emerging from the room, he sought out some ointment from the waiting maid. Granny Pan, having witnessed much in her time, speculated that Liu Xuan had been unaware of his strength during their shared quarters, inadvertently hurting her. She quickly retrieved Wen Cece's medicine box and handed it to Liu Xuan, offering a kind reminder. "The princess is delicate. My lord, please treat her gently this evening." Liu Xuan understood the implication of Granny Pan's words, but chose not to elaborate. Some matters required no explanation. Upon returning to the bedroom, he applied a soothing ointment to Wen Yiyi's shoulder. She lay in deep slumber, her eyes still slightly reddened, appearing utterly vulnerable. Her skin, pale and delicate, contrasted beautifully with her cascading dark hair, giving her an ethereal quality. Strangely, the marks left upon her only added an unspoken allure to her fragile beauty. Liu Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly applied the ointment, ensuring her garments were properly adjusted to shield her from the night's chill. The injury on her wrist was minor. After applying the medicine, Liu Xuan grasped her delicate fingers. The phrase warm fragrance and soft jade instantly flooded his mind. Previously, Liu Xuan could not comprehend why so many men were captivated by feminine beauty. However, gazing upon Wen Yiyi's enchanting sleeping visage, he finally understood the allure. Liu Xuan hastily left Shan courtyard, descending from the bed in a rush. Ren Ruo followed closely behind, sensing that her master's mood was amiss in the late hours of the night. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Ruo could not help but inquire, "Did His Highness quarrel with the princess?" This seemed unlikely. Ren Ruo could discern that her princess was not the type to be as willful as the fifth princess consort, who would audaciously engage in public disputes. The fifth princess consort was known for her brash and domineering demeanor, capable of disgraceful acts without a second thought. Through their time spent together, Ren Ruo had come to regard her princess as a dignified lady, one who possessed an impeccable reputation. Upon returning to his residence, Liu Xuan requested Ren Ruo to prepare a cold bath. Ren Ruo thought to herself, "Didn't he already bathe at the princess's place?" Yet, she dared not voice this thought, keeping it to herself as she hurriedly arranged for the cold water. Meanwhile, Wen Yiyi slept until dawn, having cried herself to slumber the previous night, and awoke with a slight ache in her eyes and head. After a brief wash, she instructed Ji to prepare a cloth soaked in cold water. She reclined on the phoenix couch, placing the cloth over her eyes. Today, she needed to enter the palace and could not allow anyone to perceive that she had wept the night before. As Wen Yiyi opened her eyes to examine her injuries, she was startled to find that the previously alarming bruises had remarkably faded overnight. With her eyes covered, she relaxed while inquiring of those nearby. "Send someone to inquire if there is any news from the Crown Princess residence." Wen Yiyi presumed there would be none. The Crown Princess residence was as impenetrable as a fortress, its servants well controlled, such that even if a few lives were lost within, the news would never escape. Ziyu acknowledged her request and dispatched someone. Old Madame Pan, unaware of Wen Yiyi's keen interest in the Crown Princess affairs, refrained from questioning her, quietly standing by. Wen Yiyi then asked, "When did the prince return?" "He left last night," Pan replied with a hint of discontent. "The prince truly lacks consideration. Requesting medicine in the dead of night, a lady of your standing should never be subjected to such treatment." For reasons unknown, Pan halted mid-sentence. A thought flickered in Wen Yiyi's mind. She had not realized that Liu Xuan had applied medicine to her before departing. Nor did she expect that he was unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears. It seemed that in the future, she might find solace in shedding tears before him during troubling times. When Yiyi clarified, "Old Madame Pan, let us keep this between ourselves. The Empress is gravely ill. We must not speak of it before her. The prince is, in truth, a good man, treating me with great kindness." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a sudden cough. With her eyes covered by a cloth, upon hearing Liu Xuan's voice, her body froze in place. When did this person arrive? Why did no one inform me? Wen Yiyi felt her cheeks flush crimson, extending down to her neck, wishing to disappear into the ground. Utterly averse to the idea of facing him, Liu Xuan glanced at the maidservants and caretakers in the room, who were holding their breath. "You may all leave." Granny Pan, who had just spoken ill of him, was swiftly escorted away, looking quite ashamed with her entourage. Liu Xuan observed the upper half of Wen Yiyi's face concealed by a handkerchief. Her delicately pointed chin appeared particularly enchanting. His gaze lingered there for a moment before shifting to the side, and after a brief pause, he recalled that she could not see him. He then directed his attention toward her softly tinted lips. "Are you feeling better?" Chapter 44. Newlyweds. Wen Yiyi did not remove her veil, softly responding, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am feeling much better." Liu Xuan, not entirely aware of his own thoughts, inexplicably lowered himself and grasped Wen Yiyi's wrist, saying, "Let me take a look." Naturally, he could only examine her wrist, as it would be inappropriate to uncover her shoulders in broad daylight. Wen Yiyi had no time to resist. She wore a pale blue narrow-sleeved top that gradually slipped up her arms, causing her delicate gold bracelet to descend as well. The skin on her wrist was exceedingly fine, as pale and delicate as frost-kissed snow, with faint blue veins visible beneath. After applying medicine, the marks from yesterday had faded to almost nothing. For reasons unknown, Liu Xuan felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. He wished for the marks on her body to vanish, yet simultaneously desired the permanence of his own traces. The disparity in their physiques was apparent, with Wen Yiyi's slender wrist starkly contrasting against his large hand. Liu Xuan recalled her tear-streaked visage from the night before and instinctively lifted the veil that covered her eyes. The corners of her eyes still bore a hint of redness, her irises deep and clear, starkly defined in black and white, with lashes that were slightly damp, long and curled. When they fluttered, they seemed to pluck at Liu Xuan's heartstrings. In an instant, he released Wen Yiyi's wrist and turned to leave. She stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom his thoughts. This had been the pattern in their previous life as well. Often, during their conversations, Liu Xuan would abruptly depart. It is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, but Wen Yiyi felt that a man's heart was even more inscrutable, utterly beyond comprehension. Wen Yiyi retrieved a small copper mirror from beneath her and examined her face. She believed her eyes had already reduced in swelling. Though her skin remained thin, the lingering blush still apparent. She applied a touch of peach blossom makeup and summoned her maid, Jean Kue, to redo her hair. After changing her attire, Wen Yiyi, accompanied by her maid, made her way to the palace. She was aware that Su Nianqiao and the crown prince would be visiting Empress Hu to pay their respects that day. However, she arrived a bit late. By the time she reached the entrance of Fuyang Palace, Su Nianqiao had already arrived. After the guests had departed the previous night, Su Nianqiao had shyly awaited the crown prince in her new chamber. She had long harbored feelings for him, once believing that the crown prince would marry into the Wen family. Fortunately, Wen Yiyi, lacking in foresight, had taken the initiative to request marriage to the first prince, repeatedly claiming before her that the concubines in the crown prince's residence were favored, and that a marriage there would surely bring suffering. Su Nianqiao was not swayed by Wen Yiyi's fabrications. The Su family had invested a considerable amount of silver to secure this marriage, having worked diligently to arrange it. Yet, as the night deepened, Su Nianqiao found herself anxiously waiting for the crown prince's arrival. Growing restless, she sent one of her maids to inquire about him. Moments later, the maid returned with news. His Highness the Crown Prince is in the room of Concubine Chu. He mentioned that someone had given Concubine Chu a scolding today, causing her chest pain, and he has chosen to accompany her for the evening, urging the Crown Princess to rest early. Su Nianqiao could hardly bear such indignity. She erupted in anger within her new chamber, declaring that the Crown Prince's behavior was unbecoming and that she must summon him to her side. In the new residence, apart from the individuals brought by Su Nianqiao, there were also the palace matrons from the prince's household. These matrons, all hailing from the imperial court, were robust and imposing. Their faces set in stern expressions as they belittled Su Nianqiao. As the prince's consort, her foremost duty was to embody grace and virtue. Should His Highness learn of her rudeness and lack of decorum, he would undoubtedly regret taking her as his wife. The Su family had gone to great lengths to marry her to the prince, yet here she was, unable to endure even this slight injustice. How could she manage the inner chambers in the future? With each scathing reproach, Su Nianqiao lowered her head. Before her marriage, her mother, Lady One, had warned her that life in the royal family was fraught with challenges. The higher one's status, the greater the hidden tribulations. At the time, Su Nianqiao had dismissed her mother's words, captivated only by the surface splendor of wealth and power. The matrons held significant positions within the household, one of whom was even the prince's wet nurse, deserving of utmost respect from the prince himself. Su Nianqiao dared not express her displeasure, enduring the night alone, contemplating how she might deal with that old woman, Chu, when the prince was absent. Having not slept well the previous night, Su Nianqiao appeared somewhat haggard as she accompanied the prince to the palace to pay respects to the empress. The princess' relationship with Empress Hu was merely a fade, and he found an excuse to leave, leaving Su Nianqiao to face the empress alone in the Fuyang Palace. Su Nianqiao understood that once she entered the prince's household, she would inevitably be at odds with Empress Hu. After all, there could only be one throne. Feigning concern, Empress Hu observed Su Nianqiao's pallor and inquired, "Is the prince's consort unwell? Did you not sleep well last night?" Su Nianqiao could not reveal that the prince had not spent the night in her chamber. It was their wedding night, a significant occasion. Should it become known that the prince had been with a concubine, it would be a disgrace for her and her family. With a smile, Su Nianqiao replied, "Last night, the prince visited my chamber and stayed up a bit late. I nearly overslept this morning, but I hurried to pay my respects to you." Empress Hu had long tried to plant spies in the prince's household, Yet the prince's status differed from that of the other princes. He had rejected all such attempts. Consequently, Empress Hu was not well informed about the affairs within the prince's residence. Now, seeing Su Nianxia wed to the prince and enjoying his favor, Empress Hu harbored resentment towards both the prince and Su Nianxia. Your Highness, she continued, the prince currently has no offspring. You must strive to provide him with heirs. The more royal progeny, the better. As the prince's consort, you should be magnanimous and not harbor jealousy towards the concubines in the household. Empress Hu gestured towards a nearby maid, instructing her to step forward. Given that there are only you and Chu in the prince's household, there may be times when care is lacking. This maid will accompany you back to assist in serving the prince. Su Nianxiao's expression immediately fell. Barely married. And already the empress was bestowing a concubine upon the prince. Was this not a deliberate attempt to humiliate her? Yet, as the empress, if Su Nianxia refused to accept this arrangement, she would undoubtedly be labeled as envious. At the moment of a tense impasse, a palace maid unexpectedly entered to announce the arrival of the Princess of Jingjiang, who sought to pay her respects to the empress. Who, the empress, instantly brightened. Her eyes curving into crescent shapes. The Princess of Jingjiang has arrived? Allow her to enter. Once when Ziseo stepped inside, she first offered a respectful bow to Empress Hu. Being of the same generation as Su Nianxiao, and with Liu Xuan being the elder brother of Liu He, it was customary, even within the royal family, that before Liu He ascended to the throne, there was no protocol for a sister-in-law to bow to her younger siblings. Thus, when Ziseo merely nodded to Su Nianxiao, acknowledging her presence, so the crown princess is also here. Chapter 45, Newlyweds. Upon encountering Wen Yiyi, Su Nianxiao felt her previously troubled heart instantly enlivened. What if the crown prince did not come to her on their wedding night? What if the empress cast her a disapproving glance? She was the crown princess, destined to become the mother of the nation. Wen Yiyi would forever remain a mere princess, and future encounters would necessitate her ingratiation and reverence. Su Nianxiao's mother was not as esteemed as Wen Yiyi's. In years past, the Wen family had clashed frequently with Princess Changping, and her mother had instilled in her the notion of overshadowing the Wen clan. Now, standing before Wen Yiyi, she finally held her head high, eclipsing even Princess Changping in status, and her pride was immeasurable. While Su Nianxiu lingered below, Empress Hu beckoned Wen Yiyi to sit beside her. Without hesitation, Wen Yiyi gracefully took her place next to the empress. A cursory glance revealed a stunning palace maid nearby, with a slender waist and an oval face. In her past life, when Wen Yiyi first paid her respects to Empress Hu, the empress had offered a maid to the crown prince, claiming the prince's household lacked sufficient attendants to ensure his lineage. Wen Yiyi discerned the empress's true intent was not a gift but an attempt to place an informant, and she artfully declined, citing Dowager Empress Dong as an excuse. Though Dowager Empress Dong was unwell, no one dared provoke her. Yet the empress was wary of her potential recovery and did not insist on bestowing the maid. Su Nianxiu contemplated a similar refusal, saying, Your Majesty's kind intentions are duly noted. However, given that the crown prince and I have just wed, he may not wish to see anyone else. Bringing another back could upset him. Empress Hu replied with a knowing smile, Su, do you wish to monopolize his affections? The crown prince is destined for greatness and must not be entangled by a single woman. As crown princess, if you cannot embody generosity and magnanimity, your tenure in this position will be fleeting. For many years, I have advised the emperor to distribute his favor evenly, rather than to indulge in exclusive affection. Su Nianxiu felt a momentary pause in her breath. Naturally, she aspired to be a commendable crown princess, earning the accolades of all and proving her superiority over Wen Yiyi in this role. With unresolved matters involving her family, the prospect of a new maid gifted by the empress weighed heavily on her heart. Under the pressure of Empress Hu's admonitions, Su Nianxiu reluctantly acquiesced. Thank you, Your Majesty. Empress Hu nodded. Shuixian accompanied the crown princess back. The maid named Shuixian performed a respectful bow and followed Su Nianxiao closely. Observing the empress's warm demeanor towards Wen Yiyi and her own critical treatment, Su Nianxiao could not suppress her discontent. With plans to visit the Dowager Empress, Wen Yiyi sought an excuse to depart, and Su Nianxiao trailed closely behind her. Once outside Fuyang Palace, Su Nianxiao scrutinized Wen Yiyi from head to toe. Yiyi, you truly thrive in the palace. Even the empress bestows you with favor. Wen Yiyi, disinterested, replied, Sister Qiao, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs before meddling in others. Su Nianxiu scoffed. Sister Qiao, you have quite the audacity. From now on, you ought to address me as crown princess. Do you understand why the queen treats you with kindness? It is simply because the man you wed poses no threat to her. The crown prince eclipses the Duke of Jingjiang in stature, and it is this very apprehension towards the crown prince that influences her demeanor towards me. Do not take undue pride in this, my dear. Wen Yiyi remarked coolly. As the crown princess, I hope you can truly bask in the crown prince's favor. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sun Yanqiao, observing Wen Yiyi's retreating figure, felt as though a heavy stone had settled in her heart. She turned to head back and fortuitously encountered the crown prince. Upon seeing Liu He, who was adorned with an elegant demeanor, a wave of joy surged through Sun Yanqiao. Having finally married this man, she was determined to cherish him. She took a few steps closer and addressed him, Your Highness. The two had met numerous times before their marriage, each encounter marked by his tender attentions. Although the crown prince had not appeared the previous day, Sun Yanqiao believed it was not his fault. It must have been the scheming Chu family that had kept him from her. Liu He regarded her with a certain coldness. What did the queen say to you? Sun Yanqiao pouted. The queen deliberately made things difficult for me, showing me no respect at all. Liu He was acutely aware that the queen, Lady Hu, would not extend any courtesy to Sun Yanqiao. His own mother had long since passed, and the woman who had cared for him most had been taken from him. How could Lady Hu, this venomous woman who had usurped his mother's position, possibly treat him with kindness? For many years, Lady Hu had maintained a facade of virtue while covertly committing countless misdeeds against him. Had it not been for the unwavering support and affection from the Chu family, treating him as their own child, he might not have had the will to endure until this day. This woman, relying solely on her noble lineage, dared to seek what rightfully belonged to the Chu family. It was utterly laughable. Liu He, still needing to leverage the Su family, casually remarked, The queen is an elder, and it is to be expected. Yet, it was disheartening that she had bestowed a concubine upon him so soon after their marriage, clearly intending to cause him distress. Liu He's expression shifted abruptly. She has bestowed someone upon me? At that moment, Liu He noticed a striking young maid among Sun Yanqiao's entourage, dressed in the garb of a palace maid. A wave of revulsion washed over him. The queen's chosen one stood nearby, and this foolish girl had just openly criticized the queen. Liu He had long feared marrying a consort as reckless and foolish as Ding Shi. Yet he had believed Sun Yanqiao to be far more astute and virtuous. Yet, on their very first day of marriage, she had unwittingly invited the queen's spy into his household. Had he foreseen this, he would have taken the initiative to bypass the Empress Dowager and proposed to the Wen family sooner. Seeing the crown prince's discontent, Sun Yanqiao mistakenly assumed he disapproved of the maid and could not help but feel a sense of triumph. She intentionally causes trouble and acts so audaciously. One wonders how she managed to attain the queen's position. Since you do not favor her, let her serve as my maid instead. Liu He strode forward, his mind in turmoil, eager to consult with the Chu family regarding strategies. Before he could exit, he encountered the emperor's eunuch, Shan Kongxing. With a smile, Shan Kongxing announced, Beihai has sent some rare delicacies from the sea as tribute. After the 6 princesses have taken their share, there will be some left over for distribution among the various royal households. Since we have encountered your highness, might you send someone to collect them? Liu He harbored no interest in seafood, while the Chu family had also developed a distaste for the fishy aroma these days, instead preferring to indulge in ginseng chicken soup to nourish their bodies. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined, stating that it was unnecessary in the palace, though he would welcome some ginseng if it were to be offered. Sun Yan was taken aback, her mouth agape. While the crown prince may not appreciate it, she certainly did. The 8 treasures of the sea presented as tribute were something one could scarcely procure elsewhere for silver, and they were undoubtedly exquisite. Yet, her sentiments went unacknowledged. A tide of grievance washed over her, but she quickly reminded herself that men were often like this. How many truly cared for the feelings of women? Wen Yiyi, whom she married, hailed from a military background and was surely more unyielding than the crown prince. Chapter 46. Newlyweds. When Sasa visited the Empress Dowager to pay her respects and was about to leave the palace, unaware that Liu Xuan had also come to the court. Just as she was about to exit, she encountered the Zhu concubine and the 3rd prince, who were strolling in the imperial garden. The 3rd prince and Liu Xuan had a contentious relationship. Despite never having gained the upper hand, he would often attempt to make sarcastic remarks whenever he saw Liu Xuan. However, since when Sasa was his sister-in-law, he dared not direct his snide comments towards a woman, especially considering that when Sasa was the cousin of his wife. Recognizing the Zhu concubine, when Sasa curtsied and greeted her, this humble one, when pays her respects to your highness, the Zhu concubine, the 3rd prince, concerned that his mother might not recognize when Sasa called out, sister-in-law. The Zhu concubine, having enjoyed the emperor's favor for many years, was undeniably a striking beauty. Besides the 3rd prince, she had a married princess under her care, bestowing upon her a solid standing within the harem. The Zhu concubine smiled at when Sasa and spoke gently, Sasa, in years past, I often saw you while visiting the Empress Dowager. It has been some time since we last met, and you have blossomed into a lovely young lady over the past couple of years. When Sasa had indeed matured and become even more striking, although she understood that the emperor had watched her grow and would not harbor any inappropriate feelings towards her due to their age difference. She could not entirely dismiss the possibility of unforeseen events, which prompted her to visit the palace less frequently. Now that she was married to Liu Xuan, she no longer needed to fret over such matters. When Sasa beamed, I have heard that your highness is with child. I have been praying for your well-being these days. I feared to disturb your rest, which is why I hesitated to visit your palace. Meeting you today brings me great joy. The Zhu concubine smiled, such sweet words. It is no wonder the Empress Dowager favors you. Come, dear child, let me take a closer look at you. When Sasa stepped forward, and the Zhu concubine took her hand, growing increasingly fond of her. Liner, she said, addressing the third prince, Dongshi and Sasa are cousins. You must take Dongshi to the Jingjiang Wangfu to play. Do not let her feel lonely. It is high time for you brothers to strengthen your bond, especially now that the eldest prince has returned to the capital. The third prince felt disgruntled, pondering what sort of bond he could share with Liu Xuan. However, with both his mother and sister-in-law expecting, he could not provoke either of them and merely responded with a subdued acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more words with them, when Sasa took her leave from the palace. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan exited the imperial study and encountered Lu Lin, who was approaching. Liu Xuan pretended not to notice him and continued walking forward. Lu Lin had initially intended to suggest that his sister-in-law visit his residence more often to accompany the pregnant Dongshi, but seeing Liu Xuan's indifference, he took a deep breath and decided to approach him nonetheless. At that moment, Shan Kongxing happened to walk by and mentioned the emperor's bestowal of the 8 marine delicacies. Lu Lin, considering that Dongshi needed nourishment during her pregnancy, dispatched one of his attendants to collect the items. Liu Xuan had little interest in seafood and was about to decline the offer when he suddenly thought of Wen Sasa. Would the princess enjoy these delicacies? Renruaz. Lacking knowledge of Wen Sasa's culinary preferences was not her personal maid. However, given his master's inquiry, he felt compelled to provide a suitable response. After a moment of thought, Renruaz suggested, Fish Ma is known for its beauty-enhancing properties. Perhaps the princess would appreciate it, though I am uncertain about the others. Liu Xuan nodded, instructing someone to escort the princess to her residence. Lu Lin, feeling somewhat envious, remarked sarcastically, Oh, I never thought my elder brother, such a man, would actually dote on his wife. I assumed he had no regard for women. Lu Lin, much like his mother, was a mere ornamental figure, lacking substance and offering no real threat, yet his presence was irksome. Liu Xuan cast him a cold glance before departing the palace. Once again ignored. Lu Lin seethed with indignation. Just then, his younger brother, Liu Yao, and the 9th prince, Liu Xian, emerged from within. Lu Lin seized the opportunity to mock Liu Yao. Liu Yao had endured a severe illness in his youth, leaving him with scars on his body and face that were not particularly visible under normal circumstances but became quite pronounced in the sunlight. Lu Lin, with a sharp tongue, loved to exploit others' flaws, and on this sunny day, he directed his barbs toward Liu Yao's visage. Liu Xian, still unmarried, was the younger brother of Liu Yao, both being sons of Consort Jing. When Consort Jing gave birth to Liu Xian, her vitality was greatly diminished, and her beauty faded rapidly, resulting in a loss of favor over the years. With her elder brother having passed away prematurely and lacking powerful relatives, the Jing family gradually lost its influence at court. Once more esteemed than Consort Zhu, she had now been overshadowed by her rival. Young Liu Xian had been sheltered by his older brother Liu Yao. Thus he had not faced much adversity, often acting without humility. Observing his third brother's reckless provocations, Liu Xian rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Lu Lin. But Liu Yao could not restrain him. Meanwhile, Wen Yiyi had just changed into new garments and adornments, settling onto the couch to rest for a moment. Upon glancing up, she noticed Nian Ku seated beside her, diligently crafting shoes. In a brief span, Nian Ku had completed an entire set of attire for Wen Yiyi. Unfazed by anyone's attempts to deter her, Wen Yiyi understood that Nian Ku was anxious about her potential return to the Su family, needing to occupy herself with something to ease her mind. In truth, no one thought much of the situation with so many vacant rooms. It was quite common for distant relatives to reside within affluent families. Contemplating this, Wen Yiyi realized that Nian Ku's role was solely to create clothing for her. Yet she hardly required such an abundance. It would be more beneficial for her to have the matron teach her reading, writing, and arithmetic. As she pondered, several young eunuchs approached, carrying boxes filled with delicacies awarded by the palace, as the prince had instructed them to deliver them to the princess. Wen Yiyi, accustomed to consuming fish maw, had little interest in shark fin, abalone, or dried scallops, only occasionally sampling something new. However, appreciating the rare gifts from the prince, she rewarded the eunuchs with some silver coins. Recalling recent events in the palace, she furrowed her brow and declared, "This evening, I shall prepare a meal myself. Ensure that the prince is invited to dine with us." Noticing that the sun was still high, just past noon, she instructed the maidservants to prepare the ingredients and set about making fishbone soup, along with a porridge of dried scallops and sea cucumbers, a sweet dish from fish maw, and a few light side dishes and pastries. Wen Yiyi's culinary skills were honed under the direct tutelage of the Empress Dowager, whose ability to captivate the late emperor with such dishes was a testament to her prowess, rivaling that of the palace chefs. As the sky darkened, a delightful fragrance enveloped the entire Shirin garden. Ren Ruo followed Liu Xuan into the room. Unable to suppress a gulp, "I wonder what delicacies the princess has prepared for you. The aroma is simply enchanting, wafting for miles." Liu Xuan glanced inside. Did Wen Yiyi specifically make this for him? Is she truly so attentive to his needs? The allure of culinary delights held little appeal for Liu Xuan. He had maintained a rigorous discipline throughout the years, resolutely avoiding any indulgence that might lead him astray from his aspirations. Though of noble birth, Liu Xuan had never succumbed to the frivolities of the capital. Often, he considered himself to be rather uninteresting. Chapter 47. Newlyweds. Liu Xuan entered the room, and when Shisa rose to greet him, "Your Highness, when did you return home?" The phrase return home felt foreign to Liu Xuan. Almost every brother had a mother, and even the crown prince, who lost his birth mother early, enjoyed a few years of maternal care. Despite being a prince, his childhood education was hardly pleasant. The palace emphasized that younger sons should eat less to ensure safety, resulting in meager portions at every meal. Other princes often had the opportunity to visit their mother's palaces and savor the dishes prepared by them. Liu Xuan found this experience alien, as his inherent emotional detachment prevented any envy. For reasons unknown, fragments of his childhood, which should have faded from memory, inexplicably resurfaced today. He had just returned from the government office in the afternoon, when Shisa sat down to dine with him, serving a bowl of fishbone soup. The broth was pristine white, devoid of any fishy scent, with only a sweet and fresh taste upon entry. Liu Xuan inquired, "Did you prepare this yourself?" When Shisa nodded, "What do you think, Your Highness?" "The flavor is delightful," he replied. The soup's freshness was unlike anything he had experienced elsewhere. After their evening meal, when Shisa asked, "Are you aware of the news regarding Consort Zhu's pregnancy?" Liu Xuan nodded, having received information about significant events in the palace through his informants. When Shisa remarked, "I worry that Consort Zhu's recent prominence may jeopardize her pregnancy." "Oh?" Liu Xuan responded. She continued, "Moreover, the third prince seems quite concerned for her. Should anything happen to Consort Zhu, I wonder how the third prince would react." As they conversed, Ren Ruo overheard someone outside requesting to see Liu Xuan and hurried out to inquire about the matter. A moment later, Ren Ruo returned, "Your Highness, there has been some trouble in the palace." Liu Xuan permitted the person to enter. When Shisa hesitated, contemplating whether she should excuse herself for their important discussion. However, Liu Xuan did not ask her to leave, and the little palace maid recounted the events of the day. Outside the study, the 9th Prince Liu Xuan had engaged in a brawl with the 3rd Prince Liu Lin. Liu Lin, being of age, had no trouble overpowering the slender Liu Xuan, who soon found himself thoroughly beaten, reportedly leaving his eyes bruised. The 4th Prince Liu Yao, witnessing Liu Xuan's predicament, intervened, feeling compassion for his blood brother. As the situation escalated, Liu Xuan, seeing his fortunes reversed, kicked Liu Lin down the steps. The three fought fiercely, inevitably drawing the emperor's attention. Both Liu Lin and the 5th Prince Liu Yi were favored by the emperor. Upon seeing Liu Lin limping after the fall, the emperor's fury erupted, and he sought to punish the 4th and 9th princes. Consort Zhu and Consort Jing rushed over, each concerned for their respective sons. With Consort Zhu pregnant and in tears, the emperor's heart ached for her. Consort Jing pleaded for leniency for the 4th and 9th princes, only to be demoted to concubine Jing, stripped of 3 months' salary, and placed under house arrest for half a year, while both the 4th and 9th princes faced a month of confinement. After listening, Wen Yiyi was greatly astonished. The 3rd prince provoked first, yet he suffered no consequences, while only the 4th and 9th princes were penalized. Liu Xuan was not surprised. After all, one's status is determined by maternal lineage. Over the past few years, Jingpin had fallen out of favor with the emperor, rendering the fourth and ninth princes rather inconspicuous in his eyes. The fourth prince, lacking in physical appeal, could not be compared to the handsome third prince Liu Lin, who was far more pleasing to the eye and well-favored by the emperor, causing some irritation towards the fourth prince. The ninth prince, on the other hand, was brash and straightforward in both speech and action, failing to endear himself to elders, unlike the sweeter-tongued third prince Liu Lin in the emperor's presence. Their mothers had lost favor years ago, and in all respects, they could not compete with Liu Lin. When Ziseo frowned, this is simply lawless. If one cannot attain justice before the emperor, where else can justice be found? Observing Wen Ziseo's vexed expression, Liu Xuan felt an inexplicable fondness for her. Compared to her usual reserved demeanor as a princess, she appeared more vibrant and animated at that moment. He suddenly tapped her on the head. Both the fourth and ninth princes are no saints, and neither is Jingpin. There are no virtuous souls in the palace. They are merely reaping what they have sown, having oppressed others in the past. Liu Xuan, having spent many years in the depths of the palace, was well aware of the true nature of these individuals. This time, the ninth and fourth princes could be considered somewhat innocent, yet they were hardly pitiable. When Ziseo did not appreciate being tapped on the head, and she instinctively grasped Liu Xuan's hand. The moment she did so, he withdrew his hand. Unperturbed by his action, she curiously asked, "Whom have they oppressed? Do you know about the eighth prince?" When Ziseo inquired, "Wasn't he the eighth prince stillborn?" If he had lived, he would have been around the same age as Wen Ziseo. Liu Xuan responded, "The eighth and ninth princes were conceived around the same time. Jingpin meddled with the eighth prince's mother, leading to his congenital deficiencies, and he perished mere months after birth." When Ziseo remarked, "Then the emperor, he is unaware. This is a palace secret. Do not speak of it publicly." When Ziseo obediently nodded. After finishing dinner, Liu Xuan prepared to leave, as he had pressing matters to attend to. When Ziseo, deeply intrigued by the palace's secrets, followed closely behind, eager to hear more from him. Noticing her trailing behind, Liu Xuan draped his outer garment around her. "It's windy outside. Miaoed, you should return to your room and rest." Normally, Liu Xuan was not a man of many words. However, today, seeing Wen Ziseo's curiosity about palace affairs, he surprisingly found her not bothersome and explained a few things to her. The height difference between them was considerable. His robe enveloped her, too large and sweeping that it brushed the ground, and she would nearly trip over it with every few steps. Clutching the garment, Wen Ziseo returned indoors. By the time she felt assured that Liu Xuan would not return that evening, she went to bed early to rest. She believed that the circumstances within the palace did not encroach upon her own residence, considering the current events to be trivial, while the true fervor would arise when the various princes vied for the position of heir apparent. However, the weather grew colder by the day, and winter would soon arrive. Although Liu Xuan had already arranged for the imperial physician to attend to the Empress Dowager Dong's condition, Wen Ziseo still harbored a degree of concern. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently drifted into slumber. The following morning, Wen Ziseo awoke to an important message conveyed by a servant from the Wen household. Chu Ruyuan's father had been summoned from the provinces to the capital. Wen Ziseo narrowed her eyes. Though she had kept her distance from the crown prince and Chu Ruyuan, it did not signify that she had forgotten everything from her previous life. Chapter 48. The Newlyweds in the Blink of an Eye. It was the day for Su Nianxiao to return to her family. Much like Wen Zisai in her previous life, Su Nianxiao made the journey alone. During her first few days of marriage, she had not seen the crown prince even once. Inquiring through intermediaries, she learned that he was entirely devoted to the Chu family. Su Nianxiao harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chu, and seizing the moment while the crown prince was in the palace, she hastily commanded the matron of her household to summon Chu. Accompanying Su Nianxiao were 4 trusted maidservants and 2 matrons, all of whom she had brought from her maternal home. However, these individuals, emboldened by their association with the young lady, displayed arrogance in the Su residence, only to find that the servants in the crown prince's manor were not inclined to bow to their heirs. To the staff of the crown prince's estate, they were mere outsiders, and many were seasoned palace servants. Why should they defer to these newcomers? Moreover, it was common knowledge among the majority of the servants that the crown prince had not visited his consort on their wedding night, instead choosing to remain with the Chu concubine. What authority did an uncherished crown princess have to command them? If one of them were to summon Chu and she suffered any indignity at the hands of the crown princess, it would be they who faced the consequences upon the crown prince's return. One of the matrons, with a forced smile, remarked, "His Highness has decreed that Chu does not need to pay her respects when she sees him, which indicates she holds a special place in his heart. We lack the courage to intervene, Your Highness. Perhaps you should send your own people." At this, Sun Yanxiao's eyes blazed with fury. Do you dare defy my orders? As the crown princess, she felt her authority slipping away, and the insolence of these lowly servants was intolerable. She contemplated the futility of being unable to manage even a mere matron, pondering how she could ever contend with Chu thereafter. To assert oneself is imperative. Only then can one instill fear in those beneath them. Sun Yanxiao commanded her maidservants to restrain the protesting matron and dealt her 2 sharp slaps. With an icy demeanor, she ordered, "Bring Chu here to pay her respects to me." The matron, revered within the household, had never before lost face in such a manner before the crowd. She silently went to summon Chu. Chu Ruyuan had just received a letter from her parents announcing their return to the capital, filling her with joy. However, upon seeing the matron enter with a swollen face, she hurriedly descended from her couch. "Li matron, what has happened to your face?" Li matron covered her face. "The crown princess commanded me to fetch you." I sensed her intent was not benign, which led to a shadow crossed Chu Ruyuan's gaze, and she promptly instructed her attendants to apply medicine to Li matron's face. "You have served in the empress's court. Even the crown prince would not treat you so. Please, have a seat. I shall go see what is amiss with the crown princess." As she spoke, Chu Ruyuan discreetly signaled a young eunuch to find the crown prince. This was the first time Sun Yanxiu laid eyes on Chu, and seeing her mature and alluring visage, she felt a wave of revulsion. "So, you are Chu? Why did you not come to pay your respects yesterday? I summoned you today, yet you dawdled for a quarter of an hour. Do you not see me as your crown princess?" Chu Ruyuan felt increasingly nauseated by Sun Yanxiao. Originally, she envisioned a lifetime of companionship with the crown prince. However, due to her humble origins, she was unable to assist him and had to allow him to marry a noble woman to support his status. Chu Ruyuan gently remarked, "I was unwell yesterday and feared passing my illness to you. If you are concerned about transmitting it to me, why not to the crown prince?" Sun Yanxiu descended from above, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Ruyuan. "If you continue to seduce the crown prince and disturb the peace of the palace, I shall ensure you receive proper punishment." No sooner had she spoken than the crown prince entered from outside. Sun Yanxiu had never witnessed such a cold demeanor from him. Noticing the anger in his eyes, she instinctively took a few steps back. Chu Ruyuan knelt on the ground, gently shaking her head at the crown prince. Liu Hao intended to confront Sun Yanxiao about her bullying of Chu Ruyuan. However, given that they had just married, any discord could lead others to perceive him as favoring a concubine over his legitimate wife, which would tarnish his and Chu Ruyuan's reputations. Liu He shifted his tone. "Su, did you have someone strike Granny Li?" Sun Yanxiao realized he was not inquiring about Chu Ruyuan, but rather about Granny Li, which struck her as odd. Yet she maintained her composure and replied, "Granny Li is merely a servant. I instructed her to carry out a task, but she hesitated. Such behavior is intolerable in a place like the crown prince's residence, so I had to discipline her." Liu He's voice turned icy. "Granny Li is from the late empress's court. After the empress's passing, I brought her to my side and have never punished her." Following Liu He's statement, a eunuch behind him added, "Indeed, your highness, the crown prince has a deep bond with Empress Qingsu. He has always been benevolent and filial, never uttering a harsh word to the palace attendants of Empress Qingsu. How could you, then, lay hands on Granny Li?" Sun Yanxiao's face turned pale, her gaze averted, unable to meet Liu He's eyes. "Su, as the crown princess, your arrogant and overbearing nature has led to discord so soon after entering the palace. You have disappointed me." Liu He declared, "Everyone, leave us. Allow the crown princess to reflect on her actions." The day after their wedding, news of the crown prince's scathing reprimand of the crown princess spread throughout the palace, and the servants buzzed with gossip. On the 3rd day, as Sun Yanxiao prepared to return to her family, she sent a maid to invite the crown prince to accompany her, only to be met with refusal. The crown prince stated he had matters to attend to. Sun Yanxiao recalled when Sisi returned to the town South Marquis residence, attendants of King Jingjiang brought numerous gifts, including precious tributes, to such an extent that even the discerning matriarch one could not find fault. The crown prince's residence should be even more illustrious and affluent than that of King Jingjiang. However, the items sent by the crown prince were rather mundane. While the offerings were certainly not lacking in quality, being sourced from the palace, they appeared perfunctory, merely some court pastries, assorted dried fruits, and silks. Sun Yanxiao understood that today. As she returned home, several relatives were coming to visit. The Su family has welcomed a princess consort, and her relatives harbor great expectations for her, hoping she will firmly secure her position and eventually ascend to the role of empress, thereby elevating the Su family to unparalleled prominence within the Qi dynasty. Moreover, Sun Yanxiao aspires to overshadow Wen Shisha. yearning for everyone to perceive her life as more splendid and her husband's affections as more pronounced than those bestowed upon Wen Yiyi. However, yesterday, in a moment of folly, she struck someone within the prince's residence who was beyond reproach, leaving her uncertain of when the prince might find it in his heart to forgive her. Feeling guilty, Sun Yinshu dared not approach the prince directly. Instead, she retreated alone, burdened by her offerings. Chapter 49. Newlyweds. Wen Yiyi was unaware of the happenings concerning Sun Yinshu within the prince's residence, though she could easily speculate. The Chu family and Liu Xia had been together for many years, developing an understanding that made it effortless for them to conspire against an outsider. In her previous life, Sun Yinshu had witnessed Wen Yiyi marry the prince, and she was determined to wed a man of even higher status, devising schemes to enter the palace as a consort. With her youthful beauty, being decades younger than the emperor, and the emperor's familiarity with compliant women, he was instinctively protective of her straightforward and endearing nature, allowing her to thrive in the palace. As a favored consort, Sun Yinshu could easily overshadow Wen Yiyi, the prince's consort. In this life, Sun Yinshu was intent on having the Su family secure her the title of prince's consort, striving relentlessly to infiltrate the prince's residence. Outwardly, she seemed to have achieved her ambitions, yet the hardships she endured remained known only to her. Sun Yinshu, with her lofty aspirations, would certainly not admit to outsiders that the prince did not favor her. During these days, Wen Yiyi daily consumed a bowl of collagen soup, which indeed enhanced her complexion. Her delicate face glowed radiantly, drawing more attention than even makeup could, and she appeared slightly fuller, with a bit more flesh on her face and body. During the day, she visited the Empress Dowager in the Shokong Palace to pay her respects, noticing the Empress Dowager's improved spirits. Granny's son informed Wen Yiyi that the previous physician who had attended to the Empress Dowager had been replaced, and a younger, bolder doctor had been appointed, who boldly guaranteed to the emperor that he could improve the Empress Dowager's condition within 3 days. After taking his medicine, she had indeed felt much better in recent days. Wen Yiyi realized that Liu Xuan had indeed arranged for someone in the Imperial Medical Department. Liu Xuan was typically discreet, making it hard to perceive his influence over the physicians. While conversing, Granny's son presented a prescription to Wen Yiyi for her perusal. Though she did not possess extensive knowledge of pharmacology, she had some understanding and could discern that the new physician was quite daring, using rather unconventional ingredients. The previous physician would never have risked his family's reputation with such audacious prescriptions. Wen Yiyi remarked, "It grows colder by the day, as winter approaches. The Empress Dowager must take care of her health and avoid the cold winds. Many elderly individuals struggle to survive the winter. In my previous life, Empress Dowager Dong passed away during this season." Granny's son nodded, assuring her, "The servants will naturally take good care. Your Highness need not worry." At that moment, a palace maid approached Granny's son, announcing that the Empress Dowager had awakened from her afternoon nap. Wen Yiyi quickly made her way to the side of Empress Dowager Dong. The Empress Dowager sipped tea from the maid's hand and dismissed her. Noticing Wen Yiyi nearby, she beckoned her to sit and gently patted her hand, observing her closely. "It seems Liu Xuan treats you well," she commented thoughtfully. Wen Yiyi smiled, replying, "His Highness is indeed a remarkable man." The Empress Dowager had previously heard Wen Yiyi mention the prince's favoritism towards the consort, Chu. At that moment, she merely contemplated the notion of a concubine, pondering how effortlessly the crown princess could administer punishment or violence. Yet, why did she exhibit such favoritism? It was only upon discovering the crown prince's schemes and arrangements concerning the Chu family that she realized he had indeed developed affections for that wretched woman. Empress Dowager Dong understood that when a man's heart is claimed, no matter how virtuous the woman he marries, she is bound to suffer. Wen Yiyi, a child she had watched grow, she did not seek for her to attain great wealth, but merely desired her safety. Consequently, before betrothing Wen Yiyi to Liu Xuan, she conducted a thorough investigation into his character. Liu Xuan was profoundly different from Liu He. Liu He had been bewitched by a vile woman, supporting her entire family, whereas Liu Xuan remained notably indifferent towards his 2 concubines. The Empress Dowager harbored genuine concerns that Liu Xuan would also neglect Wen Yiyi after their marriage. However, observing Wen Yiyi's current complexion and demeanor, she was astonished to find her in better spirits than when she had resided at home as a maiden. The Empress Dowager had never held any animosity towards Liu Xuan. In light of Wen Yiyi's circumstances, she felt a growing sense of affinity towards him. Wen Yiyi inquired, "Now that your health has improved, and the palace is not sufficiently tranquil, will you be retreating to the imperial villa for a period of recuperation?" The Empress Dowager gently patted Wen Yiyi's hand, replying, "I shall remain in the palace for the time being. Although she had not engaged with worldly matters for quite some time, it did not imply that her eyes were blind or her ears deaf. Recently, whispers had circulated in the palace regarding her declining health, with fears of her imminent demise prompting some individuals to stir with ambition, creating a disconcerting commotion. Wen Yiyi accompanied the Empress Dowager in conversation for a while, when soon after, Consort Zhu arrived to pay her respects. The Empress Dowager frowned. Is she not with child? Why is she wandering about at such a time? Days prior, the affairs of the third, fourth, and ninth princes had caused quite a stir. Reaching the ears of the Empress Dowager, the third prince had taken a daughter of the Dong family as his wife. Yet the Dong family often sought to leverage the Empress Dowager's influence for their own advantage, rendering her relationship with them rather tenuous. She was well aware of Consort Zhu and the third prince's ambitions, yet one must possess intellect commensurate with such aspirations, mustn't they? The Empress Dowager declared. Inform them that I am fatigued and do not wish to see her. Granny's son promptly relayed the message. Consort Zhu, understanding the Empress Dowager's illness, felt a deep concern for her condition. Upon learning that the Princess of Jingjiang was present, she thought the Empress Dowager might be inclined to receive visitors today. Thus she came to pay her respects. However, since the Empress Dowager wished to avoid company, Consort Zhu gracefully withdrew. Meanwhile, Jing Pin, confined to her quarters, was restless with intrigue. Upon hearing that Consort Zhu was headed to visit the Empress Dowager, she seized the opportunity. Thinking that with the Empress Dowager ailing and the Emperor dutifully compliant, perhaps the Empress Dowager would take pity on her and persuade the Emperor to restore her rank. Disregarding the confinement orders, Jing Pin stealthily brought a maid and made her way over. In contrast to Consort Zhu, the Empress Dowager harbored a greater disdain for Jing Pin, prompting Granny's son to escort her away as well. After sneaking out, Jing Pin did not return to the palace immediately. She harbored suspicions that the Empress Dowager would receive Consort Zhu but not herself, and thus lingered near Shokan Palace. To her surprise, she encountered Wen Yiyi exiting with her maid. In that instant, Jing Pin's heart twisted with jealousy. How could the Empress Dowager claim to be unwell and unwilling to meet anyone? Clearly, she did not wish to see Jing Pin. Why was it that the Jingjiang princess was permitted entry? Although Jing Pin has not been favored in recent years, she has nonetheless occupied the position of a consort and has borne 2 imperial sons. In comparison to others who have either not given birth to a single prince or have experienced tragic losses, she perceives her status to be quite elevated. It is utterly unacceptable for a junior consort to overshadow her. As Wen Yiyi prepares to depart, she hears a voice from behind. Oh, such striking beauty. Are you the crown princess? Recognizing Jing Pin, who she had encountered 2 years prior, she assumes that the latter no longer remembers her and thus responds with a smile. Your Highness, you must be mistaken. I am but the consort of the King of Jingjiang. Chapter 50. Newlyweds, do not mistake me. I remember you well. You are the 4th young lady of the Wen family, affectionately known as Sasa. Jing Pin feigned surprise. Everyone believed you would wed the crown prince. Yet you ended up marrying King Jingyang? When Sasa responded with a slight smile, inwardly acknowledging her own naivety. The tone of this person was deliberately sarcastic, seemingly intent on tormenting her. Although she could not pinpoint the source of the animosity, she was not one to shy away from confrontation. With a smile, she retorted, I see that Her Highness Jing Pin is rather slow to receive news. Perhaps the palace's sycophants, seeing that you have not graced His Majesty with your presence, neglected to inform me and His Highness of our joyous occasion? When Sasa's words struck a nerve with Jing Pin, igniting her fury. Yet she found herself at a loss for a means to retaliate against Wen Sasa. Liu Xuan was the son of Li Pin, not hers. How could she reprimand her son's wife? Jing Pin's authority relied heavily on her 2 sons. Without them, she would be no better than a discarded concubine in the cold palace. Jing Pin opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Observing her distress brought a sense of satisfaction to Wen Sasa. In her previous life, as the crown princess, though she held a lofty position, she was ensnared by the weight of expectation, her every action scrutinized. Even in her interactions with servants, she treaded carefully to avoid gossip and misinterpretation. Following the Empress's demise, the Duke of Jinnan's household descended into chaos. The crown prince, rather than supporting Wen Sasa, conspired against her, just as others did. She was forced to navigate her circumstances with extreme caution. Now, as a princess consort, she enjoyed far fewer restrictions. The various princes and princesses, including the Empress, did not view her as a thorn in their sides to be pricked, but rather sought her favor, even in disputes with Jing Pin. The focus of onlookers would not be on Wen Sasa's apparent disrespect, but rather on Jing Pin's audacity in defying imperial decree. Ren Ruo, trailing behind Liu Xuan, caught sight of a figure beneath a willow tree. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, is that not our princess consort? With whom is she conversing? Is it the esteemed Jingfei?" Liu Xuan followed Ren Ruo's gaze. Today, when Sasa's ebony hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, adorned with intricate hairpins and flowing tassels. She wore a vibrant crimson top patterned with peonies, complemented by a matching satin skirt that cascaded to the ground. Typically clad in more modest attire, her sumptuous appearance indicated she had come to the palace to visit Empress Dowager Dong. From a distance, when Sasa exuded an ethereal grace, captivating all who beheld her, Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, Ren Ruo recalled something. Wasn't Jingfei recently demoted to Jingpin and currently confined? How is she out here conversing with our princess consort? Liu Xuan suggested, "Let us approach and investigate." Jingpin, fuming, seized upon Liu Xuan's arrival as an opportunity. "Ah. The crown prince approaches. Observe your princess consort. Her sharp-tongued and irreverent demeanor are indeed unbecoming in the palace, spouting nonsensical remarks to me." In truth, Jingpin harbored a deep-seated disdain for Liu Xuan. Apart from the two princes she bore herself, she harbored no affection for the others. In Liu Xuan's childhood, she could afford to speak harshly, for he was a motherless child, lacking the emperor's favor. However, the situation has changed. Liu Xuan's relationship with the emperor has grown distant, yet his talents cannot be overlooked, and he commands a certain respect in the court. The concubines who have borne princes now regard him with apprehension. Liu Xuan remains oblivious to the unfolding events, but he is fiercely protective of his own. Wen Yiyi is his queen. Regardless of their personal feelings, she is, by all accounts, his wife. Jingpin, however, is another's mother, with no blood ties to him. Any reasonable person would never side with outsiders to bully their own. A cold smile appeared on Jingpin's face. Denying Wen Yiyi the opportunity to explain herself, I had assumed that the fourth miss of the Wen family was a well-mannered and sensible person. Yet, like other commoners, upon witnessing my misfortune, she has come to trample upon me, mocking me for losing the emperor's favor. No matter how much I may have fallen from grace, I still have two princes. First prince, will you not teach your thoughtless queen a lesson on behalf of your two brothers? Wen Yiyi gasped. Jingpin truly excelled in twisting the truth, and by invoking the two princes, she seemed to suggest that Liu Xuan would be remiss if he did not discipline his inconsiderate wife. If Crown Prince Liu He were present, he would undoubtedly deliver two resounding slaps to her, demanding an apology to Lady Jing. Wen Yiyi furtively glanced at Liu Xuan's expression, which remained indifferent and devoid of discernible emotion, as usual. Just as she was about to speak, Liu Xuan interjected, "Lady Jing, were you not confined by His Majesty? How is it that you are here?" Jingpin was momentarily speechless. I merely stepped out for some fresh air." With the emperor's decree in place, Liu Xuan asserted, "Lady Jing, you ought to comply." He then cast a glance at Wen Yiyi. "The Wen family's young one is still naive. Should she have offended you, I apologize on her behalf." Upon finishing his words, Liu Xuan took Wen Yiyi's hand, leading her away. Jingpin watched them leave, her face darkened with fury. Wen Yiyi followed closely behind him, calling out, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Liu Xuan held her delicate hand, its softness a delightful sensation. However, his gaze dimmed as he released her grasp. When Yiyi spoke, it was Jingpin who instigated first, "So you need not explain," Liu Xuan interjected. Fully aware of Jingpin's character, he found it entirely reasonable for Wen Yiyi to clash with her. He had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of women or to delve into the animosities between Wen Yiyi and Jingpin. Wen Yiyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Thank you, Your Highness, for coming to my aid." Ren Ruo, observing their surroundings, lowered his voice. "You are His Highness's queen. If he does not defend you, who else will? But truth be told, you should steer clear of Lady Jing in the future. She is not one to be trifled with." Wen Yiyi nodded in agreement. Though Ren Ruo was a eunuch, his experience and standing afforded him the right to speak candidly, and his intentions were undoubtedly well-meaning. She spent a considerable amount of time in the palace today before swiftly returning to the royal residence. In her previous life, when Shirsao had little interaction with concubine Jing, today's encounter merely involved some verbal disputes, which she did not take to heart. However, after returning, concubine Jing became increasingly agitated, her anger boiling to the point of gritting her teeth, wishing she could tear Wen Shirsao and Liu Xuan apart. That very night, concubine Jing summoned the fourth prince's consort, Lady Liang, into the palace. Lady Liang, utterly perplexed, could not fathom why, during her mother-in-law's confinement, she was called in when she should have remained quietly in the palace. Chapter 51. Newlyweds to speak candidly. Lady Liang harbors resentment towards both the ninth prince and concubine Jing. She is acutely aware of the fourth prince's character and his manner of handling affairs. The third prince enjoys provoking others, and if he wishes to do so, let him. In the entire imperial palace, who does not know of the third prince's sharp tongue? Who has not been subjected to his caustic remarks? Even the fifth prince has been at the receiving end of his barbs. After all, the third prince and consort Zhu have ingratiated themselves with the emperor, earning his favor. Had the ninth prince not foolishly rushed forward, the matter might have been resolved without punishment for anyone. It is unfortunate that the ninth prince is so dim-witted, but what is worse is that concubine Jing, his mother, has followed suit, insisting that the emperor provide them with an explanation and punish the third prince and consort Zhu. With consort Zhu newly pregnant, how could she be punished? With tears like pear blossoms, she wept before the emperor, blaming everything on the third prince, asserting that it was he who mistreated his two younger brothers, urging the emperor to penalize him instead. Upon witnessing her demeanor, the emperor could not bear to impose any punishment on the third prince. Ultimately, the verdict concluded that the fourth and ninth princes had shown disrespect to their elder brother, and concubine Jing, as their mother, had failed in her duties. Lady Liang, upon hearing from the palace attendants that concubine Jing had summoned her, rushed into the palace, fearing that something grave had occurred. To her surprise, it was merely a conflict between concubine Jing and Princess Jingjiang, during which concubine Jing demanded that Lady Liang create difficulties for Princess Jingjiang to embarrass her. Lady Liang felt an indescribable turmoil within her. The fourth prince harbors aspirations that soar high, always vying for position against the crown prince, the third prince, the fifth prince, and the seventh prince. It would suffice if concubine Jing offered no assistance. Must she also hinder her son? Given Liu Xuan's current standing, could his wife be trifled with so easily? It would be acceptable to challenge the crown prince's wife, but to bully Liu Xuan's wife would only serve to push Liu Xuan into the camp of the other princes. Lady Liang understood concubine Jing's narrow-mindedness and hesitated, saying, "Mother, the fourth prince still wishes to maintain a good relationship with Prince Jingjiang. If I were to trouble Princess Jingjiang, how could the fourth prince continue his dealings with him?" At this, concubine Jing erupted in fury. "You would rather distance yourself from your own brother and cozy up to those false brothers? Will you merely stand by and watch as I, your mother, suffer indignities? How ungrateful. Perhaps this time, the ninth prince is assisting the fourth, and the fourth is secretly resenting the ninth." Lady Liang hurried to clarify, "Of course not. It's just that," before she could finish, she was expelled by the enraged concubine Jing. Lady Liang sighed. Before concubine Jing fell from grace, she was more tolerable, but in these years of disgrace, her temperament had grown increasingly eccentric and irritable. Sensing that Lady Liang was reluctant to aid her, concubine Jing's pent-up frustration surged, and she soon devised a new plan. In these recent days, as winter descended, when Ziseo had completely withdrawn, only occasionally entering the palace to pay her respects to Empress Dowager Dong, she was particularly averse to the cold, finding each winter a severe trial. In her past life at the prince's residence as the crown princess, when Ziseo could have enjoyed a comfortable existence, free from the rigors of winter's chill. However, fate did not align with human desires. Liu has secretly instructed his subordinates to withhold the provisions meant for Wen Shasha. At that time, all of Wen Shasha's trusted aides had either perished or departed, leaving her utterly bereft of support. For 2 consecutive winters, her dwelling was as frigid as an icehouse, which ultimately led to her falling ill. Perhaps the suffering endured in her past life had left a profound mark, for she remained dreadfully fearful of the cold, while the palace was equipped with underground heating. The Dowager Empress's Shokan Palace was the warmest place within. Regrettably, the various royal and princess residences lacked such comforts, relying instead on braziers for warmth. When Shasha was allocated 90 pounds of charcoal each day, making her room as warm as a spring day, the excessive warmth rendered her reluctant to venture outside. Nianku had learned to read and write alongside Wen Shasha, while also picking up arithmetic. Wen Shasha did not expect much assistance from the girl. She merely wished for Nianku to find a suitable family in her next life, ensuring her a stable and peaceful existence. The Chu family had relocated to Jiaoping Alley, acquiring a large estate. Nianku rushed in from outside to share news with Wen Shasha, which had already reached the ears of Sister Qiao. Wen Shasha nodded in acknowledgement. The current state of the Su family was markedly different from that of the Wen family. At this time, the Empress Dowager had passed away, and the matriarch of the Wen family took the opportunity to assert her authority over Princess Chongping. As an outsider, Wen Shasha was not favored by the old matriarch, who relished in her discomfort. Had Su Nianchao not been so proud and had she disclosed some genuine circumstances to the Su family, they would undoubtedly have come to her aid. The crown prince's residence resembled a stagnant pond, devoid of any news in recent days. Wen Shashi secretly hoped for turmoil within, so that all could bear witness to the spectacle. Nian Ke, oblivious to Wen Shasha's keen interest in the crown prince's affairs, only knew that Wen Shasha had rescued her from the harsh environment of the Su family, making her the most wonderful person in the world. Sister, you haven't ventured outside in several days. Perhaps a walk would do you good, Nian Ke suggested. Wen Shasha wrapped herself tighter in her blanket, replying, It is too cold outside. I do not wish to go out. As they conversed, the curtain was lifted, and Liu Xuan entered from outside. Wen Shasha hastily descended from her couch, greeting him, Your Highness. Liu Xuan had been occupied with state affairs, and they had not seen each other for many days. Wen Shasha wondered how he had found the time to visit today. She had risen that morning without makeup, her inky hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Clad in a pale moon-white jacket, appearing particularly unadorned, Liu Xuan remarked, It was reported that you were unwell. I came to check on you. Next to him, Ren Ruo interjected. He simply mentioned that the princess had not left her quarters in several days and wondered if she might be ill. Consequently, Liu Xuan had set aside his matters and come to visit Wen Shasha that very morning. Wen Shasha smiled, I am not ill. It is merely that it is too cold outside, and I am reluctant to leave. Liu Xuan took a seat, asking, Are you afraid of the cold? Wen Shasha nodded in affirmation. Having spent 2 years in the bitter cold of the extreme north, Liu Xuan, a martial artist, was unfazed by the harshness of winter in the capital. During this time, the prince was seldom at home, and there remained a surplus of silver frost charcoal in the courtyard, all of which was sent to you. Liu Xuan remarked that the end of the year was filled with numerous court matters, leaving him little time to linger at his residence. When Zisha inquired, Really? To be honest, her dwelling is rather spacious, and at night, she tends to kick off the covers, occasionally feeling a chill. Thus, the more charcoal available, the better. Liu Xuan nodded in agreement. Wen Zisha personally prepared a cup of hot tea for him, suggesting, when the prince returns tonight, it would be more comfortable for him to sleep here. Very well, Ren Ruo added. By the way, does the princess know that Consort Jing has regained favor? If you happen to enter the palace these days, you must steer clear of her. She has become quite arrogant. When Zisha appeared somewhat taken aback. Consort Jing has actually regained favor? What has she done to merit such a revival? Chapter 52. Newlyweds. If Ren Ruo dared to speak such words in person, it was undoubtedly Liu Xuan's intention. Liu Xuan seldom spent time with Wen Zizai, sometimes almost forgetting that there was a princess in the residence. Naturally, he wanted Ren Ruo to remind her, as he was concerned that Wen Zizai might one day enter the palace and face grievances before Consort Jing. Wen Zizai nodded. Acknowledging that Consort Jing was, after all, an elder, she would take care to avoid any confrontation when they met in the future. Ren Ruo felt a surge of happiness. Seeing her princess's reaction confirmed that she was indeed a wise individual, one who would not hinder the prince. If it were the lady from the 5th prince's household, she would likely protest, questioning why she should avoid others instead of them avoiding her. After Liu Xuan's departure, Wen Zizai inquired about the situation regarding Consort Jing. To her surprise, she was taken aback by what she learned. Consort Jing had allowed a niece from her family to enter the palace, placing her on the dragon bed. It was said that the young Jing girl was adept at serving men, captivating the emperor to the extent that she was conferred the title of noble consort the very next day. However, there were also claims that Consort Jing did not have such a niece. Yet, who could truly comprehend the intricate affairs within the Jing household? The noble consort Jing possessed a beguiling allure, demonstrating utmost respect towards Consort Jing, while also urging the emperor to restore Consort Jing's former title. With Consort Jing reinstated and accompanied by a young and beautiful noble consort under her command, the other consorts refrained from provoking her. Old Madame Pan scoffed, remarking that the noble consort Jing was undoubtedly not a lady of high birth. Her demeanor suggested she had been nurtured in the realm of courtesans. The emperor, having never encountered such women before, was naturally entranced. In her previous life, Wen Zizai had never heard of a noble consort Jing. At this time in her past, Sun Yanqiao had entered the palace and had the emperor utterly enamored with her, regardless of the noble consort's origins or status, since she was currently in favor. Anyone daring to pry into her background would surely face repercussions, given the emperor's temperament. The palace's intrigues bore little relevance to Wen Zizai. She merely observed the commotion and continued with her daily activities. She admired Consort Jing's cunning, for devising such a strategy to regain favor was something few consorts could achieve. The 4th prince's wife, Lady Liang, intended to host a banquet, inviting her sisters-in-law, and Wen Zizai received an invitation as well. With the invitation in hand, she gently shook her head. Sister, will you attend tomorrow? Of course, Wen Zizai replied. Lady Liang was a wary individual, should she decline. she would undoubtedly come to inquire about it. In her previous life, Wen Yiyi had a history of conflict with Lady Liang, so their relationship was not particularly warm in this life either. However, unlike the fifth prince's wife, Lady Ding, Lady Liang's target was not Wen Yiyi but rather the crown princess. Once the crown princess was replaced by another, Lady Liang's target would shift accordingly. Lady Liang was a shrewd woman, employing far more effective tactics than Lady Ding. Hence, Wen Yiyi would neither draw close to her nor provoke her unnecessarily. Recently, the fourth prince and the third prince had a falling out, with outsiders accusing the fourth prince of disrespecting his elder brother. Wen Yiyi speculated that by suddenly hosting a banquet, he likely aimed to ease tensions. At present, it was not the time for open conflict. It was essential to maintain harmony among brothers. The following day, Wen Yiyi meticulously groomed herself and set off early to the fourth prince's residence. Upon her arrival, she found that the third prince's consort, Dong, the fifth prince's consort, Ding, the sixth prince's consort, Xiao, and the seventh prince's consort, Wang, had already gathered. To her surprise, she was the last to arrive. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "I apologize for my tardiness." The fourth prince's consort, Liang, responded with a warm smile, "It matters not. Dear sister-in-law." The third prince, known for his reckless temperament, had a consort, Dong, whose demeanor was rather reserved, leaving her with little to say among the other ladies. However, upon seeing Wen Yiyi, a flicker of joy crossed her face as she took the initiative to sit beside her. Meanwhile, Ding, basking in the spotlight, was surrounded by Xiao and Wang, the three of them joyfully laughing and indulging in delicacies. Liang took her seat before Dong and Wen Yiyi, ensuring Dong was served a cup of tea while she poured herself a glass of wine. With a smile, she remarked, "A few days ago, my ninth brother and the fourth prince had a disagreement with the third prince, which displeased our father. As brothers, it is only natural for them to have their quarrels. I hope you will not take offense, dear sister-in-law." Dong merely nodded, downing her tea in one gulp. Yang continued, "After all, what brothers do not bicker? When I was at home, I too would tussle with my sisters over hairpins. Yet, since our marriages, our bonds have only grown closer, and we often exchange letters." Dong smiled faintly but remained silent. While Liang appeared to focus her attention on Dong, her true interest lay with Wen Yiyi. She had heard whispers of a conflict between Jing Fei and Wen Yiyi but was unaware of the details, as Wen Yiyi had not reported it to Liu Xuan. Jing Fei had regained favor through the enigmatic Xiao Jing, but what sort of favor was that? The emperor's affection was directed towards the mysterious Xiao Jing, not Jing Fei. Liang hoped her brother would not offend their capable elder brother due to the foolishness of his mother. As Dong was pregnant and could not partake in alcohol, Wen Yiyi, who had endured the chill of her journey from the sedan chair, took a warming sip of the heated wine. Observing Wen Yiyi finish her drink, Liang refilled her glass. "This is peach blossom wine brewed by skilled maidens from my family. It is said to enhance beauty. What do you think of the taste, dear sister-in-law?" Wen Yiyi had a penchant for this subtly flavored floral and fruity wine, her eyes narrowing in delight. "It is indeed delightful," she replied. Yang beamed, "Since you enjoy it, I shall send you home with 2 jars. Alas, my sister-in-law cannot indulge due to her pregnancy." Ding, feeling discomfort at Liang's overt attentiveness towards Wen Yiyi, found herself unsettled. Her son, the fifth prince, was the offspring of Empress Hu, and she had never witnessed Liang display such behavior before. Ding's lineage was undoubtedly superior to Liang's, as she often claimed her family was a venerable and enduring dukedom, while Liang's appeared to be on the brink of decline. Ding had always held Liang in disdain, maintaining only a facade of civility. With a smile, Ding remarked, "This wine has quite a sweet flavor. Is that truly considered a fine vintage? Just the other day, my father sent several jars of exquisite wine. Lan Ning, do send someone to fetch a few jars for the sisters to sample." Wen Yiyi had no desire to engage with her, nor any inclination to compete. Wen Yiyi felt quite content with her current life, believing it sufficient to live in tranquility without the need to outshine all her sisters-in-law, garnering envy from everyone. In her past life, she had been the coveted crown princess. But what had that brought her? Seeing Wen Yiyi's indifferent demeanor, Ding's mood soured further as she sought an opportunity to undermine her rival. At that moment, the crown princess, Sun Yanxiao, made her late entrance, drawing the gazes of both Ding and Liang towards her. Chapter 53. Sisters-in-law upon receiving the invitation from the fourth prince's consort yesterday, Sun Yanxiao was filled with delight. Her status as the crown princess was superior to all others. Yet, until now, she had not found a suitable opportunity to showcase her uniqueness. Despite being married to the crown prince for quite some time, he had yet to visit her courtyard even once. Sun Yinxia speculated that her previous actions, where she had someone strike Nurse Li, had left the crown prince disheartened. Consequently, she had been on her best behavior in the crown prince's residence, frequently expressing her admiration for Empress Qingsu in an attempt to win back his affections. It was only when she learned that the crown prince was paving the way for the father of the Chu family in the official realm that she suddenly realized the issue lay with the Chu family. With this revelation, Sun Yinxu confronted the crown prince, demanding that he expel the Chu family from the residence. Otherwise, it would be a sign of disrespect towards her as the legitimate wife. The crown prince, however, responded with a resounding slap to her face. Sun Yinxu was utterly humiliated. And with the crown prince's mother having long passed away, she could not turn to Empress Zhang to lodge a complaint. As for the emperor, could a mere crown princess easily gain an audience with him? If she were to approach the emperor with her grievances, he might perceive her as a jealous woman unable to tolerate others, lacking authority within the crown prince's residence. Sun Yinxu sought solace in her superiority over the other princesses and sisters-in-law. Knowing her elevated status, she assumed the other princesses would surely flatter her. So she spent considerable time on her appearance and deliberately arrived the latest. After all, as the crown princess, they would be obliged to wait for her. Otherwise, it would be a breach of etiquette. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered that everyone was already seated and indulging in food and drink. Sun Yinxu felt a surge of indignation as she scanned the room, unable to suppress a sneer. "How is it that you have commenced without my presence?" As her words lingered in the air, the seventh prince's consort, Lady Wang, could not help but chuckle. Wen Yiyi leisurely sipped her warm wine, not uttering a word. To be honest, Sun Yinxiao had no right to refer to herself as this princess in the presence of her sisters-in-law. Even the crown prince would not speak with such arrogance towards his brothers. Her haughty demeanor upon their first meeting only served to make her appear a laughingstock. With a beaming smile, Lady Wang remarked, "Oh, the crown princess has arrived. Should we kneel and pay our respects to the crown princess?" Sun Yinxiao noticed the mocking glances in the eyes of Ding, Xiao, and Wang, and her face flushed crimson. "You all, Lady Liang, taking on the role of peacemaker," chimed in with a smile. "Everyone waited for half an hour without seeing you. And I thought perhaps the crown princess looked down upon my invitation and chose not to come, which is why I had the servants bring out some pastries and wine." Finding Lady Liang's words relatively polite, Sun Yinxiu took a seat beside her. Directly opposite her was Wen Yiyi, who did not even raise her eyes upon Sun Yinxiao's arrival, let alone offer a greeting. This was far from the scenario Sun Yinxiao had envisioned in her mind, where, as the crown princess, all would bow in deference to her presence. Instead, no one even made an effort to rise. Ding married the most distinguished fifth prince, and with the affectionate protection of the Duke of Rui, she adorned herself today in a resplendent robe of crimson and gold, crowned with a diadem of pearls and jewels. She presented herself so magnificently that an uninformed observer might mistake her for the crown princess. Sun Yinxiu resolutely refused to allow anyone's attire to surpass her own as the crown princess, and upon seeing Ding, she immediately interjected. "This lady is," Liang interjected. "This is the fifth prince's consort, a miss from the Duke of Rui's household before her marriage." As she spoke, Liang introduced everyone. "This is our elder sister-in-law. Surely the crown princess recognizes her, and this is our third sister-in-law, Dong." Sun Yinxiu was aware that the third prince enjoyed the emperor's favor and sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Dong. However, Dong merely nodded indifferently. Far from the cordial greeting Su had anticipated, Liang continued with the introductions. "This is the sixth prince's consort, Xiao, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family from Sichuan. And this is the seventh prince's consort, Wang, daughter of the Wang family from Yingzhou." Xiao, Wang, and Ding seemed to share a closer bond. Scrutinizing Sun Yinxiu with silent smiles, Su remarked, "The fifth prince's consort is dressed so splendidly, one might mistake you for the crown princess." Ding retorted, "I would wish so. But alas, the fifth prince lacks such fortune. This attire was crafted over months by dozens of embroiderers, and its value is considerable. If the crown princess desires, perhaps the crown prince could commission one for you." Su was taken aback by Ding's audacity to counter her as the crown princess. This scenario was entirely different from her previous imaginings. Surely, in the royal court, one might expect superiority to prevail? Liang chuckled. "Is this garment made by the fifth prince's command?" Ding proudly replied, "No, it was commissioned by my father." Su, feeling envious of Ding's attire, shifted her gaze to Wen Yiyi. Today, Wen was dressed simply, her sky blue coat adorned with orchids, her floor-length skirt complemented by a jade pendant at her waist, her ebony locks embellished with pearls and white jade. Her unadorned face resembled fresh snow, with a hint of crimson on her lips. exuding an air of grace and beauty that eclipsed the opulent fifth prince's consort. At that moment, attendants from the fifth prince's residence arrived bearing wine. And a eunuch whispered something in Ding's ear. Enraged, Ding exclaimed, "That wretched woman is seducing Liu Yiyi while I am away?" The eunuch, terrified, glanced at the listening consorts and dared not utter a word. Ding left in a huff, taking her maids and eunuchs with her. As she departed, the sixth prince's consort, Xiao, chuckled, "It's merely a matter of a man favoring a concubine. It's hardly significant. Fifth sister-in-law's actions will only drive him further away." Liang, relishing the drama, remarked, "Which household is without a few concubines? It's Ding's matters that cause such domestic unrest." She continued, "The crown princess is indeed fortunate, with only one Chu in her household." Sun Yanqiu felt a surge of resentment at the mere thought of Chu. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, she naturally refused to disclose the circumstances of her household. The Chu family, of humble origins, was of little consequence to the crown prince. Newlywed to the crown prince, the empress bestowed gifts upon her, yet the crown prince showed disinterest, relegating those individuals to serve as mere handmaidens in her service. Sun Yanqiu cleverly directed the conversation towards Wen Yiyi, inquiring about the two concubines of the Jingjiang Wangfu, said to be gifts from the emperor and empress. How did the Wangfei get along with them? Wen Yiyi nonchalantly replied, suggesting that since they were bestowed by the emperor and empress, they surely fared well within the Wangfu. She had no desire to divulge the specifics of her household to outsiders. Chapter 54. Sisters-in-law. The 2 jars of exquisite wine left by Lady Ding indeed reflect the immense affection Duke Rui harbored for his daughter, as he generously presented her with only the finest offerings. It is no wonder that she dared to act so imperiously within the confines of the fifth prince's residence. Not long ago, the fourth prince had suffered a significant humiliation at the hands of the third prince, which had left him quite disgraced. Now, observing the commotion at the fifth prince's estate, Liang sought to incite others to join her in witnessing the spectacle, eager to disseminate any scandal that might arise. One could only wonder how matters would unfold upon Lady Ding's return home. "Shall we venture over together?" Liang proposed, expressing concern for Lady Ding and the fifth prince. Sun Yanqiu held a strong aversion to Lady Ding's haughty demeanor and was indeed curious to witness the folly at the fifth prince's abode. Xiao and Wang, who maintained closer ties with Lady Ding, would ordinarily be expected to accompany her. However, Xiao claimed to be unwell, leaving only Wang to attend. When Zizai contemplated the situation, if anything truly scandalous occurred at the fifth prince's residence, word would certainly spread throughout the palace within half a day, negating the need for a visit. She feared that venturing there might lead to her own entanglement in the ensuing chaos without even witnessing the anticipated excitement. "I possess little tolerance for alcohol," Wen Zizai remarked. "My head feels rather muddled. I fear I might intoxicate myself. I must return to the Wang residence." Meanwhile, Lady Dong, being with child, was also apprehensive about the potential risks and sought an excuse to depart. When Zizai's assertion of her inebriation was not unfounded, her capacity for wine was limited. And while the fruit wine served at the banquet bore little alcohol flavor, its effects were potent, leaving her dizzy after only a brief period. A maid assisted her into the carriage, and upon returning to the Wang residence, Wen Zizai immediately reclined upon her bed. As evening approached, Liu Xuan returned to the Wang residence, making his way directly to the Xian garden where Wen Zizai resided. The garden lay in silence, the cold weather having driven the maids inside to complete their chores. Jin Kuei and Nian Ku, upon noticing Liu Xuan's arrival, promptly bowed in greeting, "Your Highness." In a cold tone, Liu Xuan inquired, "Has the princess gone to the fourth prince's banquet?" Jin Kuei nodded in affirmation, explaining. The fourth prince's consort extended a sincere invitation, prompting the princess's attendance. Ren Ruo, observing Liu Xuan's expression, felt a surge of anxiety and admonished the maids. "How could you allow the princess to go out in such frigid weather? None of you followed her?" Jin Kuei, feeling a touch wronged, replied. "When the princess left during the day, we remained by her side." Liu Xuan pressed further, "Is she currently in the estate? Did she not go to the fifth prince's residence?" Jin Kuei confirmed. "The princess dislikes mingling in crowds. She returned to rest and is still in bed." Ren Ruo let out a sigh of relief. "Our princess is indeed sensible." Liu Xuan parted the curtains and entered. The room was infused with a subtle warmth, the floor covered with thick carpets that muffled his footsteps. 2 maids sat on a couch in the outer chamber, engaged in needlework, and immediately stood upon seeing Liu Xuan. A snow-white cat lay curled up on a soft cushion, its emerald eyes blinking open at the sound. Liu Xuan instructed the maids to withdraw. At this moment, When Zaseo was in a deep slumber, covered by a delicate blanket woven with mandarin ducks. Her inky hair sprawled across the pillow and her shoulders. Perhaps due to the excessive warmth from the charcoal fire in the room, she had broken into a light sweat. Her face adorned with a subtle flush that rendered her allure undeniable. Upon returning to the estate, the maidservants, noticing Wen Zaseo's inebriation, relieved her of her jewelry, wiped her down, and changed her into fresh attire before tucking her into bed. She slept soundly, unburdened by any concerns, remaining in a deep slumber for an hour or two. Liu Xuan, observing her flushed visage, reached out to touch her forehead in an attempt to gauge her temperature. Upon feeling the coolness of his touch, Wen Zaseo instinctively leaned into it and gradually opened her eyes. Before her stood the handsome yet aloof visage of a man, Liu Xuan, with his high nose and thin lips, and his deep phoenix eyes, dark as lacquer, exuding an air of nobility and coldness. In that moment, Wen Zaseo found it difficult to discern whether she was in a past life or the present, and she instinctively murmured, "Why have you only just arrived?" Liu Xian's tone faltered slightly. Today has been quite eventful. As she heard his voice, she slowly began to awaken, propping herself up with a pillow from the bed. She inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you to my quarters at this hour?" The maidservants had dressed Wen Zaseo in a vibrant green bustier dress while she was intoxicated, and this rich hue accentuated her delicate neck and collarbone, which glistened like snow, hinting at the beauty of spring, though her head ached faintly from the wine. In the familiarity of her own chamber, she remained oblivious to these concerns. Moreover, as she and Liu Xuan were now husband and wife, there was little need for her to be overly cautious. Liu Xian's gaze swept over her shoulder. "Are you cold?" Wen Zaseo shook her head. "Thanks to the charcoal fire you provided, the brazier burns warmly in the room, so I do not feel cold." Noticing her misunderstanding of his intent, Liu Xuan removed his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. The contact of his fingers upon her skin revealed a warmth that was particularly enticing. Reminded of some inexplicable fragments of dreams, his grip on her shoulder tightened momentarily. Wen Zaseo sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her breath catching as she looked at Liu Xuan with a hint of nervousness. "There have been some events at the fifth prince's residence," Liu Xuan disclosed, "and I believed you might be involved." Curiosity piqued, Wen Zaseo asked, "What events?" "The fifth prince's consort has miscarried." Ding Shi, who had been quite boisterous, was oblivious to her own 2 months of pregnancy. Typically jealous and favored, she forbade any other woman from the fifth prince's bed. Today, however, the fifth prince learned of her absence and brought a maid with some beauty to his chamber. Upon hearing this news, Ding Shi returned to the estate in a flurry, crying and shouting as she confronted the fifth prince, insisting on framing the maid for seducing her husband, demanding that the fifth prince order her execution. While she wailed and created a scene, Sun Yinxiao, Liang Shi, and Wang Shi came to witness the commotion. Upon seeing the spectacle, Sun Yinxiao made some sardonic remarks, suggesting that a man having multiple wives was quite normal, urging Ding Shi to allow the fifth prince some dignity. Liang Shi and Wang Shi joined in, encouraging Ding Shi to refrain from such tantrums. The fifth prince, feeling embarrassed by the crowd, publicly suggested that Ding Shi learn from her sisters-in-law. The Ding family was consumed by fury, and in a fit of rage, she lunged at the fifth prince, only to inadvertently fall to the ground, instantly staining the earth with crimson. The fifth prince was taken aback to discover that Ding was with child. Had he known, he would not have hesitated to strike down not just a maidservant, but even 10 without a flicker of remorse. In a panic, he summoned the imperial physician, yet simultaneously feared the wrath of the empress and the Ding family, hastily placing the blame on Sun Yinxiao, Liang, and Wang, accusing the 3 of inciting Ding's ire. Both the fifth prince and his consort were favorites of the emperor, and upon hearing the news of the empress's long-awaited grandchild's demise, she hurried to the fifth prince's residence. The news spread rapidly, and by the time it reached the ears of the other princes, they were only aware that an imperial consort was involved, yet remained oblivious to the specific details. Chapter 55, Sisters-in-Law in Liu Xian's eyes. Wen Zaseo was not exactly a woman who made things easy. Upon hearing the news, he suspected that she had become embroiled in the situation and promptly returned home to ascertain the circumstances. To his surprise, Wen Zaseo had spent the entire afternoon asleep, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. After receiving a detailed report from the palace, she let out a sigh of relief, though a trace of apprehension lingered. Fortunately, she had refrained from joining the fray with the others. Wen Zaseo felt a lingering dread. Had she participated, it would undoubtedly have caused trouble for His Highness. Liu Xuan regarded Wen Ziseo and asked, "Are you concerned about causing me trouble?" Wen Ziseo nodded, "Naturally. Su Shi is the crown princess, and the emperor would not speak harshly given his affection for the crown prince. Jing Fei, relying on the favor of the young Jing family, is also in good standing with the emperor, who would not make things difficult for the fourth prince. If I had gone, the emperor would surely have unleashed his wrath upon you and the seventh prince." A hint of amusement danced in Liu Xuan's eyes as he lightly tapped her forehead. "You are not as foolish as I presumed." Wen Ziseo thought to herself, "I am not foolish at all." Did Liu Xuan truly think of her as such? She grasped his hand, feeling a warmth rise to her ears. Liu Xuan's gaze fell upon her slender neck illuminated by the lamp, stirring an inexplicable heat within him. Perhaps it was merely the intensity of the charcoal fire in the room. "Are you hungry?" Liu Xuan inquired. "Would you like something to eat?" Wen Ziseo nodded. Until he mentioned it, she had not felt hunger, but now she sensed a genuine pang. She gathered her loose hair with a jade hairpin, realizing that wearing Liu Xuan's oversized outer garment was somewhat absurd. Folding his coat neatly, she donned a jade-colored blouse instead. The evening meal was prepared with customary elegance. Even the pastries were crafted to resemble delicate flowers. Leftovers from the master's meal were often shared, and the fare prepared in Wen Ziseo's small kitchen for the servants was commendable. The eunuchs accompanying Liu Xuan relished dining at Wen Ziseo's residence, hoping their master would frequent this place for meals. After dining, a palace maid whispered to Liu Xuan, "The situation in the palace is not ideal. You should enter the palace to investigate. The other princes are also being summoned. If you wish to witness the commotion, now is the moment." Liu Xuan addressed Wen Ziseo. "Come with me to the fifth prince's residence." Wen Ziseo acquiesced. Very well. The sky had darkened, and it seemed snow was about to fall. Draped in a moon-white satin cloak with a trim of snowy fur, she appeared exceptionally charming. Liu Xuan entered the carriage first and then extended his hand to her. Her delicate, almost fragile hand rested in his long, graceful one. With a gentle pull, he helped Wen Ziseo onto the carriage. Startled, she found herself suddenly in his embrace. She anticipated that he would release her, but for reasons unknown, Liu Xuan held on to her, settling down with her in his arms. At that moment, the situation within the palace was growing increasingly precarious. Despite Ding's audacity and rudeness, the fifth Prince Liu Yi harbored a place for her in his heart. Otherwise, he would not tolerate her unruly behavior that brought disgrace upon himself. Now, with their legitimate child lost and Ding unconscious with no signs of awakening, Liu Yi is engulfed in profound regret. His gaze towards Su Nianqiao and the others was laced with resentment. What business do these women have meddling in his household affairs? Now, his royal consort has lost her child, while they remain unscathed. The emperor, furious, seized a book and struck Liu Yi, startling everyone present. After much effort, the empress managed to pacify the emperor, taking it upon herself to address the matter. The fifth prince, feeling utterly wronged, implored, "Mother, I genuinely had no knowledge of the royal consort's pregnancy." The empress, her expression frigid as ice, remarked, "This incident does bear some blame on Ding. Her usual arrogance has led to this downfall. She will surely learn to temper herself. Yet the price of this lesson is rather steep." Turning her sharp gaze towards Liang, Su Nianqiao, and Wang, she questioned, "Why did you all venture to the fifth prince's residence uninvited?" Liang, having been in the family the longest and most familiar with court affairs, realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Ding's distress. As the empress inquired, Liang hastily responded, "Your Majesty, I believe the weather fine today and invited my sisters-in-law to dine." During the feast, the fifth prince's consort was incensed upon hearing news from her household and left in a huff, concerned for any repercussions. "I accompanied the crown princess and the seventh prince's consort to the fifth prince's residence." Su Nianqiao, infuriated by Liang's attempt to shift blame, was about to confront her when she noticed Wang in tears, stating, "I have always been on good terms with the fifth prince's consort and was only following the crown princess's lead to check on her, never expecting such calamity to occur." Su Nianqiao exclaimed in indignation, "You both lie. It is clearly Liang who—" Silence. The empress interjected sharply, "Crown princess, you have only recently married and have no ties to Ding. What purpose did you have in visiting the fifth prince's residence?" Faced with such scrutiny, Su Nianqiao felt her legs weaken and her hands grow cold, utterly at a loss. The fifth prince coldly surveyed the group, stating, "Had you not stoked the flames, she would not have reacted so vehemently." At that moment, the imperial physician approached, announcing, "The consort has awakened." Although the child could not be saved, thankfully, She remains in good health and has not sustained any lasting harm, allowing for the possibility of future pregnancies. Upon hearing this, both the Empress and the fifth prince sighed in relief. The fourth prince was the first to arrive, feeling unfortunate that his consort was entangled in this affair. Yet he had no choice but to come and retrieve her, attempting to defend Liang. Soon after, the seventh prince also arrived, hastily offering his apologies to the fifth prince, lamenting his failure to manage his own consort properly. The third prince, Liu Lin, and the sixth prince's wife chose not to partake in the commotion, secretly reveling in the misfortune of others. After all, their proximity to the residence of the fifth prince made it somewhat inappropriate not to extend their greetings. They encountered each other at the entrance, arriving together. Liu Lin respectfully bowed to Empress Hu, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am curious about the condition of the fifth prince's consort. The fifth prince's wife is with child, yet the imperial physician failed to diagnose her condition earlier. These servants truly deserve condemnation. Dear brother," he continued, "do not be too sorrowful. Both you and your sister-in-law are still young, and there will be opportunities for children in the future." Chapter 56. Sisters-in-law. Liu Lin's words appeared sincere. Yet the fifth prince could not shake the feeling that he was being mocked, leaving him unwilling to utter a single word. Empress Hu remarked, "This matter does not rest upon the physician. Ding has always been averse to having the doctor check her pulse for peace of mind. Do take care with Dong's pregnancy. Let it not end in error as with Ding." Liu Lin nodded in agreement, reassuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty." Initially, Dong was concerned about her sister-in-law's visit. Fearing that the presence of a pregnant woman might evoke undue stress, he had advised against her accompanying him. The sixth prince had brought his own consort along, and they exchanged pleasantries. Soon Yinxiao observed as the fourth prince led his consort, both standing quietly to the side. Next, she noticed the seventh prince arriving with his consort, whose countenance was cold while she argued her case. Even the third and sixth princes, figures of little consequence, had graced the gathering, yet the crown prince remained absent, leaving her to stand alone, facing the empress whose disdainful and scrutinizing gaze, feeling utterly aggrieved. At that moment, a servant approached Empress Hu to announce the arrival of guests, filling Sun Yinxiao with hopeful anticipation for the crown prince's presence. To her surprise, the empress's expression softened. "Let Wang Jingjiang come forward." Soon after, Liu Xuan entered with Wen Shizhao. They bowed respectfully, and Wen Shizhao furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, what did the physician say? Is the fifth princess now in good health?" Though the child was lost, fortunately, her foundation remained intact. Empress Hu replied, "In this frigid weather, it is rare to have you and Xian visit." At that moment, the crown prince also entered with his entourage. When Shizhao explained, "During the day at the fourth prince's residence, we all indulged in drink and conversation. I, having partaken a bit too much, returned home early, unaware that such an incident had transpired. Your Majesty and Your Highness, please accept my condolences. The fifth princess will surely regain her health and conceive again." Her words brought a measure of comfort to Empress Hu, who nodded appreciatively. "Shizhao, the winds are harsh on the journey. You and Xian should sit and enjoy some hot tea." The empress graciously offered seats to the third and sixth princes and their wives. When Shizhao accepted the tea offered by the household servants, taking a delicate sip, the crown prince, having been momentarily sidelined, finally spoke. How did the fifth princess find herself in such a predicament? Empress Hu, her heart aflame with resentment, replied with a cold laugh. "You might well inquire of your esteemed wife. The conflict between the fifth prince and his wife was exacerbated by the crown princess, who added fuel to the flames, resulting in Ding's immediate miscarriage." Sun Yinxiao's eyes glistened with tears of injustice. "That is not how it was." I. Liu Ha, his tone icy, retorted, "Why did you need to meddle when the fifth prince and Ding were quarreling?" Sun Yinxiao, in her distress, exclaimed, as the crown princess, "I came to see what was amiss. Is it wrong to speak a few words of truth about her narrow-mindedness?" Liu Ha, his forehead veined with anger, restrained himself in the presence of so many witnesses. The fifth prince coldly interjected, "My wife, even if a lesson is to be taught, it falls to me to do so. What business do you have interfering?" Sun Yinxiao believed that only the emperor, empress, and crown prince should dare to speak to her in such a manner. Others were expected to show her utmost respect. The attitude of the fifth prince left her feeling quite uncomfortable. How audacious of him to dare speak to me. Silence. Liu Ha coldly reprimanded Sun Yinxiao, then turned to Empress Hu, saying, "The crown princess has acted inappropriately. Upon returning to her residence, I shall impose severe punishment." Empress Hu, not wishing to further embarrass the crown prince in front of others, understood the necessity of maintaining her virtuous image and nodded with a cold expression. While the crown princess may escape punishment, the wives of the 4th and 7th princes would certainly face consequences. Starting tomorrow, they must go to the Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures for several days in prayer for the lost unborn child. Though this punishment may seem mild, it is a profound humiliation for a royal consort to recite scriptures for an unformed fetus, indifferent to its gender. Moreover, considering the biting cold of winter, the Buddhist hall is notoriously frigid, and the requirement to consume only vegetarian meals is akin to a torturous ordeal for the pampered bodies of noble women. Now that the matter had been resolved, Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan visited briefly, unperturbed by the potential for malicious gossip, and prepared to depart. After the encounter in the carriage, Wen Yiyi felt somewhat embarrassed to face Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan, however, revealed little, his stern and profound countenance betraying no emotions. As they stepped outside, the cold wind rushed at them. Wen Yiyi had already donned her cloak but had yet to put on her hat as she still needed to converse with others. The couple of the 6th prince remained inside, reportedly because the Shao family wished to accompany the recently awakened Ding family. The 7th prince left without exchanging a word, his face set in cold discontent as he departed with Lady Wang. Once Su Nianxiao emerged, she stormed over to Liang Shi, exclaiming, "It was clearly you who incited everyone. How dare you shift the blame onto me?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike Liang Shi. The usually good-natured 4th prince, unable to contain his anger, stepped in front of Liang Shi and said, "Crown Princess, please be mindful of your words and actions." The 3rd prince scoffed, unusually refraining from making any biting remarks, instead standing beside Liu Xuan to observe the spectacle. Liu He's face turned ashen as he grasped Su Nianxiao's wrist, commanding, "Cease this." Su Nianxiao, feeling deeply aggrieved, wiped her tears and dared not speak further. The 3rd prince, with a mocking tone, commented, "No wonder my mother said one should marry a woman of virtue. With brothers like the 2nd and 5th, it's a complete disgrace. Today's events would be impossible to conceal. The people of the capital revel in gossip and will undoubtedly embellish the tale, spreading rumors far and wide." This lively scene had nothing to do with the Wang family of Jingjiang. Wen Yiyi merely wished to return home to seek warmth. Although Lu Lin did not particularly favor Liu Xuan, he held great affection for his sister-in-law, Wen Yiyi. Noticing that Liu Xuan was ignoring him, he turned to Wen Yiyi and said, "Isn't that so, sister-in-law?" Wen Yiyi glanced at Liu Xuan before responding, "Lady Dong is home alone. Perhaps His Highness the 3rd Prince should return early to discuss today's happenings with her." Today had indeed been eventful. Lu Lin, who enjoyed lively gatherings and was quite talkative, felt compelled to hurry back and vividly recount the events to Lady Dong. Lu Lin smiled, took the reins from a servant, and mounted his horse. A flurry of snowflakes began to fall silently as Wen Yiyi lifted her face slightly, remarking, "It's snowing." Liu Xuan gently placed the hood of her cloak upon her shoulders and assisted her into the carriage. Beside them, Su Nianxiao observed with astonishment the usually aloof Liu Xuan displaying such tenderness towards Wen Shijiao, even holding her hand as they entered the carriage, as if fearful that this detestable little wretch might stumble. Meanwhile, the crown prince regarded her with a gaze that seemed to harbor murderous intent, his demeanor as frigid as ice, as though she were something profoundly embarrassing. Su Nianxiao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her fingernails digging deeply into her palm. Surely, something must have gone awry. How could that wretched Wen Shijiao appear more at ease than she, the crown princess? Chapter 57. Sister-in-law Wen Yiyi remained unscathed amidst the turmoil, enjoying her freedom over the past few days while experimenting with various pastries. However, the atmosphere within the palace and the residences of the other princes was far from tranquil. The 4th prince's feelings for Lady Liang were not particularly profound. Their union was a decree from the emperor, and they had wed at an early age, seldom experiencing conflict thereafter. Though Lady Liang could not be compared to the enchanting beauties of the Wen or Ding families, she was clever and resourceful, managing the inner chambers with remarkable efficiency. Not only did she bear the 4th prince children, but despite her strong jealousy, she still selected suitable concubines for him, causing little disturbance within or outside the palace, and diligently tending to his well-being. While the 4th prince did not harbor affection for such a wife, he certainly treated her with respect and consideration. Presently, Lady Liang found herself embroiled in the scandal regarding Lady Ding's miscarriage, and was to transcribe scriptures in the Buddhist hall the following day. which left the fourth prince feeling quite perturbed. Coincidentally, Consort Jing had recently gained favor through her association with the young Jing, prompting the fourth prince to visit her chambers the next day. Consort Jing had already heard the news of Lady Liang's punishment the previous night. It is a common truth that few mothers-in-law hold their daughters-in-law in high regard, regardless of their accomplishments, and the royal family was no exception. Previously, Consort Jing had afforded Lady Liang some semblance of esteem, but since Lady Liang had declined to assist in complicating matters for Wen Yiyi, Consort Jing had grown increasingly annoyed with her, extending that displeasure to her son, believing the fourth prince to be cunning and scheming, unlike the straightforward ninth prince. Reclining on the favored couch, Consort Jing dozed while Lady Jing massaged her shoulders. Despite her newfound favor, Lady Jing lacked her own quarters and still resided within Consort Jing's palace. The fourth prince harbored a distaste for the newly favored Lady Jing, fully aware of her background, which only fueled his aversion. "Mother, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Could you ask Lady Jing to step aside for a moment?" he suggested. "What matter is so urgent it cannot be discussed in front of others?" Consort Jing retorted with a huff. "Is it regarding Lady Liang?" The fourth prince nodded. "Last night, snow fell throughout the night, and the capital is now encased in ice and snow. The Buddhist hall is particularly frigid. Given Lady Liang's delicate constitution, I fear she may fall gravely ill if she spends several days there. I hope you might intercede with Father on her behalf, allowing her to return home to offer blessings for Lady Ding. Your wife is not of the Wen family, with a lineage like the Ding family. How can she be considered delicate?" Consort Jing's impatience was evident, and one might think she had been punished and sent to the ancestral hall. A look of disbelief crossed the fourth prince's face, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by composure. "Lady Liang is my legitimate wife. Her dishonor reflects upon my own reputation." Consort Jing scoffed. "She has erred and deserves to be punished. Do not speak of dignity here. Yaoer, if you desire honor, you must earn it yourself. Your mother lacks the ability to assist you." The fourth prince stood momentarily stunned before exiting Consort Jing's quarters. As he stepped out, he encountered the ninth prince approaching him. With their mother enjoying favor, the palace denizens regarded him differently. The ninth prince, basking in recent triumph, greeted the fourth prince with a smile. "Fourth brother, have you come to pay your respects to mother?" The fourth prince nodded slightly. The ninth prince lamented, "Not long ago, my mother summoned me, mentioning that father bestowed upon her some rare treasures. What exactly are these treasures? What have you received?" "Recently, an assortment of unwanted items has cluttered my residence, nearly taking up space." The fourth prince's expression shifted dramatically. He said nothing and departed. Life in the Buddhist hall was indeed harsh for Lady Liang and Lady Wang, as the vast room contained merely 2 charcoal basins, providing little warmth. Empress Hu, though outwardly benevolent, exhibited a ruthless demeanor in her actions. She forbade Lady Liang and Lady Wang from donning garments made of fur, leaving them to endure the biting cold in cotton clothing, their fingers numb to the point of being unable to grasp a pen. After a day of copying scriptures, Lady Liang returned, her face an ashen hue. A maidservant brought warm water for her to soak her hands and feet, prompting Lady Liang to sigh. Only 6 more days. At that moment, the fourth prince entered, and unable to perform the customary greeting due to her foot bath, Lady Liang merely withdrew her hands from the basin and wiped them dry. "Fourth master," she acknowledged. The fourth prince replied, "I visited mother today, intending to plead your case, but regrettably, she declined." Lady Liang shook her head. "Mother is still angry with me." The fourth prince, perplexed, questioned, "Angry with you?" In his view, Lady Liang had lost her senses by entangling herself in matters that did not concern her, but fundamentally, it was Lady Ding's folly. Who could have anticipated that she would be oblivious to her own pregnancy? If news of Lady Ding's condition were to emerge, who would dare approach her volatile presence? Lady Liang would surely keep her distance, avoiding any invitations. Lady Liang's recent tribulations mirrored his own conflicts with the third prince from earlier days. Typically, Lady Liang was reliable in her actions and dutiful to Consort Jing. What could have provoked her ire? She recounted the incident involving Consort Jing's directive against Lady Wan. The fourth prince's countenance darkened. Mother is truly out of her mind. Currently, although the princes vying for a certain position had not yet revealed their fangs, they were already laying the groundwork for the future. Lady Wan, not a consort, but merely a young girl in her teens, posed no potential conflict of interest with Consort Jing. Even Empress Hu treated Lady Wan with kindness, attempting to win her over, while Consort Jing, disregarding her status, engaged in quarrels with a mere junior, inciting her own daughter-in-law against her. Fortunately, Lady Liang had not acquiesced. Otherwise, the fourth prince would have had to expend considerable effort to navigate explanations with Liu Xuan. As they conversed, a maid entered with a small box, presenting it to them. "Your Highness, fourth master, the servants from the Jingjiang prince's residence have delivered some items, stating they are gifts from the Jingjiang princess. They also mentioned that the wine brought back the other day was quite delightful." Lady Liang, taken aback, accepted the gilded box and, upon opening it, discovered a pair of knee pads and wrist guards. In the palace, women of Lady Liang's status rarely knelt, and she typically did not possess knee pads. After a day spent in the Buddhist hall, she truly felt the chill in her legs. The knee pads were made of moon-white satin on the exterior, lined with rabbit fur on the inside, plush and thick, with impressively fine stitching. The wrist guards were crafted from layers of cotton and silk, perhaps due to the exposure of the wrists, devoid of any embellishments of fur or leather. The exterior was adorned with a lilac-hued brocade, featuring an intricate vine pattern, the fabric being exceptionally soft and delicate. Lady Liang took note. Indeed, the Wen family is worthy of having been raised in the presence of the Empress Dowager. Their manner of speaking and acting is remarkably considerate. It is fortunate that the Prince of Jingjiang hails from a less esteemed lineage. Otherwise, marrying such a consort would undoubtedly bolster his power. The fourth prince remarked, had he possessed a more illustrious background, neither the emperor nor the empress would have disturbed the status quo to wed the Wen lady to him. As dusk fell, Lady Liang, feeling fatigued, retired, while the fourth prince sought the company of his favored concubine. Chapter 58. Sisters-in-law under the dim light. When Zisa threaded delicate silk, altering her garment, intending to repurpose an unused fox fur cloak into something new. The items destined for the Liang family were not crafted by Wen Zisa's own hands. The girl, Nian Ke, had fashioned numerous small trinkets that were seldom worn, and when Zisa thought of the Buddha hall, which was not only serene but also chilly, selecting 2 usable items to present to Liang, the servant dispatched to the fourth prince's residence returned swiftly. In her previous life, Wen Zisa had indeed experienced some conflict with Liang, as Liang's grievances were directed at the crown princess title rather than Wen Zisa herself. In this life, not only had Liang refrained from engaging in any underhanded schemes against Wen Zisa, but she also maintained a commendably amiable demeanor towards her. Hence, Wen Zisa chose to relinquish the burdens of past grievances. After all, having an additional friend is far preferable to acquiring another enemy. Liang and the fourth prince shared a conventional marital relationship, characterized by a certain closeness. Liu Xuan and the fourth prince would inevitably find themselves in competition in the future, yet for the time being, fostering a sense of camaraderie among the brothers was deemed more advantageous. When Zisa crafted a hand warmer from the leftover fur, carrying a hand stove felt rather cumbersome in comparison. Footsteps approached from behind, and without lifting her head, when Zisa requested, "Please bring me a cup of tea." Liu Xuan retrieved a cup from the table and poured her a warm brew from the small teapot on the stove. When Zisa naturally accepted it and took a sip, saying, "Tomorrow her words abruptly halted as she caught sight of Liu Xuan's tall, elegant figure alongside the eunuch Renrua. When Zisa remarked, "Your Highness, you have returned," Liu Xuan noticed the tension in her voice and the stiffness of her expression. Even the fingers gripping the cup had stilled, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected presence. Strangely, he found it somewhat amusing. "Seeing me, why are you so anxious?" "It's not anxiety." When Zisa exhaled slowly, "I simply did not anticipate your arrival. I thought it was a maid." Having grown up in front of Empress Dowager Dong, where she frequently encountered the emperor, caution was embedded in Wen Zisa's very being. Her family background could rival the Ding family, yet it lacked their audacious boldness, particularly after realizing that once the Empress Dowager passed, the emperor would no longer protect her kin. Sewing under the lamp was straining for the eyes. Such tasks could be delegated to the household servants. When Zisa lowered her gaze with a smile, just passing the time. The fourth prince's inner quarters were tranquil. In recent days, Taosher and Chinshur had refrained from approaching Wen Zisa, leaving her with little to occupy her time. "Are you weary, Your Highness?" Wen Zisa inquired. "If so, you should rest early." "No," Liu Xuan replied, "I am not tired." Upon hearing this, Wen Zisa resumed stitching her hand warmer. After a while, she began to feel drowsy and inadvertently pricked her finger with the needle. As she was about to suck on her finger, Liu Xuan grasped her wrist, wiping it gently with a handkerchief. Fortunately, the prick was shallow, and only a drop of blood emerged before ceasing. Just then, Nianko entered and, upon seeing her sister and the prince so close, With Liu Xuan holding her sister's hand, she hastily halted in her tracks. Wen Yiyi felt a twinge of embarrassment and withdrew her hand. "Kur, what brings you here?" Logically, at such a late hour, Nianke shouldn't have been visiting her room, as she had her own quarters. Nianke lowered her head. "Someone from the Su residence has called for me to return. They said a marriage has been arranged for me, and I must go home to wed." Liu Xuan was aware of Nianke's background. It was quite normal for relatives to stay at home. Wen Yiyi, often bored, appreciated the company for conversation. However, Liu Xuan was taken aback that such a frail girl, barely 11 or 12, was already being sent off to marry. Wen Yiyi's expression shifted slightly. Initially, Su Nianxiao had agreed to let Nianke stay by her side. How could the Su family go back on their word? Wen Yiyi was well aware of how the Su family treated Nianke. It was likely that the suitor they introduced would not be a man of good character. Otherwise, Nianke would not have met such a tragic fate in a few years. "Kur, return to rest for now. I will visit the Su family tomorrow," Wen Yiyi advised. Nianke nodded and departed. A sense of worry washed over Wen Yiyi. After all, she and Su Nianke shared no blood relation. Nianke's parents were deceased, and their estate had been thoroughly absorbed by Su Nianxiao's family. In principle, everything concerning Nianke should have been under the control of Su Nianxiao's parents. In rural areas, it was not uncommon for ruthless relatives to claim the inheritance of a legitimate daughter left orphaned by tragic circumstances. Yet, in the capital, families were particularly concerned with reputation, especially those of high status. Under normal circumstances, the Su family's treatment of Su Nianke, even if inferior to that of their own daughters, should have been decent and respectful. A modest dowry and a few maidservants would not have been deemed excessive for a family of their standing. Treating her with kindness would have earned them a good reputation. However, the Su family not only treated Nianke like a servant to Su Nianxiao, but also burdened her with laborious needlework and subjected her to constant scolding and beatings. She had mentioned Nianke's situation to Liu Xuan, for now that they were wed, their fates were intertwined, with the Su family allied through marriage to the crown prince. Wen Yiyi feared Liu Xuan might be reluctant to confront any issues with the royal family. Liu Xuan was unconcerned. "You share a deep sisterly bond. It is only natural for you to assist her." Wen Yiyi felt a wave of relief. "I shall have a proper discussion with the Su family to discern their intentions." As night deepened, Wen Yiyi assumed Liu Xuan intended to stay with her and approached to assist him with changing his attire. He blocked her hand and met her gaze. "I must return to attend to some matters. Is the court truly this busy at your end? Why did you come here at all?" she queried. "If I do not visit your courtyard for a few days, people might suspect that I lack interest in women." Nearby, Ren Ruo felt a pang of bitterness. In previous years, Liu Xuan had never shown such concerns regarding the concubines, Tao and Chun, yet with the formal presence of a legitimate wife, he suddenly transformed into a devoted husband, caring for her reputation. Even if he had no time, he would somehow carve out moments to visit her quarters. As they walked outside, Ren Ruo could not help but remark, "I see that you truly regard the princess in a most extraordinary manner." Liu Xuan seldom engaged in conversation with him, yet when the topic of Wen Yiyi arose, he couldn't help but speak a few more words. "What makes her so exceptional?" Ren Ruo chuckled lightly. "It seems you have fallen under her spell, harboring genuine feelings for our princess." Liu Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that he had developed feelings for this delicate woman? It was inconceivable, an utter impossibility. Clearly, Wen Yiyi did not meet any of his expectations. She appeared fragile and delicate, entirely mismatched with his robust physique. Liu Xuan even worried that should they consummate their union, she might suffer some harm. Chapter 59. Sisters-in-law. The following day, before Liang donned her robes to transcribe scriptures at the Buddhist hall, she carefully adorned her knees and wrists with protective gear. The warm knee pads embraced her legs snugly, alleviating the chill she had felt the previous day, though their everyday attire was of loose sleeves. The past 2 days had seen a shift to tighter sleeves, inevitably exposing a portion of her wrists during the transcription. The soft and warm wrist guards brought her considerable comfort, and she couldn't help but appreciate the thoughtful gesture from Wen Yiyi. It is often remarked that embellishing a fine work is an easy task, yet providing assistance in times of need is far more challenging. Liang truly grasped this sentiment now. Nearby, Wang observed Liang donning a pair of wrist guards, feeling a pang of envy. Typically, they would huddle in the warm chamber with a delicate hand warmer. And who would think to prepare such items? Had she not seen Liang wearing them, she would never have contemplated such a means of warmth. She pondered whether, upon returning home that evening, she could persuade the maidservants to toil tirelessly to craft a pair for her as well. In the Su residence, Su Nianxiao felt on the brink of collapse. The crown prince had grown utterly disdainful of her, refusing to visit her quarters and instead lavishing attention on that wretched Shu. Mother, what should I do to deal with them? Su Nianxiao's mother, Wen, furrowed her brow in response. Without enduring hardship, how can one rise above? Men often have concubines. Your jealousy will only drive the crown prince further away. Remain composed for a time, and when his affections for Chu wane, then we can discreetly eliminate her. Su Nianxiao inhaled deeply, struggling to quell the fury within her. Though she had no regrets about marrying the crown prince and attaining the esteemed title of crown princess, she despised the lack of respect shown to her. She had envisioned her life post-marriage to be far superior to that of Wen Shirsi. Yet she had not anticipated that Wen Shirsi would harbor no jealousy towards her, living quite comfortably in the Jingjiang prince's estate. Su Nianxiao was aware of the close bond between Su Nianke, that insufferable girl, and Wen Shirsi. If she could thrust Su Nianke into peril, it would surely torment Wen Shirsi. With this thought, Su Nianxiu declared, she will undoubtedly bring that insufferable girl with her today. Mother, you must ensure that girl remains here. This traitorous creature deserves a sound thrashing. Now that her daughter had become the crown princess, one would certainly heed Su Nianxiao's words. Su Nianke, being an orphan with no one to care for her, was of little concern to the Su family, who could dispose of her as they pleased. As they conspired, a maid entered to announce the arrival of the princess of Jingjiang. Su Nianxiao and Wen quickly composed themselves, taking their seats of honor. Shortly thereafter, Wen Shirsi entered, attended by maidservants who assisted her in shedding a luxurious brocade cloak adorned with a snow rabbit collar. When forced to smile, Shirsi, you have come. Where is Nianke? Did I not instruct her to return? Why has she not arrived? When Shirsi took a seat and replied, she was struck by a sudden high fever last night and is unable to rise from her bed. I came alone. Initially you and Sister Qiao agreed to have Nianke serve by my side, whether as a maid or in any capacity. Why the sudden change of heart? As she spoke, Wen Ziseo cast a beaming glance at Su Nianxiao, remarking, this was the very condition that led me to relinquish my claim to the position of crown princess. Su Nianxiao's anger surged vehemently. Do you presume the title of crown princess is yours? The prince's affections are clearly directed towards me. He explicitly told me before our marriage that the woman he wished to wed was I. Wen Ziseo replied, with such a fiery temper, it seems my dear sister Nianxiao is indeed enjoying her time at the prince's residence. Su Nianxiao retorted, Wen's voice rose slightly. Sisters, please refrain from quarreling. We wouldn't want others to find amusement in our discord. She then addressed Wen Ziseo, it is not that your aunt is being disingenuous. Nian Ku is a miss of the Wen family, and her presence beside you, with no familial ties, is quite inappropriate. Should this become known, others might think the Su family mistreats its own young ladies, allowing them to be raised by others. Witnessing Wen's hypocritical demeanor, Wen Ziseo felt a wave of disdain. Truly, she was her mother's daughter, exhibiting the same cunning disposition. Su Nianku, despite being a daughter of an official family, was nurtured to be timid and frail, even less esteemed than the favored maidservants of great households. Su Nianxiao often berated her, and Wen had surely taken note, never intervening. It was audacious of her to suggest that the Su family mistreats its own daughters. Wen Ziseo smiled. The alliance between the Su and Wen families is well known. Nian Ku is your sister, dear sister, thus she is also my sister. It is not uncommon for distant relatives to reside for a time within a large family. Having lost her father and her rightful mother, with a birth mother of lesser standing, is it not fitting for me, as her sister-in-law, to educate her, ensuring she finds a more favorable match in the future? Aunt, your kindness towards Nian Ku should indeed encourage her stay with me. Su Nianqiu scoffed. That wretched girl? Even if she were beside you, there would be no worthy suitor willing to marry her, let alone at the queen's side. It would be better for her to return to the Su family and find a respectable match sooner rather than later. When nodded in agreement, what you say bears truth. My dear, there are indeed social hierarchies, and even with your company, Nian Ku's looks and background would hardly attract any attention. It would be wiser to find her a simple, honest man to marry. Ziseo, if you are unwilling to send her to us, I shall arrange for a carriage to come to the Jingjiang prince's residence to fetch her myself. This mother-daughter duo, wielding their words like weapons, soon made it impossible for Wen Ziseo to maintain her composure. She smirked sarcastically. Indeed, engaging in negotiations with such base individuals is destined to yield no profit. When slammed her hand on the table, Ziseo, I am your aunt. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? When Ziseo stood and began to walk away. If an agreement cannot be reached, then let us postpone our meeting. As she departed, Wen gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath, "Once Empress Dong passes, we shall see who stands by your side. At that time, I shall ensure that the old matriarch of the Wen family thoroughly torments Princess Chongping, and I will see to it that the little Dong and her offspring meet their end." Without the support of the Wen family, it was unlikely that the Jingjiang prince would show her any favor. Su Nianxiao's nails dug deeply into her palms as she seethed. "I have heard that Empress Dong's condition is deteriorating. She surely will not survive this winter. In a matter of months, Wen Ziseo's days of bliss would come to an end." The cold wind howled outside, and Jin Kuei wrapped a cloak around Wen Ziseo's slender shoulders. These two individuals were truly outrageous. They had reneged on the terms that were initially agreed upon. She should have compelled them to take 2 solemn oaths at that moment. The wind chilled Wen Ziseo's cheeks, and after enduring such humiliation at the Su residence, her frustration was palpable. How could there be such despicable individuals? They had gone back on their word. The more Wen Ziseo pondered, the angrier she became, yet for now, she could only return to the Wang residence and devise a plan. Chapter 60. Sisters-in-law. Such trivial matters. Wen Ziseo did not wish to disturb Empress Dowager Dong. The Empress Dowager was not known for her warm-heartedness. She was fond of her own children, but indifferent toward those of others. Sun Yanke was not a particularly cheerful child, and the Empress Dowager favored delicate and charming ones, drawing affection effortlessly. Even if brought before her, Sun Yanke would fail to evoke any tenderness from the elderly lady. Furthermore, Wen Ziseo's meddling in affairs would certainly not earn the Empress Dowager's approval. Yet, recalling her past life, where she was trapped within the prince's residence, unable to inquire about the outside world or provide assistance to Nyenka, who, despite their severed ties, had continued to send her intricately crafted embroidered shoes on her birthdays until the year of her tragic demise, Wen Ziseo felt a twinge of pain in her heart. No matter what, she could not allow Nyenka to follow the same tragic path as in her previous life. Upon returning home, Nyenka hurriedly approached her. "Fourth sister, how did it go?" Wen Ziseo unfastened her cloak and handed it to a nearby maid. "Do not overthink it," Nyenka whispered. "I fear they may trouble you. If the Su family continues to exert pressure, for your sake, I should return to the Su household." During her time by Wen Ziseo's side, Nyenka felt at ease. She could eat and laugh freely without facing the reproach and scorn of the Su family. However, she understood that Wen Ziseo had graciously taken her in, and she could not be a source of trouble for her. After all, Su Nianxiao had become the crown princess, a position of great honor. And even though Wen Ziseo was a princess, she would still be overshadowed. Nyenka was unwilling to cause any difficulties for Wen Ziseo. Wen Ziseo gently patted Nyenka's head. "Since you call me sister, I shall surely protect you." Nyenka lifted her gaze to Wen Ziseo, feeling a pang of sorrow. Though they shared no blood ties, she treated her better than any of her blood relatives. Though only a few years her senior, she stood before her as a pillar of support. If only she possessed the means to repay her kindness. Just as Wen Ziseo settled down with a cup of tea, a maid approached, saying, "Princess, Concubine Shun and Concubine Tao have come to pay their respects." After having faced punishment once, Concubine Tao had become much more subdued, no longer daring to act brazenly in Wen Ziseo's presence. Concubine Shun, who had always been taciturn, was even more so now, uttering not a word. Wen Ziseo found those who caused disturbances in her presence particularly bothersome. She understood the challenges faced by the women in the inner court. As long as these two behaved themselves, she would not withhold their provisions or deliberately create difficulties for them. Recently, both had been much more compliant, and she nodded, setting down her teacup. "Let them in." Concubine Tao and Concubine Chen quickly entered. Upon entering Wen Ziseo's chamber, Concubine Tao felt an unusual warmth, reminiscent of the comfort she experienced while serving before the emperor. She bit her lip, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. If only the prince favored her, perhaps the resources in her courtyard would be equally bountiful. The two women performed a graceful curtsy. Wen Ziseo softly inquired, "What brings you here?" She did not issue orders for these two individuals to come and pay their respects daily. Their sudden appearance surely harbored some ulterior motives. For several months, Tao, the concubine, had not seen Liu Xuan and worried that he might forget her entirely, relegating her to the farthest corners of his memory. Upon hearing that Liu Xuan had returned and frequently visited the princess's residence, she felt compelled to join the gathering. As for Chun, the other concubine, upon learning of her visit to pay respects, she too hurried over, as if fearing that good fortune would elude her. Tao concubine awkwardly remarked, "Although the princess has said there is no need to pay respects daily, I still feel it is improper not to greet you. Tao was several years older than Wen Ziseo, whom she regarded as a mere child. It irked her to address a young girl so respectfully. After visiting the Su residence, Wen Ziseo had naturally adorned herself carefully. Upon returning home, she had to remove the heavy jewelry from her head and body. The weight of her coiffure was already burdensome, and the additional gold and jade ornaments only exacerbated her discomfort, causing her a headache. Jean Kuei approached with a tray, removing the heaviest hairpins from Wen Ziseo's hair, along with a pair of exquisite jade bracelets and a longevity lock from her wrist. The jade bracelets were of exceptional quality, their clarity reminiscent of water drawn from a pristine spring. Tao concubine gazed at them enviously, eager to inspect the longevity lock that Wen Ziseo wore. The princess cherished her daughter, and Wen Ziseo possessed several such items. The one she wore today, adorned with floral threads and set with red agate, featured a brilliant red stone on the front, while the reverse bore her birth date and auspicious patterns. Tao concubine said, I have heard that the Duke of Southern Town dotes on the princess, providing her with a substantial dowry, and it seems that is indeed the case. Jin Kuei scoffed. What of it? Our princess has an abundance of fine treasures. Wen Ziseo remained silent, allowing her to collect the items. Tao and Qin concubines did not linger long and soon departed. On their way out, Tao concubine mused, if only the princess were to pass away. All her possessions would be mine. The maid beside her gasped in shock and quickly replied, Madam, what nonsense are you speaking? If others hear you, will we still have our lives? Realizing her indiscretion, Tao concubine glanced around, relieved to find no one nearby, and exhaled, You startled me. Though this maid had been assigned to her upon entering the household and had grown up alongside her, the bond between them was strong. Regardless of what transpired, the maid would always confide in her. The maid whispered, even if the princess were to die, her belongings would belong to the Wen family. Madam, the princess has never treated us poorly. Many concubines from other households envy our lives. It is far better to live well. As a concubine of the prince, Tao concubine understood that she was, in a sense, half a mistress. Yet, her heart remained unsatisfied, yearning for more, wealth, power, and the prince's affection. She desired them all, leaving no room for compromise. As Wen Ziseo observed the departure of Tao and Qin, her mind sparked with an ingenious idea. Unable to seek assistance from the Empress Dowager, she contemplated enlisting the help of Empress Hu. This request would undoubtedly be a simple favor for Empress Hu, who would have no reason to decline. Wen Ziseo reminisced about the days in her previous life when she would dutifully pay her respects to Empress Hu each month. As the crown princess, it was customary for her to visit Empress Hu, a requirement set by the Empress herself. Wen Ziseo was certain that Sun Yinxiao would also be present during those visits. After a moment of reflection, she calculated that the next occasion would be in 3 days' time. Chapter 61. In the palace later, Liu Xuan arrived, exuding a chill. When Shasha, reclining on the couch, hastily descended to greet him, approaching to remove his cloak, her fingers delicately assessing the thickness of his garments. Beneath the dark satin cloak, he wore only a thin cotton robe. A slight furrow formed on Wen Shasha's brow. On such a frigid day, Your Highness, do you not feel cold in such scant attire? Ren Ruo interjected. Your Highness is young, brimming with vitality. He is not one to be easily deterred by the cold. Noticing the icy glare from Wen Shasha, Ren Ruo quickly amended, Indeed, I often advise His Highness to wear warmer clothing in winter. Yet he remained steadfast in his choices. Liu Xuan accepted the cup of warm yellow wine offered by Wen Shasha and drank it down in one swift motion. There is a banquet this evening. I shall not be returning, he stated. Wen Shasha inquired, so late at night, who is hosting a banquet that prevents Your Highness from returning? It is the 6th prince's birthday. He has set up several tables at Xiongyu Tower, and all the other princes have gone. Thus our lord must attend to show his support. Wen Shasha smiled slightly. Is that so? How can such an occasion be hosted in a place like that? Does he not fear it reaching the emperor's ears? My lady, Xiongyu Tower is quite respectable. It is not an inappropriate venue, Ren Ruo remarked, casting a glance at Liu Xuan's expression. Our lord will only indulge in a few cups of wine. Wen Shasha chose not to pursue the matter further. After resting for a brief moment, Liu Xuan departed in haste, with Ren Ruo following closely behind on horseback. To be honest, Ren Ruo struggled to comprehend why his master would take a detour home. Perhaps it was to see the princess, yet upon their meeting, Liu Xuan remained silent, allowing Ren Ruo to fill the void with explanations. That evening, Xiongyu Tower was entirely reserved by the 6th prince. The air filled with the enchanting melodies of silk and bamboo instruments, as women in flowing red silk skirts danced gracefully to the music. Despite the winter chill that turned droplets to ice, the atmosphere within the tower was warm, albeit still carrying a hint of coolness. The dancers, clad in exotic attire, revealed delicate waists as they twirled, while young gentlemen gathered at the banquet, conversing and laughing. Among them was Crown Prince Liu He, who observed Liu Xuan with a contemplative expression, his brow furrowed, his countenance rather grim. In recent days, Su Nianqiao had been a source of discomfort for Liu He. This woman, both foolish and troublesome, had somehow uncovered the connections to the Chu family's parents, realizing that he had been paving the way for the Chu family. Had he married someone as impeccable as Wen Yiyi, a paragon of virtue, he would not have found himself in this predicament. The thought deepened his regret for having acted too late. Liu Xuan noticed Liu He's gaze and cast a cold glance in return. Liu He quickly donned a smile and, moments later, took a seat beside Liu Xuan. Elder brother, your princess is a cousin of my crown princess. We are indeed closely related. This presents an opportunity to foster our alliance, he said, keenly aware of the desire of the fifth prince and empress who to draw Liu Xuan into their faction. Liu He could not allow such a situation to unfold unchallenged. With a smile, Liu He continued, should your sister-in-law find herself bored in the future, she may visit the crown prince's residence to seek out the crown princess. Liu Xuan recalled the frivolous remarks that Liu He had made to Wen Yiyi prior to their marriage, and his expression darkened. To suggest that Wen Yiyi go to the crown prince's residence? Could it be that Liu He intended to amuse himself at her expense there? No man would tolerate another man's covetous gaze upon his beloved, and for a proud man like Liu Xuan, this was especially true. In a frosty tone, he stated, there is no need. The relationship between the crown princess and the princess consort is already strained. Sending her there would only exacerbate the conflict. Liu He's smile faltered. Did the princess consort herself say this? The crown princess has a cousin, an orphan, with whom she shares a close bond. Before their wedding, the crown princess promised to keep this cousin by the princess consort's side, yet just a few days ago, she suddenly reneged and came to the Jingjiang Wangfu to reclaim her. Liu Xuan inquired, is the crown prince aware of this? Liu He genuinely did not know. I shall inquire upon my return. At that moment, a dancing girl approached, raising her cup to toast the various princes and young lords. Liu He, caught unawares, found a woman clad in a red dance attire perched upon his lap, smiling as she consumed her drink and then leaned in to feed him. A wave of distaste washed over him, and seeing several of his brothers embracing the dancers passionately, he reluctantly acquiesced. Liu Xuan, ever vigilant, had already rejected the dancing girl before she could come close, with Ren Ruo quickly interjecting, our lord does not wish to drink. Despite his handsome visage, Liu Xuan's cold demeanor instilled fear, causing the dancer to shy away, leaving in embarrassment. Li Fuyu chuckled, is our lord perhaps averse to such company? Liu Xuan replied with a wry smile, how could I be so? I simply cannot abide by things of uncertain origin. As for the national master, I had always thought him noble and untainted, yet it seems he has a penchant for these distractions. Li Fuyu raised an eyebrow. Before beauty, no man would refuse. Save for a man like our lord, whose heart is as unyielding as stone. Liu Xuan chose not to engage further. Yet, Li Fuyu seemed particularly fond of teasing him. By the way, I just calculated a fortune for you, my lord, and found that the star of romance has stirred. Ren Ruo laughed. The national master is jesting. Our lord has only recently wed. How could the star of romance not be in motion? Li Fuyu merely smiled in silence. Soon, the day arrived when Wen Yiyi would visit Empress Hu to pay her respects. She arrived a bit late, and upon entering, she found Su Nianqiao already present. The Empress, with a loving expression, invited Wen Yiyi to sit. It is quite chilly today. Fortuitously, I have prepared a sweet red date and lotus seed porridge. Yiyi, do have some to warm yourself. Wen Yiyi smiled. Thank you, your majesty. Your kindness makes each visit to your palace a delightful experience. The Empress replied, you are a child deserving of affection, so obedient and well-behaved. Unlike certain individuals who persistently provoke annoyance and have even caused the fifth princess consort's child to be lost. Su Nianqiao's face turned ashen upon hearing the Empress's veiled critique of her. She was unaware of how the matter regarding Su Nianqia had reached the crown prince's ears. The crown prince had actually scolded them, declaring the Su family heartless and ruthless for bullying an orphaned girl, insisting that she must not approach Wen Yiyi for assistance. Today, as she made her way here, Su Nianqiao felt a simmering frustration within her. However, it was impossible to reclaim Su Nianqia without a fight. Not even the crown prince could dictate the affairs of the Su family. While she currently lacked the means to exact vengeance upon Wen Zizai, she yearned for Wen Zizai to witness Su Nianke ensnared in a fiery abyss, to experience the pangs of torment and regret. Su Nianke had entered the palace today alongside Wen Zizai, who had adorned her with meticulous care. Although she appeared somewhat emaciated at first glance, she still resembled a remarkably spirited young girl. Dressed in a delicate pink and blue RU skirt paired with a small jacket, her hair fashioned into twin buns, and her face lightly dusted with powder, she cast a shy glance with her lowered eyes, already exuding a hint of playful charm. Chapter 62. Within the palace, how could Empress Hu, with her keen eyesight, fail to notice that the young girl in blue beside Wen Zizai did not resemble a typical maid? She smiled and inquired, "Zizai, who is this young lady by your side?" Wen Zizai replied, "This is also a young lady from the Su family, a cousin of the crown princess. Her name is Nian Ku." Upon hearing that she was related to the Su family and the crown princess, the smile on Empress Hu's lips waned slightly. "Oh, just a mere illegitimate daughter of the Su family. How could you bring her before your majesty?" Su Nianxiao's tone was sharp. Listening to Su Nianxiao's words, Empress Hu took a leisurely sip of her tea and remarked, "Zizai, what is the meaning of this? How does a girl from the Su family come to be in your company?" When Zizai explained, "Nian Ku's father and legitimate mother passed away early, before I was wed. She often visited the Wen family, and over time, we became closer than sisters. As for being a burden to her parents, that is entirely unfounded." Empress Hu chuckled, "I find this child quite agreeable. Come closer so I may have a better look." Nian Ku cautiously approached Empress Hu. The Empress scrutinized her delicate features. "What a well-behaved child. How old are you?" Nian Ku softly stated her age. Empress Hu smiled. "Very well. Do you have any suitors from the Su family?" "Not yet." When Zizai replied, "It is still too early for such matters. However, this young lady lacks a legitimate mother to care for her, and my aunt, as the matriarch of the Su family, is overwhelmed with responsibilities and cannot provide the guidance she needs, so she resides with me. Today, I brought her before your majesty to seek your grace." "What grace do you seek?" Empress Hu inquired. When Zizai, newly married and unfamiliar with the various customs, hesitated. If only Nian Ku could enter the palace and receive some instruction from one of the matrons on the proper etiquette. Empress Hu's eyes glimmered slightly. "Princess Jin Fan is in need of a companion for her studies. My dear, would you be willing to serve as the princess's companion?" When Zizai was taken aback. She had initially intended for Nian Ku to benefit from a mere introduction to the empress, believing that such an audience would grant her some prestige. With the empress's support, the Su family would surely think twice before mistreating Nian Ku. Little did she expect that the empress would extend such a significant favor, offering Nian Ku a position as the princess's companion. Princess Jin Fan was the daughter of noble consort Han and was around 7 or 8 years old. Noble consort Han held a modest rank within the palace but maintained a cordial relationship with the empress, frequently coming to pay her respects. Should Nian Ku truly become a companion to the princess, she would gain an advantageous position for future marriage discussions, no longer treated as a lowly, illegitimate daughter, but rather with the confidence to seek a worthy match, free from the humiliations she had previously endured. Nian Ku, uncertain of how to respond, glanced at Wen Zizai, who offered a slight nod of encouragement. She stepped forward and knelt. It would be an honor to serve Her Highness the Princess. Empress Hu then instructed a palace maid to escort Nian Ku to Princess Jin Fan's quarters. Su Nianxiao could hardly fathom that in just a few words, Wen Zizai had arranged such a promising opportunity for Nian Ku, securing her position as the princess's companion. She bit her lip in indignation, exclaiming to the empress, "Your Majesty, this girl possesses a poor fate. The demise of her father and stepmother must surely be due to her. What if she brings misfortune to Princess Jin Fan?" The empress's expression darkened. "Crown Princess, what nonsense are you spouting? Princess Jin Fan is not even my biological daughter. I care not whether Su Nianke's fate impacts others." She could discern the deep bond between Wen Zizai and Su Nianke, knowing that once she had Su Nianke under her control, manipulating Wen Zizai would be a simple matter. Upon hearing that the empress had sent a girl to serve as a companion for Princess Jin Fan, noble Lady Han grew concerned and promptly summoned Nianke to scrutinize her, also sending someone to inquire about her background. Discovering that although Su Nianke was a daughter of the Su family's concubine, she shared a close friendship with the Princess of Jingjiang, noble Lady Han nodded in understanding. She frequently maneuvered around the empress, capable of discerning her intentions. In the court, A consort like noble Lady Han must align herself with a significant power, such as the Empress. Ninka, being young and not fitting the Emperor's preferred aesthetic, posed no threat of seduction. Observing Yinka's demeanor, which lacked the cunning often associated with court intrigues, noble Lady Han spoke to her with warmth and kindness, sending her to the residence of Princess Jifan. Subsequently, Wen Ziseo visited Empress Dowager Dong for a brief while before heading to noble Lady Han's palace. Unfamiliar with her, she only recognized noble Lady Han as an ally of the Empress, unaware of her true nature. In her 20s, noble Lady Han had a delicate and refined beauty. When Wen Ziseo entered, she found her engaged in needlework by the window. After exchanging pleasantries, Wen Ziseo detected a slight accent in noble Lady Han's speech that hinted at origins from Sichuan, prompting her to ask a few questions. Noble Lady Han nostalgically reflected on her 10 years in the palace, believing she had fully integrated into the capital, only to find that her accent still revealed her roots. Wen Ziseo smiled and remarked, "Just recently, I acquired a vibrant and charming embroidered velvet from Sichuan. It would be perfect for making 2 outfits for my sister Jinfan to celebrate the new year." Noble Lady Han felt a touch of emotion. After her father's passing 2 years prior, her connections within the family had dwindled. Whenever tributes from her homeland arrived at the palace, only those of higher rank or with sons could partake, leaving her excluded. After Wen Ziseo departed, noble Lady Han summoned Princess Jinfan, advising her not to mistreat the new companion. By this time, Princess Jinfan was already familiar with court dynamics and understood the nuances of status. She nodded in agreement with noble Lady Han's counsel. Ninka approached with a prepared mindset, yet she felt a pang of fear of the emperor's daughter, a princess of the Qi dynasty, and her potential arrogance, as well as trepidation of unfamiliar surroundings. However, her greatest concern was becoming a burden to Wen Ziseo. In this palace, where information flowed freely, she hoped she might one day assist Wen Ziseo in some manner. After witnessing noble Lady Han's demeanor, she felt a sense of relief. The entire afternoon, Princess Jinfan slept, while Ninka was detained outside by the princess's wet nurse and did not have the chance to meet her. Later, Princess Jinfan visited Lady Han. Upon her return, she spoke pleasantly with Ninka, and although the princess was young, her demeanor was remarkably composed. Ninka finally felt a sense of relief. Princess Jinfan then remarked, "Tomorrow morning, a female instructor will come to teach. Miss Su, you may retire for now. The Princess of Jingjiang is my elder sister-in-law. She has conveyed that you two share a bond akin to that of sisters, and thus, we are sisters as well, not merely mistress and servant. Consider this place as the Jingjiang Wangfu, and do not feel overly constrained by formalities." Nian Ku, realizing that Wen Shisan had already arranged their relationship here, nodded in acknowledgement and then withdrew. Chapter 63. Within the palace upon her return, Wen Shizhao instructed Jin Kui to rummage through her dowry of exquisite silks. After a prolonged search, Jin Kui indeed uncovered the intricately carved plush fabric that Wen Shizhao desired. "Your memory is remarkable, miss. I had completely forgotten about this," Jin Kui exclaimed with admiration. The plush fabric, luxuriously soft and densely woven, would certainly provide warmth and comfort when fashioned into garments for winter wear. "Do you wish to make an outfit?" asked Granny Pan, who had spent considerable time in the presence of Empress Dowager Dong and was familiar with fine materials. "This is a tribute from Sichuan, crafted from the innermost layer of sheep's wool. Not only is it lightweight and warm, but it is also breathable. The Empress Dowager favors this fabric during the winter. However, tributes have diminished in recent years due to a snow disaster 2 years ago, which resulted in the loss of many sheep among the herders." When Shizhao nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it was a gift from Her Majesty. She decided to send the dyed piece to Lady Han's palace another day, while keeping the white one for herself. Having labored throughout the day, When Shizhao felt utterly fatigued, socializing did not appeal to her. However, the multitude of individuals both within and outside the palace necessitated such engagements. After bathing and changing, she reclined on the favorite imperial couch, with the maidservants having retired, leaving only Zhu Yu to knead her shoulders. The charcoal fire in the room burned brightly, and before departing, Jin Kui sprinkled a handful of fragrant tea leaves into the incense burner, enveloping the space in a warm, aromatic haze. Clad in a loose, crimson garment, Wen Shizhao felt no chill. Noticing Wen Shizhao's eyes fluttering shut, Zhu Yu promptly advised, "Miss, your hair is still damp. It is best not to sleep just yet." When Shizhao nodded in acknowledgement, yet her consciousness began to wane, leaving her in a hazy reverie. Ziyu touched Wen Shijiao's long hair, which was no longer dripping but retained a hint of moisture. Cautiously, she freed some of the damp strands from Wen Shijiao's shoulder and noticed her clothing had become disheveled. Just as she was about to tidy it up, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, Zhu Yu was startled to see Liu Xuan. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she instinctively bent to salute him. But Liu Xuan gestured for her to remain still, unaware that Liu Xuan and Wen Shijiao had yet to consummate their union. Zhu Yu and Jin Kui observed their amiable interactions, believing Liu Xuan treated Wen Shijiao quite well. In this situation, Ziyu discreetly bowed her head and quietly withdrew. Liu Xuan gazed at Wen Shijiao, who lay in peaceful slumber, and his eyes darkened slightly. He gently lifted his hand, his fingertip brushing against her delicate chin. Even devoid of makeup, Wen Shijiao's beauty was breathtaking, her features sharp and vivid, with an exquisite curve that was perfectly balanced. Her nose was elegantly straight, and her lips, tinted a soft crimson, appeared both supple and luminous. In the stillness of the room, Liu Xuan could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He suddenly recalled Li Fuyu's words. Realizing that Wen Shijiao was truly deep in slumber, he carefully lifted her and carried her back to her bed. The following day, Wen Shijiao awoke, yet she could not recall how she had fallen asleep. She rubbed her forehead, pondering the elusive memories. It seems that I have been exceedingly busy lately, causing a great deal of disarray in her life, to the point where even the most mundane tasks escape my memory. Within Wen Yiyi's dowry were estates and shops, and her subordinates would regularly bring her the account books. This entire morning, Wen Yiyi had been engrossed in reviewing these records. During her midday respite, a young maid approached with a message. Your Highness, the 7th Princess Consort inquires if you are free this afternoon. She wishes to invite you to appreciate the flowers. Wen Yiyi closed her eyes, pondering. What flowers are there to admire in the dead of winter? Have the plum blossoms in my residence already bloomed? The maid replied, Indeed. It is an invitation to view the plum blossoms. It is said that several gentlemen will also be present at the 7th Prince's estate, which has recently been completed. Given that everyone is attending, it would be rather discourteous for her to decline, especially if her own lord might be among them. Wen Yiyi instructed Jin Kui to assist her in changing her attire. As Jin Kui arranged the hairpin atop Wen Yiyi's head, she remarked, If both the 5th Princess Consort and the Crown Princess Consort are present, the atmosphere may become quite tense. Wen Yiyi calculated the time. The 5th Princess Consort had recently suffered a miscarriage, and considering the attitude of the Ding family towards her and Empress Hu, it was certain they would insist she stay in her chamber to recuperate during this cold season. The last miscarriage had not affected her fundamentally, and she would likely wish for another child. Although the concubines could bear children for her to nurture, the threat to her status remained minimal. However, was the Ding family truly so forgiving? Moreover, within the royal family, having one's own offspring was undoubtedly a safer situation. As for Sun Yanxiao, Wen Yiyi could not yet predict if she would make an appearance. Before departing, Wen Yiyi inquired once more. Did you encounter Ku this morning when you delivered items to Lady Han's palace? The Lady Han asked me to express her gratitude and rewarded me with a silver coin, Jin Kui replied. Sister Ku and Princess Jin Fan are together. Though the princess is young, she possesses remarkable composure and understanding. Wen Yiyi nodded and settled into the carriage. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the 7th Prince's residence. Today, the gathering was rather sparse, with only Wen Yiyi and the 4th Princess Consort, Liu Shi, in attendance. Liu Shi, with her assertive nature, continued to feign nonchalance following her recent reprimand by the Empress, due to their shared experience in the Buddhist hall transcribing scriptures. The bond between the 7th Princess Consort and Liu Shi had grown considerably. After offending the 5th Princess Consort and Empress Hu, the 7th Princess Consort, Wang Shi, felt a rift with the 7th Prince and was now filled with frustration. The gender of her unborn child remained a mystery, yet the Ding family insisted it was a boy. Wang Shi lamented, now the Duke of Rue is frantic, desperately seeking fault with the Su family to impeach the Crown Princess Consort's father. I wonder if the Ding family is secretly plotting against both our families. Wang Shi hailed from Yingzhou, where her family held considerable influence, akin to a local tyrant, a force even the strongest dragon could not suppress. Should one scrutinize her household, numerous faults could undoubtedly be uncovered. A flicker of malice crossed Liu Shi's eyes, though it was fleeting. But who can blame her for winning the Emperor's favor? I have devised a plan to alleviate the tensions between the 5th sister-in-law and the Ding family. Eldest sister, 4th sister, I seek your counsel. Do you think it feasible? Wen Ziseo felt a twinge of suspicion as she observed the seventh princess consort sharing such secrets without regard for her presence. Liang remarked, "What is the remedy?" The seventh prince's consort lowered her voice and replied, "I have come across a prescription that not only enables swift conception, but also has the potential to transform a female fetus into a male, if presented to fifth sister-in-law. Do you think she might quell her anger? After all, she can still bear children later without jeopardizing her fundamental health." Wen Zisha was taken aback, as she had anticipated something more significant. She held a firm disbelief in such remedies, perceiving them as inherently dangerous, in her view. Excessive consumption of dubious concoctions could lead to unforeseen complications, even if they initially appeared harmless. Liang chuckled, "Is it truly the case? If this remedy proves effective, I believe eldest sister-in-law should consider it as well, since she and eldest brother have just wed and have yet to conceive." Chapter 64. In the palace, Wen Ziseo spoke softly, "It is wise to exercise caution with anything that enters one's mouth. I perceive this method to be rather perilous." The seventh prince's consort, Lady Wang, harbored some prejudice against Wen Ziseo. Now, witnessing Wen Ziseo's discontent, her expression soured slightly. "Oh, no wonder my sister-in-law was not punished that day. Perhaps she was not intoxicated, but rather inherently cautious, reluctant to join us." Wen Ziseo inquired, "Who provided the prescription in the hands of the seventh princess? Has it been shown to a physician? Such a priceless formula should not be casually revealed." Lady Wang, feeling displeased, wore a somewhat grim expression. "I shall inform both of you that I regard you as sisters-in-law and wish to discuss this amicably. Since my sister-in-law is so fond of suspicion, it may be best that she remains unaware of this prescription." Wen Ziseo set down her tea. "Since the seventh princess is so discontented, I shall take my leave." Lady Wang gritted her teeth and indeed dispatched a maid to escort her out. Lady Liang also doubted the existence of any formula capable of transforming a woman into a man. In the previous dynasty, several emperors had failed to produce heirs, adopting sons from their own clan. If such a formula truly existed, could the throne be passed to another's child? However, Lady Wang, young and fond of flattery, was not particularly astute. Engaging in a few unpleasant exchanges with her would yield little. Lady Liang merely responded with a few words of agreement, extolling the desirability of such a formula. As Wen Ziseo exited, Jean Kuei was seething with indignation. "What kind of people are they? Inviting you to admire the flowers on this wintry day, and yet they still send you away without having enjoyed the blooms." Wen Ziseo was not overly perturbed. In her previous life, such conflicts among sisters-in-law were not uncommon. Today's scenario was hardly noteworthy. Frankly, Lady Wang struck Wen Ziseo as a rather petty individual. During her time as the crown princess in her previous life, the fifth prince's consort had taken a disliking to Wen Ziseo, while Lady Wang, as a supposed ally, had secretly provided her with warnings about Lady Ding's malicious intentions, allowing Wen Ziseo to prepare accordingly. Days later, upon entering the palace, Wen Ziseo encountered Lady Wang once more. Lady Wang, still harboring resentment over the previous incident, rolled her eyes upon seeing Wen Ziseo. Wen Ziseo mused, "It seems this grudge has been firmly established." As the elder sister-in-law within the palace, Lady Wang could not afford to appear disrespectful. Reluctantly, she exchanged a few pleasantries with Wen Ziseo. Accompanying Lady Wang were several maids and a young woman of gentle appearance and graceful demeanor, who offered a sincere smile of apology to Wen Ziseo. Wen Ziseo turned to the young woman. "And who might this be?" Lady Wang replied coldly, "This is my cousin. Her father has been reassigned from the capital to serve as an official at the frontier, and the entire family has relocated." Such occurrences were common among families. And Wen Ziseo nodded in acknowledgement. The young woman bowed slightly. "I am Liu, and you may address me as Anyang, Your Highness." As Wen Ziseo made her way out of the palace, Lady Wang followed the same path, finding herself torn between moving too slowly or too quickly. Despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to walk alongside Wen Ziseo, engaging in conversation of little substance. Wen Ziseo inquired, "Are you also utilizing the prescription from the 7th Imperial Consort?" To which Wang replied, "Naturally. The Wang family has yet to conceive, but some of the concubines favored by the 7th prince in his youth have given birth. If a boy were to be born first, the Wang family would certainly desire to expand." Wen Ziseo then asked, "Is there truly no issue with your health?" Wang, visibly displeased, retorted, "It seems my elder sister-in-law eagerly anticipates my downfall. Rest assured, I am in excellent health, with no afflictions whatsoever." This prescription was given to me by my mother. Would she ever wish me harm? Wen Yiyi, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing her brief explanation, reflected that the palace physicians have scrutinized prescriptions of immense value, and in their eyes, this might not be particularly esteemed. 7th Imperial Consort. If you truly wish to turn your fortunes around, perhaps, Wang, feeling a surge of irritation, glanced around to confirm their solitude and finally erupted. Wen, do you genuinely believe that just because we address you as elder sister-in-law, you can wield authority? To me, you remain merely a young girl. Do you think you comprehend everything? Last time, you were merely fortunate enough to escape punishment. Wang had initially intended to maintain cordial relations with her sisters-in-law for the sake of the 7th prince. However, when the 5th prince's consort suffered a miscarriage, she found herself caught in unfortunate circumstances, returning only to face scorn from the 7th prince. Sun Yinxiao, with the status of crown princess, was exempt from punishment, while the 4th prince's consort, despite facing repercussions, received sufficient support from her husband, who publicly defended her honor. The 7th prince, however, perceived Wang as a liability, blaming her for tarnishing his reputation. During his tirade against her, he even compared her to Wen Yiyi, questioning why Wen, Dong, and Xiao did not attend the gathering, while Wang, perceived as foolish, rushed to join the fray, dragging her husband into disgrace before the empress. Once Wang departed, her anger still simmered. Miss Liu beside her urged her to remain calm, warning that excessive anger could harm her health. Wang bit her lip, acknowledging, I understand she means well, yet I cannot accept it. Why must I be in the wrong while she is in the right, when we have both just married? Miss Liu gently patted her back. Why compare yourself to her? Your status as an imperial consort is envied by countless others. It is a fortune earned over many lifetimes, and it should be cherished. Wang's gaze dimmed. The 7th master has not visited my quarters for days. If this continues, I shall surely fall from favor. If he desires dignity and wishes for me to apologize to the 5th sister-in-law, I shall comply. But if I could bear a male heir, would I still endure such indignities? Wang's mind was troubled, though she recognized that Wen Yiyi was far more genuine in her dealings than Liang or the 5th prince's consort. Yet, the 7th prince's words had deeply wounded her. Though her outburst today was unwarranted, there would be ample opportunities for future encounters, leaving room for reconciliation. As for that prescription, Wang furrowed her brow, pondering, should I consider showing it to the palace physician? Miss Liu remarked, the prescription was provided by my aunt. Would she truly wish harm upon my elder sister? Furthermore, my sister has been taking it for several days without any adverse effects. It would not be wise for the imperial physician to make a premature announcement. Lady Wang pondered this and indeed found the reasoning sound. Could one's own mother wish ill upon her child? After all, their fates were inextricably linked, sharing both honor and misfortune. However, upon returning home that evening, Lady Wang reflected upon her recent encounters with Wen Yiyi, recalling the sharp jibes and sarcastic remarks she had exchanged with her. The more she contemplated, the more she felt a sense of discomfort, leading to 2 restless nights devoid of proper sleep. Chapter 65. Within the palace after a short passage of time, the 5th prince's consort, Lady Ding, had largely recovered and was able to rise from her bed to take leisurely strolls. Several imperial consorts had successively visited the 5th prince's manor to offer their care and greetings. However, Wen Yiyi and Lady Ding were not on cordial terms. Their past lives had seen them in constant rivalry, and Wen Yiyi was reluctant to pay a visit. The unfortunate miscarriage of Lady Ding had become a significant occurrence both inside and outside the palace. Rumors had begun to circulate, claiming that Lady Ding had sustained severe injuries and would be unable to bear children in the future, leading to speculation that the 5th prince would seek another wife capable of childbearing. Upon hearing this news, Lady Ding was infuriated and demanded that those spreading the rumors be apprehended. Yet, the culprit proved elusive, and the Ding family's investigations yielded no results. At this juncture, Empress Hu fell ill due to a chill and was confined to her bed, prompting Lady Ding, as a daughter-in-law, to enter the palace to attend to her. With the Empress unwell, several imperial consorts and various palace officials paid her a visit. This time, Wen Yiyi could not avoid the situation and also made her way to the palace. Lady Ding, unusually dressed in modest attire, stood at the head of the Empress's bed, her mood far from cheerful. Empress Hu, perceiving her arrogance, had intentionally summoned her to the palace to diminish her pride. When Yiyi arrived with the 3rd prince's consort, Lady Dong, and the 4th prince's consort, Lady Liang, the 3 women paid their respects to Empress Hu, who, seated on her bed with a light application of powder and a single jade hairpin adorning her hair, smiled gently and invited everyone to sit. Lady Liang, having recently been embroiled in the turmoil surrounding Lady Ding's miscarriage, exchanged a few pleasantries with Empress Hu before remaining silent and sipping tea. Empress Hu's gaze fell upon Lady Dong's abdomen, her expression inscrutable. It is quite cold outside. You are with child, and should you happen to slip, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Lady Dong, you ought to visit the palace less often for your salutations. Lady Dong obediently acquiesced. Empress Hu sampled a spoonful of the silver ear and lotus seed soup offered by a maid, then suddenly turned her gaze toward Lady Dong. Since your marriage to the third prince, your relationship appears to flourish. I have heard that he has distanced himself from the other concubines for your sake. Lady Dong lowered her head humbly. I do not dare to seek exclusive favor. It is merely that the third master cherishes his legitimate wife, and I am fortunate. Empress Hu's lips curled slightly before her expression returned to neutrality. With your condition, it is only natural for the third prince to treat you well. Men are fond of gentle and virtuous women. Those who constantly vie for attention and harbor jealousy are hardly appealing to any man. Her words dripped with sarcasm, causing Lady Ding's expression to darken as she cast a resentful glance at Lady Dong's belly. Lady Dong opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Empress Hu then extended the bowl of soup to Lady Ding. Lady Dong, as you are with child, I have a capable maid who has reached the age to leave the palace. Let her attend to the third prince during this time. Lady Dong responded, Your Majesty's kindness is greatly appreciated, and I would not dare to refuse. However, as you know, my husband has temperament. He is not fond of having others arranged in his quarters. The last time, when Princess Zhu offered him someone, he declined. I fear that he may become irritable and inadvertently displease you. I shall discuss this with the third prince, and if he agrees, I will return to escort the maid. Empress Hu let out a cold laugh. It seems neither you nor the third prince have any regard for those in my court. CC, have you made any progress on your good fortune? Do not forget to have the imperial physician check your pulse regularly, lest you end up like the fifth prince's wife, unaware of your own pregnancy. When Zhao Zhao savored her tea, but upon hearing her name, she slowly set down her cup and replied with a smile. The physician visits the Jingjiang Wangfu regularly. I indeed hope the household will be blessed with children, as it would bring more liveliness. A child in the inner quarters is undoubtedly a source of support. Even in the harem, those who have fallen from favor can still wield a bit more influence if they have children. Yet, Liu Xuan was not one to be easily approached. It was a challenge to earn his trust or affection. When Zhao Zhao understood that she needed to cultivate their relationship gradually, allowing feelings to blossom before pursuing anything further. For several days, the fifth prince's consort, Ding Shi, had been under Empress Hu's oppression, causing her immense distress. She scrutinized Wen Zhao, feeling even more miserable at the sight. With the emperor visiting Empress Hu to inquire about her health, Ding Shi could not afford to appear too extravagant and had taken on a drab appearance reminiscent of a palace maid. In stark contrast, Wen Zhao donned a lake blue palace gown adorned with intricate silver cloud patterns, her hair styled with an exquisitely crafted hairpin embellished with glass and jewels, cascading white jade tassels that accentuated her delicate features. Ding Shi remarked, Elder sister-in-law, your appearance hardly suggests you are destined for motherhood. I have heard that women of extraordinary beauty often lead tragic lives. Otherwise, how could the saying beauties meet untimely ends exist? When Zhao retorted, to be honest, it is better for those who cannot speak to remain silent. In her previous life, as the crown princess, had Empress Hu overheard Ding Shi's indiscretions, she would have feigned ignorance or lightly admonished her for such remarks. But when Zhao was no longer that suffering crown princess, Empress Hu's expression darkened at Ding Shi's words. By your logic, all the beauties in the world should have perished long ago? Are only the ugly left alive in and out of the palace? Ding Shi did not anticipate that her words would offend the empress. No, that is not what I meant. She stammered, nearly biting her tongue. I spoke incorrectly. Empress Hu, suppressing her anger, demanded, since you recognize your mistake, why do you not apologize to the Princess of Jingjiang? Ding Shi bit her lip, utterly unwilling to lower herself before Wen Zhao. The latter did not offer her an escape, rising instead to say coolly, Your Majesty, having paid my respects today, I shall not impose further, so as not to disturb your rest. I shall come again on another day. With that, Wen Zhao took her leave. As she exited, both Dong Shi and Liang Shi expressed their intent to depart as well. Once the palace grew quiet, devoid of outsiders, Empress, who could no longer contain her ire and scolded Ding Shi coldly, "Fool, keeping you by my side, even in good health, is enough to make one ill." Empress, who had no desire to offend the Jingjiang Wangfu. Yet, observing Ding Shi's demeanor, it was clear that Wen Zhaozhao would have no interest in associating with her. The Empress regretted not having thoroughly investigated Ding Shi before allowing the fifth prince to marry such a woman. Ding felt utterly despondent, hiding away in a secluded place, shedding tears for an extended period. After her emotional release, she recalled the medicinal formula that the seventh prince's consort, Wang, had bestowed upon her the previous day. It was said that this concoction could facilitate a swift conception, culminating in the birth of a son. The Empress's disdainful demeanor towards her was undoubtedly linked to her failure to preserve her child. In the royal realm, matters concerning offspring were of paramount importance. If she could swiftly conceive and bear another child to secure her position, she was certain she could once again revel in the privileges of her former status within the household. Chapter 66. Within the palace after Empress, who recovered from her illness, Ding returned to the residence of the fifth prince. To be candid, as long as she refrains from being petty or jealous, the fifth prince holds a genuine affection for her. Among the sister-in-laws, Ding's beauty is second only to Wen Yiyi's. Throughout her life, she has been the center of admiration, and it is impossible for any man to remain indifferent upon seeing her. It was this very visage that led the fifth prince to choose her as his bride. Upon her return to the estate, Ding adopted a more demure demeanor, refraining from scolding the servants or hurling objects about as she once did. The fifth prince, observing her newfound tranquility, sighed in relief, spending several consecutive days at her residence. After each intimate encounter, Ding would consume a bowl of herbal decoction. The mere scent of it made the fifth prince feel nauseated. He frowned in displeasure, questioning why she would drink such a concoction after their union instead of resting peacefully. Ding smiled mysteriously, asserting that the potion would hasten her conception. The fifth prince dismissed her claims, believing it more prudent for her to focus on pleasing him rather than indulging in such nonsense. He remarked on the foul taste of the medicine, advising her to drink some water afterward. Ding rolled her eyes at him, explaining that it was a recipe given by the seventh prince's wife, purportedly capable of ensuring a male offspring. Even if a female child were conceived, it could supposedly be transformed into a male within the womb. The fifth prince found her assertions increasingly far-fetched. He had encountered many skilled physicians throughout his life. When he was poisoned as a child, he fell into a deep coma, prompting Empress Hu to summon renowned doctors from far and wide. The idea that these physicians could possess the extraordinary ability to alter a female fetus into a male struck him as implausible. Yet, upon gazing at Ding's exquisite features, his curiosity was piqued, and he beckoned her closer, suggesting that no medicine could rival the efficacy of his own involvement. Due to this remedy, Ding's attitude towards Princess Wang, the seventh prince's wife, improved significantly. Their relationship had been amicable before, but after Ding's loss, she had harbored resentment towards Wang for a time. However, her greatest animosity was reserved for Crown Princess Su Nianxiao. In comparison to Wang and Liang, Ding yearned for Su Nianxiao to face consequences. Yet, the latter's status as crown princess afforded her a level of protection that others did not enjoy. While both Liang and Wang faced repercussions, the crown princess remained comfortably ensconced in the crown prince's residence, untouched by any repercussions. As the new year approached, the palace prepared for its annual celebrations. On New Year's Eve, a grand banquet was held in the Zicheng Hall for the royal family and their kin. This was Wen Yiyi's first time attending, and she had taken the initiative to have Granny Pan discreetly inquire whether Empress Dowager Dong would make an appearance. Granny Pan swiftly returned with news. The Empress Dowager's health had improved considerably, and she would indeed attend the palace banquet this year. Wen Yiyi nodded in acknowledgement. With the Empress Dowager presiding over the festivities, she felt a greater sense of reassurance. Granny Pan, being a seasoned figure within the palace, had witnessed numerous grand occasions and had lived both inside and outside the palace for many years. Wen Yiyi had always been lenient towards such experienced servants. Pray tell, after this banquet, how should I conduct myself? What manner of speech should I adopt when addressing His Majesty? Wen Zhaozhao has been raised under the watchful eyes of the current emperor. In her childhood, the emperor even held her in his arms. At that tender age, she was blissfully unaware, boldly tugging at the emperor's beard without a care. However, as she matured and learned the ways of propriety, Wen Zhaozhao seldom appeared before the emperor. And when she did, it was with utmost decorum and trepidation. The emperor may extend leniency to a mere child of 2 or 3, but he would not afford the same indulgence to an adult who understands the weight of his authority. Now, as Wen Ziseo has wed Liu Xuan, the least favored among all the princes, she must exercise even greater caution in the emperor's presence, ever vigilant not to utter a misplaced word. The emperor's temperament is notoriously unpredictable. Old Madame Pan sighed softly, reassuring her, yet, with so many attendees at the palace banquet, the emperor will be preoccupied with the consorts and will not focus too much on you. Just maintain a low profile. Wen Ziseo nodded in agreement. On the day she entered the palace, Wen Ziseo adorned herself with meticulous care. For such a significant encounter with the emperor warranted detailed preparation. Which set of jewelry shall the young lady don today? Jean Kue meticulously selected pieces for Wen Ziseo, presenting a splendid phoenix headdress embellished with sapphires that seemed quite fitting. For such a grand occasion, we must certainly command the attention of the room. Wen Ziseo held a heart-shaped hairpin in her hand and pondered, perhaps, I shall forego this set today. She opted for a headdress of silk and pearl adorned with begonia blossoms instead. Jean Kue hesitated. Is this set not a tad too understated? In such gatherings, others will undoubtedly compete for brilliance. Wen Ziseo smiled gently. It is enough to shine before my husband. Why would I seek to outshine others in the emperor's presence? Shall we give the emperor the impression that our household is excessively opulent? The royal wealth is not what it once was. The current emperor, while a connoisseur of beauty, is no foolish ruler. During his rise to power, he decisively curtailed the collusion of the nobility, imposing significant restrictions on the royal clan. Otherwise, how could Liu He, a worthy crown prince, rely solely on palace resources without indulging in the excesses of power? In recent years, Emperor Qi Yuan has shown some leniency towards the royal family. Yet that does not imply he has entirely absolved them of their transgressions. As Wen Ziseo was preparing, a young maid approached to announce, Princess, Concubine Tao and Concubine Chun have arrived to pay their respects. Wen Ziseo, pinning a floral hairpin at the side of her head, replied coolly, Did I not instruct that they need not come? They insist on seeing you. The maid responded, Shall I send them away? Allow them to come, Wen Ziseo decided. Curious about their intentions. As Concubine Tao and Concubine Chun entered, a warm fragrance enveloped the room. Today, Wen Ziseo's chamber was imbued with the delicate scent of peonies, a fragrance that filled every corner, making the atmosphere feel even more inviting than a spring day. Upon glancing up, Concubine Tao noticed Wen Ziseo seated before the dressing mirror in a thin white skirt, delicately holding an East Pearl hairpin. The two concubines hurriedly bowed in respect. What brings you two here? Tao, the maid, quickly replied, There is a banquet in the palace today, and I wish to accompany the princess into the palace to attend to her. Beside her, Chen, the concubine, kept her head down, silently acquiescing to Tao's statement. Wen Ziseo inquired, Do you both wish to enter the palace? Of course, Tao yearned to enter, for she was certain the emperor would recognize her. If they were to meet, perhaps the emperor would converse with her, urging the prince to shower her with favor. Such a rare opportunity was not one she wished to let slip away. Chapter 67. In the palace prior to this, there had been a banquet at the palace, and neither Tao nor Chun, the concubines, were deemed worthy to attend. As mere concubines, their status within the household was only marginally above that of the servants, rendering them unqualified to be escorted into the palace by the prince. Now that a legitimate princess consort had been established, Wen Yiyi, as the rightful consort, would undoubtedly attend. It would be entirely normal for her to be accompanied by two concubines to serve tea and wine. Therefore, Tao was determined to find a way to be present. How could Wen Yiyi fail to perceive her intentions? Such trivial thoughts were utterly transparent before Wen Yiyi. Chun, the reticent concubine, remained silent. Yet her silence did not imply innocence. Every time Tao stirred up trouble, Chen would be there, quietly observing. Should there be any gain to be had, she too, as a concubine, would surely partake. Conversely, if there were repercussions, it would invariably be Tao, the loud and brash one, who would bear the brunt of the punishment, rather than the taciturn Chun. Having adorned her hair with exquisite ornaments, Wen Yiyi rose and instructed her maid to assist her in dressing. The maid unfurled the voluminous sleeves and draped them over Wen Yiyi, who wore a lavender gown that exuded elegance, enhancing her fair complexion with a translucent glow. A delicate, gossamer shawl enveloped her, adding an ethereal charm to her appearance. She fastened a fragrant sachet at her waist, declaring, In such circumstances, you need not accompany me. Tao felt a pang of resentment. I have once served in the presence of the emperor and am well acquainted with the protocols of the palace. Allowing me to accompany you would not only spare you from trouble, but may also help you evade potential dangers. Wen Yiyi, however, remained resolute. She was not a woman lacking in conviction, nor did she fear that Tao would usurp her favor. Her concern lay in the potential chaos that Tao might incite in such a setting. There is no need. My maidservants are well aware of their duties. You two may withdraw. As the rightful mistress of the entire estate and the sole princess consort, Wen Yiyi's command was absolute. Tao, disheartened, could not contest further and left with a downcast expression. Upon exiting, she spotted her lord, Liu Xuan, approaching Wen Yiyi's residence. Tao dared only to inquire of Wen Yiyi, too intimidated to show herself before Liu Xuan. During this time, she had received no affection from him and had developed a natural fear and reverence towards him. Upon encountering Liu Xuan, she and Chun offered a respectful bow. Tao wished to voice additional words, but Liu Xuan merely nodded curtly and departed. Frustrated, Tao twisted her handkerchief in her grip. Before Liu Xuan could enter, he caught faint sounds of conversation from within. Since both are gifts from the Emperor and Empress, Miss, if you were to take them along, perhaps the Emperor and Empress would perceive your generosity as magnanimous. Indeed, both had spent time in the palace and were undoubtedly familiar with the etiquette. Liu Xuan recognized the voices as belonging to the maidservants attending Wen Yiyi. Soon after, a cool, clear voice resonated. Such a reputation for virtue holds little significance, whether gained or lost. Tao Shiji once served in the presence of the emperor, but having recently fallen out of favor, she dreaded the emperor inquiring about her current circumstances. She remarked that any shortcomings of the Wangfei would adversely affect the entire Wangfu. In the emperor's presence, it seemed prudent to avoid any risk whatsoever. Ren Ruo, upon hearing Wen Yiyi's words, discreetly observed her lord's expression. To be candid, Ren Ruo truly believed her lord had found a commendable Wangfei. Just look at her perspective and demeanor. Although Ren Ruo was aware that her lord was a paragon among men, deserving of any woman, the matter of marriage is heavily reliant on fate. It is not guaranteed that one's virtues will align with another's. A slight misstep could lead to an ill-suited match. Her lord excelled in both military prowess and scholarly accomplishments, while the Wangfei exhibited meticulousness and steadiness in her domestic affairs, thereby enhancing the Wangfu's reputation. Just days prior, the fourth master had expressed gratitude to his elder sister-in-law for providing Liangshi with knee and wrist guards, ensuring her comfort in the temple. Ren Ruo smiled and said, "My lord, you once seemed indifferent to marriage, while the other younger lords have wed. You remained focused solely on your career. Now, it appears to be a blessing to have someone who considers your well-being. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise." Initially, it seemed unfortunate that her lord married late, but now it appeared he was merely waiting for the most suitable companion. Liu Xuan pushed open the door and entered. Wen Yiyi had changed into her attire and was seated by the window, sipping tea. Upon noticing Liu Xuan's arrival, she poured him a cup. "My lord," Liu Xuan inquired, "did Tao Shiji and Qin Shiji come by recently?" Wen Yiyi, sensing the potential for gossip, felt a flutter of anxiety. After all, both Tao and Chun had spent considerable time in Liu Xuan's company, and despite his reserved nature, they likely shared a profound camaraderie. Moreover, given that she and Liu Xuan had yet to consummate their union, he might harbor some wariness towards her. If the two had indeed spoken ill of her, Liu Xuan might be inclined to believe them. Wen Yiyi nodded. Liu Xuan noticed her lips were tinged a delicate crimson, likely from a touch of rouge. Yet, when she lowered her head to drink, the color did not mar the pristine porcelain cup. Liu Xuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he raised the cup to his lips and drained it in one swift motion. If he disapproved of them, he could easily confine them. "You are the Wangfei," he stated. "Anyone in the household who disregards your authority may be dealt with at your discretion." Wen Yiyi smiled faintly. "Very well." Meanwhile, within the crown prince's residence, Su Nianxia was in a fit of rage. That wretched Chu is to enter the palace? On what grounds? Just because she is an older woman? Her maid, alarmed, hushed her. "Crown princess, please refrain from speaking so loudly. If the crown prince were to hear." Su Nianxiao's chest heaved in indignation. The title of crown princess. Who in this entire estate respects her as such? All the servants are fawning over that old woman, Chu Ruyuan. Aside from bearing the title of crown princess, she derives no tangible benefits from it. The crown prince is even reluctant to consummate their union. Only in public does she bask in glory, as others regard her as the esteemed crown princess. Today is the palace banquet, and numerous guests will attend. Su Nianxiao yearned to seize the opportunity to shine and to trample on Wen Shijiao, demonstrating the exceptional status of her position. However, the crown prince unexpectedly insisted she bring along Chu Shi. In such a setting, Presenting the crown prince's concubine would only serve to slap her own face. Contemplating this, Su Ningxiao felt an overwhelming desire to devour Chu Riyuan alive. Chapter 68. Within the palace, she absolutely cannot go. Su Ningxiao said angrily. How could a person of her lowly status be allowed to attend such an occasion? The maid beside her was given to her by her mother, Madame Wen, 2 years her senior, and having grown up in the Su residence, her name was Qing'er. Influenced by Madame Wen, Qing'er was more composed in her actions. She grasped Su Ningxiao's arm and advised, Your Highness, this is not the time for stubbornness. To win the heart of His Royal Highness, you must engage in what he enjoys. Observing his attitude towards Chu Shi, it appears he favors understanding women. Su Ningxiao bit her lip. Very well. She would endure. Once she had secured the prince's affection, it would not be too late to deal with that wretched Chu Shi. Just a little patience. She had already ascended to the position of crown princess. The future empress and dowager empress titles would undoubtedly be hers. With this thought, Su Ningxiao instructed Qing'er. Go inform the prince that I am willing to allow Chu Shi to accompany me into the palace. Qing'er nodded and hurried off. When Wen Zishan and Liu Xuan arrived at the Zikan Hall, half of the guests were already present. The Crown Prince Liu He was among the earliest to arrive, flanked by the Crown Princess Su Ningxiao. To Wen Zishan's surprise, following Su Ningxiao was Chu Riyuan. In her previous life, Liu He had also insisted that Chu Riyuan accompany Wen Zishan into the palace at this very moment. However, Wen Zishan had rejected Liu He's request. Reflecting on Liu He's fondness for Chu Riyuan, she realized he would not pass up any opportunity to pave the way for her. In such a setting, Liu He would surely orchestrate a situation to embarrass Su Ningxiao, allowing Chu Riyuan to appear dignified and win the admiration of all. Liu He was a man of considerable cunning, skilled in the art of disguise. Wen Zishan couldn't help but glance at Liu Xuan beside her, dressed in a dark robe. His tall figure and striking, cold profile appeared even more profound under the flickering lights. Though he too possessed a deep reservoir of cunning, for some reason, Wen Zishan found herself more drawn to Liu Xuan. Perhaps it was because he would not resort to the base tactics that Liu He employed. Nor would he use a woman's tears as a stepping stone for another. Liu Xuan noticed Wen Zishan's gaze upon him, and so did Ren Ruo, who also observed that despite the prince's icy demeanor, his ears had inexplicably turned a shade of crimson. Brother, sister-in-law, you both arrived so early? Hearing this voice, Liu Xuan turned around impatiently. As expected, the third prince Liu Lin was approaching, supporting his pregnant wife, Lady Dong. Liu Lin curled his lips and remarked, Sister-in-law, don't you find it tiresome to be around an ice mountain all day? If I were married to my brother, I would have been exasperated long ago. Wen Zishan remained silent. Lady Dong, typically averse to crowded gatherings, though maintaining decorum, often felt anxious in such environments and preferred to keep her distance from others. Consequently, her relationships with other sisters-in-law remained rather distant. This year, with Wen Zishan's arrival, she finally felt a sense of relief, managing a faint smile as she settled beside Wen Zishan, saying, Sister-in-law, do not take offense at the third prince. He is simply like that. Wen Ziseo naturally did not take Liu Lin's jest to heart. Oh, third master wishes to marry our prince. That simply cannot be. Noticing the affection his royal consort held for Wen Ziseo, Liu Lin, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, Even if I desired it, my elder brother would not consent. He is exceedingly particular, and I am hardly a beauty like my sister-in-law, renowned throughout the realm. He would certainly dismiss me. Liu Xuan shot Liu Lin a cold glance. Silence. Liu Lin retorted, Sister-in-law, see? Now my elder brother wishes to slay me. As they conversed, Empress Zhu approached. Liu Lin, being a dutiful son, took his mother, the Empress, to speak with her, accompanied by Lady Dong. Just as Empress Zhu settled into her seat, Empress Jing and Lady Xiao Jing entered. The 9th prince and the 4th prince, both born of Empress Jing, approached her to pay their respects. Empress Jing greeted the 9th prince warmly. Taking his hand and expressing concern, you appear to have lost some weight. Have those wretched servants failed to care for you? The 9th prince, with a simple smile, shook his head. No, mother, I am well. Lady Liang, the 4th prince's consort, remarked with a smile, 9th brother is of age. As spring approaches and the selection of candidates begins, it would be prudent for you, mother, to choose a suitable young lady for him, ensuring the future 9th princess can look after him well. Empress Jing, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, Indeed, with past experiences in mind, I shall certainly select a worthy daughter-in-law for the 9th. A poor choice could lead to discord between mother and son. Her words were laden with implication. causing Lady Liang's smile to falter completely. The fourth prince felt a sense of discomfort. He could not comprehend why, despite his consort's diligent efforts over the years, his mother would publicly mock Lady Liang in such a manner. "Mother, how have you been recently?" the fourth prince ventured. Empress Jing ignored his inquiry, instead grasping the ninth prince's hand and inquiring what kind of princess consort he desired. The ninth prince, being merely in his early teens, felt embarrassed to discuss such matters publicly and stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Feeling out of place before Empress Jing, the fourth prince and Lady Liang soon found their way to Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan, elder brother, sister-in-law. Lady Liang, observing the attire and jewelry adorning Wen Yiyi, felt a pang of jealousy. She was aware that Wen Yiyi had received a substantial dowry from the Wen family, far exceeding her own. Yet, recalling Wen Yiyi's previous kindness during her own punishment of transcribing scriptures, her jealousy mingled with other emotions, leaving her in a state of confusion and melancholy. Truth be told, Lady Liang envied Wen Yiyi's lack of a mother-in-law. With someone like Empress Jing as a mother-in-law, offering no support and only creating strife, it seemed far better to have none at all. Wen Yiyi, untroubled by a demanding mother-in-law, was married to Liu Xuan, a man of remarkable grace and beauty, one of the most distinguished in the capital, who was not only well-versed in poetry but also skilled in martial pursuits, unlike the fourth prince, whose looks were less than favorable. The thought of such a life brought her a sense of ease. Upon noticing the fourth prince and his consort approaching Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan, Empress Jing's disdain for Wen Yiyi intensified to an almost unbearable degree. Jingfei gritted her teeth and instructed the palace maid beside her to summon Lady Liang. "Bring the fourth prince's consort here. I have matters to discuss with her." Lady Liang turned to see Jingfei's face pale with anger, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She cast a worried glance at the fourth prince, who appeared somewhat restless. He found himself utterly perplexed by the complexities of a woman's heart and could hardly fathom how, in the brief moment he had come to engage in polite conversation, he had inadvertently offended Jingfei. The thought of his mother humiliating his consort in public was distressing. Thus, the fourth prince followed Lady Liang as they approached Jingfei. Chapter 69. The palace. As the fourth prince accompanied Lady Liang, Empress Jing, with a cold expression, inquired, "Why hasn't Kong'er arrived?" Lady Liang, with a forced smile, replied, "Kong'er is still young. In such an occasion, I fear he may cause a disturbance and displease His Majesty. Who can truly manage a child's temperament? This day is of exceptional significance, and I do not wish for a child's noise to mar the atmosphere." This evening, it was evident that very few children under the age of 5 had been brought. Empress Jing, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "It appears to me that you, as a mother, are shirking your responsibilities, utterly reluctant to care for your child. How could the fourth prince marry such a consort?" Lady Liang, upon receiving such harsh words publicly from Empress Jing, found herself at a loss, tears welling in her eyes. The fourth prince, unable to bear the sight, understood that this was not Lady Liang's fault. Empress Jing's acerbic nature was well known and had persisted for quite some time. He quickly interjected, "Kong'er is still young. It is most prudent for the nanny to look after him at home. If mother wishes to see her grandson, I shall bring him to the palace on another occasion." "Do not be ridiculous," Empress Jing scoffed. "Lady Liang, why are you crying? Is it because I have spoken the truth? To display such temper on a joyous occasion is utterly unbecoming. You would do better to return home and reflect on your actions." With a respectful bow, Lady Liang, feeling aggrieved, departed from the palace. The fourth prince, feeling dejected, struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing any sign of dissatisfaction. One by one, other princes and princesses arrived, including Empress Hu, who graced the Zikan Hall. Most of the princes' mothers were present, and each approached their respective matriarchs to pay their respects. In the midst of this lively scene, Wen Yiyi found herself inexplicably reminded of her past life. It had been much the same then. Everyone was bustling with excitement, while Liu Xuan remained aloof, distant from all. Yet, in her previous life, although she appeared to be the resplendent crown princess, how different was her plight from his. As Wen Yiyi gazed at Liu Xuan's solitary profile, she became lost in her memories. Liu Xuan, feeling her gaze upon him, felt his ears grow warm. After a prolonged silence, he took a hearty sip of strong liquor and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Wen Yiyi stammered, Liu Xuan had never harbored much fondness for her. Her boldness in staring at him must have only increased his annoyance. She ventured, in such scenes, "Your Highness has always been alone?" If only Consort Li were still alive. Liu Xuan had scant memories of his mother, as he was but a child when she passed away. Yet, through the fragmented whispers of palace servants and scattered records, He had gleaned some understanding of what consortly had been like. A princess of a foreign tribe. Her temperament starkly contrasted with the women of the noble houses of the time. It was said that in her youth, she was fiery and passionate. Yet upon entering the capital, she was bound by stringent norms and lived rather uncomfortably. To the eyes of many, Liu Xuan's lineage, tainted by the foreign blood of his deceased mother, was seen as a blemish, rendering him nearly unworthy of the throne. However, the bond of blood, inseparable and profound, could not be severed. Despite his innate emotional reticence, Liu Xuan held a certain affection for the mother who bore him and did not resent his heritage. After all, without Li Pin, he would not exist in this world. Over the years, few have dared to mention Li Pin in Liu Xuan's presence. If she were still alive, she would likely disapprove of such a scene. Liu Xuan remarked that she preferred riding horses on the grasslands. Can you ride? Wen Yiyi shook her head. Since childhood, her constitution had been somewhat delicate, nurtured in the confines of her home, where her family aimed to cultivate her into a refined lady. I presume you cannot either. Liu Xuan observed, his gaze resting upon her face. Today, I shall teach you. As the two conversed, the scene appeared remarkably harmonious to outsiders. Sun Yanqiu bit her lip and glanced at the crown prince beside her. The crown prince had nothing to say to Sun Yanqiu. He was preoccupied with introducing Chu Ruyuan to the ladies of the Zhang family. Sun Yanqiu wished to forge good relations with the crown prince's relatives, yet did not want to demean herself by initiating conversation. After all, she was the crown princess. As the esteemed crown princess, it is only fitting that others greet her first. It is beneath her dignity to lower herself. Sun Yanqiu cast a sidelong glance at the others, adopting an air of regal superiority befitting a crown princess. Chu Ruyuan, born a palace maid, maintained a demeanor of humility, actively serving tea to the crown prince's aunt and engaging with several of his cousins. Sun Yanqiu looked down upon such behavior, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. In such a grand occasion, she felt it would be a waste not to assert her authority as crown princess. As she observed Chu Ruyuan lavish praise upon the crown prince's cousins, complimenting their elegant attire and exquisite jewelry, Sun Yanqiu interjected, "The fabric of that dress is somewhat outdated. I shall reward you with a fine piece for a new garment. Now that is truly beautiful. And that jade bracelet lacks vibrancy. I possess a superior one to bestow upon you." As soon as her words left her lips, the atmosphere grew tense. Sun Yanqiu had anticipated gratitude and affection from the crown prince's cousins, but was met instead with stiffened expressions. The Zhang family, a prestigious lineage that had produced an empress and now a crown prince, stood among the highest echelons of Qi dynasty nobility. Those present were all legitimate daughters, accustomed to privilege and adoration. Yet the crown princess had belittled their attire and possessions, suggesting rewards as if they lacked for anything. The two Zhang sisters smiled politely but declined, saying, "Your Highness's kindness is too much for us." Sun Yanqiu felt a surge of frustration at failing to garner favor among the crown prince's relatives. Her gaze drifted to Wen Yiyi, who appeared dignified and elegant in her attire. A plan formed in her mind. If she could not shine in this gathering, it would suffice to bring embarrassment to Wen Yiyi. With this thought, Sun Yanqiu approached, seized a cup of tea from the table, and pretended to stumble, aiming to spill the tea onto Wen Yiyi's light-colored dress, knowing it would be conspicuous. She would either have to endure the evening in soiled garments or return home to change. In that moment, as the tea splashed from Sun Yanqiu's cup, Liu Xuan swiftly pulled Wen Shirzao into his embrace, turning his body to shield her. Clad in a robe of deep ink, the tea did not stain his attire at all. Sun Yanqiu gaped in shock. Initially, Wen Shirzao was taken aback and did not comprehend the situation. However, upon noticing Sun Yanqiu's tilted teacup, she reached out to Liu Xuan's shoulder, finally grasping what had transpired. Sun Yanqiu hurriedly exclaimed, "I assure you, it was an accident. Prince of Jingjiang, are you unharmed?" Liu Xuan cast her a cold glance. For reasons unknown, Sun Yanqiu felt an inexplicable sense of fear and trepidation under his gaze. Chapter 70. Within the palace, Liu Xuan was aware that Sun Yanqiu's actions were intentional. He discerned that her target was Wen Yiyi. However, as a man, it was not appropriate for him to engage in a dispute with a woman in such a public setting. "It is nothing," Liu Xuan remarked coldly. "I did not anticipate that the crown princess would behave in such an undignified manner. The emperor had yet to arrive, and should he do so, Sun Yanqiu would undoubtedly face disgrace." Crown Prince Liu Ha, hearing the commotion, hurried over. The palace attendants informed him of the situation, and he quickly grasped what had transpired. "Elder brother, are you unharmed?" Liu Ha inquired anxiously. "The crown princess has acted improperly. I apologize on her behalf." Sun Yanqiu stood by, taken aback. Lu He was the crown prince, and she the crown princess. What was the harm in dousing Liu Xuan with water? How could a dignified crown prince offer apologies to a mere prince? Liu Xuan's disdain for Liu He stemmed from the latter's previous flirtations with Wen Yiyi. His tone was frosty. This cup of tea has been spilled upon me. Your apologies are unnecessary. Were it to have been poured upon my wife? This matter would surely not be dismissed lightly. The threat in his voice was palpable. Sun Yanqiao understood that Liu Xuan was warning her against any further actions towards Wen Yiyi. Wen Yiyi, upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. In her past life, when she was beset by schemes and insults from her sisters-in-law, her husband, the crown prince, had not only failed to defend her but had also cast blame upon her for being an inadequate crown princess. In that moment of isolation, no one had come to her aid. Later, when Liu Xuan did help her, the crown prince questioned his motives, asserting that Liu Xuan had no right to involve himself in the affairs of the crown prince's estate. Now, finally receiving protection in public, Wen Yiyi felt a surge of gratitude towards Liu Xuan, coupled with an inexplicable urge to weep. The crown prince quickly reassured, as long as elder sister-in-law is unharmed, all is well. Should anything have happened to her, I would surely punish the crown princess. The Empress Dowager, forever envious of the crown prince's standing, added fuel to the fire. The crown princess should exemplify the virtues of a royal wife, yet she repeatedly falters. It is imperative, crown prince, that you address this matter appropriately. Before Sun Yanqiao could fully comprehend the situation, she was penalized with a half-year's salary forfeiture. Wen Yiyi took out her handkerchief to dab at the water on Liu Xuan's garments. Your Highness, you are dressed so lightly. You are soaked through. She felt a pang of sympathy, grateful that the palace was warm. However, while the emperor is still absent, you must change your clothes promptly. Renrua interjected, Princess, there are no garments here suitable for His Highness. If we were to return to the Wangfu, the time would be quite tight. Liu Xuan appeared indifferent to the matter. He had fought at the borders, unlike the frail young lords of the capital. He was a man who had emerged from the blood-soaked fields of battle and was unbothered by such trivialities. The discomfort was fleeting, the palace was warm, and he could change upon returning home after the banquet. When Yiyi pondered for a moment, the residence of Consort Zhu was not far from Zikan Hall. Given the close relationship between the third prince and Consort Zhu, it was possible that there would be garments belonging to the third prince available there. Although the third prince is slightly shorter than Liu Xuan, his garments are predominantly tailored generously, ensuring they would fit. Wearing wet clothing is inherently uncomfortable. With a couple of hours still ahead, Wen Yiyi did not wish for Liu Xuan to endure such discomfort. She approached the Empress Dowager Zhu with a beaming smile. Greeting her, esteemed Empress Dowager, I wish you well. You appear even more radiant than before, resembling a youthful maiden. Sitting alongside the third princess, you look like sisters. The Empress Dowager, who had one favor due to her beauty, relished such compliments. Upon hearing Wen Yiyi's praise, she smiled with her eyes twinkling. What a sweet-tongued girl you are. When you come to the palace to play, do remember to visit my chambers often. After exchanging pleasantries, Wen Yiyi inquired if there were any garments for the third prince in the palace, as she wished to provide him with a dry outfit. The Empress Dowager, fond of Wen Yiyi, quickly instructed a palace maid to fetch some attire. Just in time, I had some new clothes made for the third prince, which he has yet to try on. Little Fu, hurry and bring that outfit adorned with the golden qilin pattern. It is slightly larger. The third prince, known for his banter, chuckled. Elder sister-in-law, what do I gain if you dress my brother in my clothes? I've heard someone has gifted him a prized steed. Perhaps you could arrange one for me as well. Wen Yiyi laughed. Oh, third prince, how shameless you are. Your own brother dons your clothing, and yet you seek a reward from your sister-in-law. Empress Dowager, will you not intervene with your son? The Empress Dowager felt a mix of exasperation and affection for her son. While she disdained his incessant troublemaking, she missed him when he was away. She playfully poked his forehead. How can you covet a steed when someone wears your clothing? Such audacity. Wen Yiyi continued with a smile, I am timid and would not dare to assume authority over His Highness. If you truly desire it, why not speak directly to him? Our lord is not a miser. I am certain he would be willing to lend you the horse for a few days. The third prince pondered for a moment but ultimately decided against it. His rapport with Liu Xuan was not particularly strong, and he often found himself speaking to an indifferent audience, which felt rather awkward. The palace maid soon returned with the clothing, a complete set of garments. Wen Yiyi hurried to Liu Xuan, urging him to change in the side hall. Liu Xuan, aware that Wen Yiyi and Dong Shi were cousins and appeared to have a good relationship, assumed she sought to converse with Dong Shi out of boredom. To his surprise, she had brought him a clean outfit. When Shisa reached out to touch the damp area on Liu Xuan's attire, given the winter chill, it was unlikely to dry quickly after being soaked with tea. There are many people today. You should change with the eunuch's assistance. This is the third princess clothing, which he has not yet worn, she softly suggested. Ren Ruo, accompany his highness. Ren Ruo nodded in agreement. Once in the side hall, as Ren Ruo assisted Liu Xuan with changing, she remarked, the princess truly cares for you. She remembers even the smallest details. Is it not said that a woman's heart is meticulous? If it were Ren Ruo, Liu Xuan would certainly have taken his words about wearing wet clothes at face value. Yet, who truly relishes the idea of donning damp attire? This outfit fit him perfectly, and Ren Ruo adjusted Liu Xuan's sash, saying, Your Highness, let us return. From a distance, Liu Xuan spotted Wen Yiyi seated there. Amidst the throngs of people today, for some inexplicable reason, his gaze could always find her. A sudden, unfamiliar sensation surged within him, a blend of slight pain and fluttering excitement. Throughout the years of his life, only upon encountering Wen Yiyi did he experience such peculiar feelings. Chapter 71. The imperial banquet. Liu Xuan settled himself beside Wen Yiyi. Upon seeing his return, Wen Yiyi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, I was concerned that the prince's attire might not fit well, but it appears to be just right, Liu Xuan remarked. The craftsmanship is not sufficiently exquisite. Is this not exquisite enough? Wen Yiyi leaned closer to examine the embroidery on his garments. The fabric and stitching were already of superior quality. If the prince finds this lacking, perhaps only celestial garments would satisfy you. As she drew nearer, Liu Xuan caught a glimpse of her alabaster neck and even sensed a faint trace of her delicate fragrance. His tone was nonchalant. Yet a hint of amusement flickered in his slender, beautiful phoenix eyes. The craftsmanship of the shoes worn by the princess is commendable. Wen Yiyi, the length of my skirt has long concealed my shoes. How did you notice them? The pair of powder blue satin embroidered shoes adorned with peony patterns was crafted by her own hands, completed just 2 days prior. Liu Xuan had seen them during her making. Yet today was the first occasion she donned them. When Shisha pondered Liu Xuan's intentions, do you wish for me to personally craft a pair for you, your highness? Liu Xuan, I have never expressed such a desire. When Shisha, I am unaware of your shoe size. Nearby, Ren Ruo discerned her lord's unspoken wish for the princess to create something personally for him, yet he felt hesitant to voice it. Ren Ruo quickly added, allow me to fetch various sizes of attire for you, my lord. When Shisha, very well. While they conversed, the Emperor and Empress Dowager Dong arrived, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. This marked the first appearance of the Empress Dowager since her recovery from illness. Upon observing the Empress Dowager's complexion, Empress Hu's heart sank momentarily. Previously, she had thought the Empress Dowager, given her advanced age and recent ailment, would not survive the winter, especially since the imperial physicians had been cautious in their treatment, following her subtle hints. If the Empress Dowager were to pass, the entire harem would fall under her reign. To her astonishment, the Empress Dowager had indeed endured. The current emperor held immense respect for his mother, the one who nurtured him. And the hierarchy of the harem was clear. Above was the Empress Dowager, followed by the Empress, Consort Zhu, Consort Ruan, Consort Jingyi, Consort Li, and other esteemed ladies of the harem. Recently, the young Jing clan had gained considerable favor, as the emperor had seated her beside Consort Jing. As for the princes, the crown prince occupied the foremost position as the heir, with the others seated in order of seniority. Naturally, Liu Xuan, as the eldest brother, sat just below the crown prince. Sun Yanxiao noticed her position was ahead of Wen Yiyi's, causing her tail to perk up with delight. After all, she was the crown princess and, aside from the empress and empress dowager, held a status above all other women present. What of Chu Riyuan's favor in the crown prince's residence? Was she not still standing behind her like a servant? The penalties imposed on her allowances meant little to Sun Yanxiao. Her dowry was substantial, and she relied not on these allowances for sustenance. Emperor Qi Yuan sat at the head, adorned in the dragon robe of the Ming emperor, displaying a demeanor less severe than usual, emanating a sense of warmth and approachability. Emperor Qi Yuan remarked, today's family banquet should not be overly formal. The palace musicians began to play and dance, while dishes and wine were gradually presented. The third prince, already close to the emperor, had brought along the expectant Lady Dong, insisting that the emperor bestow a name upon the unborn child. Lady Dong remained silent, quietly standing to the side. The third prince, typically loquacious, was favored by the emperor, who, however, held little affection for Lady Dong, perceiving her as rather dull, akin to a closed gourd. Nevertheless, as she was a daughter of the Dong family, the emperor afforded her some respect in the presence of the Dowager Empress. How can I name the child when the gender is yet unknown? The third prince confidently declared. Regardless of whether it is a boy or girl, any name bestowed by your majesty today will suffice. The emperor chuckled heartily and granted the name Hui. Concubine Jing observed the third prince basking in the emperor's favor and discreetly signaled to the ninth prince, urging him to approach the emperor as well. The ninth prince, aware of the emperor's disdain for him, hesitated, ignoring concubine Jing's gestures. The fifth prince, ever eager to vie for the emperor's affection, approached and wished the emperor longevity and health, adding that his own consort Ding, was recovering well and would surely bear a robust son in the coming year. Though consort Ding was foolish and raucous, the emperor found her preferable to the taciturn Lady Dong. Liu Xuan sat quietly to the side, observing the lively atmosphere of the banquet, yet feeling an inner calm. His gaze occasionally drifted to Wen Yiyi, who sat serenely, seemingly detached from the surrounding clamor. Sensing Liu Xuan's gaze, Wen Yiyi looked up and met his eyes, offering a gentle smile. Her smile was like a spring breeze, infusing warmth into Liu Xuan's tranquility. Emperor Qi Yuan, surveying his sons gathered around him, felt a sense of satisfaction and contentment. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Wen Yiyi. Having seen little of her over the past 2 years, he felt a touch of unfamiliarity, yet recalled that she had grown under his watchful eye, which stirred a fondness within him. Xuaner, your wife appears quite well behaved today, the emperor suddenly interjected. Breaking the surrounding din, Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as he seldom engaged with the emperor beyond matters of state. He quickly rose and bowed, responding, "Thank you for your kind words, father. The princess has always been most virtuous." The emperor nodded, then turned to Wen Yiyi and said, "Yiyi, you must diligently assist Xuaner in bearing children to continue our lineage." Wen Yiyi, her thoughts whirling, respectfully bowed and replied, "I shall faithfully heed your majesty's counsel and do my utmost to support his highness in ensuring the continuation of the royal lineage." Pleased by her words, the emperor nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Su Nianxiao's expression shifted slightly, her eyes flickering with jealousy and resentment as she regarded Wen Yiyi. The banquet continued, with music, laughter, and the clinking of cups creating a warm and bustling atmosphere. Yet amidst the revelry, Wen Yiyi felt an inexplicable pressure. She was acutely aware that as Liu Xuan's wife, she would not only contend with the intrigues and machinations of the imperial harem, but also bear the weighty responsibility of ensuring the continuation of the royal lineage. However, she and Liu Xuan had yet to consummate their marriage. Contemplating this, Wen Yiyi found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. Empress Dowager Dong sat at the head of the assembly, her advanced age rendering her keenly observant of every movement beneath her. Historically, she had held a favorable view of her grandson Liu Xuan, believing him to be the most capable among the princes, albeit her regard had been limited to that. Now that Liu Xuan had taken Wen Yiyi as his wife, their bond had deepened, and thus the circumstances had changed entirely. Chapter 72. The imperial banquet. As the third and fifth princes vied for their father's favor, the Empress Dowager Dong waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Enough. You are both causing me a headache with your incessant prattling." Emperor Qi Yuan chuckled and motioned for them to take their seats again. "How has your health been of late, mother?" he inquired. "Today's gathering is quite lively. It would do you good to join us and unwind. Though I fear I may be a bother to you." "Not at all," replied Empress Dowager Dong. "Recently, I found myself rather bored in the Shokong Palace. The Princess of Jingjiang often came to visit, and her company was most welcome." "See? Emperor Qi Yuan mused. "I had thought she would marry the crown prince. Yet marrying Xuaner isn't a poor choice either." The emperor felt a certain distance from Liu Xuan, his son. As long as Liu Xuan harbored no ambitions that could jeopardize the state, he would allow him to enjoy the privileges of a noble lord. Indeed, the prospect of Wen Yiyi entering the royal household seemed favorable. While the crown prince's residence held great prestige, it also posed greater dangers. Xuaner possesses remarkable capabilities. "Do not let them go to waste," Empress Dowager Dong remarked. "This child is usually quiet and unassuming. I find him quite commendable." Emperor Qi Yuan smiled. Her observation was astute. The other princes frequently interacted with the court, and he often received tidings from his informants. Minor skirmishes did not concern him in the slightest. He understood that both the third and fifth princes had their ambitions, yet the third lacked the capability to transform his eloquent words into action, while the fifth was overly impulsive and easily swayed by the opinions of those around him. Neither could achieve anything substantial. Although the crown prince held the position of heir, Emperor Qi Yuan remained wary of entrusting him with significant matters, as he was continuously scrutinized. He would not delegate too much authority. As for the others, It was indeed Liu Xuan who exhibited the most composure. The emperor was uncertain whether Liu Xuan had never aspired to that position or if he simply concealed his ambitions too well for anyone to discern. Should it be the former, Emperor Qi Yuan would feel at ease assigning him numerous responsibilities. If it were the latter, given Liu Xian's age and connections, it could be rather alarming. Regardless, until Liu Xuan revealed any specific intentions, the emperor chose to regard him as trustworthy. After the banquet concluded, Liu Xuan and Wen Yiyi set off for the royal residence. During the feast, Liu Xuan had been persuaded by several brothers to partake in some wine. Yet he remained sober. Wen Yiyi, possessing a low tolerance for alcohol, found herself the target of the fifth princess's disdain, who relentlessly urged her to drink, hoping to witness her disgraceful behavior while intoxicated. However, even when inebriated, Wen Yiyi rarely lost her composure. She remained predominantly tranquil. With both Empress Hu and the fifth prince present at the banquet, it would have been unseemly to deny the fifth prince's consort any courtesy. Thus Wen Yiyi acquiesced and consumed the wine. Now, seated in the carriage, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, leaving her somewhat dazed. As the carriage jolted along the road, Wen Yiyi lost her balance and stumbled against Liu Xuan's shoulder. Instantly, her forehead flushed crimson, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It hurts," she murmured. Initially oblivious, Liu Xuan raised his hand to gently rub the reddened skin of her forehead. His fingers were cool, with distinct joints and long, slender digits. Wen Yiyi grasped his hand and pressed it against her flushed face. It was then that Liu Xuan realized she was intoxicated, her actions unfiltered by reason. Under normal circumstances, Wen Yiyi would never behave in such a manner. He placed his palm against the softness of her cheek, watching as she slowly closed her eyes before releasing her and drawing her into his embrace. Soon, they arrived at the Wangfu. Ren Ruo, Jin Kue, Zhu Yu, and others awaited the prince and princess's descent. Liu Xuan wrapped Wen Yiyi in his dark silk cloak and carried her down from the carriage. Jin Kue and Zhu Yu eagerly approached, asking if the princess was asleep. "Your Highness, allow us to assist." Liu Xuan ignored them, striding straight into the building with Wen Yiyi in his arms. Ren Ruo rolled her eyes at the two. "You two should be more mindful. What are you doing here at such a time? Don't you see the prince carrying the princess?" Jin Kue and Zhu Yu, puzzled, hurriedly followed inside. Having served Wen Yiyi for many years, they were eager to attend to her, but Ren Ruo stopped them. "You two young ladies should refrain from meddling. It's late, and if His Highness requires assistance, he will surely summon someone. During this honeymoon period, what purpose would you serve by intruding?" Jin Kue felt a twinge of concern, but after some contemplation, she reassured herself that their mistress was undoubtedly safe in the prince's hands. Liu Xuan entered the chamber, removed her outer garments and shoes, and laid her gently upon the bed. She had adorned herself with an array of jewelry that weighed heavily on her dark hair, which was entangled with pins and hairpins. Liu Xuan meticulously removed them, tossing them aside, the clattering sound echoing on the floor. She murmured softly, feeling warm, and began to tug at her inner garments. Liu Xuan quickly restrained her hands, but in doing so, his palm inadvertently brushed against her form. The fragrant warmth of her presence enveloped him, her skin astonishingly soft to the touch. Liu Xuan's gaze darkened as he pressed her hands down gently. "Be obedient." Wen Yiyi blinked her lashes a couple of times and slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Liu Xuan, she whispered his title. Her sweet, tender voice resonated clearly within the confines of the bed curtains. Liu Xuan adjusted the neckline of her garment, his tone casual. "Why are you calling for me?" Wen Yiyi repeated his title. Liu Xuan tidied her attire, his gaze lingering on her exquisite features. As a man of sensibility, Liu Xuan could effortlessly discern beauty from plainness. He understood that Wen Yiyi was indeed a captivating beauty, a remarkably enchanting one at that. In her inebriated state, her mind was likely clouded, perhaps only recognizing the person before her, her surroundings a blur. Liu Xuan was acutely aware of this. He would never stoop to taking advantage of a vulnerable, intoxicated beauty. As he beheld Wen Yiyi's originally snow-white and crystalline visage, now flushed with the warmth of inebriation, her cascading ebony tresses framing her face with an air of vulnerability, an unexpected stir of emotions arose within him. Liu Xuan gently grasped Wen Yiyi's chin, his deep-set, elongated eyes fixed upon her dazed gaze. "You ought to call me husband now." Wen Yiyi parted her lips, yet before a sound could escape, her mouth was silenced by his. Liu Xuan's fingers pressed against her lips, his gaze growing ever more profound. Ultimately, he conceded to fate, acknowledging that this young woman before him held a unique place in his heart, distinct from all others. Liu Xuan lowered his head and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead, bewildered by his gesture. Wen Yiyi turned her face and bestowed a kiss upon his hand in return. After a prolonged silence, devoid of any further movement, when Zaseo closed her eyes within the embrace of his arms. Chapter 73. New Year. The following day, when Zisua awoke, feeling an unusual warmth enveloping her. Perhaps she had indulged in too much wine the previous night. Her head throbbed gently, and her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. In the winter, her room was heated excessively, with a significant portion of Liu Xuan's share of charcoal allotted to her. Additionally, the incense burner placed in the warm chamber ensured that even in a thin garment, she would not feel the chill. It was not uncommon for her to awaken in the middle of the night, overheated due to being tightly wrapped in her bedding. However, today felt markedly different, as when Zisua pushed her hand against something obstructive, she suddenly felt a hand grasp hers. Startled, she finally opened her eyes. Liu Xuan lay beside her under a thin quilt, dressed in a light garment. The warmth of his tall, robust form enveloped her completely, explaining the warmth she felt. At that moment, Liu Xuan had yet to awaken. He had removed his hairpin, allowing his dark locks to cascade and intertwine with Wen Zisua's own long hair. Even in the dim light of the bed curtains, his handsome face remained strikingly clear, perhaps due to his exceptionally defined features. He appeared more attractive than anyone Wen Zisua had ever encountered. Wen Zisua could not recall how she had fallen asleep the previous night. Alcohol truly is a perilous substance, obscuring all memories. Her hand remained clasped in Liu Xuan's, and she attempted to withdraw it. Yet, at the slightest movement, he tightened his grip, drawing her entirely against his chest. "Your Highness," Wen Zisua ventured. Liu Xuan finally opened his eyes. "You are awake?" Wen Zisua nodded, now alert. Liu Xuan showed no inclination to release her. Having never been intimate with a woman before, it was not a matter of inability, after all. He was the son of the emperor, born into nobility. Even in the military, should he desire beautiful women, countless would willingly present themselves to him. Liu Xuan's mother, Consort Li, was a princess of a foreign tribe, the Qinghe, known for their fierce warriors, adhering to a monogamous tradition. It was said that the young Consort Li was a remarkably passionate beauty, often referred to as the Pearl of the Prairie. While it was commonly believed that the Qinghe had to send their princess to the emperor's harem due to war, the reality was that she had initially met the current emperor when he was still a prince. She naively believed his words, thinking he was unmarried, and they shared a harmonious period together. However, after the downfall of the Qinghe royal family, their subjects assimilated into the Qi dynasty. Upon ascending to the throne, the current emperor forcibly brought Consort Li into the harem, leading to intense conflict, and she eventually passed away after giving birth to Liu Xuan. Even though Liu Xuan had little interaction with Consort Li, her experiences profoundly shaped him. The whispers of palace servants and the emperor's attitude towards him echoed throughout his youth. When Liu Xuan found himself devoid of affection, he made no promises lightly. For him, a wife was singular. That position would remain vacant unless filled, and should it be, he would grant her all the respect she deserved. He understood that he was different from the emperor. He would not allow his wife to become the next Consort Li, nor would he permit his child to become the next version of himself. Wen Zisua was the one he had brought into his home with great ceremony, and prior to this moment, his feelings towards her had been exceedingly complex. At this moment, he held Wen Ziseo in his embrace, her soft and fragrant form reminiscent of a delicate petal, as if a mere squeeze would cause it to crumple. He lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of her lips, whispering, "Sleep a little longer." Wen Ziseo fluttered her eyelashes a few times, wishing to say something more, but Liu Xuan's large hand pressed her down gently. Even through the thin layer of her undergarment, she could still feel the muscular contours of his chest. Liu Xuan, coming from a martial background, possessed a demeanor of nobility even in his robes, yet beneath them, his physique remained robust. In both her past and present lives, when Ziseo had never been so close to a man, she felt a curious urge to understand why Liu Xuan's body felt different from her own. And she lifted her hand to touch his shoulder. He stiffened momentarily, pressing her hand down. The two remained asleep until noon. Outside, Jing Kue and Ji Yu rarely witnessed Wen Ziseo lingering in bed until such an hour. Even though it was winter, such a late rising was unusual. Their concern was evident on their faces. Ren Ruo observed the two young maids, perplexed as to why the princess kept these seemingly immature girls by her side, who, despite appearing older than her, were utterly naive and rather restless. On this first day of the new year, Qi dynasty officials were to attend the morning court, necessitating their early arrival at the palace to pay respects to the emperor. Before the fifth watch, Liu Xuan returned to the palace once more. Under normal circumstances, he would check which officials had sent him greetings and deliberate whether to summon them for New Year wishes. Ren Ruo could not decipher his lord's intentions today. As he returned to the princess's quarters, when he departed, the princess was still asleep, and upon his return, she remained so. What could a man possibly do in his wife's chambers so early in the morning? It could only pertain to that matter. Renruo understood. Arranging hot water and towels, anticipating that the two would not emerge until the afternoon. Meanwhile, concubine Tao and concubine Shen both arrived at Wen Ziseo's residence, Xian Garden. Upon learning that Liu Xuan had visited Wen Ziseo after court, they made a special trip, claiming they had come to pay their respects to the princess. Concubine Tao donned a vibrant peach-colored jacket, while concubine Shen appeared as composed as ever. Upon their arrival, they encountered Renruo. Concubine Tao smiled and inquired, "Master Ren, are the prince and princess inside? We came to wish them a happy new year." Renruo glanced at them sideways and replied, "The prince and princess drank too much yesterday. They have yet to rise. You two may return," concubine Tao suggested. "Then we shall wait here until the prince and princess awaken, and we can assist them with their morning rituals." Renruo felt vexed by concubine Tao. If she simply remained in the estate to collect her monthly stipend, her life would be far better than that of a palace maid. Yet, she harbored unrealistic hopes of catching the prince's eye, repeatedly making a fuss. Since she was a gift from the emperor, others found it difficult to voice their opinions. Renruo's smile did not reach her eyes. Our household cannot guarantee that the prince will be pleased to see anyone lingering about upon his awakening. He is often irritable right after waking, and even we dare not approach carelessly, fearing to invoke his displeasure. Upon hearing Renruo's words, concubine Shen withdrew, unwilling to seek discomfort during the festive season, and quickly fabricated an excuse to depart. Observing her exit, concubine Tao, anxious about encountering any unforeseen troubles without anyone to share the burden of his wrath, hastily followed suit. As soon as the two left, Renruo let out a breath of relief. Meanwhile, the door to the princess's quarters opened, allowing attendants to enter and assist with her dressing and grooming. Chapter 74. New Year. Wen Ziseo had a restful sleep, awakening without a headache, her spirit considerably revitalized. She took Liu Xuan's garments, intending to assist him in changing. Liu Xuan felt somewhat uneasy about a woman dressing him, and was about to summon his eunuch to enter. He glanced down at Wen Ziseo. She wore a light pink inner garment that accentuated her fair complexion, rendering her skin a delicate rosy hue, radiating with vitality. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, beautifully lustrous and silky, exuding an air of elegance that was rare even among the daughters of noble families. Liu Xuan preferred to keep this moment to themselves, not wanting anyone, even a eunuch, to witness Wen Ziseo in such a state. He was fully capable of dressing himself, having managed without assistance during his military campaigns. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he longed for Wen Ziseo's proximity. As she helped him change, she measured his shoulder width with her hands and retrieved the robe he was to wear. "You cannot return the attire you wore yesterday as the third prince, so I shall have a new one made and sent to concubine Zhu," she explained. "It's merely clothing. I will communicate this to him, so you need not concern yourself." Liu Xuan responded, "All the princes have entered the capital. This evening, I shall accompany Father Emperor along with some brothers and uncles, returning rather late." Suddenly, Wen Ziseo recalled a significant event from her past life. She remembered that around this time, an assassin had appeared, resulting in the emperor sustaining a minor injury, seemingly linked to a certain prince, leading to the downfall of numerous officials. She fastened the jade belt around his waist and adjusted the sleeves of his robe. "I did not greet the princes and princesses I encountered yesterday, as I am not well acquainted with them." "That is inconsequential," Liu Xuan replied. "Father Emperor is wary of them. Deeper connections could be detrimental." "Is that so? I have heard that Father Emperor has placed officials in the fiefs of the various princes, and has taken actions that have displeased them." Liu Xuan seldom discussed matters of the previous dynasty with women, yet he did not shy away from the topic. Father Emperor seeks to diminish the political power of the feudal princes, repeatedly curtailing their authority and increasing the presence of supervisory officials. Any actions taken by the princes are reported to the court. This was precisely why Liu Xuan harbored no desire to return to his fief, opting instead to engage in matters within the capital, where the scrutiny was sometimes less intense. "I see," Wen Ziseo remarked. "One fears these princes may act out of dissatisfaction and contrive harm against the emperor. You must stay close to him tonight, ensuring his protection." Liu Xuan chuckled softly. Who would dare to act in such a setting? Yet, it is not entirely implausible. The more improbable the scenario, the greater the potential for it to occur. Though Liu Xuan was not particularly close to the emperor, he did not wish for anything untoward to transpire at this moment. The crown prince's involvement in governance was shallow, heavily reliant on the influence of maternal relatives. The third prince and the fifth prince have already emerged, vying for that coveted position. while the fourth prince and several others are also stirring with ambition. Should anything unfortunate befall the emperor, the situation would devolve into utter chaos. Having donned his attire, he lightly tapped the center of Wen Jisua's brow, remarking, "You women are truly meticulous. I shall remember this." With a smile, Wen Jisua replied, "Your Highness, why not step out for a bite to eat? I must also visit the palace shortly to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress." She recalled that she had adorned herself with an array of jewelry the previous day, though she had no idea where Liu Xuan had placed them. Wen Jisua intended to search her vanity. As she lowered her gaze, she spotted 2 hairpins on the floor. Curious, she picked them up and gradually collected other decorative hair flowers and pins. One particularly delicate hairpiece had fallen and broken upon impact. Glancing at the damaged piece, Wen Jisua turned her gaze toward Liu Xuan. He had not considered the ramifications last night. His only thought was that she would be uncomfortable sleeping with so many adornments, and thus he had carelessly removed them and cast them aside. Liu Xuan had matters to attend to in the afternoon and left without partaking in the meal. After freshening up, Wen Jisua had a light bite to quell her hunger, contemplating her impending visit to the palace. She sampled a few spoonfuls of the bird's nest chicken porridge handed to her by a maid and instructed Granny Pan to distribute some rewards to everyone in the residence, including the servants in the concubines' quarters. After all, it was the new year, and whether guard or servant, a little extra money would surely bring joy. Granny Pan chuckled. "You only recently distributed rewards before the new year, and now more silver. It is no wonder the staff speak of your benevolence." Wen Jisua was generally generous to those who served her, yet she expected reliability in their duties, and those who faltered would face her unyielding reprimand. "By the way, these are some invitations and greetings from noble ladies," Granny Pan continued. "The ones from wives of officials below the 4th rank are all here. It matters little whether you peruse them. It cannot be divided thus. I shall discuss this with you later," Wen Jisua replied, setting down her bowl of porridge. As she took a cup of tea, a young eunuch approached. She recognized him as one assigned to Liu Xuan's courtyard. The eunuch presented her with a set of keys, stating, "Before the prince departed, he instructed me to deliver these to you. They are the keys to the western storeroom." Wen Jisua nodded, still perplexed by Liu Xuan's intentions. Contemplating a later inventory of the items and inquiring about the reason behind this, she decided to keep the keys for the time being. After addressing all matters within the residence, Wen Jisua proceeded to the palace. She first visited the Empress Dowager in the Shokong Palace to pay her respects, then spent some time in the Empress's Fuyang Palace. Finally, recalling Yin Ku, she made her way to Lady Han's palace. Though Princess Jean Fan was young, she was well educated and composed, indicating that Lady Han was adept in her upbringing. It was a pity that the emperor had overlooked such beauty and temperament in Lady Han. While Wen Jisua conversed with her, a palace maid approached with a message. Hesitating upon seeing Wen Jisua, the maid seemed reluctant to speak. Lady Han nodded, encouraging. "It is all right. You may speak." The palace maid remarked, "Lady Jing had a conflict with Lady Zhu in the Imperial Garden, and tragically, Lady Jing has lost her child." For a moment, Wen Ziseo was taken aback. Could it be that the young Lady Jing was actually with child? Lady Zhu was not one to exhibit fierce temperament, and given that she herself was also expecting, it was unlikely she would engage in a violent altercation. How could the child of young Lady Jing have perished? The emperor was undoubtedly occupied with ministers and nobles, and as merely a noble consort, Lady Jing would not cause much disturbance to him. Wen Ziseo was not one to seek out commotion, especially not within the palace's tumultuous environment. Regardless of what transpired, the news would eventually reach her ears. It was merely a matter of time. Lady Han turned to Wen Ziseo, asking, "Shall we go and take a look?" Wen Ziseo quickly rose. "I just remembered that there are matters to attend to at the Wang residence. Lady Han, I must return home and will visit Lady Jing's palace another day." Chapter 75. Injury in the Enchanting Garden of Polai. Emperor Qi Yuan was engaged in light-hearted conversation with several esteemed ministers and royal family members. The previous evening, he had returned late, causing Lady Dong to experience distress during her pregnancy. Consequently, the 3rd prince remained at home to accompany her. The younger princes were also absent, choosing to stay within the palace. The garden was alive with the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments, as newly presented dancers from the vassal kings gracefully performed. Most of the princes were captivated. Even the usually stern 4th prince found himself mesmerized. The princes gathered closely around the emperor, with the crown prince and 5th prince occupying the foremost positions, while the others took their seats in order of age. Among the dancers, one in a gossamer red veil, adorned with dingling silver ornaments at her waist and wrists, possessed an alluring figure and exquisite beauty that made her particularly enchanting. The fifth prince, smitten, quietly conversed with Liu Xuan beside him. "Brother, do you think if I were to ask father for her, he would grant my request? What do you think of her?" Liu Xuan merely cast a fleeting glance. "A mere trifle." The fifth prince retorted, "You, with a wife of unparalleled beauty, naturally perceive everyone as unremarkable. In truth, upon closer inspection, the dancer was not as lovely as the fifth princess' wife, Ding Shi, yet her novelty captivated him. He worried that should he bring her home, Ding Shi would become exceedingly jealous. Stealing a glance at Emperor Qi Yuan's expression, he noted that the emperor was utterly entranced by the dancer, instantly realizing that his hopes were dashed. As the audience reveled in the performance, the red-clad dancer twirled toward the front. At that moment, her silver belt unfurled, transforming into a glimmering soft sword that aimed straight for Emperor Qi Yuan. Although the emperor possessed some martial skills, the proximity of the threat left everyone momentarily paralyzed. He managed to evade a fatal blow but could not disarm the attacker. Chaos erupted in the garden, with several timid princes fleeing in terror. The gathering predominantly comprised relatives and ministers, with the majority of security stationed outside. Only 2 guards were stationed near the emperor. When they charged forward, the dancer swiftly dispatched one with a lethal strike to the throat. The guards, selected for their exceptional skill, were no match for her prowess. Faced with the glistening blade, the emperor felt a wave of dread wash over him. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, engaging the dancer in combat with bare hands. In mere moments, the dancer's sword was seized, and her arm was severed, leaving her bleeding on the ground. Since weapons were prohibited that day, Liu Xuan had entered unarmed and sustained a gash on his left arm during the encounter. In this life-and-death moment, the emperor, still shaken, initially believed the attacker to be an ambush by nearby shadow guards, only to discover it was Liu Xuan. Several shadow guards, hindered by distance, knelt in the background, unable to assist promptly. Regaining his composure, the emperor surveyed the scene. The crown prince and fifth prince, lacking in martial prowess, had hurried behind the guards for protection. Now they stepped forward. "Father, are you unharmed?" Emperor Qi Yuan, with a grim expression, commanded, "Take this assassin away and have the Ministry of Justice investigate." The lords who had presented the dancer were also detained. Finally, the emperor remembered the injured Liu Xuan and summoned a physician to tend to his wounds. His heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. In this critical moment, it was unexpectedly the son, whom he had always disregarded, who came forth to rescue him. He was aware of Liu Xuan's exceptional martial prowess. However, at that moment, Liu Xuan was unarmed. Engaging a skilled adversary without a weapon is a perilous endeavor, regardless of one's martial capabilities. Yet, Emperor Qi's expression softened considerably as he regarded Liu Xuan. "Xin'er, you should return and tend to your injuries." After uttering these words, Emperor Qi instructed the steward by his side to bestow some treasures and medicinal herbs upon Liu Xuan. The emperor had not been in good health lately, and after experiencing such a fright, he felt utterly drained. Upon returning to the palace, he was informed that concubine Zhu and noble Lady Jing had clashed. And to his dismay, noble Lady Jing's child, whose existence was previously unknown, had inexplicably vanished. Enraged by this news, Emperor Qi could not help but feel that past affections pale in comparison to new ones. Noble Lady Jing, youthful and exquisitely beautiful, possessed skills that catered to a man's desires, many of which Emperor Qi had never encountered before. No matter how lovely concubine Zhu was, she could not compete with a girl barely in her teens. Consequently, Emperor Qi punished concubine Zhu with house arrest and a year's salary forfeiture before heading to examine noble Lady Jing, accompanied by a group of imperial physicians. Having enjoyed unchallenged favor in the palace for many years, this sudden humiliation left concubine Zhu in agony. However, she did not intentionally harm noble Lady Jing's child. The latter had merely stumbled into her path. Being with child herself, concubine Zhu had been cautious and had simply pushed noble Lady Jing away, never anticipating the tragic outcome. She hastened to explain herself to the emperor. But upon witnessing noble Lady Jing weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom and seeing concubine Zhu not only refuse to take responsibility but also attempt to defend herself, the emperor could not restrain himself and struck concubine Zhu. After years of being favored, this was the first time she had experienced such disgrace, and she was left bewildered as to how she returned to her quarters. Before nightfall, when Shi Zhao was enjoying her evening meal when she suddenly learned that someone had arrived at the palace bearing numerous gifts for the Wang residents. She had generously rewarded the eunuchs with a considerable sum of silver. Sensing her generosity, the eunuchs hastily remarked, "The prince has rendered great service in rescuing the emperor. These are rewards from his majesty." The prince is currently receiving treatment at the Imperial Hospital and should return shortly. A slight change flickered across Wen Shijiao's face. Is our prince injured? She could not recall any instance in her past life where Liu Xuan had been wounded. It should have been the emperor who was harmed. Wait, Liu Xuan had not even gone to save the emperor in her previous life. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. She dismissed the eunuchs and instructed her maid to deliver the items to Liu Xuan's residence before waiting for his return at the entrance of the Wang residence. As Liu Xuan arrived on horseback, he spotted his princess standing there, clad only in a golden thread embroidered jacket and a lilac pleated skirt, without even a cloak. Dismounting, he removed his own cloak and draped it over Wen Shijiao. The disparity in their sizes made the garment hang loosely around her. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder. It is quite windy here. Why are you standing alone? Only then did Wen Shijiao realize the chill in the air. Without a hand warmer or heating vessel, her hands had long since grown numb. I heard that your highness was injured. Where exactly are you hurt? What is your current condition? Liu Xuan felt a sudden pang in her heart. She had been standing here for quite some time, her face turning pale from the cold, all the while waiting for her return. A minor injury was of little consequence. The wound inflicted by the soft sword was not deep. It had originally been worn as an ornament at the waist of the dancer, adorned with silver trinkets that would darken upon contact with poison. Thus, the blade had not been poisoned. In truth, Liu Xuan could have avoided injury altogether, for her skills were more than sufficient to handle the dancer. However, since she had taken to the stage, it would be a pity not to employ a bit of feigned suffering. Chapter 76, Injury upon returning to her chamber. When Shijiao had yet to recover, her fingers and cheeks remained icy. She brought Jin Kuei's hand closer and sipped from a cup of warm tea, feeling somewhat better. How's His Highness's injury? Where is he hurt? Allow me to see, she inquired. Liu Xuan replied, only his right upper arm. The physician has already dressed the wound. Ren Ruo, standing nearby, nodded. The physician advised that for the next few days, he should refrain from lifting heavy objects or riding. If there is anything inconvenient for the prince, my lady, you might assist him. Liu Xuan continued, have you seen the gifts from the palace? Wen Shijiao nodded. They have already been sent to His Highness. It is best that you keep these items here, Liu Xuan remarked. In the western storeroom, there are some jewels and ornaments. Choose whatever you fancy. Feeling significantly warmer now, Wen Shijiao cradled the teacup in her hands to absorb its heat. With too many servants in the room, Liu Xuan instructed them to leave. Once they had departed, silence enveloped the chamber, and he took hold of Wen Shijiao's hand to warm it. Her fingertips retained a hint of chill, and the sensation of her small hand nestled in his palm was particularly delightful. Has His Highness dined? Would you care for something to eat? Wen Shijiao replied, I will have them prepare something. I have already eaten in the palace. As Liu Xuan leaned down, his nose brushed against Wen Shijiao's hair. Why do you smell so fragrant? Unbeknownst to her, she was wearing the perfume Jade Blossom Awakening. Crafted from peony and rose petals mixed with wine, the scent was subtle and hardly discernible to herself. As she lifted her head to respond, he gently tilted her chin upward and leaned in to kiss her. Wen Shijiao's complexion, pale as it was, flushed a vibrant crimson at the slightest hint of color, and her body stiffened. After pulling away, Liu Xuan noticed her small sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, he seized her shoulder again and kissed her once more. Initially unfamiliar with such intimacy, Liu Xuan possessed a natural aptitude for understanding emotions, far surpassing Wen Shijiao's sensitivity. The girl's lips were soft and slightly sweet. He playfully nibbled at them and then whispered in her ear, do not be anxious. I have no intention of truly devouring you. Wen Shijiao gazed at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, unsure of how to articulate the myriad questions swirling in her mind. Your Highness, Your Highness, Ren Ruo called from outside the door. Liu Xuan, in a pleasant mood, released Wen Shijiao, saying, come in. News had just emerged from the palace, and Ren Ruo relayed the matters to Liu Xuan. Wen Shijiao had heard of the incident concerning concubine Jing's miscarriage, yet she was unaware that the emperor had deemed it necessary to punish the favored consort Zhu. The punishment of house arrest and a year's worth of salary was not particularly severe for other consorts. Causing harm to another's child typically resulted in such a light sanction, hardly a matter of consequence, and some might even find joy in it. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that consort Zhu, having basked in favor for so many years, was now facing punishment for the first time. And while pregnant, no less. The question remained, could she withstand it? I believe that the noble consort Zhu would not resort to such foolish methods to harm others. Given consort Jing's temperament, she would be unable to bear the sight of concubine Jing's pregnancy. When Ziseo remarked that significant upheaval was likely to occur within the palace in the days to come, Both Wen Yiyi and Liu Xuan came to a mutual understanding, and Liu Xuan smiled, allowing Ren Ruo to depart first. The next day, the emperor summoned Liu Xuan to the palace and entrusted him with the military command of the cavalry camp in the capital. As the emperor lay down to sleep that night, he found himself increasingly apprehensive, fearing that he might have faced grave danger the previous day. In the midst of such peril, Liu Xuan had risked his own life to protect the emperor, undoubtedly altering the emperor's perception of him. For several years, the cavalry camp had been under the command of a favored general, whose arrogance had led to discontent among the troops. Fortunately, they had not encountered any significant crises. Had they done so, this group would surely have faltered. Previously, the emperor had been wary of bestowing power upon his sons, suspecting them of coveting his throne. However, upon reflection, he realized that no favored minister could compare to a son who risked his life for him. Liu Xuan, having gained experience at the frontier, was well respected within the military. Upon his return, he unhesitatingly accepted the command, demonstrating neither a desire for power nor arrogance, making him the ideal candidate to lead the formidable cavalry camp. Despite the envy this coveted position ignited among many, Liu Xuan remained composed as he accepted the military insignia. The expressions of the crown prince and the fifth prince instantly shifted. The crown prince had long been courting the former commander of the cavalry camp, who, reluctant to align himself too soon, had skillfully declined. Little did they know that this position would ultimately fall to Liu Xuan. The crown prince and the fifth prince had been closest to the emperor during the crisis, yet they had failed to act in time to provide assistance. Their own feeble skills were insufficient for self-preservation, forcing them to rely on those around them for protection. Although the emperor did not blame them, a lingering resentment remained in his heart. As Liu Xuan exited the imperial study, the crown prince cheerfully pursued him, stating that a banquet had been prepared at his residence to celebrate the occasion. Liu Xuan held no fondness for Liu He, not merely because Liu He was in the position of crown prince, but because Liu He had previously made advances towards Wen Yiyi. Liu Xuan replied coolly, indicating that the princess was waiting for him at home and that he would accept the crown prince's invitation another day, though the timing remained uncertain. The crown prince felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Both he and Liu Xuan had been married for some time. After the crown prince's alliance with the Su family, they had offered little support yet continued to seek benefits from his position. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan's marriage to the Wen family, though not reliant on their influence, had propelled him to prominence as if he had sprouted wings. Had Liu Xuan's mother not been of foreign descent, the crown prince would surely have regarded him with greater trepidation. Liu smiled, remarking, "Elder brother and sister-in-law share a deep bond. By the way, the crown princess is a cousin of sister-in-law. I shall have the crown princess visit the Wang residence to offer congratulations tomorrow." Liu Xuan replied, "There is no need for such a gesture, as the relationship between the princess and the crown princess is not amicable." With that, Liu Xuan departed. Liu He repeatedly encountered closed doors, rendered speechless in his place. He always sensed a certain animosity from Liu Xuan towards him, yet he could never pinpoint the reason. Was it a desire for his position as the crown prince? That seemed unlikely. Liu Xuan's hostility towards him differed significantly from that directed at his younger brothers, the third and fifth princes. Perhaps it was due to the crown princess's persistent provocations against Liu Xuan's consort. This possibility held some merit. It was evident to all that Liu Xuan shared a strong bond with his wife, and he seldom indulged in frivolities, save for those within his household. Upon reflecting on this, Liu He found himself increasingly repulsed by Su Nianqiao. He believed that he must have been under some malevolent spell when he initially took her as his bride. Chapter 77, The Wen Residence the next day. When Cixi returned to the Wen residence, as it was customary to visit family during the festive season, the current emperor was in the prime of his reign, and most of his sons held no significant power, instead relying on the influence of their maternal relatives. Liu Xuan, now holding military authority, found his circumstances markedly altered. His presence even overshadowed that of the favored third and fifth princes, instilling a sense of caution among the court's senior officials. Upon her arrival at the Wen residence, when Cixi learned that Princess Chomping had gone to the palace early that morning to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, with no chance of seeing her mother, she decided to visit old lady Wen before returning to the Wang residence. Her sister-in-law, Dong, arrived with her 2 children. When Yiyi spotted Wen Cixi, he immediately clung to her leg, yearning for her embrace. Dong chuckled as she pulled him away, admonishing, "Nonsense. Your aunt is the princess. You are too heavy to be carried so casually." When Cixi had first married Liu Xuan, many had doubted the match. Despite the prince's noble status, the Wen family was also of high standing, and with so many sons in the imperial court, Liu Xuan's lack of favor due to his humble origins raised questions about his future prospects. However, Liu Xuan's fortunes had since risen, reportedly gaining the emperor's favor for his protective service. Now, countless individuals sought to curry favor with the Wang residents. Wen Yiyi smiled as she lifted Yu into her arms, acknowledging, "It's quite all right. Yu has indeed grown heavier." She turned to her sister-in-law, "Shall we visit the old lady together?" At the mention of old lady Wen, Dong's expression dimmed considerably. Adorned with heavy jewelry, Wen Yiyi found it uncomfortable to hold a child, prompting Mama Pan to swiftly take Yu from her arms. Yet, Yu still reached out to Wen Yiyi, gazing up at her with longing. Wen Yiyi composed her cheerful demeanor as she and Dong exited the courtyard. "What is this about? Does the old lady still wish to make her daughter a concubine for my elder brother? Wasn't that rejected by him and our mother? In her previous life." The demise of Empress Dowager Dong had left Dong and Princess Chomping without their strongest support, coinciding with the emperor's suppression of the Dong family. Only then could old lady Wen assert her authority in the household, belittling both Dong and Princess Chomping. In this life, however, Empress Dowager Dong remained in good health. And old lady Wen lacked the confidence to create turmoil, even if Empress Dowager Dong were to pass away in the future. Wen Yiyi would not suffer the same neglect from the crown prince as in her past existence. With Wen Yiyi as a princess, old lady Wen would not dare to act too brazenly against Princess Chomping. Dong forced a smile. "The old lady has been introducing Miss Qian to several suitors. Though our families are connected by marriage, the Qian family has fallen on hard times, and those who would consider Miss Qian are not to her liking. She aspires to marry someone of noble standing. After all, her aunt is the matron of the Jinnan Marquisate, while you have what a prince. And Sun Yinqiao has married the crown prince. Surely she must wed a lord or minister to be deemed suitable. However, the sons of such families would hardly look favorably upon the Qian family. Even if the Jinnan Marquisate might glance in her direction, they would never take her as a legitimate wife." Miss Qian, surveying her options, soon set her sights on the cousin of the Marquis's heir. Although she would be a concubine, old lady Wen promised her that her treatment would be on par with that of the principal wife. In recent days, Qian Xuanfang has been seeking opportunities to encounter Wen Ziseo's elder brother, often uttering inexplicable words, which has rendered Wen Guangyuan somewhat reluctant to return to the Marquisate. Wen Ziseo sighed, observing that this Miss Qian seems to possess aspirations as lofty as the skies. As they conversed, they arrived at the residence of the matriarch, Lady Wen. Today, the atmosphere in Lady Wen's abode was particularly lively, as not only were several ladies from the Wen family present, but also the wives of officials who maintained relations with the Wen family, all there to pay their respects to the matriarch for the new year. Upon entering, Wen Ziseo noticed that all conversation ceased, and every gaze turned towards her. The recent news circulating in the capital had been rather limited, with the most sensational being the assassination attempt within the palace. The emperor seemed intent on using this incident as an opportunity to reprimand the princes, directing the Dali Temple to conduct a thorough investigation. Simultaneously, the status of the Jingjiang prince's residence had risen significantly, making Wen Ziseo, as the Jingjiang princess, a coveted figure among many. Qian Xuanfang stood beside Lady Wen, gazing at Wen Ziseo with evident envy. Today, Wen Ziseo was adorned in a resplendent outfit of gold-threaded shoe brocade, embroidered with peony patterns, complemented by a long skirt of golden floral embroidery. Her hair was adorned with a delicate hairpiece of kingfisher feathers, exuding an air of opulence that made it difficult for others to meet her gaze. Such attire was expected of a princess in the royal residence, especially given her marriage to the emperor's own son. In contrast, the nearby Dong, though the esteemed lady of the Grand Marquisate, appeared quite diminished in comparison. Her attire of auspicious cloud-patterned satin and a golden butterfly headdress failing to match Wen Ziseo's grandeur. Lady Wen's feelings were more complex. She had initially hoped that Empress Dowager Dong would pass away this winter, yet the old woman seemed to defy death with her vitality. Even more infuriating was the fact that after Wen Ziseo married Liu Xuan, his fortunes had soared, and during these days, many had come to pay their respects, inquiring about the affairs of the prince's residence. Her cherished granddaughter, Sun Yinqiao, who married the crown prince, seemed to be enduring a less than satisfactory life, as it was rumored that the crown prince held a peculiar fondness for a certain Chu, a source of constant vexation for Sun Yinqiao. Contemplating this, Lady Wen's brow furrowed with a hint of displeasure. "Ziseo, you have returned," she greeted. As a princess, Wen Ziseo could not bow in salute to Lady Wen. The visiting ladies from various households stood to pay their respects upon seeing her. Wen Ziseo smiled and said, "There is no need for such formalities. Please, be seated." The ladies hastily engaged in small talk with her, inquiring about various matters. Observing how everyone gravitated towards Wen Ziseo upon her arrival only deepened Lady Wen's discomfort. Ziseo, now that the Jingjiang prince has taken command of the cavalry, encourage him to foster relations with the crown prince. With this leverage, the crown prince will surely take notice and be inclined to associate with him. Lady Wen suggested, you shall be united with the crown prince in due course. Wen Ziseo remained silent, pondering whether Lady Wen was genuinely confused or merely pretending. Did the crown prince truly look favorably upon Liu Xuan? Did Liu Xuan even require such favor? In the current climate, it was uncertain who would be courting whom. With a smile, Wen Ziseo replied, Matriarch, I prefer to remain uninvolved in courtly affairs. Let the gentlemen sort their matters amongst themselves. We shall simply indulge in feasting and revelry, enjoying the leisure of a princess. As soon as her words fell, the other ladies erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Our Miss Wen is indeed a perceptive soul. No wonder the prince is fond of her. When Cece chuckled in response, however, after our prince received the emperor's commendation, His Highness the Crown Prince indeed sent someone with gifts. And the other brothers came to offer their congratulations. It appears that the emperor's sons share quite a harmonious bond. Our prince gets along well with each of them. And it is difficult to determine who he is particularly close to and who he is not. Her remarks were impeccably crafted, elevating the status of the Jingjiang Wangfu and rendering the previous words of Old Madam Wen somewhat stifled. Old Madam Wen's expression nearly faltered. Chapter 78. The literary mansion Qian Xuanfang was unable to discern the subtle contest and probing between Wen Saisa and the elderly matriarch of the Wen family. She interjected, stating, Your Highness, that remark is rather ill-considered. The emperor's princes are of varying ranks. The crown prince is the most esteemed. If one desires the longevity of the Wang residence, one must cultivate a close relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince. When Saisa's gaze turned icy, Is this a matter in which you may interject? The emperor has forbidden officials from forming factions, Miss Qian. What do you imply? Mama Pan, discipline her for her insolence. Before the matriarch could intervene, Mama Pan stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Qian Xuanfang. As an unmarried young lady, being struck in front of so many esteemed matrons left her momentarily bewildered. A girl of delicate disposition might have succumbed to despair in such a situation. Yet, Qian Xuanfang, who had been scheming to entice Wen Guangyuan, was not so easily deterred. Though the humiliation stung, her thick skin allowed her to endure the punishment without resorting to self-destructive behavior. The elderly matriarch, harboring a latent fury, sipped her tea to regain her composure, taking quite some time to quell her indignation. Meanwhile, Dongshi cast a grateful glance toward Wen Saisa. She had long disapproved of Qian Xuanfang, who perpetually flirted with her husband. Being a guest and a daughter of the matriarch's family, she had been untouchable. And both she and Wen Guangyuan had feigned ignorance of Qian Xuanfang's intentions. Now, however, seeing Qian Xuanfang publicly humiliated at Wen Saisa's behest had undeniably offered Dongshi a sense of vindication. Other matrons initially sought to curry favor with Wen Saisa, perceiving her as a young woman with few guile who could be easily manipulated for their own benefit. However, witnessing Wen Saisa swiftly dismantle the matriarch's authority and strike a guest made it abundantly clear that she was not as easily trifled with as she appeared. Gaining any advantage from her would prove to be a formidable challenge. After the earlier commotion, Wen Saisa maintained her cheerful demeanor as she sipped her tea and inquired about the matriarch's health. The matriarch pursed her lips and replied, I am quite well. But I worry for you. With such a domineering nature, striking a young lady upon your arrival may not sit well with the king of Jingjiang. What man favors a shrew? Mama Pan chuckled derisively. Rest assured, our princess bears no resemblance to a shrew. The princess merely refuses to allow others to trample upon her dignity. In the past, Lady Pan had been deceived by Lady Wen's sweet words before Empress Dowager Dong, believing her to be a benevolent soul. However, upon closer inspection, it is evident that Lady Wen harbors profound thoughts, entirely unlike her outwardly amiable demeanor. The other ladies pondered this matter as well. They had heard whispers that the Duke of Jingjiang was a cold and unfeeling man, indifferent to women, having turned down numerous offerings of companionship over the years. While Wen Ziseo appeared resplendent in public, the reality of her situation behind closed doors remains dubious. With a smile, she remarked, Fortunately, Miss Qian is a relative of the old lady, so I tend to favor her a bit. If any concubine in this household dared to speak as brazenly as Miss Qian, I fear they would have long been met with my wrath. Sighing, she added, As the steward of the royal residence, one must be vigilant about every word and action, lest a careless remark reach the emperor's ears and bring calamity upon the entire household. Just as she was conversing with the others, A young eunuch approached after a brief announcement. Recognizing him as Liu Xuan's attendant, Wen Yiyi furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" The young eunuch hastily responded, "Your Highness, today the Emperor has elevated our lord to the rank of prince, bestowing upon him the title of Jingjiang. In this dynasty, titles comprising two characters denote a county prince, while a single character designates a prince. Thus, most princes are granted the title of county prince, with very few receiving the esteemed title of prince, reserved for those favored dearly by the Emperor." Upon hearing this news, Lady Wen's eyelids twitched slightly. The expressions among the other ladies varied, but ultimately, all eyes subtly turned toward Wen Yiyi. Wen Yiyi set down her teacup and, with a smile, exclaimed, "What a joyous occasion! Did you come specifically to deliver this good news?" As she spoke, Jin Kuei discreetly bestowed a handful of gold coins upon the young eunuch. Nearby, Qian Xuanfang's eyes widened in astonishment, not expecting Wen Yiyi to so generously reward a servant, an amount surpassing her own monthly allowance. The young eunuch, overjoyed by the gift, expressed his gratitude. "I thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. The decree was issued earlier today. Our lord, upon leaving the palace, remembered that you were visiting the Marquis's residence for the new year, so he stopped to exchange a few words with the Marquis. Now, as our lord departs, he has sent me to inquire whether you wish to accompany him back." Wen Yiyi considered for a moment and replied, "Please tell the prince to return first. I would like to converse with the old lady a little longer." The eunuch informed her, "Our lord intended to bring you along. Since you are not ready to leave now, he will proceed to the heir of the Marquis. When you are ready to return, you may find him at the Marquis's residence." Wen Yiyi nodded with a smile, allowing the young eunuch to take his leave. After he departed, the other ladies congratulated Wen Yiyi, praising the prince's rising fortunes and the promising future of the royal household. "Our fourth lady is indeed fortunate. Congratulations to the future Princess Jean. She truly is blessed." Liu Xuan's thoughtful gesture in personally coming to the Marquis's residence to escort Wen Yiyi home is a rarity among men, demonstrating that Lady Wen's earlier insinuations about Wen Yiyi's lack of favor in the royal household were unfounded. If she were indeed neglected, how could the prince have taken such care to send someone to inform her? Although Lady Wen harbored resentment in her heart, she was obliged to present a facade of concern for Wen Yiyi's well-being. Now that the crown prince has been bestowed the title of Prince Yiyi, you must exercise caution within the palace. Every word and action must be measured, for you must not bring any disgrace upon our family." Qian Xuanfang gazed at Wen Yiyi with a mixture of envy and jealousy, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. After all, she was the rightful wife of a prince. Even being named a concubine to a prince would be a tremendous honor for many families. Chapter 79, Bestowal After Leaving Lady Wen. Wen Yiyi proceeded to the residence of Wen Guangyuan, summoning Liu Xuan to accompany her back to the manor. As they sat in the carriage, Wen Yiyi could no longer contain her laughter. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on being bestowed the title of prince. This is truly a momentous occasion." She recalled that in her previous life, such an event had not transpired. She remembered that after Liu Xuan was conferred the title of county princess, the emperor had swiftly granted titles to the third and fifth princes during the New Year festivities. It seemed that the emperor's attention had been diverted by the minor Jing family, causing him to overlook this significant honor. Liu Xuan raised a hand to adjust the pearl flower adorning Wen Yiyi's hair. "Is that all the congratulations you offer me?" Wen Yiyi reflected and realized that such a response was indeed inadequate. The title of prince was a monumental achievement for any royal, with some waiting a lifetime only to receive a title after the new emperor ascended the throne. Liu Xuan had attained this honor at an early stage. His capabilities certainly warranted it, yet given his mother's humble origins, it was no small feat. "I shall personally prepare a banquet to celebrate your honor," Wen Yiyi smiled. "In the coming days, we should host a feast at the manor, inviting the gentlemen to partake in revelries. This is a joyous occasion that should not pass quietly." To the eyes of the world and the emperor, being too reserved may appear as though one harbors too much depth and is difficult to manage. Inviting all your brothers to celebrate, while keeping the festivities within the family and avoiding entanglements with court officials, would be entirely appropriate. It is vital to embrace joy when it is due. Liu Xuan held Wen Yiyi's delicate hands, relishing their warmth. She wore ornate hollow gold and gemstone orchid guards, their frigid elegance pale in comparison to the warmth of her fingers. Her nails had grown slightly longer, enhancing the daintiness of her hands. He set aside her guards, saying, "As a princess, it is best to delegate these trivial matters to others to spare yourself undue exhaustion. Although the rear courtyard of the manor is not crowded, it is still filled with responsibilities, and the intricate web of palace relations is not easily navigated. You have managed many aspects exceptionally well. As a man, Liu Xuan believed that his role was to earn honor for the family, allowing his wife to enjoy a life of dignity. He had learned from Wen Guangyuan that the relationship between Wen Ziseo and her grandmother was rather lukewarm. Initially, the Wen family had sought to marry her to the crown prince, yet she had somehow chosen to marry him instead. Thus, Liu Xuan had instructed a eunuch to convey this news to Lady Wen, as he was determined to surpass the crown prince in every regard, ensuring that Wen Ziseo would enjoy a more esteemed status among her family than the crown princess of the Su family. Wen Ziseo had her share of concerns regarding palace affairs, managing relationships among the empress and other consorts, as well as with visiting noble ladies. Beyond that, the myriad of mundane tasks could easily be assigned to the servants. Liu Xuan wished to alleviate her burdens. A warmth spread within Wen Ziseo. Previously, she had perceived Liu Xuan as cold, unaware of the depth of his affection for her as his wife. Your Highness, how would you like me to congratulate you? Wen Ziseo inquired. I have been working on a pair of boots for you these past few days, but unfortunately, they are not yet completed. Liu Xuan gently traced her jeweled fingers before playfully tapping her forehead. Your thoughts seem confined to such trivial matters. Quickly, Wen Ziseo clasped his hand, wishing to prevent him from continuing his playful poking. Leaning down, Liu Xuan pressed a kiss to her forehead. Let us discuss this later. The tender kiss caused Wen Ziseo to soften, her cheeks flushing from her earlobes to her neck. Liu Xuan had been affectionate towards her lately, especially when they were alone. Wen Ziseo found herself somewhat perplexed by this, for as husband and wife, there was no need for discretion, as long as his affections were not overly bold. She felt inclined to indulge him. Liu Xuan chuckled softly, his phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of adoration that he himself was unaware of. As he enveloped Wen Ziseo in his embrace, naturally, the news of Liu Xuan's elevation to prince spread throughout the capital, stirring every faction into a state of restless anticipation. In the crown prince's residence, Su Nianqi was on the verge of madness. She could hardly fathom how Liu Xuan, a prince born of a foreign mother, could ascend so high. Anxiously, she awaited the crown prince's return, who, upon arriving, intended to visit the Chu family. The crown prince felt a deep sense of unease. Uncertain how to win Liu Xuan over, and puzzled by the emperor's intentions, the wise and elder Chu family often provided him solace, acting as a balm to his troubled heart, prompting him to seek their counsel whenever issues arose. However, Su Nianqiao intercepted him on his way, disregarding the presence of the servants in the courtyard, and exclaimed, Crown Prince, Liu Xuan has been granted the title of Prince Jin. You cannot allow him to continue this arrogance. You must persuade His Majesty to remove him. The Crown Prince could hardly contain his amusement. Does he possess such capability? If so, why does he not urge the emperor to abdicate in his favor? With a dismissive gesture, he left Su Nianqiu behind and proceeded to the Chu residence. The third prince, upon hearing the news, was consumed by jealousy, wishing to confront Liu Xuan with veiled remarks. Yet, with concubine Zhu bearing a child under punishment and his own royal consort also expecting, he found himself unable to act on his frustrations. Upon reflection, he realized that Liu Xuan's elevation was not without merit. Had it been granted to the fourth or fifth princes, he would surely be seething with indignation. Among all his brothers, it was Liu Xuan, with his distinguished military achievements, who earned his respect, as he was indeed capable and had endured hardships. Sighing, the third prince lamented to Dong Shi, when will I also be bestowed the title of prince? Dong Shi consoled him, fame often invites envy, third master. It is best we continue living as we are. With our mother currently in the palace, we cannot visit her. Perhaps you should discreetly inquire about her well-being. I worry that her delicate nature may not withstand the pressure. In the fourth prince's residence, all appeared calm as Liang Shi contemplated what gifts to send to the Jin prince's manor, while the fourth prince engaged in discussions with his aides. Meanwhile, the fifth prince's consort was equally distressed, nearly fainting from the weight of her emotions. Once she regained her composure, she clutched the fifth prince's arm, urging him to seek an audience with the emperor to secure a princely title for himself and to confront Liu Xuan, claiming that Liu Xuan would undoubtedly vie for the throne against him. The fifth prince, overwhelmed by despair, found it difficult to comprehend his predicament. The queen instructed him to win the favor of Liu Xuan and cultivate a good relationship with him, so that Liu Xuan might assist her in the future. He was at a loss regarding how to ingratiate himself. Currently, the commotion caused by the fifth prince's consort was giving him a headache. He merely longed for a gentle and tranquil woman to soothe him, granting him a moment of peace. The plaque of the royal residence and various other items required replacement. Upon her return to the estate, when Ziseo summoned the estate's overseers as Liu Xuan met with his awaiting subordinates, directing them on the tasks that needed to be accomplished. Chapter 80. Bestowal. Liu Xuan returned home late into the night. After bathing and changing, when Zhao Zhao rested against a soft pillow, a thin book resting on her face. Liu Xuan glanced down to discover it was the treasured teachings of Emperor Qi Rui. The Xian garden was adorned with exquisite elegance, opulent yet tasteful. He had assumed when Zhao Zhao favored poetry and literature, unaware that she would peruse such texts in her leisure. Observing the small bookshelf beside her, he noted a collection of both historical narratives and literary commentaries. As he gently stroked Wen Zhao's hair, now completely dry and as silky as satin, it effortlessly slipped through his fingers, leaving only a faint, fragrant touch. She cared for her body and skin with great diligence, nurtured to perfection. Perhaps influenced by her upbringing to maintain a refined lifestyle befitting a delicate noblewoman, Liu Xuan removed the book from her face and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Suddenly suspended, when Zhao Zhao opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Liu Xuan, her heart finally settled. "Your Highness, you have returned. It is chilly to sleep alone in the outer chamber." Liu Xuan replied, "In the future, if I am not home, you should retire to bed first." After placing her on the bed, she struggled to rise. "How can that be? The Empress Dowager has said that after a woman marries, she ought to. You were married to me, so you should heed my words." As she attempted to protest, he gently pressed his finger against her lips. Liu Xuan, with his handsome features and sharp, phoenix-like eyes, softened his usual aloof demeanor, gazing at her with a hint of a smile. When Zhao Zhao found herself unable to rise beneath his weight, she delicately grasped his wrist to move his hand away, then reached out to touch his injured arm. "Your Highness, how is your wound? You must be cautious, especially with bathing." Liu Xuan took her hand to unfasten his belt, her slender fingers appearing almost like fresh snow in the dim light. He cast aside his robe and soon joined her on the bed, enveloping her in his embrace, kissing the corners of her lips and her cheeks. When Zhao Zhao, fragrant and soft, felt her lips warm under his kiss, her delicate fingers clutching his garment tightly. "Do not be afraid." Liu Xuan cherished her, hesitant to exert too much force, fearing he might hurt her. Indeed, when Zhao Zhao appeared so fragile and pitiful, evoking both his deep affection and protective instincts, Liu Xuan recognized her extraordinary beauty, a rare gem among countless others, and now, in close proximity, her enchanting allure captivated him even more. He pressed her against him, kissing her again, his voice husky, "Open your mouth." When Zhao Zhao, puzzled by his intent, parted her lips slightly, and he immediately kissed her again. This kiss was tender and lingering, leaving her dazed once it ended. Liu Xuan brushed his finger against her lips and settled her against him to sleep. The following morning, when Zhao Zhao woke to bright daylight, with little on her agenda for the day, she received numerous invitations and greetings. After a busy festive season, she yearned for a moment of tranquility at home and decided to decline the unnecessary engagements. During the midday respite, when Ziseo sipped a cup of floral tea, a young maid approached with a message. "Princess, there are guests from the Wen family wishing to see you." Assuming it was her sister-in-law, Dong. When Ziseo did not bother to adorn herself further, remaining in her casual attire and jewelry. "Let them in," she instructed. Before long, someone entered. When Ziseo looked up, her expression one of surprise. The visitor from the Wen family was none other than Qian Xuanfang. Her journey had been fraught with difficulty. After offending Wen Ziseo and receiving a slap in return, she had wept for quite some time. The matriarch of the Wen family harbored a deep resentment toward Wen Ziseo, feeling that the young girl had shown her a lack of respect. Qian Xuanfang, contemplating that the Prince of Jin was still without a concubine, hoped that she might catch his eye. With this notion in mind, the matriarch had sent her to the prince's residence to try her luck. Knowing that entry to the Jin prince's estate was rather challenging, Qian Xuanfang informed the doorman that she was a relative of the Wen family, connected to the princess. Upon hearing this, the doorman promptly announced her. As Qian Xuanfang traversed the estate, she was dazzled by its grandeur, reflecting on how the marquis's residence was impressive. Yet the prince's was even more resplendent. The princess's abode, Xian Garden, exuded an air of exquisite refinement. Upon entering, she was greeted by a delicate fragrance, and the walls were adorned with masterpieces of renowned artists. Besides the potted flowers and trees, a red coral tree on a pearwood table stood impressively tall, measuring 3 or 4 feet. Wen Ziseo reclined on a couch, her ink-black hair loosely styled, adorned with a delicate purple jade hairpin. She wore a simple smoky purple dress, and her white wrists were graced with a string of wooden beads. Her face was free of makeup, giving her the appearance of an unmarried young lady. Qian Xuanfang's eyes widened in amazement, and she hastily said, "I apologize for offending the princess yesterday. The matriarch specifically sent me to ask for your forgiveness." When Ziseo was reluctant to engage with her, She preferred to play the role of a courteous guest in the Wen household, avoiding any entanglements. Yet her compliance with the matriarch's wishes had stirred unrest within the family. Nevertheless, she maintained the necessary decorum, exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about the matriarch's health. Before instructing someone to serve tea to Qian Xuanfang, at that moment, several palace maids arrived, delivering gifts. Observing the lavish attire and demeanor of these royal attendants, Qian Xuanfang felt a twinge of fear and instinctively wished to rise. However, Wen Ziseo remained seated, smiling as she addressed the head maid, Madame Su. "Thank you for your efforts. How's the Empress? I shall visit the palace again soon. The Empress has missed you dearly since your last visit. The Prince of Jingjiang has been granted a title, which has delighted the Empress, who has sent you a box of pearls and several bolts of floral silk. The pearls, a tribute from the South Sea, are for you to incorporate into your spring garments, as she knows of your fondness for pearl adornments." Qian Xuanfang stole a glance at the box, overflowing with pearls, each as large as a finger, alongside silks that shimmered like clouds at dawn. After a few more pleasantries, Wen Ziseo offered the attendants some silver coins for their return to the palace. Just as the Empress's entourage departed, those of concubine Wan and concubine Li arrived. The imperial consort Wan bestowed upon Wen Zizi a statue of Guanyin, the deity of fertility, along with several pieces of exquisite palace silk. Similarly, consort Li presented her with 2 pounds of bird's nest and tea leaves. However, Wen Zizi held little affection for the edible gifts from the concubines, as her household was already well supplied with such delicacies. Liu Xuan was rather indifferent to consuming these treats, and Wen Zizi only occasionally indulged in them, as they were not particularly rare. Once the palace attendants departed, she instructed Qian Xuanfang to take the 2 pounds of bird's nest and tea leaves away, claiming it was a gesture of filial piety towards the venerable matriarch of the Wen family. Qian Xuanfang, however, was entirely reluctant to leave. During her time with the Qian family, she had believed them to be considerably more affluent than those around her. Yet, upon arriving at the Ho residence, she realized there were greater heights of wealth, and now, having entered the Wang residence, she comprehended the true essence of opulence. Chapter 81. The bestowal. Qian Xuanfang deceitfully remarked, "Let us set these items aside for now. The old matriarch expressed concern about your solitude in the residence and requested that I accompany you for a couple of days." Even a fool like Wen Zisha could discern the underlying intentions of her and the old matriarch. The old matriarch could not bear to see her prosper, nor could she tolerate the success of Princess Chomping's offspring. She was determined to stir the waters to achieve her own satisfaction. Just as Qian Xuanfang had attempted to entangle herself with Wen Guangyuan, she had encountered a setback. Now, having arrived at the Wang residence, it was likely that she harbored intentions towards Liu Xuan. She first instructed Jing Kui to put away the bird's nest and tea leaves, then smiled and said, "Is that so? However, the prince has been at home these days, and it would be inconvenient to entertain guests." Upon hearing that the prince was at home, Qian Xuanfang's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. "The prince is home, then I shall behave appropriately and avoid crossing paths with him." As she spoke, someone entered from outside, and the maids in the room hurriedly bowed in respect. Liu Xuan walked in and immediately sat beside Wen Zisha, taking a sip of the tea she had previously enjoyed. "Has someone from the palace come today?" "The various princesses have sent some gifts," Wen Zisha replied with a smile. The empress bestowed pearls and silk, while concubine Ruan, Liu Xuan, upon seeing her, felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Before she could finish her sentence, he drew her close, saying, "Since the palace has bestowed these gifts, they surely cannot escape the notice of Father Emperor. You must accept them all without hesitation." Wen Zisha's ears turned suddenly red as she discreetly pinched his waist, pushing him away slightly. She coughed and said, "Today, Miss Qian has come at my grandmother's behest for a visit." Liu Xuan had been coming directly to Wen Zisha's residence these past few days. It was his wife's domain, and there was no need for formal announcements. Upon entering, he had not noticed Qian Xuanfang, for Wen Zisha treated her servants generously, and it was not uncommon for a woman to sit nearby while they engaged in needlework. Only after Wen Zisha's remark did Liu Xuan realize that the woman seated a short distance away was not Jing Kui. Qian Xuanfang lowered her head shyly and rose to offer a graceful bow to Liu Xuan. This humble servant pays her respects to the prince. Liu Xuan recalled events from months past and involuntarily felt a twinge of aversion towards Qian Xuanfang. However, with Wen Zisha present and Qian there as a guest, he could not let his feelings show. Wen Zisha cheerfully remarked, "Miss Qian, the hour is growing late. The old matriarch holds you in high regard, and if you return late, she may worry." Turning to Jing Kui, she instructed, "Please escort Miss Qian out." Qian Xuanfang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Wen Zixia would so openly disregard her face and insist on sending her away. Given the circumstances, she could hardly voice any objections in front of Liu Xuan. She had hoped to take the bird's nest with her, reasoning that the old matriarch would not consume so much of the palace's gifts, and eventually, they would end up with her. During her time at the Qian family, she had never had the opportunity to enjoy bird's nest. Even if there was some, it would have been given away as a gift, never reaching her hands. However, upon turning around, she found that the bird's nest and tea leaves had already been collected by the maids in Wen Zixia's room. Faced with the prince, she felt it inappropriate to shamelessly ask for them, and reluctantly departed. As soon as Qian Xuanfang departed, Liu Xuan remarked with an air of indifference, "The young lady of the Qian family harbors ulterior motives. The princess should limit her interactions with her." When Zixuan nodded in agreement, she utilized the Wen family's name to convey messages, allowing her entry from the outside. "Zhuyu, please inform the gatekeeper to ensure that future notifications rigorously verify identities," she instructed. Zhiyu responded affirmatively, understood. Just as Zhiyu had left, another announcement came through, stating that noble consort Han was congratulating the Jin prince on his new title. Accompanying her was a matron who delivered a beautifully embroidered gift from Princess Jin Fan to Wen Zixua. After graciously acknowledging the matron, Wen Zixua bid her farewell. Liu Xuan took a sip of tea and inquired, "How did you come to be acquainted with noble consort Han?" Wen Zixua recounted the matter of Nian serving as a companion reader for Princess Jin Fan. Liu Xuan commented, "Noble consort Han is neither competitive nor greedy. Jin Fan has indeed been raised well, and her palace is a commendable place." Wen Zixua nodded, and Liu Xuan continued, "Be cautious with the food gifts from the palace consorts. Do not sample them lightly. Any attire or adornments you wish to use should be meticulously inspected by those around you beforehand." Logically, the rivalries among these consorts should not pose a threat to Wen Zixua, yet who can predict the unpredictable? There are always those who cannot bear to see others thrive. Having grown up in the palace and witnessed various power struggles, Liu Xuan placed his trust in no one. He recognized that Wen Zixua, with her meticulous nature, likely harbored similar thoughts, prompting him to offer his warnings. Wen Zixua felt a warmth in her heart, fully aware of Liu Xuan's good intentions. Perhaps fate had indeed smiled upon her. After enduring considerable hardships in her previous life regarding matrimonial matters, she was fortunate to have wed such a man in this life. Seated together, Liu Xuan casually draped his arm over her shoulder, drawing her closer into his embrace, while discreetly signaling to Ren Ruo. Understanding the cue, Ren Ruo hurriedly ushered everyone else out before exiting herself. Wen Zixua was still unaccustomed to such intimacy with Liu Xuan in broad daylight. His hand found its way to her waist, eliciting a ticklish sensation that made her feel both nervous and shy, leading her to playfully swat at his hand. "Your Highness," Liu Xuan's strong grip encircled her slender waist, a delicate hold that could easily snap if not careful. "I merely wish to embrace you," he said. Observing her flustered expression with a raised brow, "Why are you so anxious? Is it forbidden for your husband to touch you?" With that, he lifted Wen Zixua onto his lap, adding, "There is a banquet tonight, and I may not return until late." Recently honored with a title, and with the New Year festivities underway, he anticipated numerous social engagements. Wen Zixua felt uneasy sitting in his lap, mistakenly assuming that a weapon he bore was digging into her, and she gently reminded him. Liu Xuan's expression shifted, his voice taking on a husky tone. "It is my own." Wen Zixua was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Liu Xuan held her delicate, pale hand, curious to know. Sensing some trickery, she attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. However, the man chuckled softly, his strength beyond her imagination, as he effortlessly lifted her and carried her towards the bed curtain, broadening her horizons in the process. After dusk, Liu Xuan prepared to change his attire and venture out, feeling invigorated and uplifted by his leisure. He personally took a handkerchief to wipe down Wen Shizhao's hands and gently applied warmth to her wrists. The recent encounter had left Wen Shizhao quite astonished, greatly satisfying Liu Xuan's sense of pride as a man. She was still clad in her daytime garments, although her skirt remained orderly. Her shoulders bore the marks of having been tugged down, rendering the outfit unwearable regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 82. Bestowal. Ren Ruo observed Liu Xuan, who seemed to be in an unusually good mood, and she too let out a sigh of relief. Those who serve as subordinates dread the displeasure of their superiors. When those above are in poor spirits, those below inevitably suffer. Since Liu Xuan's marriage, he had initially professed his dislike for the princess, claiming that this union had been imposed upon him. Yet, his actions betrayed an unconscious inclination towards her, and now he frequently sought her company, often carving out time even when none was readily available. Renrua smiled and remarked, "The princess is indeed fortunate. By the end of this year, our Wang residence may welcome a new addition." Liu Xuan, however, took little stock in such notions. He did not wholly subscribe to the royal family's concept of expanding their lineage. To him, the welfare of his princess was paramount, and he regarded Wen Zizai as still too young and fragile to bear children. His priority was her well-being. They had a long future ahead, and it would not be detrimental to wait a couple more years for her health to improve before considering offspring. Once attired, Liu Xuan departed from the estate. Meanwhile, Wen Zizai had dozed for a while, and upon awakening, she found that night had descended. She gathered her garments and instructed her maid to prepare warm water for a bath and change of clothes. After soaking in the warm water for a spell, a slight blush adorned her cheeks. This afternoon, Tao Shiji had come to pay her respects. The princess's maid informed me that, as the prince was still within, I sent her away, as you mentioned, while drying Wen Zizai's hair. Wen Zizai nodded in understanding. With only 2 concubines in Liu Xian's household, it was far less troublesome. As long as they remained composed and did not stir up trouble, Wen Zizai would not withhold from them. For the household could still afford to maintain a few idle hands. Wen Zizai had little desire to engage in conflicts with the inhabitants of her own residence. Her aspirations were modest. Yet, Tao Shiji's ambitions ran deeper. She had heard of the rewards bestowed upon Wen Zizai by the empress and other noble ladies, prompting her to visit in hopes of sharing in the bounty. Could the princess possibly adorn herself with so many gifts? It would be better to share some joy with everyone. Ultimately, she received nothing and was dismissed by the maid, who cited the prince's presence in the princess's current unavailability. With a heart full of grievances, Tao Shiji sought someone to vent her frustrations. Later, her maid discreetly approached her, saying, "Madam, someone from the crown princess's entourage seems to know me." Tao Shiji narrowed her eyes, intrigued. "The crown princess?" The maid nodded. "Today, while I was out purchasing snacks for you, I happened upon an elder matron who inquired if I was from our Wang residence and whether I belonged to your courtyard. She spoke kindly, saying the crown princess wished to meet you and would like to arrange a visit." Tao Shiji was taken aback by the crown princess's graciousness. Regardless of the truth behind the maid's words, the simple courtesy extended to her, a mere concubine, was already a source of pride. How is it that, despite being cousins, the crown princess exhibits such generosity? Chu Shiji, who shares my background as a palace maid, has her family firmly established in the imperial city. As the servant girl spoke, her eyes were devoid of sincerity, and her nose seemed to lack distinction. Our esteemed companion, relying on her noble lineage, cast a dismissive glance at those of us of lower status, showing no interest even in the customary salutations. A few days later, Wen Ziseo, along with several imperial consorts, accompanied Empress Hu to admire the plum blossoms in Polite Garden. Naturally, she rose early for the occasion. To Wen Ziseo's surprise, Qian Xuanfang followed closely behind Sun Yanqiao. As the crown princess, Sun Yanqiao attracted attention, particularly when accompanied by other young ladies. Qian Xuanfang had not anticipated that she would encounter a setback when visiting Wen Ziseo. The matriarch of the Wen family had instructed her to approach the crown princess, who, upon learning that Qian Xuanfang had been slighted by Wen Ziseo's people, graciously offered her a place in the imperial gardens to accompany the empress in her floral appreciation. This gesture brought Qian Xuanfang immense joy, leaving her sleepless for 2 nights. However, it was regrettable that the opulent surroundings of the crown prince's residence paled in comparison to those of Wen Ziseo, the princess. Whatever fine treasures the palace had to offer were invariably sent for Wen Ziseo's approval. Even gifts bestowed upon Liu Xian were directed to her quarters. It was rumored that any splendid offerings within the crown prince's estate had found their way to the Chu family instead. Despite the lack of glamour within the palace, Sun Yanqiao, the crown princess, maintained a favorable public image, especially given that there were many princes but only one crown prince. After being reprimanded by Wen Ziseo's attendants, Qian Xuanfang now walked with her head bowed, cautious not to utter a word, content to remain at Sun Yanqiao's side. Empress Hu quickly noticed the young lady accompanying the crown princess. The girl had a pleasant appearance, though she appeared somewhat modest. With a smile, Empress Hu remarked, "Who is this young lady beside the crown princess?" Sun Yanqiu swiftly replied, "She is my cousin from my maternal grandfather's side." "Oh, a distant cousin," Empress Hu mused, then turned her gaze toward Wen Ziseo, pondering if she was also close to the Princess of Jin, holding a cup of tea. A few fallen plum petals brushed against Wen Ziseo's temples. After hearing the exchange, she closed her teacup, lifted her hand to smooth her hair, and replied, "Unfortunately, Miss Qian only came to reside with the Wen family after my marriage, so our interactions have been limited." The implication in Wen Ziseo's words was immediately grasped by Empress Hu. Although they were relatives, Qian Xuanfang was closer to Sun Yinxiao and more distant from Wen Ziseo. Empress Hu, wishing for Liu Xuan, a capable individual, to support the fifth prince, could not afford to undermine Wen Ziseo's reputation publicly. As for the crown princess, Empress Hu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her son and similarly disapproved of the women associated with him. Understanding this dynamic, Empress Hu smiled. To dwell with virtuous individuals is akin to residing in a chamber of fragrant orchids. She continued, the princess of Jin likely shares closer ties with the Dong family. Does she not? The daughters of the Dong family are ever so gentle and virtuous, and in recent years, even the illegitimate daughters have garnered much attention for marriage. The current Empress Dowager is a Dong family daughter, as is the mother of Wen Ziseo, Princess Chongping. Moreover, the third princess and Wen Ziseo's sister-in-law are also from the Dong family, which underscores the desirability of their daughters. On the surface, Empress Hu's words appeared to praise the daughters of the Dong family. However, they were also a veiled compliment to Wen Ziseo and a subtle jab at Sun Yinxiao for associating with those of lesser standing. The words spoken left both Qian Xuanfang and Sun Yinxiao utterly embarrassed. Sun Yinxiao tightened her handkerchief, consumed by a deep-seated resentment, wishing fervently for the demise of Empress Dowager Dong, hoping that this family would be left without support. After a moment to compose herself, Sun Yinxiu smiled and continued. By the way, the Qin family's young lady's marriage has yet to be settled. In recent days, I have observed that she is indeed well-educated and sensible. With the Jin prince recently bestowed with his title, it would be inappropriate for him to have too few respectable concubines by his side. Your Majesty, why not bestow Miss Qian upon the Jin prince as a concubine? Chapter 83. Bestowal. Upon the utterance of Sun Yinxiao's words, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Even the less astute fifth and seventh princesses stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that the crown princess would utter such foolishness. Had the empress lost her senses or her wits to propose granting Sun Yinxiao to Liu Xuan as a concubine? Who would not wish to send their own kin into such a prestigious position? The empress herself had to labor to secure even a modest maid for her own schemes. How could she possibly arrange a higher-ranking concubine for another? Moreover, to present a woman to her husband in front of Wen Zizhou would be to incur her wrath, irreparably damaging their relationship. Regrettably, Sun Yinxiao and Qian Xuanfang did not share this perspective. Sun Yinxiao, believing herself to be the crown princess and the future matriarch of the nation, saw no issue in arranging a concubine for a prince. As the Duke of Jin received his title, many offered gifts in celebration. Her offering of a woman was no different. Furthermore, while the Qian family may not have been of royal lineage, they were still of noble birth and had familial ties with the Marquis of Jinan, making the proposition of a concubine plausible. Qian Xuanfang was filled with delight, astonished by the crown princess's generosity in aiding her matrimonial prospects before the empress. The empress would hardly dare to refuse the crown princess's request, especially with her son's future dependent on maintaining favor with her. In such a public setting, who would risk embarrassing the crown princess? The fifth princess, Ding, could not bear to see Wen Zizhou in good spirits and relished the opportunity to cause her distress. With a smirk, Ding remarked, "Ah, this is truly a match made in heaven. You are cousins by blood, dear sister-in-law. You wouldn't object, would you? I have heard that you are gentle and virtuous, not the type to be envious." The word envious uttered by Ding elicited stifled laughter from some in attendance. Most guests were merely entertained by the spectacle, reveling in the drama as it unfolded, with no regard for the implications it held for them. The more tumultuous the affair, the better. However, as soon as Ding's words left her lips, Empress Hu shot her a chilling glare, prompting Ding to fall silent in fear. When Zizhou slowly lifted her teacup and took a sip, her tone nonchalant, "I harbor no jealousy. As long as my lord is pleased, anything is acceptable. Your Majesty, this request from the crown princess is directed at you. The final decision rests in your hands." Though Wen Zizhou had previously maintained her composure, genuine anger now coursed through her. She sensed that the empress would likely refuse Sun Yinxiao's proposal. Even if she were to acquiesce, Wen Zizhou cast a cold glance at Qian Xuanfang. This woman had already stirred chaos within the Wen family, seeking to infiltrate the royal household. Did she truly believe she could be as forgiving as her sister-in-law, Dong? One could easily enter, but it was doubtful she would leave unscathed. Empress Hu rarely displayed such severity, exclaiming, "This is absurd. Su, as the crown princess, you cannot manage your own household affairs and yet wish to meddle in the affairs of the Duke of Jin? You are devoid of talent and virtue, stirring up trouble. It is clear that the crown prince was blinded by folly to have brought a woman like you into the fold." Empress Hu's scolding was so severe that even the crown prince found himself at a loss for words, leaving Qian Xuanfang and Su Nianxiao utterly dumbfounded. In unison, they knelt down. News of this swiftly reached the ears of the various princes. At that moment, several princes were gathered at the estate of Prince Gaoang, where the princess wife had passed away 2 years prior, and he had recently taken a new bride. At 62, Prince Gaoang bore a beard streaked with gray, while his new wife, merely 18, was younger than his granddaughter, and her father was a local official. The princes' wives were reluctant to lower their status to engage with the new consort of Prince Gaoang, choosing instead to give a few customary gifts and accompany the empress to enjoy the blossoms at Penglai Garden. In the estate of Prince Gaoang, upon hearing the news, the third prince spat out his drink in a fit of laughter, gleefully directing his mockery at the crown prince, saying with a sardonic tone, "Ah, the crown princess truly understands etiquette. She neglects her own affairs yet is busy arranging for her elder brother as concubine. Such dedication indeed. Ha ha. When might I also be blessed with a peerless beauty?" The crown prince felt his dignity slipping away, and in response to the third prince's vile taunts, he struggled to maintain his composure. "Brother, rather than dreaming of an extraordinary beauty, perhaps you should contemplate the seclusion of consort Xu." The fifth prince grew restless, aware that Ding was a provocateur who harbored disdain for Wen Yiyi and was prone to causing a scene. With the crown princess having suffered such a public disgrace, he feared that Ding might incite further chaos with unseemly remarks. The seventh prince glanced at the fifth prince, concerned that Ding's foolishness might ensnare his own household. As the seventh princess and fifth princess were close associates, the fifth prince, reassured by a confidant that the fifth princess had merely spoken in jest, remained at ease, knowing that with the empress present, she would not dare to act recklessly. The crown prince and the fifth prince did not fear offending Liu Xuan and Wen Yiyi. That was of little consequence. Primarily, the brothers understood that even when bestowing women, it was customary for men of equal rank to do so among themselves. Only elders might concern themselves with such matters regarding juniors, and with the crown prince yet to ascend the throne, the status of the crown princess, while slightly elevated above that of the imperial consorts, was not overwhelmingly so, as the empress and the dowager empress still held sway. To meddle in the affairs of one's peers, thereby creating turmoil in another's household, would be sheer folly. What sort of matter is it for a primary consort to suggest presenting a woman to another's husband in front of another primary consort? Such an affront is assured to offend, reflecting utter stupidity, akin to a brothel keeper. The crown princess' dignity would be thoroughly diminished. It was predictable that for the next 6 months, his brothers would relish this incident as a source of ridicule. What transpires at home is one matter, but in public, primary consorts represent the face of their households. Their every word indeed reflects upon the entire estate. Thus, many in the royal family marry wisely, seeking virtuous wives, and take concubines solely for beauty, fearing that an indiscreet primary wife might bring shame and transform their family into a laughingstock. In this regard, the third, fourth, and sixth princes never worry about their respective consorts. They focus on their external affairs, confident that their wives, even if they do not bring honor to their households, will at least not disgrace them as the crown princess and Ding have done. The third prince was raised by concubine Zhu from a young age. While others regarded her as a celestial beauty, he had grown accustomed to her presence and no longer saw her charm, merely perceiving her as gentle and endearing. Thus, he desired to wed a princess of similar temperament and lineage. However, he found her incessant nagging bothersome, ultimately marrying the quiet yet graceful Dong family instead, and found himself content in his choice. The fourth prince, possessing a profound and calculating mind from an early age, was unimpressed by his mother, who fancied herself astute yet was, in truth, rather foolish. After much inquiry and subtle probing, he chose the capable and shrewd Liang family as his bride, finding satisfaction despite their lesser social standing. The sixth prince and his consort, Lady Xiao, were cousins, Lady Xiao being the legitimate daughter of his maternal aunt, Lady Yuan. Both the Xiao and Yuan families boasted exemplary reputations, with Lady Xiao embodying the virtues of her illustrious lineage, making her an impeccable choice among noble women. They observed the crown princess's disgrace with disdain, and while the third prince openly mocked her, the fourth and sixth princes concealed their satisfaction beneath a veneer of composure. Chapter 84. Bestowal. Upon returning to the palace, when Cece discreetly observed the sequestered consort Zhu. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, consort Zhu had been melancholic these days. Despite the outside world brimming with festivities, her quarters remained eerily desolate. When Cece lamented that it was no wonder the third prince had withdrawn from the struggle for the throne so early after being granted a title, When Consort Zhu was in her prime, her beauty and charm had instilled in him a sense of confidence. Yet, lacking a firm disposition and resolute character, he could not sustain this ambition indefinitely, especially as Consort Zhu's beauty waned with age. Furthermore, her overly gentle nature rendered her particularly susceptible to the subtle jabs from other concubines, painful enough to feel like a death sentence. Having tasted the vicissitudes of human relationships, Consort Zhu was deeply touched when she saw Wen Yiyi taking the time to visit her. Grasping Wen Yiyi's hand, she said, "You are a good child. The first prince is indeed a man of great fortune to have you as his princess." Wen Yiyi advised Consort Zhu to take care of herself, especially during this delicate time of pregnancy, emphasizing the importance of not suppressing any distress, as it could adversely affect the child. Consort Zhu managed a bitter smile. "I wish I could be at ease, but after so many years with the emperor, he has never spoken harshly to me, yet now he completely disbelieves my words. Do you truly think I would harm another's child?" After a moment of silence, Wen Yiyi replied, "Your Highness is kind-hearted and well-regarded both inside and outside the palace. Such acts are beneath your dignity. Moreover, with a child on the way, your precious body is too valuable to risk any indiscretions." Wen Yiyi's words resonated deeply with Consort Zhu. Wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, she remarked, "You truly understand me. Even in our brief acquaintance, you discern my sentiments. While the emperor, after all these years, seems to have forgotten. Alas, I am aging and pregnant. I cannot compare to the youthful maidens who capture his attention." With the favor of the emperor waning, Consort Zhu finally found the clarity to contemplate her and the third prince's future. She had once believed fortune favored her, thinking the third prince could ascend due to her status as his favored mother. Yet, reflecting now, she realized that the third prince lacked the necessary capabilities, and her beauty had been eclipsed by younger rivals. Merely relying on the emperor's affection would not suffice. She could not contend even with the fifth prince, let alone the crown prince. Moreover, in the realm of power, defeat often equated to death. During her pregnancy, Consort Zhu had developed some blemishes on her face and body, and she adhered to a strict regimen of medication. She grew close to Wen Yiyi and did not shy away from allowing her maid to apply ointments in her presence. Noticing Wen Yiyi's curiosity about the ointment, Consort Zhu gifted her a small box, saying, "This is rare to find. A secret beauty balm from an esteemed old doctor in the city. It was offered by a servant and cost 10 taels of gold for this little jar. It whitens and nourishes the skin. To try it when you return." Wen Yiyi, entranced by its fragrant allure, expressed her gratitude with a smile. Having come to visit Consort Zhu in secret, she felt it inappropriate to linger too long and quickly made her way to see Empress Dowager Dong. After her brief visit, she returned to the Wang residence, the night having already fallen. After a long and exhausting day, Wen Yiyi returned to her residence, where warm soup had been prepared for her bath. After soaking, she draped herself in a snow-white silk robe, her hair half-dried, and leaned against a soft pillow with her eyes half-closed. The maidservants warmed a bit of peony flower oil in their palms and gently massaged it into her hair. Throughout her absence, numerous matters had arisen, and Granny Pan recounted them all. The gifts from the Gaoyang Wangfu had been sent early that morning, precisely as per the list she had prepared the previous day. An aunt had come to seek an audience, hinting that her son wished to join the Xiuqi camp and was hoping for Wen Yiyi's assistance in arranging this. There was also the exquisite glass phoenix lamp that had arrived today. With a torrent of 8 or 9 matters presented, Wen Yiyi found herself somewhat overwhelmed. She responded with her eyes still closed, instructing her attendants to make detailed arrangements. After applying the floral oil to her hair, the maidservant cleaned her fingers with a warm towel, then used a cloth to gently pat Wen Yiyi's face. She took a small amount of the jade cream gifted by the Zhu Fei earlier that day, warming it with a jade stick before applying it to Wen Yiyi's face. The fragrance was subtly elegant, hinting at notes of milk and sandalwood, intertwined with delicate floral aromas that were quite delightful. Having arranged the affairs of the household, Wen Yiyi found it challenging to dismiss certain relatives seeking favors. Even though Liu Xuan had yet to attain a particularly influential position, people were already sniffing around for assistance. It was not that Wen Yiyi neglected her relatives. Sometimes, having kin was indeed reliable, as they were all in the same boat. Yet some individuals were like wolves, taking benefits without reciprocating, as if throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone without a trace. In such matters, Wen Yiyi prioritized her mutual interests with Liu Xuan, exercising the utmost caution. She instructed that in future, when anyone came seeking assistance, the outside staff should not accept any gifts indiscriminately. Anyone who dares to offer benefits in exchange for favors, be they the prince's people or mine, if I find out, I shall break their legs and expel them from the residence. Wen Ziseo declared, "From now on, notify me first, so I may decide whether to meet them or not." Nodding in agreement, Wen Ziseo pondered that Granny Pan was aging and would surely be unable to serve her in a few years. It was time to arrange for her to retire and enjoy her later years. The two loyal maidservants, Jin Kue and Zhu Yu, were also of marrying age. She did not wish to delay their prospects, allowing them to choose between serving in the household or marrying, depending on their wishes. She resolved to nurture a few more trustworthy maidservants in the coming years. Lost in her thoughts, she did not notice Liu Xuan approaching. Liu Xuan gestured for the maidservant holding the tray to step back and gave a subtle nod to the maidservant who was massaging Wen Ziseo, causing her to rise immediately in surprise. He then settled beside her, placing his hand on her shoulder. "You've spent half the day with the Empress. You must be quite exhausted." Wen Ziseo snapped back to reality, recalling, "Your Highness." Liu Xuan enveloped her in his embrace. "Do not move. I just had them prepare osmanthus pastry for you, still warm. After your wine today, a bit of pastry will surely soothe your stomach for sleep," Wen Ziseo suggested. Liu Xuan gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead, remarking, "Amidst your usual busyness, is it truly necessary for you to concern yourself so deeply over such trifles? The well-being of His Highness is no trivial matter. It is of utmost importance, surpassing all else in significance." Wen Yiyi subtly gestured to the maidens beside her, urging them to hasten in retrieving what was needed. Chapter 85. Bestowal. The maid swiftly brought forth the osmanthus pudding, a delicately crafted small bowl. The jade-like pudding nestled within the blue and white porcelain bowl shimmered, adorned with a sprinkle of golden osmanthus blossoms, exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Liu Xuan, averse to overly sweet delicacies, had merely added a hint of osmanthus honey for flavor, rendering it pleasantly palatable without being cloying. He savored it slowly before setting the bowl aside and leaning down to kiss Wen Shasha. Wen Shasha felt a tinge of shyness, particularly with the maids present in the room. Liu Xuan, having been raised in the palace, was accustomed to a lack of decorum among the nobility, who seldom regarded palace maids and eunuchs as equals. Slightly embarrassed, Wen Shasha gently pinched his waist with one hand. Liu Xuan paused and instructed everyone to leave the chamber. Once they were alone, he suddenly smiled and remarked, "What are you shy about?" Wen Shasha, tense in his solitary company, found herself at a loss for words, stammering, "It's too warm in here. I think I should, get off your lap." Liu Xuan pressed her waist gently. "Did I instruct you to move?" Wen Shasha, feeling weak and unable to resist his firm grasp, found herself leaning against his chest. Liu Xuan was utterly enamored by her vulnerability, his heart swelling with affection. He whispered softly in her ear, "All right, I won't tease you. Just sit still and don't move. I heard you faced some grievances in front of the Empress." Wen Shasha momentarily froze before realizing he was already aware of the events that had transpired in the Pinglai garden that day. "It's not really a grievance," she replied. "The crown princess was too reckless, ultimately making a fool of herself. The Empress has already reprimanded her." Liu Xuan gently patted her back, understanding that it was not easy for Wen Shasha to maintain her composure in public, not to mention the cunning nature of Empress Hu. Engaging in a battle of wits with her required utmost caution. Even the crown princesses were not easy to deal with a shrewd Empress above, difficult sisters-in-law in the middle, and a host of servants to manage below. Being a royal wife was indeed exhausting. Having been married to Wen Shasha for some time, Liu Xuan had observed her navigate the intricate dynamics of court life without ever faltering in her dignity. This brought him a sense of comfort. "You need not maintain a facade before me. I am your husband. You may express your burdens freely." Currently, the crown prince enjoyed the emperor's favor, and the empress along with other consorts sought to win his allegiance for their own sons. Wen Shasha smiled, "I thrive under your favor. How could I suffer grievances from them in plain sight? Such days shall not last," Liu Xuan remarked. "I shall not align myself with anyone." Wen Shasha comprehended his meaning. This was a matter of great importance, one that could not be articulated clearly. "Regardless of your choices, I shall stand by your side," she asserted, adjusting his collar with a gentle touch. "However, you are an ambitious man, not one to be easily swayed or made a pawn, are you?" Liu Xuan felt a stirring within him. He was taken aback by how well Wen Shasha understood him. Such matters he would not easily reveal, especially when his wings had yet to fully unfurl. All ambitions must remain concealed. Liu Xuan inquired, "Does the princess not fear death? In the game of kings, victory and defeat are stained with blood." Wen Zisa softly replied, "If your highness harbors such a scheme, the Wen family swears to follow to the death. I too shall devote all that I have." Liu Xuan chuckled softly. Recognizing that his seemingly gentle and delicate princess possessed an unexpectedly fierce spirit, her aspirations grand. Unhindered by the fleeting allure of riches and honor, he affectionately brushed his fingers against Wen Yiyi's nose, guiding her to bed so she might rest. Though he was not deeply intoxicated, some documents remained unattended. He intended to address them before seeking rest. The following morning, Wen Yiyi awakened from the heat, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld the robust chest of the man beside her. His garments were slightly askew, revealing pronounced collarbones and a well-defined jawline. Still languid from sleep, she raised her hand to nudge Liu Xuan, asking, "Your Highness, why do you not attend court today? Did you take leave?" Liu Xuan grasped her hand and pressed a kiss upon it. "I still closed. You do not realize. I have already returned from court. There was nothing of consequence today." The more he kissed her, the more he found the fragrance emanating from Wen Yiyi familiar. "What perfume do you wear? It seems so well known to me." Wen Yiyi responded, "It is merely the scent I use regularly. Your Highness, accustomed to it, surely finds it familiar." "No," Liu Xuan countered, inhaling deeply. "The aroma is only present on your hands and face." Suddenly, Wen Yiyi recalled, "It is the beauty balm bestowed by Lady Zhu yesterday. Its fragrance is indeed quite elegant." Liu Xuan frowned. "Did I not advise you to be cautious with the items used in the palace?" Wen Yiyi thought Lady Zhu benevolent and deemed it unnecessary to be wary. Besides, she herself was using it while pregnant. "I shall show it to the physician later," Liu Xuan remarked. "But this scent is rather overpowering. It lingered all night, and I believe I have encountered it before." Wen Yiyi nodded in agreement. Liu Xuan held her a moment longer, aware that the hour was growing late, and summoned a maid to assist her in rising. Unexpectedly, another messenger arrived, announcing that Wen Yiyi's aunt sought an audience. While she was applying her brows before the mirror, she coldly instructed, "Send her away." Liu Xuan interjected, "Since she is of the Wen family, why not allow her to enter?" Wen Yiyi replied, "In my youth at my maternal home, I was never close to this aunt. Her husband is my distant uncle, a man who indulges in drink and vice, neglecting proper matters. Their household is perpetually in debt, relying on the family for support. As the saying goes, an unworthy upper beam casts a crooked lower beam. Their son is no better, having taken after his father to the brothels at a tender age. If he is given an opportunity, he may well bring trouble to the royal residence. It is better he remains idle at home, living off the family's charity." She even attempts to persuade me to convince Liu Xuan to secure a good position for her son. I cannot bear to entertain such a request. After listening to her explanation, Liu Xuan instructed the steward to dismiss the visitor. Wen Yiyi added, "Should any ill-mannered individuals approach the prince under my name in the future, please do not assume they are merely my relatives seeking assistance. Naturally, such words reveal my own audacity. Your Highness may not necessarily regard me with any particular favor." Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan felt a twinge of sympathy. When Zizhao initially experienced neglect, approaching her marriage with utmost caution, scarcely daring to overestimate her standing in his heart, Liu Xuan replied, "In my presence, you undoubtedly possess that favor. Should your family encounter any pressing matters in the future, I shall not turn a blind eye." Indeed, when someone truly deserving encounters a bottleneck, if it bears any relation to Wen Zizhao, Liu Xuan would surely extend his assistance. However, those idle relatives who take advantage of their kinship to exploit favors, regardless of the circumstances, Liu Xuan would remain indifferent to them. Chapter 86. Rewards. After Liu Xuan had his early meal, he took his leave. Wen Yiyi spent the morning attending to various matters, when suddenly she recalled the jade facial cream gifted to her by concubine Zhu, prompting her to send a servant to summon the royal physician to check her pulse for reassurance. Just as she awakened from her afternoon nap, the physician arrived. This young physician, under Liu Xuan's patronage, had miraculously healed the Empress Dowager's ailment, and for the past few months, he had been called to the manor to attend to any discomfort Wen Yiyi experienced. Upon examining her pulse, the physician remarked, "Your Highness, your health appears satisfactory, though your vital energy is somewhat deficient. I advise you to worry less and refrain from burdening your mind with matters. I shall prescribe a few days' worth of medicine for you." When Yiyi smiled, "There are many affairs in the manor. It is difficult not to be troubled." She then recalled the new jar of jade facial cream she had acquired recently and inquired, "Could you examine this and advise whether it is suitable for my use?" As she spoke, she handed the jar to the physician. He opened it and took a whiff, his expression swiftly changing. "Your Highness, from where did you obtain this?" This cream indeed enhances beauty and brightens the complexion, and it contains several aromatic ingredients that calm the mind and assist sleep. However, for women, it is a harmful substance. When Yiyi's countenance shifted as she gasped, "What do you mean?" The physician explained that one of the exotic ingredients, named manchuan, was tranquilizing and soothing, but prolonged use could lead to infertility in women. Your Highness, take a moment to inhale deeply. Do you not find this peculiar fragrance captivating? After pondering for a moment, Wen Yiyi asked, what if a pregnant woman were to use it? The physician grimly replied, it could either lead to a sudden miscarriage with severe bleeding or result in the birth of a deformed child. He further noted that manchuan was a rare substance, long vanished from the Central Plains, unknown to most physicians. Where did you come by this? Wen Yiyi's expression fluctuated as she refrained from explaining further and dismissed the physician. Just as he departed, Jin Kuei, her maid, indignantly exclaimed, what a malicious scheme by concubine Zhu. She is under house arrest, and Our Lady kindly visits her. Yet she turns around and seeks to harm her. Wen Yiyi safely stored away the harmful substance, hesitating for a moment before leaning on her maid's arm to rise. Today, since there are no pressing matters, I shall visit the residence of the third prince. Zhuiwe, please bring along the garments and shoes I had the maids prepare recently. Wen Yiyi had instructed the maids to craft several sets of small clothes and shoes suitable for both boys and girls, intending to send them to Dong Shi after she gave birth. Several maids and matrons accompanied Wen Yiyi to the third prince's residence. Upon arrival, the gatekeeper, recognizing the princess of Jin, offered her a cup of tea and promptly announced her presence, swiftly escorting her to Dong Shi's quarters. Dong Shi was tending to several pots of orchids in her room, which was free of incense, filled instead with the delicate fragrance of the flowers. Upon seeing Wen Yiyi, she smiled brightly. Sister-in-law, you have come. She instructed a servant to prepare tea and snacks, and took Wen Yiyi's hand, leading her to sit down. Dong Shi had not adorned herself with makeup, wearing only a simple blue dress. As her pregnancy progressed, even the simplest tasks became cumbersome, and her attendants watched over her closely. Wen Yiyi observed Dong Shi's complexion and remarked, you are not wearing any makeup, yet your skin remains fair and lovely. What do you usually use for skincare? I am one who does not indulge in cosmetics, finding no necessity for rouge or powder within the confines of my home. As San Yi remarked, there is beauty in simplicity. The mere mention of the third Prince Dong evokes a slight embarrassment within me, my ears tinged with crimson. The application of makeup feels rather cumbersome. I typically apply only a modest amount of nourishing cream and pearl powder prescribed by the imperial physician, sustaining myself with delicacies such as bird's nest and white fungus for nourishment. Indeed, Dong's temperament mirrors that of my sister-in-law, a testament to the shared lineage of these women. I absent-mindedly touched my face, reflecting on how the hustle and bustle of the new year had left me looking rather haggard, prompting thoughts of rejuvenation. My sister-in-law laughed, saying, what do you have to worry about, you, a beauty of unparalleled grace? You put us ordinary mortals to shame. Dong interjected, not long ago, I visited Mother, who bestowed upon me a jar of nourishing cream. She possesses great beauty and has a fondness for such things, but I found it too fragrant and only used it a few times. Should you wish for some, I can procure another jar for Mother. Feigning curiosity, I responded, oh? Just yesterday, I visited the palace of concubine Zhu, who gifted me a jar as well. I wonder if it is the same as yours. Dong, smiling, instructed a servant to fetch the jar given by concubine Zhu. Upon seeing the identical jade container, my expression involuntarily shifted. Concealing my surprise, I took it and inhaled the scent, which was indeed identical. I recounted to Dong that the imperial physician had come to check my pulse for peace of mind, and out of curiosity, I showed him this jar. What do you suppose the physician said? I inquired. Dong, intrigued, prompted, what did he say? I relayed the physician's exact words. As soon as I finished speaking, Dong's complexion drained of color. No wonder Mother has been unwell lately. We all thought she was merely agitated by that venomous woman, Jing. This is grave news. Dong hastily grasped my hand. Sister-in-law, this is a matter of utmost importance. I must discuss it with Third Yi. With that, she dispatched a maid to summon the third prince from outside. I nodded and retreated to my own residence with my entourage. The third prince was outside enjoying a performance with several of his companions when he noticed Dong's attendant urgently beckoning him. Unable to explain the situation before onlookers, the attendant merely stated there was a matter concerning the royal consort. The third prince, assuming there was no pressing issue at home, thought perhaps Dong had encountered some mishap, and hurriedly mounted his steed to return home. Upon arriving and finding Dong safe and sound, the third prince sighed in relief, chuckling. What was the urgency in calling for me? Now they will surely concoct tales of my being henpecked. However, instead of responding with laughter, Dong remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks as she recounted the day's events. Lu Lin, Startled, asked, "You haven't used that cream, have you?" "I only applied it twice. I found it overly fragrant and stored it away." The physician assured me my pulse was stable. Hearing this, Liu Lin hurriedly departed, not even changing his attire, and made his way to the palace. Concubine Zhu had been suffering from stomach pains that morning and had sought the emperor, who was occupied with Xiaojing. After acupuncture by the physician, she felt considerably better. However, the physician advised her to remain calm, yet she sat by the window, seething with frustration towards the emperor. Upon the arrival of the third prince, Concubine Zhu expressed her bewilderment. "Liner, what brings you here at this hour?" Without hesitation, the third prince approached the dressing table and began to recklessly upend the contents of her drawer, scattering jars and bottles in disarray. Annoyed, Concubine Zhu exclaimed, "Liu Lin, what are you doing?" The third prince turned, commanding the palace maid to summon the imperial physician, instructing, "Gather all available physicians from the Royal Medical Bureau." Although Concubine Zhu had fallen from grace and was under house arrest, her previous status had been illustrious for many years, and her reinstatement seemed inevitable. Moreover, she was now with child, carrying a dragon heir. Should any misfortune arise, the weight of responsibility would be too great for all involved to bear. The Royal Medical Bureau, aware of the gravity of the situation, did not delay and promptly dispatched 4 physicians to attend. Chapter 87. Bestowal. During the brief interlude when the imperial physician was summoned, Liu Lin recounted the events to Concubine Zhu in meticulous detail. Concubine Zhu's complexion turned ashen. "So it is. No wonder I have been feeling unwell these days. I had thought it was merely the vexation caused by those 2 wretched women of the Jing family." Thankfully, Zizai is as perceptive as a hawk. As she spoke, her pallor deepened once more. "This time, we owe a debt of gratitude to Princess Jean. She is indeed a rare gem of wisdom. Were it any other person who discovered the issue with the ointment, they would surely assume I intended her harm." Reflecting on the matter, I realized that had I been in Wen Zizai's shoes, I would have thought the same. Yet, inexplicably, Wen Zizai considered herself a victim as well. She first sought information from the Dong family and only revealed the truth upon confirming her suspicions. The third prince was now weeping profusely, raised by Concubine Zhu. Their bond over the years had grown as deep as the ocean. The thought of his mother being harmed without knowing the truth would torment him for a lifetime. Were it not for Wen Zizai, anyone else would have assumed Concubine Zhu was harming her, and instead of offering a warning, they might have retaliated fiercely. The goodness of his sister-in-law weighed heavily on his heart, and he felt immense remorse for having previously treated his elder brother with disdain. As they conversed, the imperial physician arrived. The third prince wiped his face with a towel, allowing the physicians to enter one by one to examine Concubine Zhu and inspect the ointment. Only the first physician's expression shifted significantly as he disclosed the presence of the Manchurian flower in the ointment. He inquired how long Concubine Zhu had been using it, and upon learning it had been a month, his demeanor changed drastically. He bluntly stated that her pregnancy was unlikely to be viable, and even if it were, the child would not be normal. He prescribed a remedy, clarifying that it would only safeguard the mother, not the child, and advised that Concubine Zhu should not conceive again in the future. The third prince recalled that this physician was quite young, having gained favor with Empress Dowager Dong, allowing him to flourish in the Imperial Medical Bureau. The other 3 physicians remarked that Concubine Zhu was suffering from emotional distress, which had destabilized her pregnancy. Regarding the ointment, opinions varied. Some claimed it contained sandalwood to calm the spirit, while others suggested it was applied to the temples to invigorate the mind. And yet others asserted it included angelica and white sandalwood for beauty and nourishment. The third prince instructed them to maintain silence on the matter, rewarding them generously with silver as they departed. This situation warranted thorough investigation to uncover who was scheming against his mother. His gaze hardened with resolve. Once the culprit was identified, there would be no mercy. Concubine Zhu's thoughts whirled. After all this time, tracking down the source of the tainted medicine might prove elusive. Yet even in the absence of concrete evidence, she had her suspicions. Her long-standing conflict with Concubine Jing was not a recent development. She gently caressed her abdomen, acknowledging that this child could not be saved, but it must still serve its purpose. "Your sister-in-law is a kind soul, henceforth. You must refrain from offending your elder brother with your words," Concubine Zhu advised. "My momentary negligence has brought misfortune upon our entire family. Thankfully, Dong's influence is minimal. The child she carries is your legitimate heir. Should anything untoward occur, I would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime." Without the need for mention from Concubine Zhu, the third prince is already profoundly grateful towards his elder sister-in-law. To him, Both his mother and the royal consort are the most precious treasures in existence. The presence of his mother has rendered him the happiest among all the princes since childhood. The third prince understands that warmth within the palace is a rare commodity. Yet he has never been deprived of it, receiving more affection from his mother than from any other source, even if it meant relinquishing his claim to the throne. He would never part with the two individuals he cherishes most. The immense kindness bestowed upon him by the Jin Wangfu will be etched in his memory for a lifetime. He offered words of comfort to concubine Zhu, urging her not to feel sorrow, and subsequently sent for a young physician to visit the residence and check on Madame Dawn's condition. This time, the news of the third prince secretly entering the palace to summon the physician did not escape the emperor's notice before he could leave the palace. He was summoned to the emperor's presence. The emperor, aware of the third prince's disregard for protocol, having already punished his mother, expected him to exhibit some restraint. However, upon his entrance, the emperor was taken aback to see the third prince's eyes red and swollen, as if he had wept profusely. Typically, the emperor only sees the third prince acting playfully before him. This child may lack other exceptional qualities, but he possesses a remarkable ability to endear himself to his elders, which has garnered the emperor's affection. Observing him in such a state, the emperor's stern demeanor softened slightly. "Linner, why do you weep?" The third prince's tears fell anew. Mother's health has been poor during her pregnancy. She has been unable to eat these past few days. I would gladly endure her suffering in her stead. Upon hearing this, I hurried to bring her favorite pastries and invited the physician to check on her. The emperor felt a twinge of compassion upon hearing this. In truth, he had already begun to piece together the situation over the past few days. Concubine Zhu, of noble status and gentle disposition, would not engage in frivolous antics, even without a child. Conversely, concubine Jing, youthful and alluring, possessed many charms, and the emperor had yet to tire of her, finding himself captivated. Furthermore, both concubine Zhu and the third prince, bolstered by the favor they enjoyed, had begun to aspire to the position of heir apparent. In the past 2 years, the emperor had assigned the third prince commendable responsibilities. Yet even with the support of the Zhu family, he had performed poorly, effectively rendering him out of favor. To temper their arrogance and instill a sense of self-awareness, the emperor had refrained from visiting concubine Zhu. The third prince may have his shortcomings, but when it comes to filial piety, he is unparalleled. If concubine Zhu were ill, he would willingly sacrifice his own flesh to remedy her ailments. As the emperor aged, he increasingly cherished well-mannered children. His expression softened further, lifting the restrictions on concubine Zhu and bestowing her with gifts, allowing the third prince the freedom to visit her at any time. The third prince bowed deeply in gratitude before exiting the palace. As he departed, he encountered Liu Xuan, who was clad in a dark golden dragon robe, instructing a young man dressed in the attire of the elite cavalry. The third prince approached to offer his greetings. Liu Xuan, somewhat taken aback, noted that this was the first time he had seen the third prince display such decorum. Observing the redness in his eyes, he coolly remarked, "What's the matter? Has a ghost possessed you?" The third prince, feeling flustered, huffed and strode away in irritation. Liu Xuan did not regard him with much concern. After concluding his duties, he noticed that the sky was darkening and contemplated returning to the Wang residence. In recent days, he had taken a liking to visiting his beloved princess's quarters whenever he found a moment of leisure, and today was no exception. As he made his way back, he happened upon Wen Yiyi, who was in the midst of her meal. In the evenings, the dining offerings at Xian Garden were prepared with a lighter touch. As Wen Yiyi could not consume much, each dish was presented in delicate, diminutive portions. Surprised by Liu Xuan's unexpected return, Wen Yiyi hurriedly instructed the servant nearby to bring an additional set of chopsticks and a bowl. Chapter 88. Bestowal. Liu Xuan observed that upon her arrival, Wen Yiyi had been diligently preparing dishes for him. He gently placed his hand over hers and remarked, "Allow me to serve myself. You should enjoy your meal without bringing your family's constraining customs into this space." Wen Yiyi retained a few trusted maidservants in the room, sending the others away to recount today's events in detail to Liu Xuan. "I am uncertain whether this course of action is right or wrong," she confessed. "I often think that Empress Zhu appears to be a kind-hearted individual. Given that we occupy no prominent positions within the palace, it would be advantageous to cultivate a benevolent relationship with her for the benefit of His Highness." "You have done remarkably well," Liu Xuan responded. "Most would assume that Empress Zhu harbors ill intentions, yet your approach has been exceptionally thoughtful." In that moment, Liu Xuan comprehended why the third prince had exhibited such peculiar behavior upon encountering him earlier. Despite the third prince's erratic demeanor, he possessed an inherently filial disposition. Wen Shirsao had aided his mother, and it was likely he would cherish this gesture for a lifetime. Wen Shirsao sampled a bite of osmanthus-flavored steamed chestnut cake and mused. Yet, I remain uncertain about the current state of affairs within the palace and the identity of those who have targeted Empress Zhu. After such an extensive period, the perpetrator must have eliminated all who posed a threat. Empress Zhu will undoubtedly suspect that concubine Jing is behind it. When Shirsao inquired with curiosity, "What do you think?" "Your Highness?" Liu Xuan replied with a faint smile. "The fourth prince possesses such acumen, while concubine Jing lacks such depth of cunning. However, at this juncture, the fourth prince has no need to contend with Empress Zhu. The Empress or concubine one may be more likely to take action against her. Empress Zhu has enjoyed favor for many years, which undoubtedly breeds jealousy. That is one reason," Liu Xuan continued. "Secondly, should anything happen to Empress Zhu, the third prince would undoubtedly go mad seeking vengeance against the Jing family. His hatred for the emperor would be immense, leading to the inevitable loss of the third prince's favor. The Empress or concubine one is also likely clearing the path for their own sons." Wen Shirsao, having previously interacted little with the royal consorts, was unaware of the depths of intrigue that lay beneath the surface. While Empress Hu appeared amiable and concubine Wan displayed a rare warmth, they were all quite adept at wielding power when necessary. The emperor favored women with distinct personalities. Yet most of the consorts now in high positions did not embody this quality. Liu Xuan remarked, "These women have secured their positions through no small measure of cunning, which is why I urge you to exercise caution. Avoid accepting their food or jewelry, lest you fall into their traps." When Shirsao felt a stir of gratitude within her heart. Such words of concern and guidance were seldom expressed by others. Liu Xuan, often perceived as aloof and detached from worldly matters, possessed a clear understanding of the current dynamics, seeing through everything with clarity. After they finished their dinner, the servants presented fragrant tea. As when Shirsao sipped her tea, her mind wandered, and she momentarily failed to notice Liu Xuan drawing her closer. Once she became aware, she lifted her gaze and, feeling somewhat bashful, asked, "Your Highness, do you wish to retire early this evening?" "I cannot rest just yet," he replied. "The emperor has assigned me another task, and I must remain occupied throughout the night." Other princes typically delegated the tasks assigned by the emperor to their subordinates or sought assistance from their maternal relatives, only to later claim all the credit for themselves, asserting that it was their own doing. After all, the princes, being so young, lacked substantial experience, and occasionally entrusting matters to their aides proved to be a more prudent approach. However, this practice harbored potential repercussions. Previously, when a disaster struck in the south, the emperor had painstakingly appointed the crown prince to oversee disaster relief, as it was the crown prince's first encounter with such responsibilities. He was somewhat bewildered and relied on the Zhang family to organize personnel. Unfortunately, some individuals, enticed by greed, embezzled funds while concealing their misdeeds from the crown prince, only for the truth to reach the emperor, leading to the crown prince's subsequent accountability. Liu Xuan's nature, however, did not permit him to engage in such practices. For every matter he handled, he ensured he was well acquainted with all involved parties and was promptly informed of any missteps. When Ziseo leaned against his broad shoulder and remarked, "Your Highness, you seem rather overwhelmed. No wonder you've appeared somewhat diminished of late. Knowing that I am exceedingly busy, how ought the princess reward me?" Liu Xuan inquired. When Ziseo smiled, "The pair of boots I made for you is complete. You may try them on tomorrow morning to see if they fit well." "Not that," Liu Xuan replied, gesturing toward his own thin lips, indicating that she should offer something more meaningful. When Ziseo's ears flushed crimson, having followed Empress Dowager Dong since childhood, she had always been raised as a paragon of virtue, expected to embody the qualities of a refined lady, never flirtatious or seeking favor, only fulfilling the duties of a legitimate wife and refraining from the entanglements of a concubine. Since their marriage, Liu Xuan had never visited the concubines, insisting that she alone bear the weight of all matters. When Ziseo, deeply enamored with him, naturally wished for Liu Xuan to spend more time with her. Yet, when it came to matters of intimacy, she had received no guidance and was quite naive. Observing her charming face turn red, Liu Xuan noted that her typically eloquent lips were now pressed together, while her misty eyes shyly avoided his gaze, instead casting downwards. Feeling a surge of affection, he feigned indifference. "Is the princess unwilling? Then I shall take my leave." As he began to rise, she gently tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head. She kept her gaze lowered, her alabaster neck now tinged with a soft pink hue. Liu Xuan chuckled softly, unable to resist pulling her back into his embrace. Leaning down to kiss her, "Is such a trivial matter enough to leave you breathless? If this makes you shy, Will you avoid me entirely when we engage in other pursuits? When Zaseo whispered, I would never. He pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, in his arms. When Zaseo finally relaxed, lifting her eyes to meet his. Noticing her glances, Liu Xuan gently patted her back, holding her for a while longer. It was only when a servant arrived with a message that he departed from Wen Ziseo's side. Once outside, Liu Xuan resumed his usual stern demeanor, while Ren Ruo beside him could only shake her head in astonishment. One might say that their prince possesses remarkable composure. Despite maintaining such a close relationship with his beloved princess, he is still able to focus on his responsibilities. The allure of beauty can easily render one complacent, and it is not uncommon for individuals to lose their resolve in the presence of such charm. During the grand wedding of the fifth prince, his bride was extraordinarily enchanting, and for several months thereafter, he showed little inclination to leave the confines of their residence. Whenever the emperor entrusted him with a task, he would either defer it or allow his subordinates to handle it, only attending to his duties once the initial passion of their marriage had waned. Prompted by the queen's counsel to regain his focus. Chapter 89. Domestic Affairs. The following day, individuals from the nearby village arrived, presenting the offerings and accounts from the past few months. When Cici, unfamiliar with the villagers, inquired and learned that they were from Liu Xuan's domain, she sent a message to Liu Xuan, hoping Ren Ruo could come and manage the matters. However, neither Liu Xuan nor Ren Ruo appeared, merely stating that the prince had entrusted the affairs to the princess, advising her to consult the prince later if any uncertainties arose. They mentioned that the princess could keep whatever she found pleasing from the offerings sent. When Cici recalled that prior to the new year, various villagers had been sending gifts to Liu Xuan, and it seemed peculiar that they were only arriving now. While perusing the accounts, she engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man who had come. The man had heard whispers of a princess residing in the palace, but was astonished that the prince had designated her to handle such affairs. He candidly recounted the calamities that had befallen the village, revealing every detail. When Cici found no immediate issues and instructed the steward to invite the man for a meal. Most of the items delivered that day consisted of fur and exotic game, which when Cici had arranged to be properly stored. Feeling stifled indoors during the midday, she decided to take a stroll outside. The weather in the first month of the lunar year remained bitterly cold. Wrapped in a fox fur coat and holding a small hand warmer, she stepped outside, immediately feeling the biting wind against her face. At that moment, she noticed a dusty, yellow-haired girl standing in the corridor. The girl appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, dressed in tattered clothes, her blackened hands covered in frostbite, and her small face flushed from the cold. Recognizing that the girl was not one of her own household, when Cici beckoned her to come closer, the girl, unaware of Wen Cici's status, was momentarily mesmerized by her beauty, thinking that this older sister was more enchanting than a celestial being, and approached with a dazed expression. When Cici smiled and asked, "What is your name? What are you doing here?" The girl, finally regaining her senses, felt her already rosy cheeks grow even warmer. Shyly lowering her gaze, "I am Yin Qiu. I came to the city with my father." Noticing the girl shivering in the cold, when Cici offered her hand warmer, saying, "Come with me to my room and enjoy something warm to eat," Yin Qiu shook her head, hesitant to accept. "My hands are dirty and might soil your belongings." When Cici, with a gentle smile, suggested, "It is terribly cold in winter. How about you accompany your sister for a warm bath to warm up?" Yin Qiu, wanting to behold this ethereal sister a little longer but feeling bashful, nodded slightly. When Cici instructed you to fetch 2 thick, clean garments and asked Jin Kue to take Yin Qiu for a bath. After some time, they returned, presenting Yin Qiu to Wen Cici. Dressed in a fresh, light green brocade jacket and her hair neatly tied with a silk ribbon, the young girl looked quite delightful. When Cici offered her pastries and hot tea, but she was cautious and hesitant to eat much. As a child, Yin Qiu soon opened up, and after exchanging a few words with Wen Cici, she revealed all that had transpired. Yin Qiu's father accompanied the steward of the estate to deliver some goods. Yin Qiu's mother passed away early, and accustomed to performing menial tasks. She assisted her father with the hope that if there were any ladies from the Wang family who found it inconvenient to meet them, Yin Qiu could convey messages back and forth. For the first time in her life, Yin Qiu savored such delicious treats, finishing a piece of cake without leaving a crumb behind. Feeling shy, she hesitated to take a second piece. When Gigi, charmed by the honest and endearing girl, inquired if she would be willing to work for her, offering a monthly stipend of a tael. Yin Qiu's eyes momentarily sparkled before dimming again as she gently shook her head. When asked about the reason, she candidly explained that her father was elderly and in poor health, and being the only child, She wished to remain at the estate to care for him and eventually marry there. Wen Yiyi affectionately patted her head, encouraging her to eat more. She instructed her maid to gather some clothing, jewelry, and a few jars of snacks for Yanqiu, gifting her a precious bracelet and a small pouch containing golden melon seeds to keep close to her heart. Overwhelmed by such generosity, Yanqiu, a simple village girl, felt unworthy and, after much hesitation, knelt down to express her gratitude with 2 bows. Meanwhile, Yanqiu's father, unable to find her, grew anxious upon hearing that the princess had taken her to the courtyard, and he patiently waited outside. After a while, a maidservant from the princess's side finally emerged with Yanqiu and several items in hand. Jin Kuei, smiling broadly, informed the steward that the princess found the little girl charming and had allowed her to play in her chambers for a while, bestowing upon her some gifts. She also mentioned that they should bring Yanqiu along on their next visit to the Wang family. The steward was overjoyed at the prospect of future dealings with the princess and was relieved to see Yanqiu, the fortunate girl, earn the princess's favor, which also warmed his gaze towards Yanqiu's father. Indeed, as the young lady suggests, since the princess has taken a liking to her, we shall bring her along on our visits henceforth. Yanqiu's father, ever so humble, quickly declined the items brought by Jin Kuei, saying, "We came to pay our respects to the prince and princess. How could we accept gifts from the princess?" Jin Kuei replied, "These are meant for Miss Yanqiu to wear, as per the princess's wishes. It is getting late. I must return to report. Please, take your leave." Upon returning, Jin Kuei found Wen Yiyi still engrossed in her accounts and set a cup of strong tea beside her. It was still light outside when an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Rong, the chief eunuch from the side of concubine Zhu. Wen Yiyi, having heard earlier about concubine Zhu's lifting of her house arrest and the emperor's visit the previous night, welcomed Rong with a smile, saying, "What a surprise to see you, Master He. Your journey from the palace must have been arduous. Please, sit and enjoy a cup of tea." Rong was taken aback by the graciousness of the Princess of Jin, who treated him with such respect, devoid of any airs. While he could assert his authority over lower-ranking officials and servants, he dared not presume himself a figure of importance in the presence of someone truly formidable. The Princess of Jin bestows her grace upon him, reflecting her magnanimity, yet should he dare to take advantage of her kindness, it would only reveal his lack of understanding. Rong chuckled and said, "It is enough for the princess to show favor towards a humble servant. I would never presume upon it." Previously, when the prince received his title, the esteemed Lady Zhu, confined to her quarters, did not come to offer her congratulations. "Today, I have been sent to convey our felicitations. Your kindness, princess, is deeply appreciated and remembered by both Lady Zhu and the third prince." As he spoke, Rong instructed those outside to leave behind a chest of items. Not long ago, the heir of the Zhu family was dispatched on an errand and returned with some trinkets. "Lady Zhu has asked me to present them to you, princess. I trust you will find them acceptable." Chapter 90 Domestic Affairs. The gifts sent by the Zhu family were indeed rare and exquisite treasures, including spices, ornaments, and jewelry. Even a pearl the size of an egg, among many other overseas items. When Shasha glanced at them, keeping a few pieces to play with, while the rest were recorded and sent to the storeroom. By the time she finished sorting the accounts, it was already quite late. After bathing and changing, she returned, utterly exhausted. Noticing that Liu Xuan had not yet returned, she assumed he would not be back tonight and decided to retire to bed alone. Just as she lay down and closed her eyes, the bed curtains were drawn aside, and she felt Liu Xuan's embrace from behind. He kissed her neck, teasing, "Are you truly asleep?" When Shasha's ears flushed, and, feigning sleep, she was caught off guard as Liu Xuan's hand slipped under her garment. Instantly, her eyes flew open, and she blushed, pulling his hand out. Liu Xuan chuckled softly, "I knew you were pretending to be asleep." When Shasha slowly turned to face him, "Your Highness, you returned so late?" "There were matters to attend to outside," Liu Xuan replied. "I must leave the capital again in a few days." Hearing that he would be departing for official duties, when Shasha felt a pang of reluctance, she gently grasped his garment, not uttering a word. Liu Xuan held her delicate chin. "Do you not wish for my presence?" When Shasha lowered her gaze, "It's not that I don't." His thumb caressed her lips. "Is that truly the case?" When Shasha fell silent, Liu Xuan delighted in teasing her. "I was supposed to be away for half a month. If you wish for me to stay away longer, I shall extend my absence to a month." Burying her face against him, she murmured after a while, "That won't do." With her warm and delicate form nestled against him, Liu Xuan embraced her shoulder, soon lulling Wen Shasha to sleep. Upon the announcement of the Zhu concubine's reinstatement, discomfort rippled through the palace. Early in the morning, Empress Hu greeted the Zhu concubine with a faint smile. Now that you are with child, such formalities are unnecessary. If you continue to visit me, the emperor may grow concerned. The Zhu concubine replied with a gentle smile. As the empress, you must uphold the proprieties. Empress Hu cautioned, given your condition, you ought to be more careful. At that moment, Jing Fei accompanied Jing Guiran to pay their respects. Upon seeing the two, the Zhu concubine's warm smile vanished. The Zhu concubine was furious, and Jing Fei was even more enraged. Initially, it was the third prince who provoked the fourth and ninth princes, only to be beaten by the ninth. Though it was the third prince's fault, she, as their mother, pleaded with the ninth prince, resulting in the emperor stripping her of her title without hesitation. Had it not been for the scheming Jing, her status would not have been restored. While the Zhu concubine had caused the loss of Jing's child, the emperor merely imposed a light punishment, and yet she wore a facade of grievance, feigning innocence. The emperor had only punished her briefly before lifting the restrictions and bestowing numerous gifts. The thought of it ignited Jing Fei's fury. As the two approached, the Zhu concubine coldly sought an excuse to leave. Jing Fei would not linger much longer, her demeanor foul as she scolded. While Xiao Jing stood before her like a quail drenched in rain, too timid to utter a word. The palace was rife with chaotic affairs. And though Empress Hu maintained her decorum in public, her countenance fell dramatically once solitude enveloped her. Upon the return of her envoy, Empress Hu inquired, "What have you discovered?" It was indeed true that Consort Zhu was aware of the developments. Fortunately, those tasked with the matter acted swiftly, rendering the third prince's investigation fruitless. A eunuch replied in a hushed tone, revealing that Consort Zhu had rewarded the third prince's consort, Dong, with a vial of perfume. Given her pregnancy, it was said that she possessed a keen sense of smell and had discerned something amiss without the use of fragrances. Empress Hu's hand pressed upon the table, the delicate veins on her wrist protruding as her sharp nails violently scraped across the wood, sending the tea cascading to the floor. This wretched woman, who usually kept her silence, had concealed such cunning beneath her exterior. Empress Hu scoffed, affirming that appearances could be deceiving. A nearby maid attempted to console her, saying, "After all, she is from the Dong family. It is hardly surprising that she is not simple." Indeed, these imperial consorts were anything but ordinary. The more Empress Hu pondered, the more her ire grew, lamenting her previous short-sightedness in selecting a consort for the fifth prince who was prone to embarrassment. Believing that a girl from a prestigious family would be easily manageable, the maid, trembling with fear, struggled to find the right words, muttering, compared to the crown princess. "Our royal consorts are already quite favorable. Compared to the crown princess?" Empress Hu's anger intensified. Could the fifth prince even be compared to the crown prince? The heir apparent? With the emperor currently wielding power and refusing to relinquish it, the distinctions of rank were not immediately evident. Should the crown prince eventually take on responsibilities like other heirs, where would that leave the fifth prince? The events of recent days had driven Empress Hu to a boiling point, and just then, news arrived that Consort Ruan, Consort Li, Princess Jean, and the sixth and seventh princesses had come to pay their respects. Instantly, Empress Hu restrained her anger, instructing her attendants to tidy up and prepare a fresh cup of tea, leisurely sipping it before inviting them in. These visitors bore no ulterior motives. They merely came to extend their greetings as customary. Since Liu Xuan's mother had passed away early, few from his palace had come to the empress's side, and his own aloof nature seldom brought him there. Now that he had a princess consort, she made regular visits to pay her respects to the empress, fulfilling her duties in the eyes of the public and leaving no room for criticism of the Jin Wangfu. Wen Yiyi, observing the anxious expressions of the palace attendants and the damp stains of tea upon the carpet, sensed that something had transpired in Fuyang Palace to provoke Empress Hu's wrath. She expressed a few gentle words of greeting before excusing herself. Empress Hu, still unsettled, exchanged pleasantries and dismissed the others. "I have cultivated a relationship with the Jin princess for some time now, yet to no avail." Empress Hu sighed, reflecting on the girl's seemingly innocent demeanor, which belied a profound resilience. The attendants surrounding Empress Hu were equally perplexed. They believed Wen Yiyi to be an unimposing figure, lacking any airs even toward her servants. It is akin to failing to comprehend the words of Empress Hu. Although she appears affectionate and dutiful before her, there remains an impenetrable barrier to genuine connection. Empress Hu's gaze deepened. Do you believe she is truly oblivious, or merely feigning ignorance? The servants remained uncertain, yet one maid remarked, "I can only surmise that if the crown princess were astute, she would seek a formidable ally within the palace, and who could be more reliable than yourself, your highness?" If she chooses not to align with you, it is likely due to a lack of insight or perhaps an oversight. The Empress pondered, recognizing that the Crown Prince, with his intelligence, would undoubtedly provide her with guidance. With a heavy sigh, she resolved, very well. Arrange for someone to discreetly ascertain the sentiments of concubine Chun from the Crown Prince's residence. Chapter 91. Illness news soon emerged from the Jin Wangfu Empress, who reclined on a soft couch, listening to the palace maids recount the happenings outside. Qin, the favored concubine, remained as she always was. The Jin Wang held little regard for her and had not visited her quarters. As a maid massaged Empress's shoulders, she remarked that the Jin Wang was exceedingly attentive to the Jin Wangfei, frequently visiting her residence and sending gifts to her courtyard. A cold smile flickered across Empress Hu's face as the image of Wen Yiyi appeared in her mind. The Jin Wang is quite discerning, is he not? Does he find my bestowed favors beneath his dignity? It seems he desires only the beauty of the Jin Wangfei. Chun, the concubine, was indeed pleasing to the eye. But it was simply that the Jin Wang was too particular. The maid sighed, in my opinion. The face of the Jin Wangfei can easily lead a man to lose his ambition. Empress Hu found herself in agreement. She understood well that had Wen Yiyi wed the fifth prince, he would likely succumb to a life of languorous indulgence, forsaking any aspirations for advancement. The relationship between Chun and the Jin Wangfei? The maid said that the Jin Wangfei was amiable, never having made things difficult for them since her arrival, only requesting that they refrain from visiting her for greetings. Beyond that, their rations had never been short, and she occasionally bestowed cloth and jewelry upon them. The maid continued. The Jin Wangfei, being a lady of noble birth, likely finds little common ground with Chun. It appears that Chun is not particularly fond of the Jin Wangfei. Yet she cannot articulate any faults of hers, only lamenting the Jin Wangfei's exclusive favoritism, unwilling to share the Jin Wang's affections. Without Wen Yiyi and the Jin Wangfu, their lives would not be much improved. However, at least there is a sense of psychological balance, as the Wangya pays no attention to anyone. Now that the Wangfei has entered the residence, the Wangya spends his days in her courtyard, causing inevitable discontent among them. Empress Hu grew increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation. You wish for me to reprimand the Jin Wangfei? The Jin Wang favors his primary consort. Am I to blame him for not bestowing affection upon the concubines? If she cannot hold on to a man, who can she blame? If I were to interfere, I would surely be a source of ridicule for all under heaven. Such a sycophant has entered the Wangfu, and now has grown bolder. In recent days, Empress Hu had been troubled by various matters and waved her hand, dismissing those attending her. Spring had arrived, and the flowers in the imperial garden flourished beautifully. At this critical juncture, Consort Zhu lost her child. It was said to be related to Xiao Jing's family, as someone had poisoned the sweet soup she consumed at noon with safflower. And only a maid from Xiao Jing's household had visited the imperial kitchen. Xiao Jing's health had since recovered, and the emperor was infatuated with her, nearly spending every night in her quarters, unwilling to punish the new beauty. However, Consort Zhu had enjoyed the emperor's favor for many years and had a grown daughter and son, while the Zhu family held considerable influence from the previous dynasty. Consequently, the emperor chastised Jing Guiran and demoted her to a mere beauty, in an effort to appease Consort Zhu. The emperor conferred the title of Kaiping Junwang upon the third prince. The third prince had been quite cordial toward the emperor, but upon witnessing the immense suffering endured by his mother, he felt a chill in his heart. His father, unwilling even to allow that wretched woman with the surname Jing into the cold palace, had merely demoted her a single rank. As winter transitioned to spring, with lingering chills in the air, Wen Yiyi, who already possessed a frail constitution, dressed lightly one afternoon to enjoy tea outside, only to fall ill by midnight. The imperial physician arrived, took her pulse, prescribed medicine, and offered numerous admonitions. Due to her illness, she was not in a position to receive visitors. And since Liu Xuan had been absent from the residence of late, Wen Yiyi had managed to evade all company. That evening, as Wen Yiyi lay in bed reading, a servant announced the arrival of concubine Tao. Assuming the concubine had matters to discuss, she permitted her to enter. Upon entering, concubine Tao's eyes darted around, taking in the opulence of the room, which had become even more extravagant, perhaps due to Liu Xuan's recent elevation to princehood. After a brief survey of her surroundings, she furtively glanced at Wen Yiyi, who sat on the bed clad in a light purple garment. A small rabbit fur blanket adorned her legs. Her dark hair gathered with a matching ribbon cascading behind her. Without a trace of makeup on her face, she appeared somewhat wan. Yet her beauty was accentuated by a delicate fragility. Concubine Tao understood that this princess, though seemingly gentle, possessed a formidable will. Despite her soft-spoken demeanor, She adhered to her own principles. Perhaps her overthinking and heavy heart had brought upon her illness, leading concubine Tao to feel a twinge of schadenfreude. She hurriedly remarked, "I heard the princess was unwell, and I was quite anxious, so I rushed over to offer my condolences. Alas, there are too many matters in the residence that have caused you distress. Especially with the prince away, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to instruct me." When Zisa replied coolly, her intentions of power struggle evident, "There is no need. You should all remain within your bounds." Concubine Tao forced a laugh. "Isn't it? Isn't it out of fear that the prince might return to demand an explanation? I heard from others that he would return in half a month. Yet it has been a month without any concrete news." When Zisa's impatience was evident as she interrupted, "If you have no other matters, you may leave." Reluctantly, concubine Tao departed. Once she was gone, Jean Kue expressed her disdain. "I truly believed she was concerned for Our Lady. But it seems she only wishes to seize control in Our Lady's time of illness. She ought to consider her own status before attempting to meddle in the affairs of the entire prince's residence." As they conversed, a flurry of urgent news rushed in from outside. "It's bad. Princess, the stable has flooded." Upon hearing this, Wen Zisa quickly rose with the support of her maid. "How did this happen? Hurry, send someone to extinguish the fire." It was reported that the fire had already been contained, although the young maid had come to inform her in a panic. Fortunately, the flames had been minor, and the damage was minimal. It was said that the recent dry weather had led to an unattended oil lamp tipping over, igniting the hay. When Zaseo remained skeptical of such assertions and secretly instructed Granny Pan to dispatch someone for investigation. The following morning, the results emerged. It appeared that, in recent days, the servants had grown lax due to the absence of the prince from the royal residence, coupled with the fact that the princess, being unwell, was unable to manage affairs. Particularly those responsible for the stables, emboldened by their proximity to the prince and fearing his formidable wrath, displayed a lack of respect towards the gentle and amiable princess. They congregated each evening to indulge in wine and games, becoming intoxicated for prolonged hours, entirely neglecting their duties. Granny Pan hesitated, pondering. These individuals belong to the royal household, not a contingent we have brought with us. Should we reprimand them to instill a sense of responsibility and hope they do not repeat such behavior in the future? Chapter 92. Illness. When Cece was already feeling unwell, having had a restless night. A severe headache plagued her, and her eyes remained shut. The recent losses were negligible to the Wang residence, yet for other households, the pain was palpable. The demise of a single injured horse amounted to over 1,000 taels of silver. The casualness with which it was dismissed could lead to mockery from others, branding the Jin Wangfu as a place where servants brazenly mistreat their masters. Furthermore, such clear delineation of blame could foster arrogance among the servants. Those who once behaved poorly before me might become even more insolent in front of the prince. The previous day, some intoxicated servants were still reveling in their perceived triumph, believing they had successfully deceived the princess, convinced that a young lady like her could not manage an entire household. This incident had tested the limits of the princess's authority, emboldening them for future mischief. Liu Xuan possessed a significant number of invaluable horses at his estate, and several had been ridden out by him and his subordinates. The stable housed a few middle-aged and older horses, with only one purebred foal of considerable worth and an elderly white horse having perished. The others sustained mere injuries and minor damage to their coats. Soon, a group of burly guards arrived, having recognized the horses from the prince's courtyard, who had not accompanied the prince on his outing. They seized the culprits and brought them before the princess. Unbeknownst to them, the princess was ill, and though separated by a screen, they could not discern her condition, only noting that the household stewards and several dignified maids were present. Then, a gentle voice emerged from behind the screen. "I have been unwell these past days, and with the prince absent, you presume yourselves to be the masters of the Wangfu, believing you can act without restraint. Is that so?" The men quickly denied such claims, asserting their fear. "Then what of your indulgence in revelry and drink last night?" they were asked. They protested their innocence, claiming they had not partaken, and that the prince entrusted them due to their diligent nature, asserting they would never engage in such behavior. However, before they could finish, several stout matrons delivered sharp slaps to their faces. "The princess is already aware of your misdeeds. Do you dare to lie still?" The princess, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued, "I initially intended to spare you severe punishment out of respect for the prince. Yet, with your incessant falsehoods, you shall be dragged out and receive 100 lashes. Should you still possess breath after the punishment? Those responsible for administering the lashes shall no longer live." At this pronouncement, the kneeling servants were struck with terror, hastily bowing their heads in supplication, confessing their wrongs. The guards, fearing the noise might disturb the princess, swiftly silenced them and dragged them away for punishment. The maids and matrons standing by, particularly those who had been somewhat haughty due to their status as the prince's servants, now felt their legs weaken, relieved that they had not incurred the princess's ire in recent days. Before long, word arrived that several had perished, unable to endure even half of the punishment. The princess instructed, dispose of them at the mass grave, and send others to take on this task. In recent days, I have been unwell, and there are matters that need not be brought to my attention. Once I recover, I shall summon you all, having witnessed such a bloody spectacle. You should comprehend how to conduct yourselves in the future. The hour grows late. Jean Kue, please bring some refreshments for everyone to assuage their shock. Outside, blood stains the ground, and although the tone of the princess remains as gentle and deliberate as ever, a sense of reverence arises within those present. Previously, they regarded her as wise and capable, with a remarkable kindness and no trace of arrogance. Now, however, they realize that only by executing their duties flawlessly will the princess bestow her gentle demeanor upon them. Should they act as recklessly as some have, they would soon discover the formidable nature of her methods. Blood, indeed, is the most terrifying of substances, having witnessed such carnage, even though Wen Yiyi is still ailing. The duke's residence has nevertheless settled into a state of calm. The news reached the ears of concubine Tao and concubine Chen, both filled with trepidation. Concubine Chen, already timid in demeanor, felt relieved that she had not fallen afoul of the princess. Concubine Tao, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, "Is it truly so?" Her maidservant, on the verge of tears, confirmed, "Indeed, after dark, several bloodied corpses were carried out through the back door. What shall we do if the princess finds out about us?" Concubine Tao sank onto her bed, muttering to herself, "I thought she was compassionate, given her monthly observances of fasting and prayers and her regular visits to the temple. I believed her to be like the other noble ladies. Besides, she has never deprived us of our belongings nor been harsh with me, leading me to think her an easy target." Her maidservant wept softly. Concubine Tao's expression hardened. "Why are you crying? After all, I am a gift from the emperor. How could she act against me without the emperor's consent? How could the duchess have fallen ill?" Sighed Empress Hu. "Indeed, she appears so delicate and pitiable, while the duke remains away on official business. Dong and Liang, have either of you paid her a visit?" The fifth princess and Su Nianxiao exchanged glances, relishing the misfortune, particularly Su, whose glee was barely contained, her eyes sparkling with delight. Empress Hu understood that they would not venture to offer their regards. Concubine Dong had visited, but did not see Wen Yiyi, as one had refrained from admitting her, fearing the illness might be transmitted, given that she was with child. Concubine Liang, observing the many illnesses afflicting the capital recently, worried about catching something herself and chose not to visit directly. Princess Wang interjected, "I went in to see her. My sister-in-law is indeed ill, her forehead burning with fever, and she is coughing terribly. Even her servants are troublesome. Taking advantage of her condition, they have burned down the stables." Empress Hu, not fond of conversing with Wang, replied coolly, "Every household has its troubles. When you govern, you cannot be solely merciful." Upon hearing this, Su Nianxiao felt a sense of discomfort. The other princesses generally wielded authority in their households, commanding respect, ensuring that their servants would not dare to bully them. In the realm of the five princes consort, she possesses the audacity to chastise anyone within the estate, including the fifth prince himself, not to mention the servants who attend him. It is indeed fortunate that she refrains from bullying the servants, who would dare to impose upon her. Similarly, the princess of Kaiping, the fourth princess, and the sixth princess hold sway over significant matters within the household, commanding the utmost respect from the servants. It is said that Wen Yiyi enjoys a certain prominence in the estate, with the servants honoring her and her domain being meticulously managed. Even when Su Nianxiao wishes to engage with a mere lowly maid from her household, considerable effort is required, and both parties must be willing. As for Su Nianxiao in the crown prince's residence, the crown prince has yet to lay a finger on her, and the household staff regard her as a source of amusement, rendering her utterly powerless. In the kitchen, when a bowl of bird's nest soup is prepared, the cook eagerly delivers it to Madame Chu, entirely ignoring her. Chapter 93. Illness. Su Nianxiao felt increasingly aggrieved as she encountered Princess Jin Fan and Nian Ku on her way. Having spent some time in the company of Wen Yiyi, Nian Ku had gained a bit of flesh and now possessed a semblance of youthful grace. These days, she had been studying and learning characters with Princess Jin Fan, which enhanced her charm even further. Su Nianxiao's mother, Lady Wen, often lamented about the overbearing nature of Princess Chongping, Wen Zixa's mother. Yet, the children born of concubines in the Hou residence of Jinan had all thrived, with the girls being betrothed to respectable families. In comparison, the offspring of Su's concubines were treated more like slaves, coddled to the point of timidity, and the girls were easily dismissed to marry off. If her own kin were treated so poorly, how much worse would it be for her cousin, Su Nianke? Feeling a surge of discontent, Su Nianxiao did not wish to vent her frustrations on her loyal maid who had accompanied her since childhood, and instead directed her ire towards Su Nianke. To her surprise, the girl had blossomed into someone quite remarkable in just a short span, with a knot of resentment tightening in her chest. Su Nianxiao refrained from voicing her thoughts in front of Princess Jingjiang and instead suggested, "Princess, you may return now. I have matters to discuss with my cousin." Given her junior status and age, Princess Jingjiang nodded in compliance, recognizing Su Nianxiao's superior position. Once the princess departed, Su Nianxiu could no longer contain her derisive laughter. Did Nianke truly believe she had secured a powerful patron? This princess, whose birth mother was merely a minor noble in the palace, could not possibly compare to the esteemed status of the crown princess. How could Nianke consider her a pillar of support? Nianke, with her head bowed, responded softly, "I dare not." "Dare not? What is there for you to fear?" Su Nianxiao, burdened by her frustrations, unleashed her anger upon Nianke, poking her finger at the girl's head. "You eat from our Su family's table and yet clandestinely associate with that wretched Wen Zixia. What is it that you, a mere wretch, do not dare to do?" The maid trailing behind, Su Nianxiao hastily interjected, "Your Highness, please, let it go for today. This is the palace. It would not reflect well if word got out." With a cold smile, Su Nianxiao retorted, "Is she a lady or a princess?" "Merely a companion to the princess. A servant in her retinue. Even the princess must bow her head before me. What is she worth? Does she truly believe she has risen to prominence?" As she spoke, Su Nianxiao shoved Nianke aside and seized a pinch of flesh from her waist, twisting it painfully. "Tell me, what are you worth? Once you leave the palace, I shall see to it that you are married off to a blind cripple." With tears welling in her eyes, Nianke remained silent, her head lowered. "Stop." At that moment, a clear voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Su Nianxiu looked up to see a young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a red brocade robe, a curved dagger at his waist, approaching with a stern expression. Recognizing his attire, she deduced he was a palace guard tasked with protecting the emperor. Since the recent assassination attempt on the emperor by a rebellious prince, security had been tightened, and the emperor had promoted several loyal and capable individuals to his side. Feeling constrained in the presence of someone so closely associated with the emperor, Su Nianxiao could only smile and say, "I was merely jesting with her." The guard was unfamiliar with which palace lady Su Nianxiao hailed from. But with the emperor and the crown prince engaged in a game of chess in a nearby pavilion, it would be unwise to disturb the emperor with her antics. Which palace did she belong to? Su Nianxiao proudly lifted her chin and declared, "I am the crown princess." The guard then permitted her entourage to pass. Upon returning from his patrol, he observed the emperor frowning. Was there a commotion just now? This guard ought to be tranquil. The guard, disregarding the crown prince's presence, replied bluntly, "Perhaps a maid from a certain palace has erred. Just now, the crown princess was quite boisterous." The emperor's expression darkened as he shot a glance at the guard. The crown prince's face instantly soured, cursing Su Nianxiao in his mind. Having brought such a calamity into the household, it was one thing for Su Nianxiao to become the subject of ridicule among sisters-in-law and concubines, but to cause such uproar before the emperor was intolerable. The crown prince hastily interjected, "The crown princess has been spoiled at home, and her behavior often invites laughter. I shall return and discipline her appropriately." The emperor gazed at him intently. "First, you must manage your family affairs before you can govern the state. If you cannot manage your own household, how can I trust you with important matters?" The crown prince felt a wave of shame wash over him. "Your Majesty speaks the truth. I have a concubine, Lady Chu, who is virtuous and prudent. Since my marriage, she has served the crown princess with utmost care. Might your Majesty permit me to elevate Lady Chu as a secondary consort, allowing her to enter the palace alongside the crown princess?" The emperor smiled, granting the crown prince this request without hesitation. The crown prince sighed in relief and returned to the manor later that day. He summoned the maids and servants around Su Nianxiao and berated them soundly, seizing the opportunity to dismiss her wet nurse, while also announcing his intention to bestow the title of secondary consort upon Lady Chu. The maids in Su Nianxiao's service grew anxious, too frightened to utter a word. The crown prince dismissed them and turned to visit Lady Chu's quarters. She welcomed him into her embrace, gently massaging his head as she inquired, "What news did you glean during your visit to the palace?" The crown prince nodded. "Indeed. It aligns with what the spies reported. On the surface, father has sent my elder brother to inspect Jingjiang, but the preparations there suggest otherwise. In truth, father has tasked him with secretly investigating the collusion of officials and merchants in nailing regarding the illicit salt trade." Lady Chu paused momentarily. "Isn't your maternal uncle?" The crown prince nodded again. Over the years, the Zhang family had profited significantly from this arrangement, with a portion of the proceeds funneled to the crown prince's residence. The expenses of the crown prince's household were considerable, not solely for his personal needs, as he had to cultivate relationships with various ministers. Should an investigation ensue, the crown prince's household would undoubtedly be implicated. Furthermore, his position remained stable primarily due to the influence of his formidable maternal family. If the Zhang family were to falter, his standing would also be jeopardized. The crown prince was filled with worry. Father is aware of the capabilities of Fifth and Third, which is why he has not sent them. They would have seized the opportunity to strike. If it were any other official, there might still be room for maneuvering. You know my brother's nature. He is one who judges solely by facts, dismissing all sentiment. Upon hearing this, Chu was equally troubled. The crown prince, feeling vexed, contemplated that the only weakness of his elder brother might be his sister-in-law, who reportedly held him in high regard, to the extent that even Princess Chomping sang his praises. That wretched Su, having repeatedly offended the sister-in-law, might leverage her somewhat amicable relationship with her to act as an intermediary this time. Chu's mind began to whirl. It is not uncommon for cousins to vie for superiority. The relationship between the crown princess and the princess of Jin is strained, perhaps. As a result, the princess of Jin might seek to cultivate a better rapport with me. Chapter 94 Illness with her flowery words. Chu managed to sway the crown prince's heart slightly. The crown prince remarked, "My elder sister-in-law is currently unwell. She may not wish to see you. I shall go and inquire." Chu replied, "Her illness presents an opportune moment for a visit." After a moment of contemplation, the crown prince finally consented. The following day, Chu set forth with gifts and a maidservant to the residence of Prince Jin. The doorman, upon learning of her connection to the crown prince's estate, did not immediately convey her presence but instead questioned her identity and purpose for visiting. Assuming the doorman sought a bribe, Chu promptly produced a silver ingot. However, the doorman refused, stating, "Madam, we require clarification before we can announce your arrival." Left with no choice, Chu revealed her identity. Now a side consort of the crown prince, she believed her status would ensure a warm reception from the princess of Jin. The doorman quickly relayed her message but soon returned with an unfavorable response. "Our princess is currently unwell and unable to receive guests. Kindly take your leave." Chu, unconvinced, speculated that her previous offering was insufficient. She exchanged the silver ingot for a gold one, prompting the doorman to soften his tone considerably. "Your Highness, please do not put us in a difficult position. We did relay your visit to a maid in the princess's quarters, but the message returned was that she is unwell and unable to receive visitors." Faced with this, Chu had no choice but to depart. Her attendant could not hold back her frustration. The rules of Prince Jin's residence are strict. Even a revered side consort like us is denied entry. Chu frowned. "Do not speak so freely." Just as she was about to board her carriage, a splendid carriage approached. It halted before the residence, and several maidservants descended, escorting a richly adorned woman, her face obscured. The doorman made no announcement, allowing them to enter through a side door. Chu's maidservant erupted in anger. "How is it that they can enter while we cannot?" Unable to discern the identity of the woman, Chu recognized one of the maidservants as a close attendant of the 7th princess consort, whom she had encountered at a banquet before. It was indeed the 7th princess consort. Frowning, Chu recalled hearing of their strained relationship. How is it that the 7th princess consort could enter so openly? Meanwhile, Wang, disapproving of Wen Yiyi, initially felt a sense of schadenfreude upon hearing of her illness. However, upon witnessing the severity of Wen's condition during her visits, she felt pity. Considering how a young woman could fall so ill, this does not seem like a mere cold, Wang remarked, recalling a family incident where a woman fell victim to her sister-in-law's supernatural charade, drinking some talisman water and subsequently becoming gravely ill. Wen Yiyi smiled. Such supernatural tales are mere fabrications. Perhaps the talisman water was laced with something else. The imperial physician has examined me and only diagnosed a cold, finding nothing amiss. As she conversed with Wen Shirsha, the imperial physician arrived. After taking her pulse, the physician advised her to maintain a light diet, avoid drafts, and dress warmly. Wang Shi pondered for a moment and remarked that her monthly cycle had not come for several days, perhaps indicating a joyous occasion. She often forgot to summon the physician for a pulse check. Thus, today seemed a fortuitous opportunity. Upon examining her, the physician hesitated before stating that there was no sign of good news, suggesting instead that her irregularity was more indicative of insufficient vitality. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Shi's face faltered, and she dismissed the physician. With the room now tranquil, Wang Shi sighed deeply. Reflecting on her mother-in-law's incessant remarks about the absence of a legitimate heir, coupled with her concerns that her womb remained inactive, she longed for a child. Yet despite her relentless consumption of tonics, there was no sign of movement. She lamented that her efforts alone were futile. The seventh prince had not visited her chambers in quite some time, leaving her in ignorance of his thoughts. These concerns she could only share with Wen Yiyi. For the latter was not one to gossip and would not mind her musings. Were she to confide in the fifth princess, it would likely lead to mockery and swift dissemination of the news. Speaking in front of Consort Li was even more perilous, as Consort Li believed that no woman was worthy of her seventh prince, considering the Wang family's status a mere elevation for him. If Wang Shi mentioned the seventh prince's infrequent visits, it would only result in scorn for her inability to bear children. Wen Yiyi offered comfort, saying, "You are still young. A child will come in due time." After spending a short while with Wen Yiyi and hearing her soothing words, Wang Shi felt her spirits lift. She pondered why some claimed that the crown prince favored his legitimate wife. It was not merely her appearance or demeanor, but the comfort of her conversation that endeared her to others. "Where is my elder brother? Have you written to inquire about him?" Wang Shi inquired. Logically, a visit to Jingjiang to assess the people's conditions and officials should not take long. Could it be, she mused, considering the allure of beautiful women in that region? When the court dispatches an official, it is customary for local authorities to present beautiful women as entertainment. Perhaps the crown prince had been ensnared by some woman. Yet, upon reflection, could anyone surpass Wen Yiyi's beauty? Moreover, the crown prince had never been known for haste in such matters. It was far more likely for the fifth prince to be caught up in such distractions. Wen Yiyi, unwell, might find such talk distressing, so Wang Shi suggested. Perhaps their carriage has broken down, causing delays on the road. Wen Yiyi had refrained from writing in recent days. She was unwell, and sending letters would only invite unnecessary worry. Furthermore, she contemplated that the emperor had dispatched Liu Xuan, ostensibly to inspect the populace, but perhaps had covertly assigned him other tasks. Liu Xuan had always been more reliable than his brothers, displaying acumen that often surpassed even seasoned officials. Liu Xuan, being a decisive individual, would undoubtedly take action, likely ousting a number of officials to replace them with his own. Such thoughts remained confined to Wen Yiyi's mind. She could not afford to reveal even a hint of them, not even to her own family. Perhaps, Wen Yiyi mused, their party is quite large, and any minor incident could cause significant delays. I desire nothing but the safety of the prince. With my elder brother's remarkable skills, how could he ever be in danger? He is the one who ensures that wrongdoers tremble in fear. Wang spoke casually, yet I am fortunate that our seventh master lacks martial prowess. Otherwise, I would surely find myself in a precarious situation. Upon hearing this, Wen Yiyi felt a chill run down her spine. She had previously caught wind of whispers suggesting that the seventh prince might resort to violence against women, but she had dismissed it lightly. Now, with Wang's words echoing in her mind, she could not help but consider the unsettling possibility that there might be some truth to those rumors. Chapter 95. Illness. As Wang Shi emerged from the Jinwangfu, yet to board her carriage, she was approached by an unfamiliar wet nurse who expressed a desire to converse with the seventh princess. Having never encountered her before, Wang Shi noted the nurse's respectable attire and her awareness of Wang Shi's identity, prompting her to pause. The nurse stated, "My mistress is a concubine of the crown prince, residing in a carriage not far from here, wishing to speak privately with the seventh princess regarding the condition of the Jinwangfei." Though Wang Shi often found herself perplexed, she was not foolish. Her interactions were primarily with the fifth prince's family, and she held a more distant relationship with the crown prince. The crown princess, Sun Yanqiao, had often been marginalized by empress Hu, leading to a lack of camaraderie among the sisters-in-law. The sudden appearance of a concubine at the Jinwangfu was likely an attempt to inquire about the Jinwangfei situation. Given that the Jinwangfei was unavailable, Wang Shi saw little reason to indulge in this exchange. "I regret to inform you that I have urgent matters to attend to and must return immediately. Perhaps we may reminisce another day," she replied. The nurse then returned to the carriage to convey Wang Shi's message to Chu Riyuan. Chu Riyuan's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of dissatisfaction washing over her. Once a mere maid, she had now been elevated to the status of a concubine, a position that placed her just a breath away from the title of a legitimate wife. One would expect the other princesses and noblewomen to extend her some semblance of respect, if only for the crown prince's sake, yet they met her with cold indifference. To her astonishment, none were inclined to meet with her. Within the crown prince's residence, Chu Ruyuan had always been favored, enjoying superior provisions compared to the crown princess. Any rewards bestowed were promptly directed to her, and the household staff catered to her needs. Yet, upon departing the crown prince's estate, her lack of a formal title rendered her influence negligible. Meanwhile, when Yiyi received the medicinal soup handed to her by a servant, frowning, she took a sip and inquired, "Have they left?" "Yes, they have departed." They seemed eager to speak with the seventh princess, yet she chose to ignore them. After consuming the medicine, when Yiyi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, "Ensure someone keeps an eye on her. I suspect she will make another appearance tomorrow." Chu Ruyuan, now a newly minted concubine, would undoubtedly seek opportunities to present herself before the public eye. Having originated from humble beginnings as a palace maid, she was well versed in the art of subservience and ingratiation, likely surpassing Su Nianxiao in her ability to win hearts. Wen Yiyi would never again regard Chu Ruyuan as a rival. Yet, she could not shake the memories of her past life, where she had been but a stepping stone for their ambitions, drained of her vitality. That night, she dreamed of bygone days. Strangely, neither Liu Xuan nor Chu Ruyuan appeared in her dreams, nor did the oppressive atmosphere of the crown prince's estate linger. Instead, she found herself amidst a gentle snowfall. Standing beneath a plum tree, when a familiar voice broke the silence, "You always seem so discontented whenever I see you." Turning quietly, she beheld Liu Xuan, who approached with an umbrella in hand, offering it to her while remaining in the snow. "Is the crown prince unkind to you?" When Yiyi remained silent for a moment, awaiting the palace maid who would soon arrive with a lantern. As the maid drew closer, she finally whispered, "What does it matter? Those cherished years are long past. What has the prince been occupied with these days?" Reading some historical accounts, Liu Xuan remarked that he had seen a certain emperor, in his youth as a prince, at odds with his brothers. In time, he murdered his siblings to ascend the throne and claimed his sister-in-law as his wife. When Zhao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, Liu Xuan, however, chuckled, suggesting it was merely a playful jest and that the crown princess should not take it to heart. Upon awakening from her dream, when Zhao Zhao felt her cheeks damp, and upon touching them, discovered they were soaked with tears, she dabbed at her face with a handkerchief, and outside, the dawn had already brightened the sky. Jing Kue, hearing movement from within, cautiously called out, "Miss?" When Zhao Zhao responded, "What is it?" Jing Kue replied, "Our lord has sent a letter." When Zhao Zhao rose, saying, "Bring it to me." The letter was penned with a striking precision, each stroke exuding vigor. As she read through it, she learned that Liu Xuan had heard of her illness and had written to inquire about her condition, promising to return swiftly to see her. The letter hinted that his current duties were assigned by the emperor, likely connected to the Zhang family, and advised her to bide her time and focus on recuperation should anyone cause her distress, assuring her he would address it upon his return. When Zhao Zhao summoned a servant to bring ink and paper, composing a reply to be delivered post-haste. After reading Liu Xuan's correspondence, she finally understood why Chu Ruyuan had visited the previous day. It seemed the crown prince had received some intelligence, seeking to use Wen Zhao to glean information while simultaneously applying pressure on Liu Xuan. Chu Ruyuan was not merely a beauty in service to the crown prince. Her prolonged residence in the palace had endowed her with considerable insight and cunning. The crown prince, having lost his mother at a young age, appeared charming and astute. Yet he lacked firm convictions and was wary of outsiders, harboring a degree of suspicion towards the Zhang family, let alone the myriad of chaotic advisors surrounding him. Since childhood, he had relied on Chu Ruyuan, and even now, he often consulted her, allowing her to guide his decisions. Once the letter was dispatched, when Zhao Zhao, feeling fatigued, requested a servant to assist her with her grooming. Her health had improved significantly over the past few days, yet she was still unable to venture outside. As she pondered her thoughts, news arrived that the crown princess concubine had come seeking an audience with the princess consort. When Zhao scoffed, "It's rare for her to visit so early. Let her in and wait for me in the flower hall." Chu Ruyuan was elated to learn that the princess consort would see her, and she promptly entered with her maidservants, being graciously received until she arrived at the flower hall to await her turn. The servants of the Jin Wangfu brought tea, saying, "Concubine, please wait a moment. Our princess consort has been unwell and requires some time to prepare." Chu Ruyuan quickly interjected, "If the princess consort is ill, it is best for her to rest in bed. There is no need for her to come down. I would be better off seeing her. The maidservant of the Jin Wangfu shot her a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips, and replied, "That will not be necessary. The princess consort has assured us she will come out." Although Chu Ruyuan felt discomfort at this exchange, she concealed it and remained in the hall, waiting for nearly half an hour before the princess consort finally emerged. Chu Ruyuan had seen Wen Zhaozhao on a few occasions prior. Once, when Wen Ziseo was still unmarried. She was tasked with selecting a candidate for the crown princess. Chu observed her in secret, captivated by her gentle demeanor and unparalleled beauty, and thus resolved to choose her. However, to her astonishment, Wen Ziseo ultimately wed Liu Xuan. Later, after her marriage, Wen Ziseo always presented herself with utmost decorum in formal occasions. Today, at the residence of the Prince of Jingjiang, upon seeing her, Chu rose with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, I have heard that you have been unwell recently. The crown prince has sent me to check on you. How is your health now?" Chapter 96, Illness. Today, when Cece donned a casual attire, a dress of delicate lilac, and due to the chill in the flower hall, she draped herself in a soft, lightweight fox fur. In her hand, she held a flat hand warmer adorned with gold and inlaid with jewels, featuring a floral and leafy design. Her complexion was lightly powdered, and her lips bore a touch of crimson, rendering her appearance noticeably more frail than before. She offered a faint smile, yet her words carried a hint of detachment. "I cannot bear the title of sister-in-law." The Chu family intended to bridge the gap between them with such an address. However, those who referred to Wen Cece as sister-in-law were either princes and princesses born of the emperor or the noble consorts occupying the rightful positions of empress or princess. Chu, having been elevated from a concubine to a side consort, though bearing the title of consort, still belonged to a lower rank, as a prince's household could have several side consorts, thereby still being regarded as a concubine. It was indeed inappropriate for a concubine to address Wen Cece, a legitimate princess, as sister-in-law. Hearing outsiders praise Wen Cece's amiability, Chu mistakenly believed her to be a kind-hearted woman. Having faced such an immediate rebuff, she quickly retorted, "Your Highness, I have been disrespectful. As the crown prince often refers to you and the prince as elder brother and sister-in-law, I, having spent much time in the crown prince's company, inadvertently altered my address in my heart, with absolutely no intention of disrespect." Chu's words conveyed both her closeness to the crown prince as his favored concubine and adeptly mitigated her previous faux pas, leaving no room for doubt. When Cece's eyes sparkled with amusement, "Oh, His Highness often speaks of me and the prince?" Since the beginning of the year, the prince had gained the emperor's favor, alleviating the emperor's burdens on numerous occasions. Chu smiled. The crown prince speaks of the prince with nothing but praise. When Cece lowered her gaze to sip her tea, cautious not to disrupt the medicinal properties, as she had been drinking only very weak floral tea recently, merely to savor the flavor, Chu discreetly observed her demeanor, initially contemplating how to foster a closer relationship. Noticing when Cece take a few sips of tea, she remarked, "A few days ago, we submitted some fine plum slices as tribute, which the emperor bestowed upon the crown prince. Hearing that the princess loves tea, I have brought 2 boxes for you today. Would you care to try them?" A matron beside when Cece interjected, "That is unnecessary. The princess is still unwell, and the physician has advised against excessive tea consumption." Chu's nails lightly pierced her palm as she smiled. "I was remiss. I heard the princess's health is delicate, and His Highness prepared some nourishing delicacies such as bird's nest and ginseng. Originally, he intended for the crown princess to deliver them, but when she declined, it fell to me. In matters concerning the household, I have always followed the crown prince's instructions." When Cece, aware of Chu's efforts to discern her sentiments, felt a growing annoyance. Knowing that when Cece held a poor relationship with Su Nianxiao, Chu distanced herself from Su, clearly indicating that she was not allied with her. However, did when Cece's discord with Su necessitate forging an alliance with her? Yet, having spent considerable time in the residence recently, when Cece found herself lacking in amusement, today, she chose to perceive Chu as a source of entertainment, feigning ignorance of her true intentions. As the crown prince, it is most gracious of him to concern himself with my well-being. The Jin Wangfu cannot presume to accept such honor. Indeed, in ordinary households, brotherly bonds are always the most cherished. Although the royal family differs, the bond between the crown prince and his siblings is genuine. With the princess consort ailing, it is only fitting to extend greetings. Wen Ziseo merely smiled. Chu, sure, sensing the aloofness and formality with which her words were received, began to feel a pang of urgency. She was well versed in pleasing the emperor and the crown prince, but found herself at a loss regarding how to win the favor of the young princess consort. Has the princess consort any knowledge of why the prince has not returned for so long? Chu Shi inquired. I have heard that the prince and princess consort share a deep affection. Judging by your demeanor, it is evident that the prince must hold you in high regard. Wen Yiyi replied, I shall not pry into the affairs that the gentlemen manage outside, lest I impede their important matters. Chu Shi's face reflected a hint of concern. I worry. I have heard that the beauties of Zhejiang abound, and with the princess consort unwell, I fear some unscrupulous wretch may ensnare the prince. Noticing the feigned concern on her face, Wen Yiyi took a sip of tea and, with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, remarked, There is little to be done. As a wife in the royal household, one must prioritize tolerance and magnanimity. If the crown princess were not forgiving, would the secondary consort dare converse with me? Chu Shi's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words, before she managed a strained smile. You speak wisely, princess consort. Yet, the prince's prolonged absence has genuinely troubled the crown prince. It is hoped that you might write to the prince to inquire about his well-being. And if he encounters any pressing matters, he could consult with the crown prince for guidance. Wen Yiyi replied coolly, in the past. When I sought the prince's assistance in securing a position for a relative, I received a scolding instead. Since then, I have refrained from inquiring about his official duties, never daring to pry. Moreover, I lost track of the prince's whereabouts over 2 weeks ago, and I am at a loss as to where to send a letter. Chu Shi was left contemplating the veracity of Wen Yiyi's words, unsure of how to respond. Wen Yiyi continued, It is only natural for the crown prince to care about familial ties. I suggest he pen a letter himself, and perhaps also inquire about the prince's health on my behalf. Chu Shi forced a smile. You are right, princess consort. Wen Yiyi coughed twice, prompting her attendant to quickly interject. The princess consort is unwell. It would be best for you to rest. The physician has advised you to take ample time for recuperation. Recognizing the cue, Chu Shi hastily expressed her intention to depart. Throughout her life, Chu Shi had encountered many individuals. Yet she found Wen Yiyi to be one of the most challenging. After 2 days of effort, she had extracted no useful information, only to leave behind a trove of valuable gifts. Chu Shi was perplexed about what slight she may have given Wen Yiyi to warrant such treatment. If Wen Yiyi maintained a close relationship with Sun Yanxiao, she could understand the animosity. However, the two were known to be at odds, with stories circulating about the poor rapport between their mothers, each looking down upon the other. Could it be that Wen Yiyi harbored a disdain for Sun Yanxiao, extending her aversion to the entire crown prince's household? Confounded, Chu Shi turned to leave the Prince Jin's residence. In Wen Yiyi's chamber, Jin Kuei attended to her, inquiring, Miss, do you harbor a strong dislike for this Chu secondary consort? The noble consort from the Chu family appears both astute and amiable, her words exuding a comforting charm. Unlike those who were irksome and offensive, offending her seems to carry an air of impropriety. Wen Yiyi chuckled softly, shaking her head. The nature of the Chu individual is such that the more favorable treatment she receives, the more she may presume upon it, seeking to pry into matters beyond her station. Today's encounter is likely to leave her pondering whether she has inadvertently slighted Wen Yiyi. Moreover, as the Chu lady has already been granted the title of noble consort, her future appearances at court will be more frequent, making an inevitable confrontation all the more likely. Chapter 97. The Princess upon her return to the Crown Prince's residence. Lady Chu recounted the events of the past few days in detail, awaiting the Crown Prince's arrival. The Crown Prince appeared somewhat restless, questioning, Did she truly say that? Lady Chu nodded, expressing her uncertainty about the veracity of the claim. Logically speaking, Prince Jin did not seem the type to allow women to meddle in affairs of state. However, given their recent nuptials, it seemed improbable that such a topic would be entirely off-limits. Frowning, the Crown Prince excused himself to confer with his advisors. In the city of Nanling, the night was deep and still. Liu Xuan sat beneath the lamp, perusing a letter from Wen Shijiao. Beside him, Ren Ruo urged, Your Highness, you have been tirelessly occupied for days, and after the recent assassination attempt, it would be wise to retire early. Liu Xuan scoffed, with evidence and witnesses in abundance. I have already drafted a memorial. I fear my father has likely reviewed it by now. The Zhang family sending more assassins will only serve to solidify their guilt. Among Liu Xuan's entourage were individuals placed by the emperor, who, at times, proved to be somewhat cumbersome, yet they did not hinder him during critical moments. Ren Ruo smiled in agreement. Indeed, their actions are quite absurd. With your prowess, how could mere assassins pose any threat? I merely worry for the princess. Should she learn of your recent tribulations, she would surely be distressed. At the mention of Wen Shijiao, Liu Xuan's gaze darkened. Things were indeed different now. In the past, he bore all burdens alone, unaffected by the happenings around him. Now, with his princess residing in the capital, any disturbance would cause her concern. Furthermore, when Shijiao was currently unwell, he needed to conclude his affairs swiftly to return and see her. Several officials, entangled with salt smugglers, had already been apprehended, leaving the remaining ones in trepidation. They were oblivious to the fact that Prince Jin would appear suddenly in Nanling with a large contingent, catching them off guard. In recent days, under imperial orders, Prince Jin had shown no favoritism, exposing numerous individuals. Now that matters had settled, some with ulterior motives sent a procession of beautiful women bearing pipa, suggesting that they might alleviate the crown prince's boredom during the long night. Renruaz, not daring to presume, merely informed Liu Xuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Xuan declined the offer and took note of the official's name who had sent the entertainers. During this time, hearing of your ill health and prolonged confinement to your sickbed, I refrained from summoning you to the palace, remarked Empress Hu with a smile. These are the Princess of Guangping and Miss Kongxian, who have been in the palace for quite some time. You shall finally meet them today. When Shijiao smiled and replied to the Empress, Your Majesty's birthday is a perfect occasion for my visit. Miss Kongxian, the sole daughter of the Prince of Guangping, had no brothers or sisters. Upon the death of her father, an unrelated prince, the emperor reclaimed the fief. Out of compassion for the widowed princess of Guangping and her daughter, the emperor summoned them to the capital. The princess of Guangping, of similar age to Empress Hu, remained remarkably youthful in appearance. Princess Kongxian, at the tender age of 18, resembled a bright spring flower, cheerfully conversing with Wen Yiyi. Lately, I have often heard Her Majesty the Empress speak of the Princess of Jin, describing her as a beauty. Upon seeing her today, it is indeed true that she is quite lovely. Wen Yiyi replied with a gentle demeanor, Your Highness, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. The Prince of Jin has yet to return, and the princess must be feeling quite solitary at the palace. It is rather unfortunate that we have not seen her during this time, remarked Princess Guangping. Kongxian, if you find yourself feeling bored, you might consider visiting the Princess of Jin. Princess Guangping and Empress Hu are cousins, sharing some familial ties. Recently, the Empress has shown considerable favor towards Princess Kongxian, affording her all due respect, treating her even better than some princesses. In recent days, Princess Kongxian had encountered other consorts and royal wives, even meeting the pregnant princess of Kaiping, yet she had not had the pleasure of meeting Wen Yiyi until today. Upon seeing her, Kongxian was struck by her beauty and grace, which surpassed the descriptions she had heard. Unable to resist, she continued to gaze at Wen Yiyi, prompting a warning glance from Empress Hu. The status of Wen Yiyi is higher than that of Princess Kongxian's mother, Princess Guangping. Thus, such scrutiny seemed unbecoming. Princess Kongxian, however, failed to grasp the Empress's subtle indication. After all, with no biological daughters of her own, the Empress had shown her kindness, and upon Kongxian's arrival, even some princesses had to lower their heads in her presence. Moreover, it was rumored that the Prince of Jin's mother was from a foreign clan, and he had been treated poorly in the palace since childhood, with the emperor looking down upon him. Rather than allowing him to suffer alongside the other princes, he had been sent to the military to hone his skills, and only due to his long service was he eventually granted the title of prince. Recently, Princess Kongxian had also met the emperor, who had been exceedingly amiable towards her, stating that despite her father's passing, the royal family was considerate of the Guangping estate, encouraging her to voice any grievances she and her mother might have. Despite being treated with such kindness, the Princess of Jin had not visited the Guangping estate since their arrival in the capital and seemed aloof towards them today, which left Kongxian feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Lowering her head to dab at her eyes, she feigned tears. What's the matter, Kongxian? Inquired Empress Hu. Princess Kongxian pouted slightly. It's nothing. I merely recalled my late father. Ever since his passing, everything has changed, and there is no one to support my mother and me. Had my father been alive, the Princess of Jin would surely not treat me so coldly. Wen Yiyi, momentarily at a loss for words, paused before smiling and saying, Your Highness, you are too kind. I must confess, I neglected to greet you properly earlier. How have you and Princess Guangping been? Are you adjusting well to life in the capital? Should there be anything amiss, please do not hesitate to speak of it. Feeling a sense of triumph for having caught her off guard, Princess Kongxian replied with delight. Both Her Majesty and the Emperor have been exceedingly kind to us. Just yesterday, the Emperor had a substantial bounty sent to our residence, ginseng, bird's nest, deer antler, as well as numerous jewels and precious stones. Wen Yiyi, still recovering, was not in the best condition to be out. Yet she had come in honor of the Empress's birthday. In addition to dealing with the queen, one must also contend with the proud county princess. Wen Yiyi casually responded, "The emperor's grace is boundless. My father always shows such compassion towards others." The county princess, Kang Xian, once basked in the adoration of many during her time in Guangping, much like how the court currently regards the queen. Upon arriving in the capital, she came to understand the allure of wealth and the intoxicating nature of power and status. Even the most unremarkable individual possesses significant connections. A princess, being the daughter of the emperor, cannot be easily manipulated. Among the royal consorts, the crown princess holds a distinguished position. The princess of Kaiping is pregnant and favored by her husband, the prince of Kaiping, while the fourth consort is cunning and the fifth consort exceedingly domineering. After much contemplation, Kang Xian concluded that the prince of Jin, being of lowly origin, with a frail beauty as his consort, would be the easiest to deceive. Chapter 98. The Princess Kang Xian remarked, "Indeed, I have been frequently conversing with my mother about the merits of His Majesty and the Empress. However, the demeanor of the Princess of Jin is even more haughty than that of the Emperor himself. She has not deigned to inquire after our well-being these past few days." The Empress who, upon hearing this, felt increasingly perturbed by Kang Xian's words, completely oblivious to the intricate dynamics within the imperial palace, seeing only the superficial and inadvertently offending those around her. Frowning, the Empress swiftly redirected the conversation, "Today, with the spring flowers in full bloom, the peonies in the garden are particularly splendid. If anyone fancies them, please do not hesitate to have the palace attendants gather some for you." Unable to discern the Empress's true intentions, Kang Xian had been flattering her in recent days, smiling as she replied, "The vibrant red of the peonies is a color only befitting your majesty. We shall forego their gathering." Sun Yanqiu harbored no ill feelings towards Princess Kang Xian. A few days prior, upon encountering her and the Princess of Guangping, they had showered her with compliments upon learning she was the crown princess, which she found particularly gratifying. It was evident that this mother-daughter pair enjoyed considerable favor from the emperor, truly deserving of their reputation for intelligence. The Princess of Kaiping, Lady Dong, did not attend today, sending only gifts in light of the presence of concubine Zhu. The fourth princess, Lady Liang, perceived the limited prospects of Kang Xian and her mother and thus refrained from forging a deeper connection, merely exchanging pleasantries with a polite smile. The fifth princess, Lady Ding, inwardly rolled her eyes, feeling that all attention had been drawn to her today. The sixth princess, Lady Xiao, and the seventh princess, Lady Wang, whispered among themselves, "It seems the Empress favors her. They may enjoy their moment in the limelight for a while longer." Wen Yiyi felt somewhat lethargic, reluctant to be exposed to the wind amidst the peony blooms. The Empress noticed her diminished vitality, undoubtedly a remnant of her recent illness, while others donned light spring garments. She still wore a heavy cloak over her embroidered attire. The Empress said, "Princess of Jin, your health seems fragile. It would be wise to return and rest." Sun Yanqiu taunted, "Perhaps the Princess of Jin has been preoccupied with thoughts of her lord since hearing of the assassin's attack on him, which has left her in such a state of distress." As these words left her lips, those in the know exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter and regarding her with bemusement. Princess Kang Xian sensed the discordant atmosphere among the guests. She thought little of it, assuming the Empress's suggestion for Wen Yiyi to depart was meant to embarrass her publicly. Now, with the crown princess mocking Wen Yiyi, many attendees feigned normalcy, desperately concealing their derision. It appeared that marrying a prince who lacked the emperor's favor, even if he had attained the title of prince, could lead to isolation and ridicule within the royal court. Wen Yiyi cast a faint glance at Sun Yanqiu, bowed to the empress, and departed with her maidservants. Once back in the carriage, Jean Kuei was nearly beside herself with rage. What does that Princess Kang Xian think she is? Her mother's status is even inferior to yours. Yet she shamelessly expects you to bow to her. Fortunately, you possess a gentle disposition. Had you been as tempestuous as the fifth princess, you would have pointedly chastised her before the empress. When Yiyi suffered from a severe migraine, her eyes closed as she murmured, "The fief of Prince Guangping has been revoked." The emperor, in an effort to cultivate a favorable reputation before the world, has merely been putting on a fade for us mother and daughter. Today's events serve not to honor us, but to uphold my father's prestige. Did you not notice how the empress has been overly courteous towards us? Once this storm passes, they will come to recognize their true selves. When that day arrives, even the wives of officials of the fifth rank and above in the capital will be disinclined to associate with them. As for this mother and daughter duo, They will not only find it difficult to flaunt their authority before me, but may even struggle to gain entry through the gates of the prince's residence. Upon returning home, Wen Yiyi was assisted by her maidservant as she dismounted from the carriage. She shed her ornate garments and jewelry, accepting a warm cloth to wipe her face. I shall take a nap. Only awaken me for matters of great importance. Everything else can wait until I arise. As she drifted into a hazy slumber, a light sheen of perspiration forming on her skin, she was uncertain of the hour. Just as she was about to summon a maid, she suddenly felt something pressing against her waist. Startled, Wen Yiyi heard a familiar, deep voice beside her ear. "Are you awake, Your Highness?" she questioned, somewhat doubting whether she was still ensconced in a dream. "How have you returned?" "I rode back alone at full speed," Liu Xuan replied, coincidentally. "The Empress is celebrating her longevity, so it is publicly said that I have come to extend my wishes, leaving no room for criticism." Wen Yiyi's eyes glistened with moisture as she reached out to touch him. "I heard that you were attacked by assassins. Were you harmed? How could you ride back alone? It is perilous. What if someone lay in ambush along the way?" Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Xuan pulled her into his embrace. "I missed you." He had returned from a long, arduous journey, and upon arriving at the prince's residence, the servants had not anticipated his presence. The maidservants in Wen Yiyi's courtyard were equally taken aback. Without having bathed or changed, Liu Xuan observed Wen Yiyi sleeping and, feeling a touch, fatigued himself. Lay beside her for a brief rest. It was only then he remembered that his clothes were somewhat soiled from the journey. Gently releasing her, he said, "I shall bathe and change. I need to visit the palace shortly." Wen Yiyi replied, "I cannot endure remaining absent from the banquet today. Let us go to the Empress's palace together." "That is unnecessary." Liu Xuan suddenly lifted her chin, scrutinizing her delicate features with care. "You have lost quite a bit of weight. You ought to take good care of yourself during this time." Wen Yiyi attempted to rise from the bed to accompany him, but he pressed her back down gently. After a brief moment of rest, she heard Liu Xuan leave before summoning her maid to assist her in changing her attire and tidying the bed curtains along with the prince's garments. Jean Kuei remarked, "While you were asleep, the Empress sent over some peony flowers." Granny Pan managed the situation adeptly, rewarding the emissaries from the Empress's palace with silver to send them on their way. Wen Yiyi had the flowers brought to her for inspection. She had a fondness for Yao Huang and Zhao Fun, and indeed, there were a few sprigs among the tray, alongside a singular danhong bloom. The faint fragrance wafted towards her, and she casually picked a flower for admiration before instructing that they be placed in a vase. "The prince has returned today. Prepare a feast of wine and delicacies," Wen Yiyi commanded. He must have endured considerable hardship during his time away. Madame Pan chuckled. "The prince and the royal heirs are occupied with official duties outside, where the officials lavishly cater to them with exquisite food and fine wine. Do not fret too much, my dear. Upon his return to the palace today, even if the emperor does not retain him, it is highly likely that he will be welcomed by other princes and lords." When Zhao smiled and replied, "Do not chatter excessively. Simply adhere to my instructions." Indeed, within 2 short hours, Liu Xuan returned. He beheld Wen Zhao languidly reclining on the couch, a vase of peonies beside her, their vibrant beauty perfectly accentuating the scene. He plucked a petal and playfully brushed it against her nose, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Chapter 99. Return. Wen Yiyi tugged at the peony in Liu Xuan's hand, pulling him to sit beside her. "Your Highness, what brings you back so early?" "I refused the meal granted by Father Emperor," Liu Xuan replied. He had not encountered many people in the inner palace, only visiting the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Upon hearing the news of Liu Xuan's sudden return, the emperor felt a twinge of confusion. However, it was entirely reasonable for him to come and celebrate the empress's longevity. Liu Xuan recounted the situation in the south in great detail, which closely mirrored the reports from the emperor's spies. The emperor was particularly intrigued to learn that Liu Xuan had abstained from wine and pleasures, refusing all offerings from local officials. In stark contrast to the gluttonous antics of the fifth prince, Liu Xuan's virtuous demeanor raised both admiration and caution within the emperor. The emperor scrutinized Liu Xuan, feeling both satisfaction and concern. Had Liu Xuan been born the crown prince, the emperor would have harbored less anxiety. His innate qualities and temperament marked him as an ideal heir. Unfortunately, Liu Xuan was not the crown prince and was even of lesser bloodline than the offspring of other consorts. The crown prince and his maternal clan had greatly disappointed the emperor, with the Zhang family frequently exploiting their influence. While the emperor could tolerate minor offenses, collusion with salt merchants to siphon profits truly incensed him. The emperor smiled and said, Since you have no time for a meal, why not visit the Empress Dowager? She holds great affection for your princess and would surely have much to discuss with you. As Liu Xuan departed from the Empress Dowager and the Empress, he naturally encountered his other brothers within the palace. Today marked the Empress's longevity celebration, and all the princes and princesses were present. Upon seeing Liu Xuan's return, they clamored to invite him for drinks. Princess Kangxian and the Princess of Guangping had secretly slipped out, bribing a palace eunuch to visit the princes. The matter of Princess Kangxian's marriage had long been a source of distress for the Princess of Guangping. In her youth, while in Guangping, she had looked down upon others, belittling girls of similar age. Although they feigned admiration for her title, they surely spoke otherwise at home. Ironically, the company she kept were all local noble families, who had awaited Princess Kangxian's coming of age, yet none had approached with marriage proposals. Now in the capital, having glimpsed its opulence, both Princess Kangxian and the Princess of Guangping were tempted to secure a marriage for her with a prince or at the very least, a noble lord. Princess Kangxian's eyes fell upon Prince Kaiping, whom she deemed quite distinguished. She inquired of the eunuch regarding his identity. The eunuch, considering the high status of the third prince, backed by consort Zhu and the Zhu family, as well as a legitimate consort from the Dong family, thought it unwise for Princess Kangxian, of her status, to become a secondary consort. Nevertheless, having accepted her silver, he smiled and replied, "He is Prince Kaiping, the third prince." Princess Kangxian expressed her dissatisfaction. "But he already has a primary consort." The eunuch paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that this princess aspired to be the primary consort of a prince. Truth be told, among the current primary consorts, all hailed from families with greater resources than that of Princess Kangxian. Which of the royal consorts, Princess Jean, the third royal consort, or the fifth royal consort, does not hail from a noble family associated with the ruling house of the Qi dynasty? The sixth and seventh royal consorts possess a local influence that even the Prince of Guangping could not surpass during his lifetime. The crown princess and the fourth royal consort come from somewhat lesser backgrounds, particularly the fourth royal consort, however. Her family still holds sufficient sway to be heard in court matters, and even if she is deemed unworthy, she could still marry into a prestigious family. In contrast, Princess Kangxian holds only a title without any fiefdom, rendering her noble status somewhat hollow. Such a title might sound appealing, but what value does it truly hold? Families with a modicum of awareness in the capital would be reluctant to forge marital ties with her and her mother, let alone the princes. There are countless princesses like Kangxian who possess titles without true standing, whereas the emperor's legitimate sons are few. According to this young eunuch, it would be a challenge for Princess Kangxian even to secure a position as a secondary consort, much less that of a primary consort. Princess Kangxian's gaze drifted away from Prince Kaiping, only to be drawn to a most striking figure. The young eunuch remarked, "That is the fifth prince. Have you not encountered him during your time in the Empress's palace?" Indeed, Princess Kangxian had not, as Empress who never allowed the fifth prince to appear before her. The mere thought of the formidable matron Ding in the fifth prince's household brought a chuckle to Kangxian. However, the Princess of Guangping could no longer contain her curiosity. "Which one is the ninth prince?" The young eunuch gestured. "The one in blue is the ninth prince. Beside him is the fourth prince, and the one in apricot yellow is the crown prince." Princess Kangxian felt a deep sense of disappointment. Although the ninth prince was unmarried, his appearance paled in comparison to that of the third and fifth princes. The fourth prince, who stood beside the ninth, wore a rather somber demeanor and was even less handsome. As for the crown prince, clad in his distinctive apricot yellow, who could fail to recognize him as such? The Princess of Guangping patted Princess Kangxian's hand. "Listen, one must not judge a man solely by his looks." At that moment, a man clad in a dark python robe approached, captivating Princess Kangxian's attention entirely. His brows arched elegantly, and his narrow phoenix eyes were deep and cold. His high nose and thin lips, along with his sharply defined features, rendered him more handsome than any man she had previously encountered. Moreover, he towered over the other princes, exuding an aura of commanding presence rather than that of a frail scholar. Observing Princess Kangxian's rapt gaze, the young eunuch felt a twinge of disdain but maintained a smile. "This is Prince Jean. You must have met Princess Jean today. She is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Qi dynasty, cherished by the current empress and the beloved of Princess Chongping." Princess Kangxian was entranced, her eyes fixated. Alas, such striking beauty is regrettably paired with a less than favorable lineage. The emperor does not favor him. At this, the young eunuch found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, He believed that even if Princess Kangxian were exceedingly fortunate to entangle herself with the fifth prince and gain entry into his household, she would struggle to gain any favor from the Jin princess estate. In the palace, the princes are evaluated not solely on their lineage but also on their individual merits. Prince Jin was the first to be conferred the title of king, and within a year, he ascended from a prince of a county to a prince of the blood, a privilege that even the fifth son born to the empress did not enjoy. Liu Xuan, possessing the instinct of a martial artist, swiftly discerned that someone was lurking in the shadows. With no other recourse, the young eunuch had no choice but to escort Princess Kangxian and the Princess of Guangping out, apologizing and claiming that the princesses, unfamiliar with the palace, had lost their way, and he had hurried to lead them back. Neither Liu Xuan nor the crown prince uttered a word, allowing them to depart. Once they were gone, the fifth prince chuckled and remarked, "Could it be that one of them has taken a fancy to one of our brothers and wishes to become a concubine?" Chapter 100. The Return. The third prince jestingly glanced at the crown prince, remarking, "Among us, the crown prince holds the most esteemed position. Surely, we have come to pay our respects. Perhaps the crown princess would appreciate an introduction. Why not have her mention it to Her Majesty the Empress?" The crown prince was incensed. The incident involving Sun Yinqiu had become a running joke among them, with the third prince often seizing the opportunity to ridicule him. In truth, the third prince had not always targeted the crown prince so frequently. On one occasion, when Sun Yinqiu encountered the Dong family in the palace, she mocked Dong, who was heavily pregnant and waddling awkwardly, causing Dong to return home in tears. From that day forth, the third prince harbored animosity towards the crown princess. The crown prince coldly retorted, "I have just conferred a secondary consort. My residence does not require additional company. However, with Dong's impending delivery, perhaps my younger brother could use a woman's assistance. I suggest you speak with Consort Zhu and Her Majesty the Empress." They all understood that the Princess Kangxian and the Princess of Guangping were merely fleeting fancies. The emperor was merely showcasing them as a token of his concern. The third prince then pushed the topic onto the fifth prince, saying, "Princess Kangxian is your cousin, isn't she? Has the empress not facilitated a meeting between you?" The fifth prince, visibly irritated, replied, "Do not drag me into discussions of distant relatives. She is but an unmarried maiden. How could I possibly meet her? My fourth sister-in-law is the most virtuous. Let my fourth brother enjoy such fortune." The fourth prince interjected, "Though Princess Kangxian is certainly attractive enough to captivate the interest of any prince, her status precludes her from serving as a concubine. If she were to act as a secondary consort, we would all disdain one another for lacking decorum and sneaking glances at each other. It is already contemptible for gentlemen to spy on a group of maidens. How scandalous would it be for a young lady to do the same, especially with her own mother nearby? Should word of this spread, Princess Kangxian may find herself unable to wed." Fortunately, for the sake of the emperor, they agreed to keep today's events confidential. On another note, they also felt disdain for one another's family backgrounds, which offered no advantage. The secondary consorts chosen by the princes were typically daughters of significant local officials, serving to win the hearts of those beneath them. Princess Kangxian had none of these advantages. Her humble origins from Guangping, a mere small town, rendered her unworthy of the prince's attention. Liu Xuan, disinterested in furthering this discussion, seized the opportunity when the emperor suddenly summoned the crown prince, using it as an excuse to return to the royal residence. Meanwhile, Empress Hu, ever perceptive, quickly learned of the day's events. Internally, she berated both Kangxian and the Princess of Guangping, summoning Kangxian to her presence. Aware of the emperor's intentions, she had treated Princess Kangxian with warmth in recent days, and today was no exception. She grasped Kangxian's hand and engaged her in light conversation before adding with a smile, "Princess Kangxian, you are of an age where it is prudent to consider marriage. I recognize that you are in mourning, and it may seem inappropriate to speak of such matters, yet time is fleeting. What are your thoughts?" Kangxian lowered her gaze in silence. The Princess of Guangping chimed in, "Kangxian has been spoiled by her father since childhood. She deserves someone who will cherish her. I rather think the ninth prince is quite suitable. However, if there are any eligible noble sons in the capital, I hope your majesty will consider their character and family background." The appetites of this mother-daughter duo left even the queen momentarily stunned. Despite her status, it was rather inappropriate for her to broach such matrimonial matters with the Duchess of Guangping. Doing so would undoubtedly offend. Initially, Empress Hu had contemplated finding a husband of respectable lineage and character for Princess Kangxian, but upon reflection, the candidates she had in mind were utterly beneath the notice of this mother and daughter. Not only would it delay the suitors, but they would also be reproached for failing to present suitable options. The individuals admired by this mother and daughter were not the likes of those empress who had in mind. They sought noble airs of wealth, beauty, and virtue, even catching the eye of royal princesses, let alone other distinguished young ladies. As for the ninth prince, secretly vying for the favor of consort Jing, indicating that several young ladies from his household aspired to become imperial consorts, yet either surpassed Princess Kongxian in beauty or boasted a more formidable background. Empress Hu feigned a smile, dismissing them. At that moment, a young palace maid arrived with news, and a flicker of joy crossed Empress Hu's face. Really? Meanwhile, when Zizao was enjoying dinner with Liu Xuan, pouring him a glass of wine, "Your Highness, your safe return must be celebrated." Recently, when Zizao had abstained from alcohol, so she clinked her teacup with Liu Xuan's and took a sip. Just as she set down her cup, news from the palace arrived. Liu Xuan read the note. The emperor has relieved the crown prince of all his duties, instructing him to recuperate at home. It had been some time since when Zizao last saw the crown prince, and the sudden news startled her. "Oh, is the crown prince unwell?" Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes. "He appeared well when I saw him in the palace this afternoon. Are you quite concerned for the crown prince?" When Zizao smiled but said nothing, merely serving Liu Xuan a piece of roasted venison tendon, "Your Highness should focus on your meal." Liu Xuan consumed the dish she had offered. In recent days, when Zizao had lacked an appetite, she typically ate little. Yet she sampled a bit of the various dishes Liu Xuan enjoyed. Later, as when Zizao helped him remove his heavy python robe, Liu Xuan suddenly grasped her wrist, pressing her onto the bed. "Are you truly worried about the crown prince?" Lacking strength, when Zizao took some time to recover, laughing as she gently pushed Liu Xuan away. "What nonsense are you talking about, Your Highness? Why would I concern myself with the crown prince? I merely inquired to see if something had occurred in the palace." Liu Xuan, naturally suspicious, understood that when Zizao held little regard for the crown prince. If she had been interested in him, she would not have sought to marry him. For reasons unknown, Liu Xuan harbored a deep-seated disdain for the crown prince. While he did not show it outwardly, thoughts of harming him lingered in his mind. Liu Xuan held Wen Zizao's chin, her lips a delicate pink, untouched by rouge, yet irresistibly captivating. He leaned down and bit her lightly. "You do not like him at all?" Wen Zizao nodded. Liu Xuan pressed against her firmly. "Then whom do you favor?" Inexplicably, Wen Zizao's ears flushed a deep crimson, cascading down to her neck. She felt an overwhelming shyness that prevented her from meeting Liu Xuan's penetrating gaze, leaving her at a loss for words. Liu Xuan gently clasped Wen Zizao's delicate hand, observing her flustered demeanor, and pressed her further. Who do you like?" This time, Wen Zizao was truly embarrassed. Some sentiments are simply too difficult to voice in another's presence. She buried her face in Liu Xuan's shoulder, pretending to sleep, sensing her soft warmth. Liu Xuan lifted her chin and pressed his lips against hers.